Chapter 1 The Baby in My Belly is Yours. In room 316 of Lin Yun Hotel, the panting sounds gradually subsided and the ambiguous atmosphere slowly dissipated in the air. Linja rolled off Huang Xinran and fell to the side helplessly. Huang Xinran was very crazy that night and hardly let Linja have a good rest. Huang Xinran stroked Linja's handsome cheek, feeling mixed emotions. She said softly, "Linja, I have something to tell you." Linja said weakly, "You still want it? Just spare me, you are trying to kill me." "That's not the case." Huang Xinran hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say, "I'm leaving." Linja didn't understand what Huang Xinran meant. He reached out and pressed Huang Xinran's chest and said, "Sleep a little longer. I can satisfy you again if you want." Huang Xinran shook her head helplessly and said, "Let's break up." "What did you say?" Linja thought he had misheard and sat up anxiously. He continued to ask, "Xinran, what did you say? You want to break up with me?" Huang Xinran hugged Linja and said helplessly, "This is the decision I made after careful consideration." Linja smiled bitterly and asked, "Did you really get into someone else's BMW?" Huang Xinran asked in surprise, "You know everything?" Linja understood. Li Junyu had told him a month ago that he saw Huang Xinran having a secret meeting with a middle-aged greasy man who drove a BMW. Linja didn't believe that Huang Xinran was that kind of person. At that time, he chose not to believe Li Junyu's words, but to believe his girlfriend Huang Xinran. Now it seems that he was too confident. Huang Xinran saw Linja's puzzled look, so she smiled bitterly and said, "Linja, I like you because you are handsome and a real man. I am very happy to be with you this year. To be honest, you are a good man. You are only 20 years old this year, and I am 24 years old. I want to have a stable life. I have never thought about marrying you and living with you." Linja's heart suddenly sank, and his face lost all color. He had never thought that his girlfriend, who had been affectionate with him for a year, was just playing around with him. He struggled to squeeze out a sentence. "Did you plan to do this from the beginning?" "It is. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it." Huang Xinran continued, "You and I both come from the countryside, and we both belong to the disadvantaged group. If we live together, it's not a strong alliance, but a mutual torture of the weak, and the result will only be weaker. Reality is crueler than we think. You should find someone who can help you improve, and I also need a stronger support." Huang Xinran's tone was firm, but a trace of barely perceptible sadness flashed in her eyes. She continued, "We should all face reality. Being handsome can't make a living. We should all pursue a better future. In the past year that I've been dating you, you've been doing black boxing, racing, and driving for me to satisfy me. It's just that you're lucky to be alive today. But your good luck won't be inexhaustible. I don't want you to be like this." Linja finally understood. She would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. "It seems you have already found your next boyfriend? The man who drives a BMW? How long have you been dating?" Facing Linja's series of questions, Huang Xinran just smiled faintly and said, "Lao Wang is 41 years old and divorced. Although he is a little older, he is very rich. I have been dating him for more than a month, and we are both very satisfied with each other. I believe Lao Wang will give me a better life." Huang Xinran got out of bed and started to get dressed. Linja lay on the bed, watching her packing clothes, his heart aching. No wonder she was so crazy last night. It turned out that this was their last revelry. Huang Xinran took out 20,000 yuan from her bag and put it on the bedside table and said, "This is compensation for you. I hope you can understand." After saying that, Huang Xinran took her bag and left. Linja was lying on the bed with a lot of thoughts in his mind. It was always the man who compensated the woman, but this was the first time he saw a woman paying compensation for loss of youth to a man. Linja looked at the 20,000 yuan and felt that his feelings were sold so cheaply for just 20,000 yuan. He was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Huang Xinran didn't ask him for money in the past month. She paid for the room last night. Normally, Huang Xinran would ask Linja to reimburse her for the small umbrella she bought when they made love. It turned out that she had found a rich man and no longer needed Linja's care. Huang Xinran is Linja's college classmate. She is very beautiful and Linja is a well-known school idol. The two of them are known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. They both came from poor rural families. The love they once believed in was now shattered by the cruel reality. Linja looked at the ceiling, tears quietly falling, and the pure fantasy in his heart was completely shattered. 4 years of college ended just like that, and Linja felt endless desolation in his heart. At first, he came to school alone to register. Most of his classmates were sent by their parents, but he was the only one who came alone. Now that they have graduated, many of their classmates have left school in pairs, but Linja is still leaving alone. Linja did not say goodbye to his classmates, but quietly walked out of the school gate with his simple luggage. Arriving at the school gate, Linja suddenly felt a sense of strangeness, as if all the familiar faces had become blurred. He didn't know where he was going. Suddenly, a Maybach came speeding and stopped in front of him. The car door slowly opened, and a young and beautiful woman got out of the car and said with a smile, "Linja, I'm here to pick you up, get in the car." Linja was stunned for a moment, confused. This woman looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. The woman saw Linja's confusion and said softly, "I am Mr. Shin's secretary Luli. We met at Jinlan nightclub half a year ago." Linja suddenly realized, he remembered the chance encounter with Shin Chuyun that night. Luli opened the trunk and asked Linja to put the luggage in. After putting away his luggage, Linja hesitated for a moment, but still got into the car. Luli started the engine and the car drove away slowly. Linja looked out the window in confusion, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. When Linja was in his sophomore year, his adoptive mother passed away, and he became an orphan. The cost of his studies depended entirely on his own work-study program. At the same time, he also had to support Huang Xinran. Half a year ago, he worked as a waiter at Jinlan nightclub to make a living. He ran into the drunk Shin Chuyun, the most beautiful CEO of Qingzhou. Shin Chuyun forced him to have sex with her. Afterwards, Shin Chuyun gave him 50,000 yuan. Half a year has passed and he has never seen Shin Chuyun again. Why did Shin Chuyun's secretary come to see him now? Linja was nervous, but he didn't dare to ask. Shin Chuyun is so beautiful, but she is too strong and too cold, and Linja is very afraid of her. In a blink of an eye, the car entered an upscale residential area and stopped in front of a villa. Linja got out of the car and followed Luli into the villa. As soon as Linja sat down, he saw a very beautiful woman coming down from upstairs. She is Shin Chuyun, who comes gracefully like a fairy. Linja was so scared that he quickly stood up. When Shin Chuyun came closer, Linja could see clearly that Shin Chuyun's belly was obviously bulging, and she was pregnant. "Hello, Mr. Shin." Linja hurriedly greeted Shin Chuyun. Shin Chuyun touched her bulging belly and said coldly, "It's weird, isn't it? Let me tell you, the baby in my belly is yours. It's your seed. I got pregnant at Jinlan nightclub half a year ago. It's a daughter." Linja only felt his brain buzzing, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and his eyes couldn't move away from Shin Chuyun's belly. After Shin Chuyun sat down, he raised his hand and motioned Linja to sit down. Linja sat down mechanically, his heart in turmoil. He didn't know why Shin Chuyun asked him to come, Shin Chuyun forced him to do it that night. Shin Chuyun looked at Linja with sharp eyes. Linja was so scared that he lowered his head and dared not look directly at Shin Chuyun. Chapter 2, Being Kept by a Beautiful CEO. Shin Chuyun didn't care about Linja's reaction. She still said coldly, "I didn't want this child. I went to the hospital and wanted to abort her. But when I was lying on the operating table and the doctor asked for my opinion again, I hesitated." After a brief silence, Shin Chuyun continued, "Finally, the baby grew bigger and bigger. Now it's more than 5 months old. I felt obvious fetal movement, and I decided to give birth to her. So I brought you back." Linja's hands clenched unconsciously, and he felt a little uneasy. He asked in a low voice, "Mr. Shin, what do you need me to do now?" Facing Linja's question, Shin Chuyun still said coldly, "I have never thought about getting married, let alone having children. This child should not have come into this world. But now she is growing up in my belly day by day, and I can only face reality." Shin Chuyun sneered and continued, "I was drunk that night and I didn't expect to succeed after just one try. I forced you that night, so I won't blame you. But my belly is getting bigger day by day. I don't want outsiders to know that I'm pregnant and having a baby. From now on, you stay with me, come back to accompany me at night, and manage the company for me during the day with Secretary Lu." Linja was stunned, with mixed feelings in his heart. Was Shin Chuyun going to support him? He didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, but he knew very well that he couldn't resist it, and he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only nod silently. Seeing Linja nod, Shin Chuyun's eyes relaxed a little and continued, "I know you are an orphan, and your girlfriend has run away with a small boss. You can rest assured to stay with me from now on." Linja was slightly startled. It turned out that Shin Shuyun was secretly investigating him and knew everything about him. He felt a pang of sadness in his heart, but more of helplessness. There are 2 nannies at home and a table full of delicious food has been served. Linja basically lived on pickled vegetables and steamed buns in college. After classes, he had to work to earn money, which consumed a lot of physical energy, and he often felt dizzy and hungry. Looking at the table full of delicacies from land and sea, Linja started drooling. After Shin Shuyun sat down, she pointed at the chair next to her and said to Linja, "Come sit next to me." Linja sat down on the chair next to Shin Shuyun tremblingly. Shin Shuyun pointed at her favorite dishes and asked Linja to pick some for her. Linja carefully picked up a piece of fresh fish and put it into Shin Shuyun's bowl. He was already hungry after smelling the tempting aroma. But without Shin Shuyun's order, he didn't dare to eat and could only serve her well. Secretary Luli sat aside and didn't dare to pick up her chopsticks. She watched Linja feed Shin Shuyun mouthful by mouthful. Linja quickly got to know Shin Shuyun's taste and preferences, and every chopstick move was precise and precise. At the beginning, he just put the dishes into Shin Shuyun's bowl. Seeing Shin Shuyun's lazy look, he simply fed the dishes into Shin Shuyun's mouth. Shin Shuyun was quite satisfied with Linja's performance. Shin Shuyun was full, so she said to Linja, "You guys eat." Linja was already extremely hungry. He put down the chopsticks he had just used to feed Shin Shuyun and tried to use other chopsticks. Shin Shuyun immediately stopped him and said, "Use the chopsticks I just used to eat." Linja was stunned, but did not dare to disobey. He picked up the pair of chopsticks he had just used to feed Shin Shuyun and started eating. The nanny is not allowed to sit at the table, so only Linja and Luli are eating. Linja had never eaten such delicious food before, and every bite made him feel extremely satisfied. But with Shin Shuyun sitting next to him, he felt very restrained, and his chopsticks trembled slightly in his hands. He had to pick up some dishes several times before he could pick them up smoothly. Luli seemed very natural, perhaps she was already used to it. Linja was filled with emotion. He had never imagined such a life. Although the food was delicious, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Luli would occasionally look up at him, with a hint of complicated emotions in her eyes. Linja tried his best to conceal his inner turmoil and chewed every bite of the food in silence. Shin Shuyun's eyes swept over him from time to time, as if observing his reaction. The atmosphere at the dinner table was subtle and depressing. Linja felt as if he was in a strange world, enjoying himself yet feeling lost. Shin Shuyun finally spoke, "Eat more, you still have to serve me at night." Linja's heart tightened and he almost dropped his chopsticks. He had to serve her at night? What else was she going to do at night? With such a big belly, is she still going to do that? No way? Linja was worried, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only bury his head in his food and try to look calm. Sitting next to him was the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou, but Linja felt that the person sitting next to him was not a beauty, but a man-eating tigress. He always felt a chill on his back. After finally finishing the meal, Linja accompanied Shin Shuyun back to the living room. Luli was busy grinding coffee. Shin Shuyun was half leaning on the sofa, with a large cushion supporting her body from behind so that her belly would not be so cumbersome. Linja sat beside her carefully. Shin Shuyun took Linja's hand and placed it on her belly. Linja felt the warmth and slight fetal movement in her belly, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. This was his daughter, his own flesh and blood. Linja's hand gently covered Shin Shuyun's belly, feeling the faint beating, and his heart was filled with emotion. Linja is an orphan who was rescued from being abducted by human traffickers. Despite his ill-fated fate, he unexpectedly met a kind-hearted rural girl. The girl was disabled and never married. She treated Linja as her own son and supported him to go to college. During his sophomore year, Linja's adoptive mother died of illness. Linja was heartbroken and almost dropped out of school. Fortunately, she received encouragement and support from Huang Xinran. In her junior year, 19-year-old Linja fell in love with Huang Xinran, who was 4 years older than her. They encouraged and supported each other. Huang Xinran's appearance was like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating Linja's gloomy life. He regarded Huang Xinran as his lifelong support and secretly vowed to give her happiness. But fate played a cruel joke on her. Huang Xinran hooked up with a boss who was 17 years older than her, and she and Linja parted ways. In fact, Linja did not hate Huang Xinran. He understood her choice, but the loss and helplessness in his heart were hard to express in words. He knew very well how hard and difficult life was. For the two of them to make a name for themselves in a big city would be harder than climbing to the sky. Until now, Linja still felt like he was dreaming. An encounter with Shin Shu-yun had completely changed the trajectory of his life. Looking at Shin Shu-yun's bulging belly, the little life inside seemed to be telling of the hope and responsibility of the future. Linja gently stroked Shin Shu-yun's belly. Shin Shu-yun closed her eyes, a trace of peace appeared on her face, she seemed to be enjoying it. Linja's heartbeat and fetal movement intertwined, as if they were having a silent conversation. Luli walked up to Linja with the coffee and handed it to him. Linja took the coffee, his hands trembled slightly, and he almost spilled the coffee in the cup. He calmed himself down and gently stirred the coffee in the cup with a spoon. He blew air with his mouth while stirring to cool the hot coffee quickly. Linja put the cup against his face to feel the temperature of the cup. It was almost ready, so he used a small spoon to feed the coffee into Shin Shu-yun's mouthful by mouthful. Chapter 3: Linja's Expectations. After finishing the coffee, Linja helped Shin Shu-yun wipe her lips. A hint of smile appeared on Shin Shu-yun's cold face. Just this small action made Linja feel relieved. Shin Shu-yun was a person whom Linja could not afford to offend. Linja felt very humble in front of Shin Shu-yun. He remembered very clearly that half a year ago when he was working at Jinlong nightclub, his boss asked him to serve Shin Shu-yun and told him that this woman was very noble and someone he could not afford to offend, and asked him to make sure to serve Shin Shu-yun well. At first, Linja thought that Shin Shu-yun was just a rich woman who came to the entertainment venue to look for prostitutes and was an expert at playing with men. Unexpectedly, after having close contact with Shin Shu-yun, he found out that Shin Shu-yun was still a virgin and that was her first time. Until now, Linja still hasn't figured out how such a noble woman like Shin Shu-yun could force him to do such a thing with her. It was only after he started dating Huang Xinran that he found out that Huang Xinran was no longer a virgin. Huang Xinran also told him clearly that when she was 17 years old and in high school, she had already had intimate behavior with her classmate. Linja was already her third boyfriend. Linja, accompany me to take a walk in the neighborhood. After hearing Shin Shu-yun's words, Linja came back to his senses, and quickly reached his left hand into Shin Shu-yun's back, grabbed her arm with his right hand, and lifted her up to sit up. Luli brought a hat and sunglasses, and the nanny brought a windbreaker and put it on her. Shin Shu-yun stood up slowly, and Linja supported her carefully, fearing that anything might go wrong. Linja accompanied Shin Shu-yun out of the house. The sun shone through the leaves on her, making her look particularly warm. The flowers and plants in the community exuded fragrance. Shin Shu-yun gently placed her hand on Linja's arm, her steps slow but firm. She took a deep breath, the fragrance of the flowers was refreshing, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Linja looked at Shin Shu-yun beside him. Even though she was more than 5 months pregnant, she was still so stunningly beautiful and breathtakingly beautiful. Shin Shu-yun turned around and glanced at Linju and said, "From now on, you are my man. I don't need a husband, but I need a man." Linja didn't quite understand what Shin Shu-yun said. What did she mean by not needing a husband but needing a man? Did he want him to be her male lover? Linja's heart was shocked, and he looked at Shin Shu-yun with complicated eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied softly, "I understand." Shin Shu-yun asked, "What do you understand?" This question stumped Linja. What did he understand? He didn't understand anything, but he vaguely felt that there was a deep meaning in Shin Shu-yun's words. He lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. Seeing Linja's embarrassment, Shin Shu-yun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said softly, "Forget it, you don't have to understand. Maybe you will never understand, but as long as you are by my side, that's enough." Linja was confused. Perhaps there is an insurmountable gap between different classes. Shin Shu-yun's world is complex and profound, far beyond his ability to comprehend. In college, although they are all students in the ivory tower, the differences in class, identity, and status have already quietly divided them, and the distance between them is like a natural chasm. Linja knew that he was of humble status. He was like a mayfly in the vast universe, as small as a grain of corn in the ocean. Shin Shu-yun's identity and status were like an invisible barrier, isolating him from her world. He could only stay by her side silently, trying his best to understand the deep meaning behind every subtle expression and word of hers. Although his heart was filled with confusion and anxiety, he knew that this was the only thing he could do. Because Shin Shu-yun was carrying his own flesh and blood. Once the child was born, her starting point would be a height that thousands of poor children would never be able to reach in their lifetime. He was proud of having such a noble daughter. He is humble, but his daughter must be like her mother, loved and admired by everyone. "Linja, I'm a little tired, let's go back." "Okay, we'll go back now." Linja helped Shin Shu-yun back to the villa. The two walked into the living room, where the nanny had already prepared hot tea. Shin Shuyun leaned lightly on the sofa, and Linja carefully covered her with a blanket. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun shone into the house, reflecting a peaceful atmosphere. Linja sat aside, guarding silently. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he was more looking forward to the future. Looking at the lazy Shin Shuyun, Linja felt a surge of tenderness in his heart, as if the tranquility at this moment was the greatest happiness in his life. It was not even 10 o'clock yet, and Shin Shuyun stood up and said, "I'm going to take a shower." Linja quickly stood up and asked softly, "Do you need my help?" "Nonsense, why would I call you if I don't need your help?" As Shin Shuyun said that, he went straight upstairs. Linja was so scared that he quickly got up and followed him. Entering the bathroom, Linja carefully adjusted the water temperature and gently helped Shin Shuyun take off her clothes. When only the last piece of underwear was left, Linja stopped. Shin Shuyun urged, "Keep taking it off." "Why are you stopping?" "Boss Shin, is this appropriate?" Shin Shuyun sneered, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "You have already slept with me, and I am pregnant with your child. What are you still shy about?" Linja could only bite the bullet and help Shin Shuyun remove her last piece of underwear, gently helped her into the bathtub, and carefully washed her body. Shin Shuyun's skin is as white as cream, delicate and flawless, so delicate that it seems as pure as a newborn baby. She exuded a faint fragrance, as if early spring flowers were dancing in the breeze. Unlike him, he would rub off a lot of dirt every time he took a shower. Linja was filled with emotion. The Shin Shuyun in front of him was like a fairy who was not of this world, while he was just a speck of dust in the mortal world. Shin Shuyun pulled Linja's hand and placed it on her chest, saying, "Rub it for me." Linja was very scared, but he didn't dare to disobey Shin Shuyun. He tried to make his movements as gentle as possible. He was not enjoying himself, but suffering. Holding the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou was like holding a time bomb. He was afraid that he would do something wrong and make Shin Shuyun unhappy. It could explode at any time. Shin Shuyun closed her eyes slightly, leaned her head on Linja's chest, and moaned slightly. "Linja, I'm going to sleep. Carry me to the bed." Linja helped Shin Shuyun wipe the water off her body, carried her to the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Looking at Shin Shuyun's seductive body, he had no intention of admiring it, and he didn't dare to have the slightest evil thought. Shin Shuyun found Linja's trembling look a little funny. She said in an imperative tone, "Go take a shower quickly, I'll wait for you." Linja didn't understand what Shin Shuyun meant. He was just about to ask where he would sleep tonight, but from what Shin Shuyun said, he would have to come back and serve her after taking a shower. But he didn't dare to ask more and went to take a shower first. After taking a shower, Linja returned to Shin Shuyun's bed first. When Shin Shuyun saw Linja coming over, she pulled back the quilt and said, "Go to sleep." Linja was startled. "Boss Shin, you want me to sleep with you?" Shin Shuyun said somewhat unhappily, "You are my man. If you don't sleep with me, who do you want to sleep with?" Linja nodded quickly and fell asleep. Shin Shuyun turned sideways, looked at Linja and said, "Remember, you must take a shower every day, sleep naked, and serve me well. Your task is to help me manage the business during the day and sleep with me at night." Linja said tremblingly, "Boss Shin, I will listen to you." Chapter 4, Finding Experience. Shin Shuyun looked at Linja's trembling appearance, reached out and stroked Linja's face and said, "Don't be so nervous, I won't eat you." Linja nodded and smiled awkwardly. Shin Shuyun then told Linja some things from the past. Shin Shuyun didn't have much interest in men before. Half a year ago, she met Linja at Jinlan nightclub. When she saw that Linja was young and handsome, she suddenly felt moved. She sent Luli to find out Linja's background and learned that he was only 20 years old, came from a poor family but worked hard to make progress. He was a senior student. Shin Shuyun developed a strong interest in this young man from the countryside. In her mind, people from poor mountainous areas are pure and clean, so she took advantage of her drunkenness to force Linja to do such a thing. Shin Shuyun continued, "I not only see the purity in your eyes, but also the indomitable spirit and tenacity. That is a light that I have never seen in anyone else." After hearing this, Linja's eyes flashed with emotion, and he whispered, "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Shin. I will work harder and live up to your expectations." Shin Shuyun smiled slightly and said softly, "Remember, in today's society, everything is about background. People like you don't have any background. You have nothing except your back. As long as you listen to me, I can give you whatever you want, including your status." Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment and then continued, "You are still young and have not reached the legal age for marriage. I can get a marriage certificate with you then. But we can only keep our marriage secret, and you can't call me mom after the child is born. Linja was greatly surprised. Even her own child couldn't call her mother. What was she thinking? But Linja didn't believe it. He didn't believe Shin Shuyun would do this. That was her own flesh and blood. How could she have the heart to let the child disown her? Shin Shuyun seemed to see Linja's doubts. She smiled faintly and said, I've told you that I've never thought about getting married in my life, let alone having children. Unfortunately, we had an accident and had a child. I believe you can understand me. How dare Linja not understand? Shin Shuyun said it nicely, so he could only pretend to be happy, otherwise Shin Shuyun would get angry and he couldn't bear it. Linja suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and nodded slowly, I understand, I will follow your arrangements. A hint of relief flashed in Shin Shuyun's eyes, and his cold face relaxed a lot. He went on to say, I didn't feel any pleasure at Jinlan nightclub that night, and I felt a dull pain the next day. Later, when I thought of you, I often had an inexplicable impulse. I guess I really need the warmth of a man. Let me have a good experience tonight. If it feels good, we can continue this relationship in the future. If the experience is bad, we can be a sexless couple in the future. Linja's heart was shaken, with complicated emotions intertwined, but he knew very well that he was powerless to resist. Mr. Shun, you are pregnant. It's okay. Shin Shuyun continued, I've consulted a doctor, and it will be safe after 3 months. You don't have to worry. Linja was silent for a moment, adjusted his breathing, and forced a smile, I will do my best to satisfy you. Shin Shuyun said coldly, it's better this way. Seeing Shin Shuyun's face change again, Linja was so scared that he dared not breathe. He carefully observed her expression, fearing that he would accidentally anger her. Shin Shuyun said in a commanding tone, kiss me. Linja hesitated for a moment and gently kissed Shin Shuyun's lips. Her lips were cold but very smooth. Linja did not dare to experience the taste because he was afraid. He was just completing the task assigned by Shin Shuyun. However, he soon felt that Shin Shuyun's lips gradually became warmer and his breath became much softer. There seemed to be a hint of tenderness in her cold eyes, and then her smooth tongue entered Linja's mouth and wandered around freely. Linja hurriedly cooperated with her movements. Shin Shuyun grabbed Linja's hand and placed it on her chest. Linja understood Shin Shuyun's intention, but his movements were a bit mechanical and even distorted. He could never find the feeling and couldn't get into the role. Shin Shuyun didn't blame him, but he had already sensed Shin Shuyun's hint. Linja gritted his teeth and entered the substantive stage. Linja and Huang Xinran have lived together for a year. He is already familiar with the affairs between men and women, but he is still very careful when doing it with Shin Shuyun. Slowly, Linja finally found the feeling. Linja fell to the side, gasping for breath. Shin Shuyun snuggled in Linja's arms and said slowly, very good, Linja, you performed very well. I am very satisfied. Linja's heart finally settled down. Soon, Shin Shuyun fell asleep in Linja's arms. Linja was not sleepy. He could now appreciate Shin Shuyun. She was very beautiful. Her delicate facial features looked like they were carefully carved and very beautiful. Her fair skin was so delicate and beautiful that it could be broken with a flick of the finger. Linja felt very conflicted. It would be a great joy to have such a beautiful and wealthy woman as his wife, but Linja just couldn't be happy. Instead, he felt as if a huge burden was pressing on him, making him feel like he was suffocating. When he was with Huang Xinran, he didn't feel any pressure. If there was any pressure, it was that Huang Xinran was a little vain and spent money lavishly. So Linja fought in black boxing, accompanied those playboys to play drag racing, and constantly earned money to satisfy Huang Xinran, while he lived frugally and wished to spend every penny carefully. Huang Xinran treated him very well, and there was no need for either of them to look down on the other. They both came from rural areas and were a good match. But Shin Shuyun, who looked like a fairy in front of her, was the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou, worth tens of billions. Linja was just an ant in front of her, not even worthy of her attention. Linja got up very early, but Shin Shuyun wanted to sleep in, so she asked Linja to go to the company to familiarize himself with the situation after breakfast. Linja washed up and returned to the living room. The nanny had prepared breakfast and Luli was already waiting for him to eat it. Linja had never enjoyed such treatment before, and he was even a little uncomfortable with it. After breakfast, Luli asked the nanny to bring clothes for Linja to change into. Linja took the clothes back to the bedroom and opened the box. It was a navy blue suit, his favorite style and color. There were also high-end shirts and ties inside. There was a pair of high-end leather shoes in another box. Lin Jie changed his clothes and was about to leave when Shin Shuyun on the bed said, "Come here, let me take a look first." As she spoke, Shin Shuyun sat up, but because her belly was too big, she seemed a little uncomfortable. She could only spread her legs wide apart, which made her feel much more comfortable. Lin Jie walked to the bed. Shin Shuyun's eyes widened. "This is the image I want. You attracted me with this outfit at Jinlan nightclub half a year ago." As he spoke, Shin Shuyun hooked his index finger at Lin Jie. Lin Jie didn't know Shin Shuyun's intention, but he still bent down. Shin Shuyun hugged Lin Jie's neck, gave him a deep kiss and said, "Remember this from now on, don't forget to kiss me when you go in and out. I like you very much." Chapter 5 Highly Efficient Yunxiang Group. What does very much to my liking mean? What does Shin Shuyun mean? Is it about sex? However, Lin Jie still didn't understand what Shin Shuyun meant. It should be said that he didn't dare to guess Shin Shuyun's intentions. He just kissed Shin Shuyun back and said, "Boss Shin, I'm going to work. Go ahead. I've already made the arrangements. You manage the company for me and I'll give birth to a daughter for you." After saying that, Shin Shuyun lay down again. Lin Jie felt warm in his heart. He looked at Shin Shuyun's bulging belly and was very much looking forward to the baby being his own. He pulled the quilt over and covered Shin Shuyun. Lin Jie returned to the living room. Luli looked at Lin Jie with surprise in her eyes. "Lin Jie, you are so handsome." "Secretary Lu is joking." Lin Jie replied softly. He knew he was handsome. In college, many rich girls tried to approach him, but he knew they were only interested in his body, so they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. This was class and rank. So Lin Jie finally chose Huang Xinran, who was a good match for him. But now that I think about it, there is no difference at all. Everyone is taking advantage of each other, just with different starting points. Some of them are well-intentioned, while others are malicious. Luli handed over the briefcase with a smile. "Mr. Shin has high hopes for you, let's go." When they got to the car, Luli asked, "Can you drive?" Meeting. "Do you have a driver's license?" Lin Jie nodded. Luli handed the Maybach car keys to Lin Jie and said, "You drive." Lin Jie took the key and got into the driver's seat. Luli was sitting in the passenger seat, observing Lin Jie's operation. She guessed that it was Lin Jie's first time driving a Maybach and he didn't know how to operate it. However, Lin Jie's actions surprised her. Lin Jie was very skilled and his driving skills opened Luli's eyes. In Luli's imagination, a poor loser like Lin Jie would never have the opportunity to drive. She asked curiously, "Lin Jie, have you ever driven a car?" Lin Jie smiled and said, "I drove for 2 years to earn living expenses and tuition fees." After hearing this, Luli seemed to understand. Lin Jie did not tell anyone about his participation in the car race. He felt it was shameful. When learning to drive, the instructor said that Lin Jie was the most talented student he had ever seen and that his driving skills were innate. Later, Lin Jie fell in love with racing, but a poor guy like him could not fit into that circle where only rich people could play. He could only work as a driver for those playboys who loved illegal racing, risking his life to earn a pitiful living. Lin Jie drove the Maybach smoothly out of the villa area and moved freely and easily in the busy streets. Luli couldn't help but sigh. She estimated that Lin Jie in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. When I came to Yunxiang Group, I saw that the employees were busy. Their concentration and efficiency were impressive. Every detail revealed the rigor and vitality of this company. Lin Jie has participated in some social practice activities, but he has never seen such an efficient and orderly working atmosphere, which made him very interested in the management model of Yunxiang Group. Luli brought Lin Jie to the office. It can be seen that this office seems to be arranged temporarily, but every detail is in good order. Soon a young girl came in, and Luli introduced her to Lin Jie. "Her name is Su Yunhua, and she is your assistant and secretary." Su Yunhua immediately said to Lin Jie respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Jie was shocked. When did he become Mr. Lin? Moreover, even secretaries and assistants were arranged. All of this was arranged in just one night. The efficiency is simply incredible. Lin Jie couldn't help but sigh that the efficient operation of Yunxiang Group was indeed well-deserved. At the same time, he was grateful to Shin Shuyun from the bottom of his heart. No wonder Shin Shuyun said that she had already arranged it. These must have been done by her at Luli's behest. Luli was truly the worm in Shin Shuyun's stomach, executing Shin Chuyun's intentions so quickly and accurately. Half a year ago at Jinlan nightclub, Linja once met Shin Chuyun by chance, and eventually they got together. This should have been planned by Luli. She figured out Shin Chuyun's intentions so thoroughly that even the details were handled impeccably. She is really a very competent secretary. Luli then said to Linja, Mr. Lin, there will be a meeting of middle-level cadres at 10 o'clock. You need to meet with everyone. Linja nodded in agreement, thinking secretly in his heart, how could a young boy like him be entrusted with such an important task in such a short time? He just stepped out of university and was promoted to the vice president of such a large group. Even rockets can't be that fast. It seems that Shin Chuyun's trust in him far exceeds his expectations. This adds a lot to Linja's confusion and worry. Now he doesn't feel the kind of excitement of being triumphant, but feels like a 1,000-pound boulder pressing down on his chest, making him breathless. Now, in addition to fear, Linja also felt a lot of gratitude towards Shin Chuyun. His current position was both an opportunity and a challenge. It was a height that a small person like him with no background could never reach in his lifetime. But he woke up and it was within his reach. He doubted whether this was real, it seemed like a dream, it was too unreal. After Luli left, Su Yunhua placed a folder in front of Linju and said respectfully, Boss Lin, I sorted this out after receiving Secretary Lu's call last night. This is the basic situation of the company and the scope of business it is engaged in. If Boss Lin wants to know about other aspects, please feel free to tell me. Linju opened the folder and scanned the densely packed text and data, feeling increasingly uneasy. Su Yunhua asked, Mr. Lin, do you like coffee or tea? Drink green tea. Linja continued to read the information. Su Yunhua started to boil water and make tea. After a while, a cup of steaming green tea was brought to Linja. Linja took a sip of green tea, and his thoughts gradually became clear. These were all real, and he had to adapt to this role as soon as possible and shoulder the responsibility. Yunchang Group's business covers a wide range, from high-tech research and development to market promotion, from equity investment to risk control, and each link is closely linked, complex and sophisticated. Fortunately, Linja had learned these things in college. Although he lacked practical experience, he believed in his learning ability. Boss Lin, it's time for the meeting. Linja then checked the time. It was already 9:50. He stood up, straightened his suit and tie, and said to himself, since fate has given me this opportunity, I will go all out. Seeing this, Su Yunhua immediately handed over the notebook and pen he had prepared long ago, and followed Linja to the meeting room. The conference room was full of people. Linja came to the main seat, Su Yunhua pulled out a chair for Linja to enter, and then pushed the chair under Linja's butt. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Linja sat down. The participants looked at each other in confusion, and many were whispering. Who is he? He's so young, could he be the prince of that wealthy family? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Chapter 6. Everyone has doubts. Luli stood up, cleared her throat and said, Today we are holding a meeting of mid-level and above cadres, and I have something to announce to everyone. Luli pointed at Linja and continued, His name is Linja. He is 20 years old this year. He is a top student at Qingzhou University and has just graduated. From today on, he is the vice president of Yunchang Group and will act as the president. Oh my god, he graduated from college at the age of 20. No wonder he looks so young. He's actually still a little kid. Don't talk nonsense, he is already the acting president. What the hell, what's the background behind this? It's so scary. He is so handsome. Luli raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and she continued, Mr. Shin has known Mr. Linja for a long time. Mr. Shin appreciates Mr. Linja's talent very much. As soon as he graduated, he was recruited by Mr. Shin. I believe everyone recognizes Mr. Shin's unique vision for identifying people. Luli paused and continued, because Mr. Shin is overworked and feeling unwell, he needs some time to recuperate. Mr. Linja will be in charge of the overall work of the group. I hope everyone will support Vice President Lin's work. After that, Luli turned to Linju and said, Vice President Lin, please say a few words to everyone. Linja stood up, feeling very nervous, but he remained calm on the surface. He knew that these people might look down on him and think that he got to this high position through connections. This was indeed the case. Without Shin Chuyun's charity, he would not even be qualified to enter the Yunchang Group, let alone hold a high position. But he still had to pretend to be cool and find a way to intimidate them. Everyone must be wondering how I got this position. After saying this, Linja smiled and continued, I don't have any background. I come from a poor rural area. I met Mr. Shin by chance half a year ago. Mr. Shin recognized my ability and let me sit in this position. You are puzzled, and I am also very honored. Everyone was listening quietly to Linja's story, because they were also very curious and they really wanted to know the origin or hidden story behind it. Linja didn't say anything, and the meeting room was unusually quiet. Linja paused and continued, I was admitted to Qingzhou University when I was 16. I just walked out of the school gate yesterday and entered Yunchang Group today. I am very lucky, but I have more confidence and courage. When I was young, my family was very poor, and the bullies in the village often bullied my mother and me. When I was 7 years old, I started to fight against the bullies who bullied my mother. I was young and couldn't beat them, so I studied and learned Kung Fu at the same time. When I was 13 years old, the bullies in the village had to kneel before me and surrender. When I was in college, I fought in black boxing, raced cars, and drove for others. I relied on these to complete my studies. The purpose of my saying this is just to tell everyone that I am not a weak person. I am very strong, but I rely on myself. Mr. Shin trusts me and hands Yunchang Group to me. I will do my best and I will definitely make Yunchang Group reach a higher level in my hands. I hope everyone will support my work. Let us share the honor and disgrace of Yunchang Group and create brilliance together. As soon as Linja finished speaking, a low voice of discussion rang out in the conference room, but soon it returned to silence. Everyone's eyes revealed a complex emotion, some questioning, some surprised, and some admiring. Luli clapped her hands, and everyone immediately followed suit. Linja could see that everyone respected Luli. Although he was the vice president and Luli was just a secretary, in the eyes of these people, Luli's position was obviously more important. Linja knew in his heart that to win their true recognition, he needed to prove himself with practical actions. Luli smiled and nodded, motioning Linja to sit down, then slowly said, I am very moved by Vice President Lin's words, and it also makes me see the future of Yunchang Group. I hope everyone can give him more support and trust, and meet new challenges together. After the meeting, Linja returned to his office and continued to look at the materials Su Yunhua had prepared for him. After the meeting, the content of the meeting spread quickly in Yunchang Group. A 20-year-old boy suddenly controlled a large group with assets of tens of billions, and all kinds of speculations were rampant. Many people misinterpreted Linja's autobiography, saying that he was a speeding car owner, a black boxer, and a gangster. Luli came to the public relations department and was about to enter when she heard the beauties inside talking about Linja. The PR manager simply relayed the content of the meeting to everyone. Xiao Zhang commented, at the age of 20, he has not even fully grown yet and he is already the acting president. This is something I have never seen before. Wang Xia asked, Xiao Zhang, you said that his hair hasn't fully grown at the age of 20, is that possible? How about asking General Lin to take off his pants, and you go and check it yourself to see if his hair has fully grown? The beauties in the public relations department burst into laughter. Luli was so angry that she pushed the door open and yelled at the beauties in the PR department as soon as she entered, you guys have nothing to do, right? You dare to gather together and make irresponsible remarks about the company's leaders. What do you want to do? The PR manager was so scared that he quickly explained, Secretary Lu, they are just talking nonsense, please don't mind it. Luli looked at the PR manager and said sternly, manage your people. Mr. Lin was personally selected by Mr. Shen. If Mr. Shen knew you were talking nonsense, I think you'd be done for. The public relations manager nodded repeatedly and quickly signaled everyone to shut up. The beauties in the public relations department were terrified, as they also knew that the mouth can cause trouble. Luli turned and left. The public relations department suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, secretly alert. Luli returned to the office and sighed inwardly. Linja's road was destined to be bumpy. She also didn't understand what Shin Shuyun was thinking and why he would trust an inexperienced young man so much. When Shin Shuyun was about to take a vacation, Luli suggested that Shin Shuyun hire a professional manager to manage the company. But Shin Shuyun insisted on letting Linja take over despite everyone's objections. Her purpose was to train Linja. Luli didn't expect that an icy beauty like Shin Shuyun was actually a love-brained person. She had spared no effort for Linja. Linja had a general understanding of the company's basic situation. She put down the information and asked Su Yunhua, I looked at the performance of the employees, and the work efficiency should be very good. Su Yunhua nodded and responded, yes, Mr. Lin, the employees are all very hardworking. Mr. Shin has very high requirements for employees, and everyone is used to high standards and strict requirements, so the overall performance has been very stable. However, as market competition intensifies, we still need to further improve efficiency and innovation. Linja pondered for a moment and continued, then we will start by optimizing the process and incentive mechanism to stimulate the team's potential and ensure that we stay ahead in the fierce competition. Su Yunhua nodded in agreement and gained a new understanding of the young president's decisiveness. After get off work, Linja still drives. As soon as he got home, Linja saw Shin Shuyun half leaning on the sofa. He hurried over and kissed her. This was the rule Shin Shuyun had set for him. The first thing he did when he went out was to kiss her. Linja always kept it in mind and dared not forget it. Shin Shuyun stood up and said, "Linja, you've been working all day and you must be tired. You should take a rest first. Luli will accompany me for a walk outside." Linja was a little confused as to why he was not allowed to go with them, and why it was not after the meal but before the meal. But he did not dare to ask and could only follow Shin Shuyun's arrangement. He could only watch Shin Shuyun and Luli walk out the door. Chapter 7, Secret Talk in the Garden. Luli and Shin Shuyun were walking in the garden of the community. Luli knew that Shin Shuyun would be worried about Linja's performance, so she spoke first. "Mr. Shin, Linja may not be as simple as we thought." Shin Shuyun asked curiously, "Why, did you find out that he has any secrets?" Luli thought for a moment and said, "I think he is very talented. He said he has fought in black boxing and raced cars. We can't even imagine these things." Shin Shuyun didn't understand what black boxing meant, so she asked, "Are black boxing killers or gangsters?" Luli introduced, "Black boxing is an illegal activity, usually carried out underground, with no clear rules of the game. Participants may use various cruel methods to hit their opponents to satisfy the audience's pursuit of excitement. Some bosses also invite masters to fight in order to seek excitement or gamble. This kind of competition is not only illegal, but also poses a great threat to the personal safety of the participants. Due to its illegality and great threat to personal safety, black boxing is strictly prohibited." Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment and then asked, "Why did he do this?" "Maybe it's for survival." Luli sighed. "He has lived in a complicated environment since he was a child, maybe this is the only way to find a way out. He said that he was bullied since he was a child, and he had to learn fighting to protect his mother. I guess his kung fu must be very good." Shin Shuyun continued to ask, "Racing is a game for rich people, but he doesn't seem to be rich, so he doesn't have such conditions?" Luli explained, "His driving skills are very good. He just works as a driver to earn a living." Shin Shuyun nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that he has gone through a lot of hardships." She paused. "Perhaps it is these experiences that made him so tenacious." "Yes, his story is both sad and admirable." Luli saw that Shin Shuyun seemed to be in deep thought, so she asked tentatively, "Mr. Shin, you are not really in love with him, are you?" Shin Shuyun sneered and said, "In my heart, he is just my male lover. No, to be precise, he is just my tool. It's just that his performance makes me very satisfied, and I need him." Luli felt very uncomfortable, and she felt sad for Linja. She continued, "Boss Shin, Tianyue Group has encountered a problem with the order." Shin Shuyun frowned and quickly collected his thoughts. "What's the problem?" "Tianyue Group is our most important partner, and there can't be any problems." Luli sighed and said, "Xiao Tianyue is a very difficult person. I visited her 4 times, but she only met with me once. It seems that she has found a partner who is stronger than us." Shin Shuyun said angrily, "This old woman is indeed very difficult to deal with. But who in Qingzhou is stronger than us? It seems that there is no one." Luli said in a deep voice, "Xiao Tianyue mentioned a new company, which is said to have a strong background in leading technology. We don't know the specific situation." Shin Shuyun's eyes shone, and he said coldly, "That is her excuse. Her purpose is to interrupt the cooperation with us. If Tianyue Group interrupts the cooperation, it will have a huge impact on us, and we must not take it lightly." Luli said with some embarrassment, "Boss Shin, this time Xiao Tianyue is determined to break off cooperation with us. But I won't give up." Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment and then continued, "Linja doesn't have much experience. I just want him to speed up his growth, so you have to take more responsibility for work matters." Luli nodded and said, "Thank you for Mr. Shin's trust. I will strictly follow Mr. Shin's instructions." Luli could never understand what Shin Shuyun was thinking, she only knew what she should do. "Boss Shin, the second miss doesn't know that you're pregnant yet. I think this matter can no longer be kept secret." Shin Shuyun smiled and said, "Although Chushue is only my half-sister, she and I have a good relationship and she won't betray me. If she wants to know, then tell her the truth. It's nothing. Luli felt that this was inappropriate, but she had no choice but to do what Shin Shu-yun had decided. Also, what about the second young lady coming to the company for training? Your father has said it several times. I'm really scared. If she comes to the company, it will definitely cause chaos. Shin Shu-yun sighed and said, it's a headache for me too. Try to stop her from entering the company. If she wants to play, let her have fun and don't bother us. Luli knew Shin Shu-yun's temper very well, so she had to answer cautiously, I will try my best, Mr. Shin. But the second young lady has always been willful, I'm afraid she won't give up easily. Shin Shu-yun seemed a little impatient. Then let her be willful, it's best if she doesn't interfere in the company's affairs. After a moment of silence, Shin Shu-yun continued, Luli, you have followed me for so long, you should know my style. You handled the second Mrs. matter properly, and I will remember your contribution. But now, we still have to focus on the problems of Tianjue Group. Luli nodded and quickly adjusted her mindset, I understand. I will handle this matter neatly. I'm hungry, let's go back. Luli hurriedly helped Shin Shu-yun back home. Linja still fed Shin Shu-yun as usual, gave her coffee after meals, helped her bathe, and accompanied her to sleep. Linja always served Shin Shu-yun carefully and did everything he could to make her happy. In the company, everyone was busy, only Linja had nothing to do. He went to various departments to inspect, and everyone was very polite to him. But he could see that they were just dealing with him, and no one respected him. Su Yunhua came in and said to Linja, Boss Lin, Secretary Lu and the others are back in disgrace again. Linja didn't know what was going on. He asked curiously, what's going on? Su Yunhua explained, Tianjue Group is the largest partner of Yunchang Group. Now Tianjue Group wants to terminate its cooperation with Yunchang Group. Secretary Lu and others have talked to Tianjue Group several times, but all failed. This morning, they returned empty-handed again. It seems that this cooperation is hopeless. Linja frowned and asked, is the cooperation with Tianjue Group so important? Su Yunhua nodded and answered solemnly, yes, Mr. Lin. Tianjue Group is an important partner of mine, but the president of Tianjue Group, Xiao Tianjue, is a well-known big devil. This person is not easy to mess with. After hearing this, Linja fell into deep thought. He knew that the company was facing difficulties, but he did not expect the problem to be so serious. Su Yunhua glanced at Linja, who was in deep thought, and then carefully reminded him, Boss Lin, you are involved in this matter. We can't afford to offend Tianjue Group. Linja pondered for a moment and asked, what do you think will happen if I win the order from Tianjue Group? Su Yunhua was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Boss Lin, you are joking, this is extremely difficult. Of course, if Boss Lin can get this order, it will be a big turnaround for the company, and Boss Shin and the entire board of directors will look at you with new eyes. However, this is almost an impossible task. Xiao Tianyue's decision-making has always been rigorous, and her requirements are also very demanding. Chapter 8 He wants to go, no one can stop him. After hearing this, Linja's eyes flashed with determination. Secretary Su, I know it's not easy, but someone has to try. I want to give it a try. Su Yunhua understood that she was just a small assistant and she couldn't stop the boss from doing what he wanted to do. Linja came to Luli's office. Luli stood up and asked, Vice President Lin, is there anything? Linja smiled and asked, Secretary Lu, what's going on with Tianjue Group? Luli introduced the cooperation with Tianjue Group in detail, as well as the details of the failure of the recent rounds of negotiations. Luli said helplessly, Vice President Lin, they seem to have lost confidence in us, and all the proposals we put forward have been rejected. I can't explain to President Shun. Secretary Lu, as the vice president of the company, I have the responsibility and obligation to solve this problem. I plan to go to Tianjue Group in person and talk to Xiao Tianjue. Maybe I can find a way to solve the problem. Luli looked at Linja and found it funny, but Shin Shuyan believed in him so much that Luli decided to give him a chance. She nodded and said, Okay, Vice President Lin, I support your determination. But please be careful, Xiao Tianjue is not someone you want to mess with. After saying that, Luli handed the materials to Linja. Linja took the materials, went back to the office to browse through them, and then went to Tianjue Group. Su Yunhua said, Boss Lin, I'll go with you. Linja shook his head and said, No need, you go do your thing, I'll go alone. Since Xiao Tianjue is not easy to deal with, he is afraid that if Su Yunhua goes there, something unexpected will happen. Seeing Linja was about to leave, Su Yunhua was still worried, so she hurriedly said, Boss Lin, do you want to reconsider this? If you don't go, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you go and things go wrong, that won't look good. Lin Jia smiled and said, is it important? After saying that, Lin Jia left. Su Yunhua smiled awkwardly and said to himself, isn't this important? Suddenly, Su Yunhua felt something was wrong, and she quickly went to Lu Li's office. When Lu Li saw Su Yunhua coming in a panic, she already thought that Lin Jia had gone to find Xiao Tianyue. She raised her hand to signal Su Yunhua to stop talking. Su Yunhua didn't understand what Lu Li meant, but she still expressed her thoughts. Secretary Lu, Mr. Lin has just taken office, and he can't handle this matter. The senior executives in the company already have opinions about him. If this matter fails, his image in the company will be greatly reduced. Also, how will the Shin family view him? Speaking of the Shin family, Lu Li was shocked. The Shin family doesn't know about Lin Jun and Shin Chuyun's affair, and they must look down on Lin Jia. If Lin Jia stepped forward and messed things up, the Shin family would be even less able to see him clearly. If the Shin family saw Shin Chuyun employing a young man without any background, they would definitely think that Lin Jia was Shin Chuyun's adopted gigolo. The family might doubt Shin Chuyun's motives, and Shin Chuyun's position in the company would be affected. But what could Lu Li do? She could only call Shin Chuyun and tell her that Lin Jia went to find Xiao Tianyue. After hearing what Lu Li said, Shin Chuyun said angrily, didn't I tell you to let him practice slowly and not rush for success? How could you let him go find that female devil? Lu Li hurriedly explained, Boss Shin, he wants to go, I can't stop him. After thinking about it, Shin Chuyun felt that what Lu Li said made sense. Now he can only let him go, okay, let him try. When he hits a wall, he will turn back. Lu Li felt relieved when she heard Shin Chuyun say this. In this way, no one could blame her if anything happened to Lin Jia. Lin Jia drove to the gate of Tianyue Group and looked up at the towering building. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and walked into the building. The front desk stopped Lin Jia and asked, Sir, who are you looking for? Lin Jia replied calmly, I want to see your CEO Qiao. The receptionist then asked, do you have an appointment? Lin Jia's brain was working rapidly. He didn't have an appointment. If he was honest, he probably wouldn't be able to see Xiao Tianyue today. He suddenly had an idea and said, Boss Qiao and I have already made an appointment. The receptionist glanced at Lin Jia and asked, what's your name, sir? Lin Jia answered truthfully, Lin Jia, acting president of Yunxiang Group. When the receptionist heard this, she showed a surprised expression on her face. She probably didn't believe Lin Jia's words. Lin Jia looked like he hadn't completely gotten rid of his childishness. How could he be the president of Yunxiang Group? Lin Jia saw the doubts of the receptionist, and he continued, if you don't believe me, you can call Yunxiang Group to verify my identity. The receptionist politely asked Lin Jia to sit down on the sofa and rest first, and then called Xiao Tianyue to verify. The receptionist was talking on the phone while looking at Lin Jia. The distance was a bit far, so Lin Jia couldn't hear what the receptionist was saying, but her behavior was very strange. Lin Jia remained calm, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. He didn't have an appointment at all. As long as the receptionist called Xiao Tianyue to verify, the truth would be revealed. But after the receptionist hung up the phone, her attitude immediately became respectful. She walked up to Lin Jia and said politely, please, sir. Miss Qiao is in the office on the 8th floor. She is waiting for you in the office. Lin Jia was very surprised. He thought he had misheard. The receptionist's sudden respectfulness towards him surprised Lin Jia. He didn't know what was going on. But he immediately regained his composure, smiled and nodded in thanks, then walked towards the elevator with steady steps. The elevator reached the 8th floor. Lin Jia stepped out of the elevator door, looking at the house number as he walked. I came to an office at the end of the corridor, with a sign above the door that read President's Office. Lin Jia knocked on the door gently, and a pleasant voice came from inside, come in. Lin Jia pushed the door open and entered. In front of him was a large and luxurious office. Behind a huge mahogany desk sat a very beautiful and elegant woman who looked to be in her 30s. Women nowadays are very good at putting on makeup, and their actual age can't be seen at all. Is Xiao Tianyue a woman? Lin Jia was confused. He didn't ask whether Xiao Tianyue was a man or a woman, but this name should be a man's name. But there was a beautiful woman sitting in the president's office. Lin Jia walked up to the woman, nodded politely and said, hello, President Xiao. The woman looked up at Lin Jia, her eyes almost gleaming with gold. She quickly calmed down, smiled slightly and said, you said you are the acting president of Yunchang Group? Yes, Mr. Chow. Lin Zhou answered calmly, I am here on behalf of Yunchang Group to discuss cooperation matters. Xiao Tianyue chuckled and said, You dare to claim to be the president of Yunchang Group before your hair has even grown out. You dare to lie to the receptionist without an appointment. Tell me, what is your purpose? Lin Zhou felt that there was hope. He only saw curiosity on Xiao Tianyue's face, not anger. Chapter 9 You are much more beautiful than I thought. Lin Zhou thought, since Xiao Tianyue thought that he hadn't even grown all his hair yet, he had no choice but to cheat. Sister Xiao, I'm already 20 years old, an adult, how could I not have grown all my hair yet? Sister Xiao is such a big shot, she definitely won't be able to get a spot for me by appointment, so I can only outsmart her. Xiao Tianyue scolded, You are so smart, you little brat. But do you know why I still want to see you? Lin Zhou really didn't know. He thought about it, but couldn't come up with a suitable answer, but he had to answer. Lin Zhou could only talk nonsense, Sister Xiao must have seen my sincerity. Go to hell. Xiao Tianyue interrupted Lin Zhou, smiled, and continued, The front desk told me that there was a kid pretending to be the president of Yunchang Group, and said that this kid was very handsome. I was curious, so I met you. Lin Zhou felt something was wrong. If he was just out of curiosity, then cooperation would probably be difficult. What should I do? Lin Zhou asked himself. After thinking about it, he felt that he could only talk, so that Xiao Tianyue would be interested in continuing to chat with him. Sister Xiao, now that you've seen the real thing, are you disappointed? Xiao Tianyue smiled and said, You little brat is really handsome. I like you very much. Xiao Tianyue's words surprised Lin Zhou. His idea was on the right track, as this was exactly the topic Xiao Tianyue liked. Don't talk about cooperation first. Make Xiao Tianyue happy first, and then slowly lead the topic to cooperation. Sister Xiao, you are much more beautiful than I thought. Xiao Tianyue smiled brightly, Little brat, have you heard of me? Lin Zhou said seriously, It is rumored that the president of Tianyue Group is not only beautiful, but also resourceful and powerful. She is a powerful figure in the business world and a domineering and beautiful president. I just admire President Xiao, so I came here because of her reputation. Xiao Tianyue asked curiously, You are only 20 years old and you are the president of Yunchang Group. Tell me, what is your relationship with Shin Chuyun? Lin Zhou knew that this topic could never be avoided. Anyone who knew Shin Chuyun would ask such a soul-searching question. Therefore, Lin Zhou had already thought of a countermeasure. Sister Xiao, I met Mr. Shin when I was in college. Mr. Shin is in poor health now and is recuperating. I am only acting as the company's president temporarily. When Mr. Shin recovers, I will return the position of president to him. Xiao Tianyue certainly didn't believe Lin Zhou's one-sided statement. She continued to ask, You are only 20 years old. At your age, you are either in school or in the game room. It is rare to be the president of a group with tens of billions of assets. I am still very curious. Lin Zhou explained, Sister Xiao, you don't know me. I was born in a poor family. After my mother passed away, I became an orphan. Children of poor families have to grow up early. I paid for my college tuition by working part-time. I went to school while working. I'm only 20 years old, but I've experienced things that many people may never experience in their lifetime. Mr. Shin is attracted by my experience and ability. Xiao Tianyue did not continue to ask, he knew that Lin Zhou's experience should be true. She herself was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and it was impossible for her to experience these things. Xiao Tianyue smiled and said, You are very cute. Sister likes you. Lin Zhou was secretly happy that his sad scene had touched Xiao Tianyue. He followed Xiao Tianyue's words and said, Since Sister Xiao likes me so much, then there will be no problem with our cooperation, right? Xiao Tianyue put away his smile and said seriously, Cooperation is no joke and requires serious consideration. Luli has come to negotiate with me many times, but I don't think your Yunchang Group has any advantages. Lin Zhou was well prepared. He handed the information he had prepared in advance to Xiao Tianyue and introduced the advantages of Yunchang Group in detail. Our Yunchang Group has rich experience and advanced technology in the industry. Our products are of high quality, reasonably priced, and provide thoughtful services. The cooperation in the past few years has been smooth. Why Tianyue Group suddenly terminated the cooperation? This does not make sense. Xiao Tianyue listened to Lin Zhou's introduction while flipping through the information. She nodded from time to time to show her approval of Lin Zhou's words. After listening to Linja's introduction, Xiao Tianyue pondered for a moment and then said, "You are only taking over the position of president temporarily, and I guess it won't be for too long. You don't have to work so hard." Linja smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, you don't know how difficult it is for someone like me who has no background to gain a foothold in such a big city. Every step I take must be harder and more devoting than others. This opportunity is very important to me now, and I can't let it slip through my fingers. Mr. Shen has given me trust, and I must repay this trust with achievements." Xiao Tianyue was silent for a moment. She understood Linja's persistence and difficulty, and finally said, "I understand, Linja. But now I can't promise you to have dinner with me tonight." Linja pretended to be very touched and said, "Sister Xiao invited me to dinner. I am really flattered. I am happy to do it." Xiao Tianyue took the initiative to pour water for Linja, and the two began to chat about their lives and work. During the conversation, Xiao Tianyue revealed her personal admiration for Linja. Linja skillfully expressed his enthusiasm for work and his trust in Xiao Tianyue. Xiao Tianyue brought her secretary and went to a famous Western restaurant in the city center with Linja. Under the soft light, the three of them sat by the window. Xiao Tianyue ordered a steak, while Linja chose his favorite seafood platter. Linja's secretary ordered a salad. At the table, they talked about their respective views on food, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and happy. Linja skillfully interspersed his outlook and confidence in future cooperation in the conversation. Xiao Tianyue seemed to be thinking about it but did not give a clear response. Linja realized that Xiao Tianyue was always vague in her statement and was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Despite this, Linja was not discouraged. He knew that Xiao Tianyue was testing him. Xiao Tianyue did not explicitly refuse to cooperate, which meant that there was still a chance. And the chance was great. But he didn't know what kind of opportunity or conditions Xiao Tianyue was waiting for. After the meal, Xiao Tianyue asked her secretary to pay the bill, and the three of them walked out of the restaurant together. Xiao Tianyue smiled and said to Linja, "I see your efforts, but cooperation is not a joke. It takes more time to consider and evaluate. Let's talk next time." Linja nodded and responded, "Of course, Sister Xiao. I'll listen to you. Cooperation is just a byproduct. My main purpose is to get to know Sister Xiao. My goal has been achieved. The rest is not important." Linja used a tactic of playing hard to get. Xiao Tianyue was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, "Little brat, you have a lot on your mind. I misunderstood you." After saying that, Xiao Tianyue turned around and hugged Linja. She pressed her body tightly against Linja. Linja felt Xiao Tianyue's soft body. He used a little more strength and the two bodies pressed closer. Xiao Tianyue whispered softly in Linja's ear, "Sister likes you. I like my sister, too." Linja also responded softly in Xiao Tianyue's ear. His lips had already touched Xiao Tianyue's ear. He could already feel Xiao Tianyue's heartbeat, which was very fast. Chapter 10. She is the devil in the business world. Linja slowly loosened his hand, but Xiao Tianyue did not let go immediately. After a long while, Xiao Tianyue finally let go of Linja. A complex emotion flashed across her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, "Let's continue to discuss cooperation in detail next time." Linja nodded gently, his heart full of anticipation. Watching Xiao Tianyue's car going farther and farther away, Linja felt that he was one step closer to success. But he also had a hunch that he might be playing with fire. This feeling made him excited and nervous, as if he was standing on the edge of a cliff and would fall into the abyss if he was not careful. In the midst of fear, he felt an inexplicable excitement and stimulation. This feeling reminded him of his childhood in the village. In the cold winter, those village bullies were defeated by his iron fist and were so scared that they crawled into the icy river one by one. When he said stand up, those village bullies stood up from the water. When he said squat, those village bullies buried their bodies in the water. He still can't forget the excitement and pleasure when they surrendered to him. The feeling of victory is like plum blossoms blooming in the cold wind, with a bitter fragrance. When Linja returned home, Shin Shuyun did not lie lazily on the sofa like before, but stood up and came forward to kiss Linja. Linja was a little flattered. He didn't know why Shin Shuyun suddenly became so enthusiastic and his temperament changed drastically. She quickly helped Shin Shuyun sit down, gently stroked her belly and said, "Boss Shin, how do you feel?" Shin Shuyun reached out and stroked Linja's cheek and asked, "Did you go to find Xiao Tianyue?" Linja was surprised. Shin Shuyun knew about his visit to Chao Tianyue so quickly. It seemed that his every move was under Shin Shuyun's control. After all, Lu Li was Shin Shuyun's person. Maybe his assistant and secretary Su Yunhua was also sent by Shin Shuyun to monitor him. Lin Jia knew the depth and coldness behind Shin Shuyun's smile, and he was even more aware of the conspiracy behind Shin Shuyun's initiative. He thought for a moment and explained, "Boss Shin, I just joined the company and became the vice president. If I don't make some achievements, the employees will not obey my management." Shin Shuyun got angry when he heard this. "I will tell anyone who dares to look down on you to get out." Seeing that Miss Shin Shuyun was angry again, he quickly explained, "Boss Shin, I just want to do a good job for you and contribute my part to the prosperity of Yunxiang Group." Shin Shuyun couldn't help laughing. She patted Lin Jia's cheek and said, "This kind of words are only written in books. Don't take them seriously in real life." Lin Jia hurriedly expressed his loyalty to Shin Shuyun. "Boss Shin, I just want to do your job well and repay your kindness. What I said is the truth, not empty words." Shin Shuyun doesn't care what Lin Jia does. She just wants Lin Jia to listen to her in everything. She thinks that as long as Lin Jia keeps the company running normally, the relevant person in charge will take care of the business expansion. "Lin Jia, you can't mess with an old woman like Chao Tianyue. She's known as the female devil in the business world. She's already 54 years old, but she still dresses herself up like a little girl every day. Don't mess with her. Let Lu Li handle the cooperation with Tianyue Group, and don't get involved." Shin Shuyun's words surprised Lin Jia. Xiao Tianyue was actually 54 years old, 5 years older than his adoptive mother. He didn't look like a man in his 50s at all. City people are really good at taking care of themselves. In the countryside, women in their 50s are already considered old. Lin Jia nodded, but he was thinking about his own plan in his mind. He didn't want to be completely manipulated by Shin Shuyun. He knows that to survive in this business world, he must have his own means and strategies. He naturally had some concerns about Xiao Tianyue's qualifications and methods, but from today's contact, Xiao Tianyue was not as scary as Shin Shuyun said, some female devil. In Lin Jia's eyes, she was just a very beautiful woman. Xiao Tianyue did not refuse directly, nor did she say that she wanted to cooperate with other businesses, which proved that Xiao Tianyue was still testing him. He estimated that Xiao Tianyue would call him soon and ask him to meet to discuss further cooperation. Lin Jia was convinced that his charm and sincerity could impress Xiao Tianyue. "Lin Jia, I'm hungry, let's eat." Sitting at the dining table, although Shin Shuyun also picked up food for herself, Lin Jia kept picking up her favorite dishes and feeding them into her mouth. Shin Shuyun was quite satisfied with Lin Jia's attentiveness and thoughtfulness, which could be seen from her facial expression. Lin Jia's goal is to make Shin Shuyun satisfied with him and to make herself happy. "I'm almost full if you feed me like this," Shin Shuyun said with a smile. She seemed to feel much more relaxed because of the meal. Lin Jia picked up another piece of meat and said, "Don't forget that you are feeding 2 people with 1 mouth now, eat more." Shin Shuyun happily opened her mouth and ate the meat that Lin Jia fed her. After dinner, Shin Shuyun asked Lin Jia to rest and asked Lu Li to accompany her for a walk. Lin Jia knew that this was deliberately arranged by Shin Shuyun. Lu Li was her confidant, and she would take this opportunity to listen to Lu Li's report every day so that she could keep abreast of the company's developments. Shin Shuyun and Lu Li walked into the garden. Shin Shuyun suddenly stopped and looked at a flower bush in the distance. She whispered to Lu Li, "What do you think of Lin Jia?" Lu Li found it difficult to answer this question. To be honest, she didn't know Lin Jia very well, especially his management ability. "Mr. Shin, I haven't known Lin Jia for a long time, especially in terms of work. I don't know him very well, so I can't make an accurate evaluation yet. But based on my current observations, Lin Jia seems to be very organized in handling affairs and pays close attention to details. Perhaps he is too confident, so he wants to interfere in the affairs of Tianyue Group." Shin Shuyun nodded. She understood that Lu Li's point of view made some sense. Lin Jia does have great potential, but his self-confidence may also become a hidden danger. "I understand, Lu Li. You continue to pay attention to his movements, but don't be too obvious. I don't want him to feel uncomfortable. Pay more attention to the affairs of Tianyue Group. I'm afraid that he will stumble over this issue, which will affect his enthusiasm and cause him to have an inferiority complex. This is a common trait of Phoenix men. Lu Li was very surprised. In Shin Shuyun's eyes, Lin Jia was a Phoenix man. In fact, Phoenix man is a complimenting term, but Lu Li always feels that this title does not sound good. Luli didn't know what kind of role Linja played in Shin Shuyun's mind, so he asked tentatively, "Boss Shin, are you going to live with Linja for the rest of your life? Your social status is too different. If you really do this, will it affect your reputation?" Shin Shuyun smiled gently and asked, "Do you think Linja is handsome?" Luli told the truth, "Very handsome." Shin Shuyun thought thoughtfully, "It's a pleasure to let such a young and handsome man be my canary. I can give him status and money, but he and I can only be married in secret, and my image as a jade girl will never change." Luli felt that Shin Shuyun's idea was a bit simplistic, so she continued to ask, "Boss Shin, what will happen to your child in the future? As time goes by, your affair with Linja will eventually be exposed." Chapter 11. A man can bend and stretch. Shin Shuyun disagreed, "You must help me keep it a secret. As for the child, I will not recognize her, she can only call me aunt. Once the matter between Linja and me is exposed, Linja will have to leave my life." Luli found it difficult to understand Shin Shuyun's words. Was this still the way a normal woman thought? She didn't even recognize her own biological daughter. This was too heartless. She knew that Shin Shuyun was arrogant, but she didn't expect Shin Shuyun to be so heartless. Shin Shuyun continued, "I will give my child the best life, but she is just Linja's daughter." Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment and then continued, "I am very satisfied with Linja. He obeys me in everything and gives me the greatest satisfaction both mentally and physically. Especially in bed, he is very strong and can make me feel very comfortable every time." Luli understood that Linja was just Shin Shuyun's plaything, and it was really appropriate to call him her canary. But there will come a day when you get tired of playing with toys. I wonder if Shin Shuyun has ever thought about this problem. Luli knew that there were only two conditions for maintaining a relationship between a man and a woman. One was a marriage relationship, the other was children. But Linja is just Shin Shuyun's canary, plaything, their status will never be on the same platform. Even if Shin Shuyun gives Linja a status, their status will never change qualitatively. The most important thing is that Shin Shuyun doesn't even recognize her own daughter, so how can she care about Linja's feelings? Therefore, there will be no solid foundation between them. As for the physical satisfaction that Shin Shuyun mentioned, any man can do it, and Linja is not the only irreplaceable one. Qingzhou has a population of tens of millions, and there are many handsome men. With a beauty like Shin Shuyun, it is easy for her to find a young and handsome man. Luli continued to ask, "Boss Shin, Linja is eager to show himself, what should we do?" Shin Shuyun just smiled coldly and said, "He is very inferior now. He wants to show himself eagerly. It is understandable, but he must stop at the right time, otherwise it will backfire. Do you understand what I mean?" Luli nodded and said, "I understand. I will create opportunities for him to perform." Shin Shuyun nodded with satisfaction. What she was most satisfied with about Luli was that she had a very useful brain. It was not difficult to talk to her at all. She could understand the whole thing just by mentioning the beginning. For Linja, the more polite Shin Shuyun was, the more scared he became. He didn't know what Shin Shuyun was thinking. Looking back at the situation half a year ago, the nightclub owner warned Linja that Shin Shuyun was very distinguished and someone he could never afford to offend. So, when Shin Shuyun, taking advantage of his drunkenness, wanted to perform the Zhougong ceremony with Linja, Linja did not dare to disobey and could only do as Shin Shuyun asked. Shin Shuyun was breathtakingly beautiful, but Linja completed the task in a complex state of mind mixed with fear and desire. Even today, he still feels scared when he and Shin Shuyun have sex, but mostly it is a kind of enjoyment. After all, Shin Shuyun is the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou. Sleeping with such a beauty is what many men dream of, and Linja can get her so easily. How can he not be lucky? After Shin Shuyun finished taking a shower, Linja carried her to the bed and then took a shower himself. When Linja came back from the shower, Shin Shuyun put his arm around his neck and said, "Let's take a shower together from now on, okay?" Linja didn't dare to say no. He pretended to be very happy and said, "As long as Mr. Shin likes it, I'm willing to do it." After Shin Shuyun heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She stroked Linja's cheek and said softly, "You are really sensible. I am very satisfied." Linja was secretly glad in his heart. He could feel that Shin Shuyun's attitude towards him was gradually changing, which made him nervous and excited. He knew that as long as he could make Shin Shuyun happy, his position in Qingzhou would be more stable. So, he tried harder to please Shin Shuyun, hoping to gain more favor from her. Shin Shuyun smiled and asked, "Linja, you wouldn't mind if I ask you to do this, right?" Linja saw the coldness behind Shin Shuyun's smiling face. Of course, he had his own opinion about Shin Shuyun's arrogance and rudeness. He was a real man, but he was ordered around by a woman, and he had to accept it and put on a smile and act like a grandson. How could he not have any opinion? But what can Lin Jia do? Without Shin Shuyun, he is nothing. Although Shin Shuyun has not discussed salary with him yet, he believes that Shin Shuyun will not treat him unfairly. Now it is difficult for Lin Zhizhong to understand Huang Xinran's painstaking efforts. He does not hate Huang Xinran at all. Huang Xinran found a greasy uncle who was 17 years older than her, while Lin Jia met the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou, whose worth was far beyond the reach of Huang Xinran's BMW driving man. Lin Jia knew very well that gaining Shin Shuyun's favor was the cornerstone for his foothold in Qingzhou and also the springboard for his rapid success. The most important thing is that he and Shin Shuyun have a daughter, and his fate will be closely linked to Shin Shuyun. Thinking of this, Lin Jia felt relieved. A man can bend and stretch. For Shin Shuyun and the daughter in her belly, Lin Jia felt that it was nothing to suffer a little grievance. Lin Jia began to provide Shin Shuyun with all-round services, caressing and kissing her gently. Every move made Shin Shuyun unable to stop. Lin Jia knew that Shin Shuyun's passion had been fully aroused, and he began his final move. Lin Jia let Shin Shuyun rest her head on his right hand, and gently stroked her bulging belly with his left hand. He could already feel the fetal movement inside. When Lin Jia was still in college, he could hear some couples in love calling each other husband and wife. He wished Shin Shuyun could call him husband, and he also wanted to call Shin Shuyun wife. But no matter what the occasion, including when they were passionate, Shin Shuyun always just called him by his name, Lin Jia. Lin Jia himself only dared to call him Mr. Shin. It was dawn and Lin Jia wanted to get up. Shin Shuyun suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Lin Jia, I want it again. Let's do it again." Lin Jia was speechless. He had come 3 times last night and he had to go to work, but he dared not disobey Shin Shuyun's request. He could only lie down again and hug Shin Shuyun to start the foreplay. By the time Lin Jia finished washing up and returned to the living room, it was already past 8 o'clock. Luli seemed to be waiting anxiously. "Vice President Lin, why did you get up just now? Did you oversleep? Have breakfast quickly, I still have to go to Tianyue Group." Lin Jia was in great pain. He was exhausted by Shin Shuyun's torture. Who could he turn to for justice? After breakfast, the two hurried to the company. After arriving at the company, Luli said she was going to Tianyue Group, and Lin Jia gave Luli the key to the Maybach. As soon as Lin Jia arrived at the office, his secretary Su Yunhua was busy making tea for him. Soon, a hot cup of green tea was brought to Lin Jia. After Su Yunhua put down his teacup, he asked with concern, "Boss Lin, did you meet Boss Chiao when you went to Tianyue Group yesterday?" Lin Jia didn't know what Su Yunhua's motive was. Was he concerned? Or was he asking him about the situation at Shin Shuyun's behest? When he returned home last night, Shin Shuyun did not ask him about the specific situation. He thought for a while and said, "I did not go to Tianyue Group yesterday. I went somewhere else." Su Yunhua hesitated to speak. She probably wanted to find out where Lin Jia had gone, but she didn't dare to ask in the end. Chapter 12, Intense Family Infighting. Su Yunhua knew how risky it was to ask this question. Lin Jia didn't care, it was okay. If Lin Jia wanted to be serious, then what right did she, a small secretary, have to ask about the leader's whereabouts? Su Yunhua could only change the subject. "Boss Lin, Secretary Liu has taken the Public Relations Department to Tianyue Group to discuss cooperation projects again." Lin Jia pretended to be indifferent and picked up the information in front of him and started reading. Seeing that Lin Jia ignored her, Su Yunhua could only do her own thing boringly. Tianyue Group. Xiao Tianyue received a call from her secretary, who told her that Lu Li from Yunshan Group had come with his team again. Xiao Tianyue said impatiently, "Tell them that I am busy and ask them not to come again in the future." The secretary said to Lu Li, "Mr. Xiao said that you don't need to come anymore. Tianyue Group has found a new partner." Lu Li argued, "I want to meet Mr. Xiao. Yunshan Group is the best partner of Tianyue Group. I don't know why Tianyue Group suddenly abandoned Yunshan Group and looked for a new partner." The secretary explained impatiently, "It is Tianyue Group's right to decide who to cooperate with. There is no need to explain it to Yunshan Group." Lu Li was unwilling to give up, and said firmly, "Please tell Mr. Qiao that Yunshan Group is willing to provide more favorable cooperation conditions. I hope you can reconsider." The secretary responded coldly, "Mr. Qiao's decision cannot be changed. Please go back." Lu Li had no choice but to leave with her team, but she secretly made up her mind to find out the details of Tianyu Group's new partner. Shin Group headquarters. Shen Hai was reviewing the company's latest financial report with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about some important decision. There was a sudden knock on the office door, and his assistant Li Yun walked in and reported to him in a low voice, "Mr. Shin, Lu Li's team from Yunxiang Group was defeated again by Tianyu Group, and Lu Li seemed very frustrated. I guess Tianyu Group will completely cut off cooperation with Yunxiang Group." After listening to the report, Shen Hai pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "When will Tianyu Group sign a cooperation agreement with us?" Li Yun hesitated for a moment and then said, "Mr. Chow's secretary said that Mr. Chow has not yet made a final decision." Shen Hai said angrily, "You keep saying it's going to be soon, what? It's been more than half a month and it hasn't been finalized yet. Do you think it's going to be soon?" Li Yun was so scared that she hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, Mr. Chow seems to have some concerns, but if we deny Yunxiang Group, then we are the strongest among the remaining opponents. Who else can defeat Tianyu Group but us?" Shen Hai nodded and looked up at Li Yun's proud peak. Li Yun hurriedly sat on Shen Hai's thighs, pressed her plump curves against his chest, and whispered, "Boss Shen, your sister Shen Chuyun is not feeling well and is on vacation. She hired a freshly graduated college student to manage the company on her behalf." After hearing this, Shen Hai stretched out his hand and rubbed Li Yun's softness, and asked, "Did Shen Chuyun take the wrong medicine? What does she want to do?" Li Yun explained, "I heard that the college student is called Linja. He is only 20 years old and very handsome. He is probably Shen Chuyun's little licker, or Shen Chuyun's canary." Shen Hai stopped, thought for a moment and said, "Impossible, Shen Chuyun is not that kind of person. She thinks she is noble, and no man can catch her eye." "Your information is wrong." Li Yun was not sure, this was just a guess. She continued, "There is no real evidence, but Su Yunhua has stayed by Linja's side, monitoring his every move. I guess we will get evidence soon." Shen Hai said seriously, "Li Yun, I have spent a lot of time and money on you, please don't mess it up for me. My biggest competitor is Shen Chuyun. Only by destroying her Yunxiang Group can the Shin Group finally fall into my hands." Li Yun nodded quickly, "I understand, Mr. Shen. I will definitely live up to your expectations of me." Shen Hai's eyes were cold as he continued, "Keep a close eye on Linja and report any disturbances. At the same time, step up your public relations efforts with President Xiao and make sure to finalize the cooperation agreement as soon as possible." Li Yun leaned close to him and responded softly, "Don't worry, Mr. Shin, I will do my best." The two men's eyes met, and the air was filled with a mixture of power and desire. Shen Hai gently placed his hand on Li Yun's waist and said in a low voice, "Remember, details determine success or failure. The cooperation with Tianyu Group cannot afford to fail. This is a key step for us to weaken Yunxiang Group. We can only succeed and not fail. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Shen Chuyun has been completely bewitched by her young hunk. I guess she has completely lost her fighting spirit." As she spoke, Li Yun began to take off her clothes. Shen Hai carried Li Yun to the desk and went all out. Under his attack, Li Yun gasped and her eyes were blurred. After Lu Li returned to Yunxiang Group, she was unhappy because she knew that the possibility of cooperating with Tianyu Group was very slim. Su Yunhua found out that Lu Li and her team had broken up with the Tianyu Group, and he was secretly delighted. She immediately went to Linja's office and saw that Linja was still buried in the documents. She asked tentatively, "Boss Lin, I heard that Secretary Lu and the others failed again. I guess the cooperation between Yunxiang Group and Tianyu Group is completely hopeless." Linja pretended to be indifferent, "I don't know about these things. I just took office and I can't do anything. Let it go." Su Yunhua's eyes flashed with cunning, and he said softly, "Boss Lin, you are too modest. With your talent, you will definitely be able to turn the tide. Why don't we join forces? Maybe we can find a new breakthrough." Linja was very surprised by Su Yunhua's words. He didn't know what Su Yunhua was trying to say. She wanted him, the acting president, to join forces with a small assistant like her? What did she want to do? Linja could tell that there must be a deeper meaning behind Su Yunhua's proposal. He could only pretend to be confused. What talent do I have? I don't know anyone in Tianyu Group, and I can't even get in. Forget it, I've had too much tea, I need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, Linja walked towards the bathroom. When he passed by the door of Lu Li's office, he saw that the door was ajar and Lu Li was talking on the phone. Linja leaned in to listen and she realized that Lu Li was talking on the phone with Shen Chuyun. "Mr. Shen, if the cooperation with Tianyu Group is interrupted, then the performance of Yunxiang Group will be greatly affected. In this case, the advantage of the eldest son will be more obvious. Mr. Shin, you will eventually lose the support of the shareholders of Shin Group. Lin Jia didn't understand what Shin Shuyun said on the phone, but he could feel that Shin Shuyun interrupted Lu Li's words. She seemed very angry. Lu Li continued, Boss Shin, Tianyue Group is the largest partner of Yunxiang Group, and we can't find a replacement right away. Mr. Shin, I will continue to look for new partners. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Jia knew someone was coming, and he hurried to the bathroom. While Lin Jia was urinating, he was still thinking about Tianyue Group. It seemed that cooperation with Tianyue Group was very important. He could vaguely hear that the Shun Group was large, with fierce internal struggles, and Shin Shuyun's position was precarious. If they could promote cooperation, they might be able to turn the situation around. Chapter 13 Shin Shuyun got angry. Lin Jia had been thinking about the cooperation with Tianyue Group so much that after urinating, he had not reacted in time and kept in the posture of peeing. It was not until a cool breeze blew by that he suddenly came back to his senses. Seeing an employee who was peeing nearby staring at him with strange eyes, Lin Jia awkwardly straightened his clothes and hurriedly left the bathroom. Back in the office, Lin Jia was still thinking about Tianyue Group. He can't do anything now. Xiao Tianyue said that she would take the initiative to find him. Now, what else can he do except wait patiently? But if he kept waiting, would he miss the opportunity? Lin Jia was anxious. He wanted to take the initiative, but he was afraid of angering Xiao Tianyue. There was really no other way, Lin Jia could only wait. At this time, Su Yunhua came in and said to Lin Jia, Boss Lin, the employees outside are talking about you having prostatitis. What did you do in the bathroom just now? Lin Jia was so embarrassed. He was just distracted and didn't put away his weapon in time after peeing. How did it become a prostate problem? These employees really love to gossip. Don't listen to their nonsense. Su Yunhua wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, so he could only agree, Boss Lin is so handsome, how could he have prostatitis? Lin Jia was also helpless. What does this have to do with appearance? Shanghai doesn't have the patience of Lin Jia. As long as the cooperation agreement with Tianyue Group is not signed, he will not be able to let go. He really can't wait any longer. He carefully planned to pry Tianyue Group away from Yunxiang Group. This is the most effective way to defeat Shin Shuyun. Li Yun was still immersed in the pleasure brought to her by Shanhai's violent output just now, when she was suddenly pushed away by Shanhai. Mr. Shen. Shut up, prepare the materials, and come with me to Tianyue Group immediately. Li Yun could only tidy up her clothes and put on makeup as quickly as possible. She knew that Shanhai liked to play with women and she was just Shanhai's plaything, but Shanhai brought her huge benefits. For the sake of money, she could only flatter Shanhai and meet his every request. After completing all the preparations, Li Yun contacted Xiao Tianyue's secretary Qin Shuya. Qin Shuya told Li Yun that Xiao Tianyue was in the office and she would arrange a meeting for them, but she couldn't guarantee the success or failure, nor did she dare to intercede for Shanhai. Xiao Tianyue is a notorious female devil in Qingzhou. Her methods are well known in the industry. Her secretary certainly knows the interests involved. Although she is a good friend of Li Yun, she dare not make any presumptuous moves. Shanhai and Li Yun came to Tianyue Group, and Qin Shuya took them directly to Xiao Tianyue's office. When Xiao Tianyue saw the secretary bringing Shanhai and Li Yun in, there was obvious displeasure on her face. Shanhai hurriedly explained, Mr. Xiao, we came here with sincerity. Please don't blame Secretary Qin. Out of politeness, Xiao Tianyue didn't argue with her secretary. He just pointed to the sofa and said, please sit down. Shanhai did not rush to sit down, but put the cooperation agreement on the table in front of Xiao Tianyue and introduced the cooperation conditions of Hailan Group under Shin's. After listening to Shanhai's introduction, Xiao Tianyue was somewhat puzzled. Boss Shin, I just don't understand. Yunxiang Group and Hailan Group are both Shin's companies. You and Shin Shuyun are cousins. Why do you want to fight against each other? Shanhai smiled awkwardly and said, Boss Xiao, you should have heard something about the Shin family. My grandfather has always firmly controlled the positions of chairman and president of Shin Corporation. My father and uncle have been marginalized, and our generation can only serve as vice presidents of Shin Corporation. After all, my grandfather is old, and in the next few years he will select the president position from our generation. And the strongest people in our generation are Shin Shuyun and me. Xiao Tianyue understood. She smiled faintly and said, I am not interested in your Shin family's affairs, but who can cooperate with Tianyue Group is still to be discussed. Shanhai continued to argue, Mr. Qiao, Hailan Group's conditions are the most favorable. I don't believe that Tianyue Group will give up such favorable conditions. Xiao Tianyue still smiled and said, Mr. Shin, cooperation between enterprises relies on lowering prices to achieve the goal, which is called vicious competition. In fact, cooperation between enterprises focuses on honesty, trustworthiness, and service quality, not malicious competition and price cutting. Xiao Tianyue's eyes were sharp, and he continued, Tianyue Group never participates in such despicable means. If Mr. Shin is really sincere, he might as well come up with a more sincere plan. Shin Hai's face changed slightly, but he still pretended to be calm. Mr. Qiao is absolutely right. I will reconsider the cooperation plan. In the end, Shin Hai could only nod and say goodbye with a bit of helplessness and respect. Secretary Qin was scared when she saw Xiao Tianyue was unhappy. Mr. Qiao, I'm sorry, Xiao Tianyue waved his hand and interrupted her. Stop talking. I want to tell you that you must have a bottom line when doing things. When you are my secretary, you must not bring any private goods. I tell you, if something like this happens again in the future, you know how I will deal with it. Qin Shuya was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground. She nodded quickly with a trembling voice, Boss Qiao, I remember it and will never do it again. Go out. Qin Shuya left the office and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Xiao Tianyue had spared her this time. Xiao Tianyue looked at Secretary Qin's back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he had something in mind. Linja returned home and saw that Shin Shuyun's face was full of gloom and she seemed very unhappy. Linja thought about what he had done today. It seemed that he had not done anything to offend Shin Shuyun, so why was she angry? What to do? Shin Shuyun had already set rules for him. Before going out or after coming in, the first thing Linja had to do was to kiss her. Linja was stumped. If he kissed her now, would it be like a mouse kissing a cat, courting death? If he didn't kiss her, it would be a taboo, and he would also be asking for trouble, and he would have to accept Shin Shuyun's punishment. Shin Shuyun seemed to notice Linja's timid look. She smiled at Linja and said, Linja, come here. Linja saw Shin Shuyun smile and immediately became confused. He knew that she was not angry with him. He calmed down a little, walked slowly to her, leaned over and gently kissed her on the cheek. Shin Shuyun hugged Linja's neck and said, Remember, I like you to kiss my mouth. After a pause, Shin Shuyun continued to whisper in Linja's ear, however, in bed, I like you to kiss my whole body. Linja kissed Shin Shuyun seriously. Shin Shuyun gently patted Linja's cheek and said, Very good, you are worthy of being the man I, Shin Shuyun, like. After dinner, Shin Shuyun and Luli went out again. Linja was very curious. Every night after dinner, Shin Shuyun and Luli would go out alone. They must be talking about something important. Linja had to follow them out of the door out of curiosity, but he didn't dare to get close to Shin Shuyun and the others. Arriving at the community garden, Linja saw Shin Shuyun seem to be scolding Luli. Linja didn't dare to approach them, for he was afraid that Shin Shuyun would punish him after seeing him. He only saw Luli seem to explain something to Shin Shuyun, and suddenly, Shin Shuyun slapped Luli in anger. It was the first time Linja saw Shin Shuyun angry, and it was terrifying. Although Luli was slapped in the face, she still had to be respectful to Shin Shuyun. Chapter 14 Xiao Tianyue has an appointment. Linja's fear of Shin Shuyun increased a little bit. He thought that he could not bear Shin Shuyun's anger. Linja looked at Shin Shuyun's angry expression and could only retreat back. After a while, Shin Shuyun and Luli came back. Shin Shuyun remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Linja was really full of admiration. Shin Shuyun was only 3 years older than her, but she was so mature. Shin Shuyun's calmness made Linja reflect on his own way of doing things. Perhaps he really needed to learn her calmness and wisdom. Until he finished his shower and went back to bed, Shin Shuyun never told Linja about work. During the trip, Shin Shuyun kept asking Linja for tenderness and love, and never mentioned anything about work. Linja was very confused. He felt that there was always an invisible barrier between him and Shin Shuyun. Linja, you can't press on my belly. Linja suddenly woke up. If Shin Shuyun knew about this, he would be in trouble. The key point was that he couldn't hurt the baby in her belly. Linja, if you're tired, let's change positions. Okay, I'll listen to you. Linja felt a sense of care, which was Shin Shuyun's care for him, which made him a little flattered. Only in bed could he feel Shin Shuyun's warmth and love. Linja was beginning to believe that Shin Shuyun truly loved him. Linja sat in his office and had almost nothing to do. After some plans were finalized, he only needed to sign them and hand them over to the relevant departments for execution. He almost didn't even need to read the content. Too bored, Linja came to Luli's office. Luli stopped what she was doing and stood up to give Linja her seat. After Linja sat down, he asked, "Secretary Lu, how is the cooperation plan with Tianyu Group going?" Luli shook her head and said, "The cooperation with Tianyu Group is hopeless. We don't know who Tianyu Group will choose. Why did they exclude us?" Luli was silent for a while and then said, "Mr. Shin asked us to find a new partner as soon as possible. This is easier said than done." Linja then asked, "Is the cooperation with Tianyu Group so important?" Luli showed a hint of sneer on her lips. In her eyes, Linja was good for nothing, but he was Shin Shuyun's man, Shin Shuyun's male favorite, and she dared not offend him. She also knew that Shin Shuyun arranged for Linja to be the company's vice president just to satisfy Linja's vanity and give him a high salary. It was just that Linja asked, and she had to tell Linja the truth: the cooperation with Tianyu Group is very important. If we can't find a replacement, Yunchang Group's performance will decline sharply this year or even next year, which will seriously affect Mr. Shin's position in the family. Luli felt that she could only say this much. If she continued, Linja would not understand. Linja realized that Luli was just trying to evade him and that continuing to ask would only lead to boredom. After Linja left, Luli immediately called Shin Shuyun. "Boss Shin, Linja came to ask about the cooperation with Tianyu Group. I just gave him a general idea." Shin Shuyun was still a little angry on the phone. "Do your job well, this matter has nothing to do with him, don't put pressure on him, he needs exercise." Luli was very afraid of Shin Shuyun. She was the person Shin Shuyun trusted the most, but Shin Shuyun was too strong and too cold. She worked for her in fear every day. Shin Shuyun continued, "Find a cooperative enterprise as soon as possible, the factory cannot stop production." "Boss Shin, I will implement it as soon as possible." Although she said this, Luli was about to collapse on the inside. She didn't know where to find a new partner. In the afternoon, Linja felt too bored and wanted to go out for a walk. When Su Yunhua saw Linja was about to leave, she quickly asked, "Boss Lin, how about I go out with you to relax?" "Need not." Linja waved his hand and walked out of the office alone. When she arrived downstairs at the company, Linja's cell phone rang. She quickly took out her phone and saw that it was a call from Xiao Tianyue. Linja's hands were shaking a little. He didn't know what Xiao Tianyue wanted to say to him on the phone. He thought there were only two possibilities. One was that she would agree to continue cooperating with Yunchang Group, the other was to tell him that Tianyu Group would terminate its cooperation with Yunchang Group. Linja did not continue to guess and quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Sister Qiao. Little guy, you have such a sweet mouth. Sister is waiting for you in the office. Come over right now." Only then did Linja realize that his guess might be wrong. Could there be a third possibility? He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Linja then remembered that the car keys were in Luli's hands. He hurried upstairs, came to Luli's office, and asked her for the car keys. Luli didn't know why Linja wanted the car keys, so she asked in confusion, "Where are you going? Is there something wrong?" Linja thought about it and still didn't want to tell Xiao Tianyue about his visit. He could only think of a way to evade the question. "I'm fine. I just want to take a stroll. I have something to do, so you should not go out." Although Luli only spoke to Linja in a negotiating tone, Linja could see that Luli really needed to use the car, perhaps she really had something to do. "Okay, I'm fine. You can use it if you need anything." After saying that, Linja left. He first returned to the office, took the cooperation agreement between Yunchang Group and Tianyu Group, and left the company. Linja took a taxi to Tianyu Group. Xiao Tianyue's secretary was already waiting for him downstairs in the company. Secretary Qin Shuya took Linja to Xiao Tianyue's office and then left. Linja found that the atmosphere was not as tense as he had expected. But there was one thing that surprised him. Xiao Tianyue was dressed very fashionably and revealingly today. Linja was shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. There was a hint of mystery in Xiao Tianyue's eyes, which made him even more curious. She motioned for Linja to sit down, and then slowly said, "Little thing, I have nothing to do today, and I want to have tea and chat with you." Linja sat down next to Xiao Tianyue. When he looked up, he saw the open collar of Xiao Tianyue's shirt, revealing the scenery inside. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Xiao Tianyue didn't seem to care. She smiled and said, "Little brother, do you think I'm beautiful?" Linja blushed, looked down at his hands, and replied, "Sister Qiao is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Linja didn't know what to say next. Xiao Tianyue was excited when she saw Linja's bewildered look, but she was knowledgeable and soon calmed down. She didn't want to embarrass Linja, so she could only temporarily change the topic to work. Little brother, do you want to know who was trying to steal Shin Shuyun's girl? Xiao Tianyue's words surprised Linja. Why would she ask this question? This is a business secret and very sensitive. Linja didn't know what Xiao Tianyue's purpose was, but he really wanted to know who wanted to snatch away this cooperation project. Chapter 15 Xiao Tianyue's sudden attack. Linja held Xiao Tianyue's hand, stroked the back of her hand and said, "Sister, I do have a lot of questions, but I don't want to embarrass you, so I didn't dare to ask you." Then do you want to know who is targeting Shin Shuyun? Xiao Tianyue's question was a bit redundant. Linja felt that he had already made his point clear, but why did Xiao Tianyue go to such lengths? Was she just trying to find something to say? He could only nod. Xiao Tianyue put his mouth close to Linja's ear and asked, "Can you tell me what your relationship with Shin Shuyun is?" Linja didn't expect Xiao Tianyue to ask this question. Is the relationship between him and Shin Shuyun so important? Linja swallowed his saliva and answered cautiously, "Shin Shuyun and I are in an employment relationship. I work for her. It's just that Shin Shuyun trusts me and values me, so I have to repay the kindness of President Shen for his recognition." Xiao Tianyue looked into Linja's eyes, smiled and said, "Is that all? Why don't you come to Tianyue Group, and I'll give you whatever you want?" "But, Sister Xiao, I'm not the kind of person who changes his mind easily." Linja interrupted Xiao Tianyue and continued, "Sister Xiao, I have my own principles. I can't flatter the powerful and trample on the weak or forget my principles when I see profit." Xiao Tianyue nodded slightly and continued to ask, "So you want to continue working for Shin Shuyun?" Linja didn't want to expose the relationship between him and Shin Shuyun, but he didn't dare to offend Xiao Tianyue. If he could get the cooperation agreement of Tianyue Group back, he would be repaying Shin Shuyun's kindness. "Sister Xiao, President Shin trusts me so much, I should work hard for her." Xiao Tianyue asked, "Do you mean that I'm not good to you?" Linja thought to himself, this was the second time he met Xiao Tianyue, and Xiao Tianyue had only invited him to dinner once, so how could it be good or bad? But he still pretended to be grateful and said, "I know Sister Xiao is very good to me, but I can't betray Mr. Shin just because Sister Xiao is good to me." Xiao Tianyue continued, "You may not know that Shin Shuyun's position in the Shin Group is in jeopardy?" This sentence surprised Linja. Luli had already told him that if the cooperation with Tianyue Group failed, Shin Shuyun's status in Shin Group would plummet. This coincided with Xiao Tianyue's point of view, which showed how important the cooperation between Yunchang Group and Tianyue Group was. Linju immediately became alert, realizing that the situation Shin Shuyun was facing was more serious than he had expected. He knew very well that the open and secret struggles within the Shin Group were already obvious. If Shin Shuyun lost the cooperation of the Tianyue Group, his situation would become even more difficult. He was determined to get this opportunity for Shin Shuyun, and he would not give up no matter how difficult it was. Xiao Tianyue continued, "Let me tell you, the person who stole Shin Shuyun's girl was her cousin, Shin Hai, the eldest son of the Shin Group." Linja was shocked. He didn't expect that all this was the result of internal sabotage, internal friction, and strife within the Shin Group. As the eldest son of Shin Group, Shin Hai did this, the motives and interests behind it must be very complicated. Linja began to realize the seriousness of the problem and he had to act carefully to avoid pushing Shin Shuyun into a more dangerous situation. He pondered for a moment, then said to Xiao Tianyue firmly, "Sister Xiao, I understand the complexity of the current situation. But my position remains unchanged. I want to help Ms. Shin consolidate her position in Shin's." Xiao Tianyue's eyes darkened slightly, as if he was measuring Linja's determination, and then he said softly, "Okay, I respect your decision. However, I hope you can understand that in the business world, friendship is important, but in the end, interests have the final say." After saying that, Xiao Tianyue picked up the cup and drank water, as if waiting for Linja to ask questions. Linja remained silent, but was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He knew that what Xiao Tianyue said was not without reason, the business world was ruthless, and profit was the eternal theme. But loyalty and morality are equally important. Knowing that Shin Shuyun is in trouble, he cannot ignore it or turn a blind eye. He must do something. Shin Shuyun is very good to him, and she is pregnant with their daughter. Linja will stand on Shin Shuyun's side no matter what. After drinking the water, Xiao Tianyue put down the cup, looked at Linja calmly and said, "You don't understand the situation of the Shin family. Shin's was created by Mr. Shin. He regards Shins as more important than his life. He is over 70 years old and still firmly controls the Shin group. Mr. Shin doesn't recognize his relatives. In his eyes, there is only a difference between the strong and the weak. None of his 3 sons can inherit his legacy. Mr. Shan has set his sights on his grandchildren. Shin Hai, Shin Shuyun, Shin Shushua, and Shin Hei are all likely to become the successors of the Shin group. Mr. Shin has only one criterion for testing them, and that is ability. The strong are respected. It is obvious that Mr. Shin's test has undoubtedly made the competition within the Shin group more intense, even to the point of life and death. Lin Zhou understood that if Shin Shuyun wanted to win, he not only had to consolidate the existing cooperation, but also had to demonstrate extraordinary abilities and defeat all opponents. Xiao Tianyue went on to say, Shin Hai offered very favorable conditions with only one purpose, which is to make Tianyue Group terminate its cooperation with Yunshan Group and cooperate with Hailan Group. Lin Zhou's face was solemn. He had realized that the purpose of Shin Hai's strategy was to weaken Shin Shuyun's influence in the group and ultimately make Shin Shuyun lose his advantage in the competition for the helm of Shins. Xiao Tianyue then asked, do you still want to support Shin Shuyun? I tell you, Shin Shuyun can never beat Shin Hai. You will have no future if you follow her. Lin Zhou was very determined. If it is really as Sister Qiao said, then I can't leave Shin Shuyun. I will face difficulties and crises with her. If we win, everyone will be happy. If we lose, I have a clear conscience. A hint of admiration flashed in Xiao Tianyue's eyes, and he nodded slowly. Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. After Xiao Tianyue finished speaking, he slowly moved his face closer to Lin Zhou and gently kissed Lin Zhou's lips. Faced with Xiao Tianyue's sudden attack, Lin Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Tianyue to do this. Xiao Tianyue looked very young and beautiful, but Shin Shuyun told him that Xiao Tianyue was a 54-year-old old woman and a female devil. No matter how young Xiao Tianyue looked, Lin Zhou always felt in his heart that Xiao Tianyue was already an old woman, 5 years older than his adoptive mother. But Lin Zhou didn't dare to avoid it. He knew Xiao Tianyue's methods and influence, so he could only silently endure this sudden intimacy. Slowly, Lin Zhou felt the warmth of Xiao Tianyue's lips, and then her soft and fragrant tongue. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyue pushed Lin Zhou away and said unhappily, do you dislike me so much? Lin Zhou was startled. How could he dare to do that? He just didn't take the initiative to cater to her. Sister Qiao, I was just a little scared. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will eat you, or do you dislike me for being old? Seeing that Xiao Tianyue was unhappy, Lin Zhou hurriedly explained, Sister, you were so noble and beautiful, I am a little. Lin Zhou deliberately swallowed the second half of the sentence and let Xiao Tianyue imagine it himself. Chapter 16. Perhaps this is what he must endure. Xiao Tianyue snorted coldly and looked at Lin Zhou with complicated eyes. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You must be comparing me with Shin Shuyun. No, you are as beautiful as Shin Shuyun. As Lin Zhou said this, he quickly hugged Xiao Tianyue, trying to calm her anger. Shin Shuyun is the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou. No matter how beautiful Xiao Tianyue is, there is still a gap between her and Shin Shuyun. Not to mention their appearance, the age difference is enough to discourage people who know their background. Xiao Tianyue's expression softened slightly, but he still said coldly, what's the use of being beautiful? Your heart is not with me. Lin Zhou was busy explaining, Sister, I already have a girlfriend, so I can't have 2 girlfriends at the same time, otherwise I will be drowned. Puchi Xiao Tianyue was amused and continued, I don't want you to be my boyfriend, you think too much. I just like your handsome look and want to get you. As he spoke, Xiao Tianyue hugged him tighter. Lin Zhou had already fully felt Xiao Tianyue's soft body. He had a strange feeling in his heart, and did not have the same impulses when he was with Shin Shuyun. Xiao Tianyue whispered in Lin Zhou's ear, do you like your sister? Lin Zhou could only say against his will, I like it. How much do you like it? I like it very much. Lin Zhou was almost unable to answer this question. She was already over 50 years old, but she still looked like a little girl. No wonder Xiao Tianyue was still so young. It turned out that her heart was really young, far from her actual age. Xiao Tianyue seemed very satisfied when she heard Lin Zhou's answer. She continued in a low voice, as long as you can make my sister happy today, we will sign a cooperation agreement right away. Lin Zhou was surprised, but suddenly he had a doubt. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world. Could it be that Xiao Tianyue wanted his body and wanted to exchange his dignity for a cooperation agreement? Lin Zhou felt an inexplicable sadness. At this moment, Linja truly felt how humble he was and how he was being played around by an old woman. However, he needed this agreement and Xiao Tianyue's support to realize his dream. If he could get this cooperation agreement, the management of Yunxiang Group and even Shin Shuyun would look at him with admiration. But when he realized that he had to exchange his dignity for this cooperation agreement, he felt an unprecedented heaviness. Despite his inner struggle, Linja had to admit that sometimes the cruelty of reality required people to make compromises. At this moment, Linja was more concerned about Shin Shuyun's interests rather than his own pitiful dignity. With this agreement, Shin Shuyun will have a greater chance of winning in the competition for the Shin family's heir. Linja took a deep breath and calmed his inner turmoil. He knew he had no choice, and for Shin Shuyun, he had to be strong. He temporarily put aside all doubts and humiliation, forced a smile, and said to Xiao Tianyue, "Sister, I will definitely satisfy you." Xiao Tianyue was indeed very satisfied when she heard Linja's words. This handsome young man, who was only 20 years old, was someone she could not forget the first time she saw him. Linja was a handsome young man 5 years younger than her daughter, and Xiao Tianyue had a special liking for him. She began to take off her clothes. This scared Linja. This is an office. Is Xiao Tianyue going to do it in the office? Sister, this. Xiao Tianyue seemed to see through Linja's thoughts. She smiled slightly and whispered, "Carry me to the desk." Linja could only listen to her and carried her to sit on the desk. Xiao Tianyue was already extremely passionate and she couldn't wait for Linja to take action. Linja stood stiffly in place, his heart beating faster. He felt like he was on the edge of a cliff, caught in a dilemma. Xiao Tianyue's eyes were full of anticipation, while Linja was silently thinking about how to complete this challenge without losing his dignity. Hurry up! Xiao Tianyue was already urging Linja. Linja cooperated with Xiao Tianyue's actions in a daze, slowly changing from passive to active. He didn't dare to think too much, because he knew that once he started, he would have to face the consequences. He also didn't want Xiao Tianyue to urge him a second time. He knew how serious the consequences would be if Xiao Tianyue was dissatisfied. Time seemed to stand still, and every inch of Linja's skin showed tension. Xiao Tianyue's breathing became increasingly rapid, and she hooked her hands around his neck and pulled him closer. Under Xiao Tianyue's guidance, Linja gradually relaxed his guard and felt a strange sense of obedience. Every move of Xiao Tianyue subtly told him that the rules of this game were set by her. Under the light of the office, the two people's shadows were stretched out and projected on the wall, like a silent drama. Linja silently said in his heart that all this was for Shin Shuyun and for his dream. He closed his eyes and let himself sink completely into the endless darkness. Linja felt that his will was gradually being pulled by Xiao Tianyue's rhythm, and he tried hard to maintain the edge of sanity. Finally, after taking a deep breath, he told himself that all this was just the necessary path to his dream, and he had to endure it all for Shin Shuyun and their future. He stopped resisting and began to try to find the balance point. Although the process was difficult, he knew that there was no turning back after taking this step. Perhaps this is what a humble person like him, who is at the bottom of society and has no background, should endure. Xiao Tianyue felt greatly satisfied both mentally and physically. After tidying up her clothes, she began to touch up her makeup. Linja didn't dare to speak and watched Xiao Tianyue busy with his own things. He felt a little uneasy. He had done everything he should do. Would Xiao Tianyue go back on his word? Xiao Tianyue broke his promise. What could Linja do? He could do nothing. But I can't make this sacrifice in vain. Linja was very unwilling to accept it. What to do? Seeing Xiao Tianyue was indifferent, Linja went over and hugged Xiao Tianyue from behind, and whispered in her ear, "Sister, are you satisfied with my performance? I feel that I didn't perform well." Xiao Tianyue smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in her voice, "Not bad, but not enough. You have to work harder to satisfy me." Linja's heart suddenly twitched and he felt bitter. Perhaps all his efforts were in vain. Just when Linja was about to let go, Xiao Tianyue suddenly grabbed Linja's hands and asked, "Do you want to touch me?" Linja said softly, "It feels good to touch, and it's very elastic." A hint of pride flashed in Xiao Tianyue's eyes. She loosened her hand, turned around to face Linja, and slid her finger across his chin frivolously. "Sister is very satisfied with your performance. You are consistent inside and out. You are a real man." Linja was relieved immediately, but he remained cautious. He knew that Xiao Tianyue's satisfaction might be temporary, and everything would be in vain if the cooperation agreement was not signed. Xiao Tianyue hugged Lin Zhi, kissed him, smiled mysteriously and said, "Sister is going to the bathroom, do you want to go?" "I'm not going." Lin Zhi refused. When Xiao Tianyue went to the bathroom, why did he follow her? To watch her pee or poop? Chapter 17 Shanhai's Evil Plot. Xiao Tianyue entered the restroom on the side of the office. Lin Zhi sat on the sofa, feeling mixed emotions. He always felt that his behavior was shameful. At this time, Lin Zhi heard Xiao Tianyue's voice coming from the bathroom, as if he was talking about the cooperation agreement. Lin Zhi didn't dare to go closer to listen carefully, but he could hear something vaguely. He held his breath, but his ears pricked up involuntarily, trying to catch every word that might reveal information. Although Xiao Tianyue's voice was unclear, the key words he mentioned made his heart tremble: capital injection, long-term cooperation, etc. Lin Zhi felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps all this would really bring him the opportunity he had always dreamed of. Soon, Xiao Tianyue came out of the bathroom. After she came and sat down next to Lin Zhi, she smiled mysteriously and said, "Little guy, you are really good." Lin Zhi didn't understand what Xiao Tianyue was going to say. But he could tell from Xiao Tianyue's face that she was blushing, and her slightly flushed face was full of satisfaction. The more Xiao Tianyue acted like this, the more uneasy Lin Zhi felt. In the past, he despised this kind of behavior, but today it was his turn. While he felt ashamed, he also felt helpless. Perhaps, for the sake of his dream, he must learn to compromise. While lamenting his fate, he still felt a little comforted in his heart. At least God gave him a look that women liked, so that he would not fail miserably in this game. After a while, Qin Shuya came in with a document and handed it directly to Xiao Tianyue. Xiao Tianyue didn't look at it. He wrote his name on it and handed it to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi took a look at the cover and saw it was a cooperation agreement. He hurriedly flipped through the contents, which was a cooperation agreement between Tianyue Group and Yunxiang Group. Lin Zhi's hands trembled slightly. The terms of the cooperation agreement were clear and there were no major changes. The cooperation period was only changed from 1 year to 3 years, and the amount of capital injection was also increased accordingly. Lin Zhi was greatly surprised. Xiao Tianyue was so generous. Xiao Tianyue asked, "Boss Lin, are you satisfied with this agreement?" "Satisfied, of course I am satisfied." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Lin Zhi said this and quickly signed his name. Xiao Tianyue put away the agreement with a smile and said softly, "Happy cooperation." Lin Zhi felt relieved and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly felt lucky that this compromise might really be a turning point in his fate. Xiao Tianyue then said to Qin Shuya, "The subsequent details must be followed up in a timely manner to ensure the maximum interests of both parties. I am going to have dinner with Mr. Lin tonight, please arrange it." Qin Shuya nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Xiao Tianyue immediately sat down next to Lin Zhi and whispered in a low voice, "Little brother, don't forget your sister in the future." Lin Zhi could only smile and say, "How could that be possible? Sister is my lucky star. We will continue to cooperate in the future." A hint of pride flashed in Xiao Tianyue's eyes. He patted Lin Zhi's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "Keep working hard. I believe you have a bright future." Although Lin Zhi was unwilling, he also understood that this was a helpless choice in reality. He secretly vowed to rely on his own strength to gain a firm foothold in this game in the future. In the hotel's luxurious restaurant, Shanhai entered the private room accompanied by his secretary Li Yun. As soon as Shanhai sat down, he looked at the Rolex watch on his wrist and whispered to Li Yun, "Why hasn't the first snow come yet?" Li Yun hurriedly explained, "It should be soon. The second young lady likes to play, and it is common for her to be late for school and leave early, not to mention such trivial matters as eating." Shanhai frowned slightly, appearing a little impatient. Shin Shushue finally arrived. As soon as she sat down, she asked, "Brother, you invited me to dinner for no reason. You must have something wrong. If you are too attentive to me for no reason, you must be a traitor or a thief." Shanhai scolded, "Little girl, I, as your brother, invited you to dinner, but you thought of it in a wrong way." Shin Shushue smiled playfully and said, "I haven't seen you for a long time, brother. I was just joking." Shanhai then breathed a sigh of relief and signaled Li Yun to start serving the dishes. Shin Yu said to Li Yun, "Secretary Li, look at how beautiful my sister is. She is really loved by everyone and flowers bloom when they see her." Li Yun smiled and said, "The second young lady is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. She is even more beautiful than the eldest young lady." After hearing this, Shin Shushue smiled and said, "My eldest sister is the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou." It's really a compliment to say that I'm prettier than her. Do you believe it yourself? Shinhai chuckled and said, Shushue, you are always so modest. Let's not talk about this anymore, but I want to tell you one thing, your sister is keeping a country bumpkin. What? Shin Shushue exclaimed, interrupting Shinhai's words. She then asked, Brother, what you said is too absurd. My sister is very proud and arrogant. No man can catch her eye. You said she would support a country bumpkin. It's simply a fantasy. I don't believe it. Shinhai smiled awkwardly and said, Don't say you don't believe it. Even I don't believe it, but this is the fact. Seeing Shin Shushue's surprised look, Shinhai was secretly happy. He then added fuel to the fire and said, Shushue, this is true. This country bumpkin is called Linja, 20 years old, a mud-legged man who crawled out of a poor mountain valley. He looks like a decent person. He is now the acting president of Yunshan Group. Your sister has handed Yunshan Group over to him. Fuck. Shin Shushue cursed and continued, It's unbelievable. This country bumpkin knows magic? He used magic to confuse my sister? Shinhai explained, That's not the case, but this country bumpkin must have some way to restrain your sister. Shin Shushue pondered for a moment and sneered, It seems that I have to meet this country bumpkin in person, and by the way, give my love-brain sister a lesson to wake her up. Shinhai nodded in agreement, We should go and take a look. After all, Yunshan Group is no small matter. Your sister has always been smart, but this time she acted so abnormally. I am also confused, but there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Shin Shushue's eyes were firm, I will find out the truth and protect the interests of the family. Shinhai was secretly happy. This Shin Shushue was brainless and heartless. This kind of person was born to be used as a gun. Shin Shushue had no idea of Shinhai's plan and was only thinking about how to expose Linja's true face. Shinhai continued, Shushue, how do you think Big Brother treats you? Shin Shushue said without hesitation, Of course, Big Brother is good to me. Shinhai's eyes flashed with pride, and he said softly, In this case, I hope you can be more careful when investigating, and do everything you can to get evidence between Linju and your elder sister, and make sure to find out their relationship. This is not only about the family's reputation, but also about protecting your sister. Shin Shushue nodded and secretly made up her mind to uncover the mystery and get this country bumpkin out of Yunshan Group. Shinhai saw that his evil plan was gradually succeeding, so he continued to encourage Shin Shushue, Shushue, who do you think will be the heir of the Shin family in the end? Chapter 18 Linja shows off his skills for the first time. A trace of doubt flashed across Shin Shushue's eyes, but it soon disappeared. She smiled and said, Grandpa has long said that the Shin family will be led by the most capable person. My eldest brother is the most capable, so who else can we choose besides you? Shinhai was secretly happy in his heart, but pretended to be modest on the surface, Shushue, you are too kind. There is no weakling among the Shin family disciples. But when the time comes, I will ask Shushue to support me. Shin Shushue smiled knowingly and agreed readily, Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely support you with all my strength. From now on, you will have the final say on the affairs of our Shin family. Shinhai nodded with satisfaction, thinking in his mind how to take advantage of Shin Shushue's ignorance and impulsiveness to further consolidate his position. He knew that as long as Shin Shushue was leading the charge in the front, he could control the overall situation behind the scenes and gradually realize his ambition of controlling the entire Shin family. Shushue, although you and Shin Shuyun are half-sisters, you have also seen that Shin Shuyun has always been disrespectful to your mother. In fact, third aunt is a very good person, but Shin Shuyun has never tolerated her in her eyes. Sometimes I feel that third aunt is very pitiful. Shin Shushue heard this, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and she sighed softly, Yes, my mother is indeed not easy. Sometimes my sister's arrogance is really unbearable. Shinhai took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, so, Shushue, you have to fight for your mother's reputation. If Shin Shuyun becomes the head of the Shin family, you and your daughter will definitely not have a good ending. Shin Shushue nodded, picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Shinhai saw that Shin Shushue was only focused on eating. He didn't want to say anything more and signaled Li Yun to eat quickly. But Linja accompanied Xiao Tianyue to finish his meal and returned home. He told Shin Shuyun in advance that he was going to have dinner with a client. Shin Shuyun received Linja's call. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he did not ask too many questions. Linja had not yet entered the role, so where did the client come from? When Linja entered the room, he went to the bathroom first to brush his teeth. Because he had kissed Xiao Tianyue before, he felt that kissing Shen Shuyun directly was disrespectful to her. But before Lin Jie entered the bathroom, Shen Shuyun called Lin Zhu and waved to him. Lin Jie knew Shen Shuyun's purpose, so he could only come over and kiss Shen Shuyun. Originally, he just wanted to give her a light kiss, but Shen Shuyun hugged his neck and gave him a deep kiss. Lin Jie was a little stunned, but he could only take the initiative to respond to her. After Lin Jie sat down, he took out the contract from the file bag and handed it to Luli beside him. Luli took the contract, read it carefully, and suddenly screamed, "Is this true? Why are you making such a fuss?" Shen Shuyun was very dissatisfied with Luli's behavior. She felt that Luli had never seen the world. Luli pointed at the contract excitedly. "The value of this contract far exceeds our expectations. It can actually bring us several times the profit." After saying that, Luli handed the contract to Shen Shuyun. Shen Shuyun took the contract and glanced at it for a few seconds. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Lin Zhu, did you negotiate this?" Lin Zhu smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, this cooperation has indeed exceeded expectations." Luli was a little bit unbelievable. "Boss Lin, how did you do this? Didn't Tianyue Group refuse to cooperate with us? How come you changed your mind again and extended the cooperation period to 3 years? That's great." Seeing Shen Shuyun and Luli looking at him with doubtful eyes, he felt a little uneasy, because this contract was obtained by selling his dignity. Lin Zhi smiled and asked, "Boss Shen, do you know who wants to snatch this business?" Shen Shuyun frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. Could it be a competitor? Do you know who it is?" Lin Zhi groaned for a moment and said slowly, "It was your brother Shen Hai. He offered very favorable conditions and tried to pry away the cooperation agreement of Tianyue Group." "Shen Hai?" Shen Shuyun was surprised. She paused for a moment and then continued, "Why did Shen Hai do this? What is his purpose?" Lin Zhi sighed and whispered, "He wants to suppress you and shake your position in the family so that he can seize the position of the head of the family. This contract is not only related to the interests of the company, but also a bargaining chip for you to consolidate your position." Shen Shuyun's face changed slightly. He was silent for a moment, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "No matter what, I won't let him succeed. Lin Zhi, thank you. This contract is very important to us." Immediately afterwards, Shen Shuyun asked Luli to issue production instructions to the subordinate factories. Luli acted quickly and picked up the phone to arrange production matters. Lin Zhi heard that this was an export contract. Tianyue Group's main business is international trade, and export business has always been its strong point. This contract not only means huge profits, but also a key step to enter the international market. Shen Shuyun turned to Lin Zhi and said, "You've worked hard. I'll give you a bonus." Lin Zhi took Shen Shuyun's hand and said, "Boss Shen, don't be so reserved with me." Shen Shuyun was very puzzled. She couldn't imagine how Lin Zhi got this cooperation agreement. But she didn't want to dwell on it too much. She cared more about Lin Zhi's ability, which might be far beyond her imagination. Lin Zhi didn't care about Shen Shuyun's words. He felt that Shen Shuyun would become a family with him in the end. After Shen Shuyun gave birth to a daughter, he asked her to give him another son, so that they would have both sons and daughters. Everything that belonged to Shen Shuyun belonged to their children, and a father's status depended on his sons. He would rely on his children to live a good life in the future. Before going to bed, Lin Zhi still gave Shen Shuyun a bath and massage as usual. This was his daily routine. Shen Shuyun closed his eyes, enjoying Lin Zhi's careful care, and said slowly, "Lin Zhi, I don't know how you signed this cooperation agreement, but there is one thing I want to remind you. Xiao Tianyue is a very unusual person, you have to grasp the degree." Lin Zhi's heart tightened. Could it be that Shen Shuyun had a premonition of something? Did Shen Shuyun care about him very much? Lin Zhi seemed to have read in some books that if a woman loved a man very much, she would be aware of his every move. Some people also said that this was a woman's sixth sense. He and Xiao Tianyue did that, but it was in broad daylight, in Xiao Tianyue's office. He went home after dinner, and judging from the time, it seemed impossible, so Shen Shuyun should have no reason to doubt. Lin Zhi thought to himself that perhaps Shen Shuyun's intuition was sharper than he thought. Shen Shuyun continued, "Xiao Tianyue is a very powerful person. She was very beautiful when she was young, and she relied on her looks to marry a big boss in international trade." Shen Shuyun was silent for a moment and then continued, "But what many people don't know is that Xiao Tianyue is a business genius. Once she has a stage to display her talents, she will instantly transform into the queen of the business world." Later, her husband cheated on her with his secretary, which completely infuriated Xiao Tianyue. Xiao Tianyue appeared calm and did nothing, but surprisingly, not long after, Xiao Tianyue's husband and his secretary both committed suicide. Chapter 19 Shin Shushue is making trouble unreasonably. Ah! Lin Zhu exclaimed. He found it a little hard to believe that a big boss and his secretary both committed suicide for love. This story was too shocking, too bloody, and too difficult to understand. Shin Shuyun looked back at Lin Zhu and was about to speak when Lin Zhu gave her a deep kiss. Shin Shuyun was very satisfied with Lin Zhu's thoughtfulness. She continued, "Don't say you don't believe it. No one in the industry believes it. But there is no evidence to prove that they were murdered, and there is no evidence pointing to Xiao Tianyue's murder." Lin Zhu asked, "Mr. Shin, do you think Xiao Tianyue did this?" Shin Shuyun took Lin Zhu's hands and placed them on her chest, then slightly closed her eyes and said, "I don't know, no one knows. But one thing is certain, Xiao Tianyue is definitely not an ordinary person. Only she knows how clever her methods are." Shin Shuyun rested her head on Lin Zhu's chest and continued, "Xiao Tianyue has a daughter who has been studying abroad. I have never met her, but I heard that Xiao Tianyue's daughter is like her, not only beautiful, but also very smart and powerful. While studying, she helped Xiao Tianyue expand his overseas business." Lin Zhu continued to ask, "Is Tianyue Group very powerful? It's really amazing." Shin Shuyun continued, "Only Xiao Tianyue knows how strong the Tianyue Group is, because she has a lot of overseas businesses, and only she knows about these overseas businesses." Lin Zhu was a little scared. Xiao Tianyue's methods were indeed extraordinary. Her wisdom and methods were far beyond those of ordinary people. Dealing with such a woman is undoubtedly like a mouse being a bridesmaid for a cat, which is too dangerous. Fortunately, I have signed a 3-year contract and I won't have to contact her again within 3 years. Shin Shuyun continued, "You were able to get the cooperation agreement this time, which is very beneficial to the future development of Yunshan Group. My voice in Shuns has also been consolidated and improved." "Thank you, Lin Zhu." Lin Zhu quickly kissed Shin Shuyun. "Boss Shin, I am yours, and I should do anything for you. Please don't be polite to me." "Lin Zhu, I want to sleep, carry me to bed." As usual, Lin Zhu helped Shin Shuyun dry the water and carried her to the bed. Shin Shuyun lay flat on the bed, her belly growing bigger and bigger. Lin Zhu couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Shin Shuyun's belly. Shin Shuyun held Lin Zhu's hand and said, "Hurry up and take a shower. I'll wait for you. I miss you so much now. Hurry up and don't make me wait too long." Lin Zhu could only withdraw his hand and quickly go into the bathroom. This was Shin Shuyun's request. Lin Zhu had to take a bath every day. Although she was almost 6 months pregnant, she wanted Lin Zhu to have sex with her every night, sometimes several times a night. Lin Zhu always responded to Shin Shuyun's requests, and his infinite obedience made Shin Shuyun very satisfied. Whenever she was dissatisfied, she would beat and scold her secretary Luli, but she never said a harsh word to Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu was very grateful to Shin Shuyun. Shin Shuyun gave birth to his child and brought him to the highlight of his life. Lin Zhu felt very lucky. The entire company knew that the new acting president had won a cooperation agreement with Tianyue Group, and it was a 3-year order, which made the employees look at him with new eyes. They even praised Shin Shuyun for his foresight in choosing Lin Zhu as the acting president. Lin Zhu also felt that he could walk into the company with his head held high. This cooperation agreement could shut up many people, and he felt much better. He finally helped Shin Shuyun a lot, which not only proved his worth, but also brought huge profits to the company. Most importantly, this would bring him one step closer to Shin Shuyun in the future. Lin Zhu was just about to get up to pour some water when, with a bang, the office door was kicked open from the outside and a very pretty girl rushed in. Lin Zhu was shocked. The girl was so beautiful, but her actions were too barbaric. Just as he was about to ask why the other party did this, the little girl pointed at Lin Zhu and cursed, "Country bumpkin, tell me, how did you confuse my sister?" Lin Zhu was stunned, then responded calmly, "Miss, please be careful with your words. Who are you? Do we know each other? Did you recognize the wrong person?" The girl continued to yell at Lin Zhu, "Country bumpkin, listen to me, my name is Shin Shushue, and I'm Shin Shuyun's sister. I'm here today to clean up the mess and kick you, a liar, out of the company. Do you understand now? Oh my god, how could Shin Shuyun have such a weird sister?" Of course Lin Zhu understood what she said, but he never thought that Shin Shuyun had such an unreasonable sister. Although Shin Shushue was aggressive, Lin Zhu did not back down. "Miss Shin, I am the vice president of the group appointed by President Shen. If you have anything to say, go to your sister. You have no right to boss me around. Country bumpkin, I give you face? Just as Shinchushue continued to talk nonsense, Luli rushed in and quickly explained, Second Miss, Vice President Lin was appointed by the president. Please don't interfere in the company's affairs. Shinchushue looked at Luli and snorted coldly, saying, Luli, who do you think you are? How can you interfere in the affairs of the Shin family? My sister has been blinded by people like you. Today I must get this country bumpkin out of the company. Shinchushue's eyes were filled with anger and disdain, as if she wanted to tear Linja to pieces. For Shinshuyun, Linja could endure any grievance. He hurriedly said to Shinchushue, it turns out to be the second Mississippi. Please sit down. Do you want coffee or drink your head? I told you to get out of the company. Shinchushue continued to speak in a vulgar manner, insulting Lin Zhu. This scared Luli. This matter was very tricky. She knew that the second mission was not an easy person to deal with. She had been spoiled since childhood and had become lawless. Luli continued to explain, Second Miss, if there is anything, let's talk it out. This is the company, and Mr. Lin is the vice president appointed by the president and acting president. Please respect the president's decision. Shinchushue didn't buy it, and glared at him, what acting president? In my eyes, he is just a country bumpkin. Today I must let my sister see his true face. Shinchushue looked at Linju and then turned to Luli, asking curiously, oh. I see. Look at this country bumpkin who looks like a decent person. You were also deceived by him and had an affair with him? Luli was left in tears and laughter. Linju was Shinchuyun's man, so how could she dare to have an affair with him? To compete with her boss for a man was like pulling out the beard from a tiger's mouth, which was simply courting death. Luli shook her head helplessly and explained, Second Miss, you misunderstood. The relationship between Vice President Lin and President Shin is innocent. I am just a small secretary. How can I be so worthy? It's just that President Lin and I are innocent in this matter. If you have any opinions, you can only talk to President Shun. Shinchushue sneered and said, don't think I don't know your tricks. We are all birds of a feather. I'm going to find my sister right now. Just wait for me. Chapter 20 Linja's helplessness. Shinchushue would not give in so easily. She sneered and continued, I think you are in collusion. Today I will let my sister see your tricks with her own eyes. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and called Shinchuyun, her tone filled with unquestionable determination. Sister, I heard that you were cheated by a country bumpkin. I'm at Yunshan Group now, and I want to clean up the mess for you. Shinchuyun was resting on the sofa. When she heard her sister's roar, she slowly sat up and frowned. Shushue, what are you talking about? Who is the country bumpkin? What are you doing? Shinchushue said confidently, Linju is just a deceitful country bumpkin, don't be fooled by him. Shinchuyun didn't expect that Shinchushue would target Linju. Their affairs were kept absolutely confidential to the outside world. How did Shinchushue know about it? Her heart tightened, but her tone remained calm. Shushue, listen to me carefully. Linju is a professional manager I hired with a high salary. He is very capable and has made great contributions to the company. If you dare to make trouble, I will show you how I will deal with you. Shinchushue refused to give in and retorted, Sister, you are just blinded. Don't be fooled by his decent appearance. 9 out of 10 men like him are unreliable. Shinchuyun took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Shushue, you will only make the company laugh at your unreasonable behavior. Linju is just the vice president hired by the company. His responsibility is to assist me in managing the company. There is nothing else. Don't make trouble. Shinchushue was in a dilemma. Although she and Shinchuyun were half-sisters, she had deep feelings for Shinchuyun and she admired her very much. Shinchushue hesitated for a moment, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes, and finally gritted her teeth, Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want you to be kept in the dark. Since you said so, I won't make a fuss for now, but I will keep an eye on him. Shinchuyun continued, Shushue, if you are interested, then you can work hard in the company. If you are not interested, then you can go and have fun by yourself. Don't make a scene in the company. Although Shinchushue was unwilling in her heart, her sister's words forced her to restrain herself temporarily. Sister, where are you? I miss you so much and want to see you. How could Shinchuyun dare to let Shinchushue see her at this time? Her pregnancy was kept highly confidential. The servants in the house were all hired from other places, and they were given 3 rules. If anyone dared to gossip about her, Shin Shu-yun would make them pay the price. Chu Shui, I'm not feeling well and I'm recovering outside. You should just focus on your work and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Shin Shu-yun hung up the phone. Hey! Sister! Shin Shu-shui could only put away her phone helplessly, looked at Luli and asked, my sister said she is recuperating in another place. I want to ask you, where is she? Luli shook her head and said, Second miss, the president didn't tell me where he was going when he left, and I didn't dare to ask. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Shin Shu-shui frowned, with doubts in her heart, but she didn't want to embarrass Luli anymore. She turned to Linju and asked, Country bumpkin, do you know? Linju was speechless. Shin Shu-yun's sister was as beautiful as Shin Shu-yun, but her personality was completely different. Shin Shu-yun gave people the image of a jade girl, but her sister was like a shrew. Second miss, Mr. Shin and I are not very familiar with each other, how could she tell me her movements? What? You're not familiar with her? Shin Shu-shui seemed very surprised. She continued, I heard that you're my sister's kept gigolo. Could my information be wrong? Luli was shocked. It turned out that someone was playing tricks on her and deliberately instigated Shin Shu-shui to come to the company and make a scene. She hurriedly asked, Second miss, who told you this? Shin Shu-shui looked back at Luli and said, Why should I tell you? Luli sighed helplessly. She knew that this person must be someone Shin Shu-shui trusted very much, otherwise, given Shin Shu-shui's carefree personality, she would have just opened her mouth. She could only try to smooth things over. Second miss, you have been bewitched. This is not true. Boss Shin is out of town, and Boss Lin is in the company every day. How can you talk about keeping someone as your mistress? Someone has bad intentions and is jealous of your good relationship. They are deliberately trying to sow discord between you two. After Shin Shu-shui heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across her eyes, but she quickly became firm again. I don't believe it unless my sister tells me in person. Then Shin Shu-shui turned to Linju and said, Listen to me, country bumpkin. I will supervise you in the company. If you do anything wrong, I will tear off your disguise and expose you to your true colors. After saying that, Shin Shu-shui walked out carelessly. Linju smiled bitterly and sat back on the chair. He said helplessly, What a living ancestor. Luli hurriedly explained, the second miss said what she meant, but she is not a bad person. She is probably being used by someone. Linju sighed and rubbed his brows, I know who bewitched her. You know? Then who do you think bewitched her? Luli asked impatiently. Linju shook his head and said nothing. After a moment of silence, he asked, What is the relationship between President Shin and her sister? Luli explained, Boss Shin and the second young lady are half-sisters and have a very good relationship. However, the relationship between Boss Shin and her stepmother is not so harmonious. Linju smiled and said, Many literary works have written this way. 9 out of 10 stepmothers are not kind. Mr. Shin's stepmother definitely didn't treat her well, so it's understandable that Mr. Shin hates her. Luli explained, Things are not what you think. Linju asked curiously, Why, did I say something wrong? Luli sighed and said, I have met Mr. Shin's stepmother, and she left a very good impression on me. I heard that Mr. Shin's father cheated on her current stepmother, which caused Mr. Shin's biological mother to suffer from depression and then commit suicide. So Mr. Shin put all the blame on his stepmother, thinking that she destroyed their family and killed her mother. In fact, Mr. Shin's stepmother is also a victim, and it was Mr. Shin's father who deceived her. After hearing this, Linju frowned. He didn't understand. How could one act as a third party and pretend to be a victim? This world was really complicated. Luli continued to explain what happened that year. Shin Shu-yun's father, Shin Jiangyu, was a womanizer. He cheated on Shin Shu-shui's mother, Li Rongjin. Shin Jiangyu lied to Li Rongjin that he was not married yet. At that time, Li Rongjin, who was still in college, fell in love with Shin Jiangyu. Later, Li Rongjin became pregnant, and it was at this time that Shin Jiangyu confessed to Li Rongjin that he was already married. Li Rongjin knew she was cheated, and she wanted to abort the child and continue her studies, but Shin Jiangyu dissuaded her with various reasons and even promised to marry her. Li Rongjin softened her heart and eventually dropped out of school and left Shin Shu-shui. Later, Shin Jiangyu bought a house outside to support Li Rongjin and her daughter. There is no impenetrable wall. Shin Jiangyu's behavior was soon discovered by Shin Shu-yun's mother, and the family conflict intensified. Shin Shuyun's mother suffered from depression and eventually chose to commit suicide. Chapter 21: Su Yunhua's True Face. Later, Li Rongjin brought Shin Shushue into the Shin family and they became a member of the Shin family. Shin Shuyun's hatred for his stepmother stems from his deep love for his mother and his anger at his father's betrayal. The emotional entanglement is like a tangled mess that is difficult to untie. Shin Shuyun's heart knot is both the longing for his mother and the hatred for his father's infidelity. She projected all her resentment onto her stepmother, ignoring the fact that she was also a victim of deception. This complex emotion made the relationship in the Shin family increasingly tense and difficult to reconcile. Luli finally said with emotion, "Human nature is complicated, and the truth is often more heartbreaking than the surface." Fortunately, there is no estrangement between Mr. Shin and the second young lady, and they have a good relationship. Linja was silent for a long time, then sighed, "Perhaps, time is the best medicine for healing." There was just one thing Linja didn't understand. Since Shin Shuyun and Shin Shushue had a good relationship, why was Shin Shushue easily bewitched by Shin Hai? Could there be some hidden secret behind this? Linja was filled with doubts. He was sure that the person who was currently at war with the Shin family and Shin Shuyun was Shin Hai, and the person who had instigated Shin Shushue to come to Yunshan Group to cause trouble was definitely Shin Hai. Linja didn't see his assistant and secretary Su Yunhua. He felt that this person was always mysterious. Secretary Lu, who introduced Su Yunhua. Lu Li explained, she was sent by the headquarters. They said she is very capable, so they assigned her to you as an assistant. Linja didn't say anything. After Lu Li left, he wanted to visit various departments. When he walked to the entrance of the public relations department, he heard Shin Shushua's voice coming from inside. "I'm telling you, this Linju is just a country bumpkin who eats and drinks for free. He's nothing. This kind of lowly man uses his looks to seduce rich old women. Don't be fooled." Wang Yuzhen, the public relations manager, said, "Second miss, none of us are his prey." Shin Shushue asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Wang Yuzhen explained, "The second lady said that Mr. Lin only seduces rich old women. Do you think we are that kind of people? We are not rich and we are not old. He doesn't like us." Shin Shushue pointed at Wang Yuzhen and said, "Look at how stubborn you are. Pretty boys like Linja like to take advantage of people like you who are in love. You should be more careful." Linja suddenly pushed the door and walked in. "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." The beauties in the public relations department all greeted Linja respectfully. Shin Shushue was furious when she saw these women being so polite to Linja. She pointed at Linju and cursed, "Country bumpkin, listen to me, don't fall into my hands, or you'll be in trouble." Linju immediately retorted, "Miss Shin, if you want to go to work, then go to work properly. If you dare to make trouble in the company, do you believe that I will ask the security guards to throw you out? You dare? Security guard." Linja yelled loudly and the security guard did not come, but Shin Shushue was scared and ran away. Linja sneered, turned around and said to Wang Yuzhen, "Continue working, don't let her affect everyone." Wang Yuzhen nodded and quickly explained, "Boss Lin, we know what to do and will not be influenced by the second Mississippi." "That's best." After saying that, Linja left. The beauties in the PR department were actually quite frightened. One was the acting president, and the other was the second daughter of the unreasonable group. How could they dare to offend them? Linja returned to the office, but he couldn't calm down. Shin Shushue's actions made him more suspicious of Shin Hai's conspiracy. With this unruly second lady messing things up behind the scenes, his situation was even more worrying. In the president's office of Hailan Group, Shin Hai was sitting behind a large desk. He looked at Su Yunhua standing in front of him and asked loudly, "Is what you said true?" Su Yunhua said tremblingly, "Yes, Mr. Shun, Linja has won the 3-year order from Tianyue Group. Tianyue Group will have to increase its capital investment." Shin Hai frowned and said in a deep voice, "This Linja is really not a simple person. Do you know how he got this order?" Su Yunhua hesitated for a moment and replied, "I don't know the details. Linja got the order on his first visit to Tianyue Group. And the conditions were much more relaxed than before." Shin Hai was so angry that he threw the cup in front of him to the ground and cursed loudly, "This is outrageous, it's really outrageous. What method did he use? Go and check it immediately, I want to know all the details." Su Yunhua nodded quickly, "Yes, Mr. Shin, I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately." Su Yunhua was about to leave when Shanhai suddenly grabbed her hand and pinched her chin with his other hand. He said coldly, "Remember, you have to know Linja's every move clearly, otherwise you will never get any benefits from me in the future." Su Yunhua looked pale and nodded reluctantly. "Understood, Mr. Shen." Shanhai let go of his hand, his eyes as cold as ice. "Go ahead, don't let me down. You need to find out as soon as possible what the relationship between Linju and Shen Shuyun is." "Okay." Seeing Su Yunhua was about to leave, Shanhai grabbed Su Yunhua's neck again and said, "Find a way to get Linji into your bed and gain his trust." Su Yunhua was so scared that she left Shanhai's office trembling with fear, feeling uneasy. As soon as Su Yunhua went out, Li Yun came in. Li Yun asked softly, "Boss Shen, didn't Su Yunhua serve you well?" Shanhai snorted coldly, "Her? Let her serve Linja from now on. I want to see how many flaws Linja can reveal on her. Li Yun, keep a close eye on her and report any disturbances." Li Yun nodded in response. She unbuttoned her clothes, hugged Shanhai tightly and said, "Boss Shen, you are too angry. I will help you to cool down." Shanhai pushed Li Yun away, his eyes stern. "Get lost, I'm not interested." Li Yun was stunned and stepped aside awkwardly. What happened to Shanhai, who usually acts like a hungry dog when seeing a woman? Li Yun felt that the incident at Tianyue Group was a huge blow to Shanhai. Li Yun first left Shanhai's office and called Xiao Tianyue's secretary Qin Shuya in time. "Secretary Qin, I would like to invite you to dinner, and I would also like to ask you to do me a favor." "I don't have time." "If you have something to say, just talk about it." Li Yun could tell that Qin Shuya was a little impatient, so she quickly smiled and said, "Secretary Qin, this is about the cooperation with Tianyue Group. I want to ask you some details." "What do you want to know?" "I want to know the details of the cooperation between Tianyue Group and Yunxiang Group." "What do you want?" "You want to know about Mr. Chao's affairs." "What do you want?" "Don't look for me again in the future. We are not familiar with each other." After saying that, Qin Shuya hung up the phone. Li Yun was shocked. Qin Shuya was her good friend, so how could she say they were not familiar with each other? Was there something wrong here? Qin Shuya dared not have anything to do with Li Yun again. If she angered Xiao Tianyue, she would have no chance of survival. Qin Shuya had just walked into Xiao Tianyue's office. Xiao Tianyue looked up at Qin Shuya and asked, "Did Shanhai's secretary look for you again?" Chapter 22. Li Rongjin pleads for mercy. Qin Shuya was so frightened that her legs went weak. She had no idea how Xiao Tianyue knew about this, but one thing was certain, Xiao Tianyue knew everything about the company, big or small, at all times. Xiao Tianyue said sternly, "Listen carefully, the only partner of Tianyue Group right now is Linja. If you don't know the seriousness of this matter, don't eat from now on." Qin Shuya was terrified. Only dead people don't eat. This was Xiao Tianyue's death warning to her. "Boss Xiao, I know. Get out." "Yes." Qin Shuya hurried out. When Linja returned home after get off work, the first thing Shen Shuyun did was to explain to him the matter of Shen Shushui. "Linja, Shushui is ignorant, don't bother with her." Linja was speechless. Shen Shushui was 1 year older than him. Was it reasonable to say that she was young and ignorant? However, he heard about the relationship between sisters Shen Shuyun and Shen Shushui, and that Shen Shuyun would always favor her younger sister. "It's okay, Mr. Shen. She was also bewitched and used by others." Linja smiled slightly. He understood Shen Shuyun's feelings for her sister, but he still hoped that there would be fewer misunderstandings and disputes. "Don't worry, I understand. I won't bother with her." Shen Shuyun seemed to disagree with Linja's point of view. She explained, "Shushui is just afraid that I will suffer a loss, so she is a very simple person." Shen Shuyun continued, "She may have misunderstood your intentions. She mistakenly thought that you had some plans that were detrimental to me. But I know that you are an upright person." Linja felt very uncomfortable when listening to Shen Shuyun's words. Shen Shuyun just didn't believe that Shen Shushui was being used by someone. Luli said at the side, "Boss Shen, I think what Boss Lin said makes sense. The second young lady is likely to be used by someone with ulterior motives." Shen Shuyun looked up at Linja and asked, "Do you think so too?" Linja was speechless. He had just made his point clear, but she still had to ask. However, Linja still wanted to explain the pros and cons. "Boss Shen, if I'm guessing correctly, the person who bewitched the second miss is Shanhai. His purpose is to use the second miss to mess up the Yunxiang Group and sow discord between you sisters." Shin Shuyun was silent for a while and then said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat." Shin Shushue returned home, cursing all the time. Li Rongjin came over and asked, "Shushue, what's wrong with you?" Shin Shushue was so angry that she yelled, "Linja, this country bumpkin, deceived my sister. He is courting death." Li Rongjin was frightened, and she quickly asked, "What's going on?" Shin Shushue told her mother what Shin Hai had said to her. Li Rongjin felt something was wrong when she heard it, so she went out and called Luli to ask about the situation. Luli told Li Rongjin about Linja's situation, but she did not reveal to her the relationship between Linja and Shin Shuyun. After hearing this, Li Rongjin understood what was going on. She returned home and said to Shin Shushue, "You have a brain, why do you always like to listen to other people's nonsense? Don't think about it yourself. Don't listen to your eldest brother, believe your sister." Shin Shushue was furious when she heard her mother also speaking for Linja. "You people are so simple-minded. This country bumpkin must have bad intentions." Li Rongjin said seriously, "Go to your sister's company and study hard. Don't be idle anymore. You have graduated from college now, it's time to do something serious." Shin Shushue disagreed, "Mom, you don't understand at all. Linju is playing tricks behind my back. I must expose him." Li Rongjin sighed, "Kid, you are still too young and easy to be taken advantage of. You need to learn to think for yourself and not be swayed by your emotions. I won't talk to you anymore." Shin Shushue went back to her room angrily, secretly determined to find out Linja's flaws. Shin Shushue continued to do the same as always, spreading rumors everywhere in the company and speaking ill of Linja. Linja couldn't afford to offend Miss Shin too, so he pretended he heard nothing and turned a deaf ear to the rumors around him. It was almost time for lunch when Linja's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment but finally answered the call. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Mr. Lin Jalin, right? I'm Li Rongjin, Shin Shushue's mother." Linja was shocked. It was Shin Chuyun's stepmother. Her daughter made a scene in the company yesterday, and today she came to the door. Linja was overwhelmed. He quickly adjusted his mood and responded politely, "Hello, Ms. Li, what can I do for you? I'm at the restaurant across from your company. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Please come, Mr. Lin." Linja was secretly alert, but he had no reason to refuse, so he finally accepted the invitation. After get off work, Linja came to the restaurant. A waiter saw Linja coming in and hurried over to ask, "Are you Mr. Lin?" Linja nodded. "Please follow me." The waiter took Linja to a private room. There was a woman sitting inside. She was very beautiful, with a dignified temperament and a calm expression. "Mr. Li, please take a seat." "Thank you, Ms. Li." Linja sat down opposite the woman. He guessed that this woman was Shin Chushue's mother, Li Rongjin. Her face was somewhat similar to Shin Chushue. Li Rongjin asked the waiter to serve the dishes first. After the waiter left, Li Rongjin got straight to the point and said, "Mr. Lin, I think there may be some misunderstandings between us. I came to you today, on the one hand, I want to get to know Mr. Lin, and on the other hand, to resolve the misunderstanding between us. It needs to be clarified." Linja maintained a polite smile and said, "Ms. Li, what are you talking about? We have never met before, so how could there be any misunderstanding? Ms. Li, you are worrying too much." Li Rongjin smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Lin, it's more appropriate to call me aunt. Shu Shue is 1 year older than you. You are so young and beautiful, I really can't bring myself to call you auntie." Linja deliberately praised Li Rongjin because every woman likes to be told that she is young and beautiful. Li Rongjin was no exception. She was of course very happy in her heart. After all, she was very happy that such a handsome young man praised her for her youth and beauty. "Mr. Lin, you are joking. I am already over 40 years old." Li Rongjin continued, "Chu Shui is too ignorant. I know everything she did in the company. I apologize to you on her behalf." Did Li Rongjin really want to apologize? This made Lin Zhou a little unbelievable. Could it be that Shin Shushue, who was so cunning, had such a reasonable mother? Lin Zhou wanted to test Li Rongjin, and the second young lady may be spoiled, so she thinks she has done nothing wrong. The main reason is that I am just an employee of Yunchang Group. I have no reason to blame the second young lady. Li Rongjin heard that Linja had a prejudice against Shin Shushue's actions, but he didn't dare to argue with her because of his status. She quickly explained, Mr. Lin, you are the president of Yunxiang Group, and Shuxue is just an employee under you. Don't get confused. The corporate management system is the foundation, and family members have no right to override the system. You don't need to show mercy to Shin Shuxue, just deal with her as you should. Linja thought, do I dare? If I really deal with her, I'm afraid you will be the first person to settle the score with me. Chapter 23 Li Rongjin's Hidden Talents. He could only continue to test Li Rongjin. Auntie, I will do as you say. If Shin Shuxue doesn't work hard, then I will really deal with her. Okay, just follow the company's relevant regulations. I have no objection. Let's eat. As she spoke, Li Rongjin handed the chopsticks to Linja, signaling him to eat while chatting. The two of them ate and talked like this. Li Rongjin slowly told Linja about her and Shin Jiangyu. Shin Jiangyu is really, as Luli said, a playboy. He still has a lover outside. Li Rongjin has no choice but to let him go. Li Rongjin couldn't help but sigh and continued, these family matters shouldn't be told to outsiders, but I feel that you and I are very compatible, so I won't hide anything and tell you everything about me. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Linja listened silently, and gradually felt a little sympathy for Li Rongjin. He thought, perhaps it was these unknown private matters that made her particularly value family harmony. There was a sense of helplessness in Li Rongjin's tone. After hearing this, Linja couldn't help but say, Auntie, don't worry too much, everything will be fine. Li Rongjin continued, Shuxue is a kid who loves to play and doesn't do his job properly. He just plays all day long. He especially likes to drive fast, which is too dangerous. Shin Shuxue's personality was unruly and she was capable of doing anything. Linja couldn't help her either, as he couldn't even avoid someone like Shin Shuxue. Seeing that Linja didn't say anything, Li Rongjin continued, Boss Lin, Shuxue is interning at the company, and I would like you to take care of him. I heard that you easily won 3 years' orders from Tianyue Group. Your ability is recognized by everyone. Shuxue should learn from you. When Linja heard this, he was shocked. He understood that Li Rongjin was tactfully asking him for help, hoping that he could lend a hand to Shin Shuxue and help her get back on the right track. But Shin Shuxue would never listen to other people's advice, she just did what she wanted and was unreasonable. Linja could never control her. Auntie, don't worry too much. She will grow up slowly. All Linja could do was to comfort her, there was nothing else he could do. Li Rongjin stared at Linja's face while eating, which made Linja feel a little embarrassed. Li Rongjin said, Mr. Lin is so handsome. Back then, I was deceived by Shin Jiangyu's handsome appearance, but in the end. Alas. Linja heard that in Li Rongjin's mind, handsome men were all playboys, and he was prejudiced against men. She suspected that Linja was also a playboy. Of course Linja saw it. He smiled bitterly and said, Auntie, you should have heard that I am of a very humble status. I am just trying to make a living. I am satisfied as long as I can have enough food and clothing. I don't have so many tricks. Li Rongjin showed a trace of apology on her face, Boss Lin, what are you talking about? A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. I believe that Boss Lin is a rare talent. I am also worried that this small temple of Yunxiang Group may not be able to accommodate you. Linja didn't understand what Li Rongjin meant. Was she praising him or trying to chase him away? It can be seen that Li Rongjin is a person who does not easily reveal her opinions, and she always seems to be reserved. Linja knew that it was difficult to tell whether Li Rongjin's evaluation of him was true or false. Her worries about Shin Shuxue all came from her concern for her family. He decided not to take Li Rongjin's words too seriously. After all, he and Shin Shuxue only had a working relationship, and Li Rongjin's personal affairs had no direct connection with him. Li Rongjin then asked, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? Li Rongjin's words scared Linja. Was she going to introduce Shin Shuxue to him? Linja would rather be single for the rest of his life than marry such an arrogant young lady, not to mention that he already had Shin Shuyun. He quickly explained, Thank you, Auntie, I already have a girlfriend. A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Rongjin's face, but she quickly returned to normal, I was just asking casually. Li Rongjin is very beautiful and very sexy. Although she is already a middle-aged woman in her 40s, she has maintained herself very well and looks like she is in her 20s. She left a very good impression on Linja. She was really beautiful and kind-hearted. How could such a person not be liked by Shin Shuyun? Shin Shuyun was too extreme. After dinner, Linja returned to the office. Su Yunhua came in and said to Lin Jia, "Boss Lin, I want to treat you to dinner tonight." Lin Jia looked at Su Yunhua and asked, "You are just a small assistant, there is no need to do this." Su Yunhua smiled, with a hint of meaning in his eyes. "Boss Lin, this time I'm inviting you to dinner because it's about work, and I think you'll be interested." "I'm not interested." Lin Jia refused outright. Su Yunhua was very embarrassed and she could only step back. As soon as Su Yunhua left the office, Shin Shushua rushed in. Lin Jia even wanted to die. Why is Shin Shushua making trouble again? Shin Shushua smiled mischievously and sat on the sofa unceremoniously, with her arms folded across her chest. "Boss Lin, what kind of work do you want to assign to me?" Lin Jia couldn't understand what this spoiled second young lady was saying. He stood up and walked in front of Shin Shushua, and responded expressionlessly, "Tell me first, are you really willing to work hard?" Shin Shushua's eyes flickered, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Boss Lin, do you really think I will be that obedient in turn? I don't plan to waste my time here." Lin Jia played along. The temple of Yunshan Group is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like the second Mississippi. You should find another job. Upon hearing this, Shin Shushua suddenly stopped smiling, stood up, pointed at Lin Jia and cursed, "Country bumpkin, I'm giving you face. Don't forget that Yunshan Group belongs to the Shin family. You are just a dog of the Shin family. Don't act cool in front of me." Shin Shushua's insult made Lin Jia frown, but he did not lose his mind. Instead, he said calmly, "Second miss, if you don't want to abide by the group's rules, I have no right to force you. But please pay attention to your words and deeds. Respect is mutual. You are still a person who has attended a higher education institution. Don't act like a shrew and make the company employees laugh. You." Shin Shushua was so angry that she couldn't speak. She glared at Lin Jia fiercely, then turned around angrily and rushed out of the office. Lin Jia sighed helplessly, wondering when this dispute would end. He sat back at his desk and tried to refocus on the documents, but Shin Shushua's words were still echoing in his ears. He knew that for the future of Yunshan Group and for Shin Shuyun, he must learn to deal with these complex interpersonal relationships. At this time, Lin Jia's cell phone rang. He saw that the number was from Chao Tianyue, so he quickly answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Chao, do you have any instructions?" Lin Jia asked calmly. "Little brother, do you miss your sister?" Hearing Chao Tianyue's coquettish tone, Lin Jia was shocked. Is she going to do something? "Sister Chao, of course I miss you, but I'm very busy now." "It's okay. I'll treat you to a meal when you get off work. I'll send you the address then." Chapter 24. What is Chao Tianyue's real purpose? Lin Jia had no way to refuse. Chao Tianyue was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only accept it with pleasure. Soon, Lin Jia received the location sent by Chao Tianyue. This is a Western restaurant. Lin Jia came to the restaurant chosen by Chao Tianyue as soon as he got off work. Chao Tianyue was already waiting for him in the restaurant, and Qin Shuya was sitting next to him. Seeing Lin Jia coming in, Qin Shuya hurriedly stood up and gave the seat next to Chao Tianyue to Lin Jia. "Brother, make yourself comfortable and sit down." Lin Jia sat down next to Chao Tianyue. Lin Jia doesn't like Western food, but for Chao Tianyue's sake, he can only pretend to like it. After dinner, Chao Tianyue asked Lin Jia to take her home. Lin Jia was in a difficult situation, but he didn't dare to refuse. Lin Jia drove Chao Tianyue home. Along the way, Chao Tianyue just closed his eyes and rested without saying a word. It seemed that he was thinking about something. Lin Jia was a little uneasy. Arriving at a high-end apartment, after Lin Jia parked the car, Chao Tianyue slowly opened his eyes, turned around and said to him, "Get out of the car." Lin Jia had no choice but to get out of the car and accompany Chao Tianyue into the apartment. The servant came up quickly and changed their shoes. Chao Tianyue did not let Lin Jia sit down, but led him to the basement of an apartment. This is a secret room. Chao Tianyue pressed the password on the password keyboard on the wall, and the composite anti-theft door slowly opened, and the secret room instantly lit up. There were all kinds of artworks and antiques displayed around. Lin Jia felt that there was something weird inside. What did Chao Tianyue mean by this? Lin Jia was puzzled. He followed Chao Tianyue into the secret room. Chao Tianyue gestured to Lin Jia to look around. She had a mysterious smile on her face, as if waiting for Lin Jia to marvel at these treasures. Lin Jia could only pretend to appreciate it with interest, but in his heart he was wary of Chao Tianyue's true intentions. In fact, Lin Jia knew nothing about these antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and art treasures. He was born in poverty, and these were of no use to him. In his subconscious, he was satisfied as long as he had enough food, drink, and clothes to wear. These priceless things in front of him were just luxury toys, not necessities of life. Xiao Tianyue could see that Linja didn't care much about these things that she once made proud of. There was a hint of sneer on her lips. Xiao Tianyue knew Lin Jie's background, so Lin Jie's performance just now did not surprise her. She just confirmed her prediction. She didn't care about Lin Jie's indifference, because she knew that Lin Jie's background was completely different from hers. What she expected was not Lin Jie's appreciation of the artwork, but to test Lin Jie's inner world through these. Then, Xiao Tianyue turned on a power control switch, and a wall in the secret room lit up. It was an exquisite world map with sound, light, and electricity. Xiao Tianyue pointed to the twinkling bright spots on the world map and explained that they represented her assets and investments around the world. Lin Jie showed great interest, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xiao Tianyue noticed Lin Jie's reaction and the smile on his face deepened. She described the details of investments in various places in a light-hearted manner, as if she was telling one distant story after another. As Lin Jie listened, he was thinking in his heart that this world was full of unknowns and challenges for him. Xiao Tianyue turned around, put his arms around Lin Jie's neck, looked at Lin Jie affectionately and said, "I don't just want to conquer men, I want to conquer the world. Hold men in my arms and step on the world." Xiao Tianyue's breath was as fragrant as orchid. When she spoke, the airflow swept across Lin Jie's cheek, making Lin Jie feel a chill. Xiao Tianyue's words made Lin Jie shudder. What a devil, wanting to trample the world under his feet, is this what a person should say? Not to mention a woman. Lin Jie pondered silently. Xiao Tianyue seemed to have endless ambitions and desires in his heart. This kind of woman is so terrible. No wonder her husband and her lover both committed suicide. Lin Jie decided to treat Xiao Tianyue more cautiously. His intuition told him that there was a deeper mystery hidden behind this woman. He needed to be more careful not to get caught in the web she had carefully woven. Xiao Tianyue began to kiss Lin Jie. Her movements were very big and she always took the initiative. The two of them were making love in front of the world map that Xiao Tianyue was about to step on. After Xiao Tianyue arranged her clothes, she looked at Lin Jie again, her eyes revealing a hint of unfathomable depth. I am very satisfied with your performance. I didn't make a mistake in your choice. As he spoke, Xiao Tianyue handed a USB drive to Lin Jie and said, there are a lot of resources in it. At least it will allow you to get around Qingzhou with ease. Xiao Tianyue continued, many people don't really understand Qingzhou. Qingzhou is a first-tier city with a population of tens of millions. Its economic strength easily crushes most provincial capitals. You should develop well in Qingzhou. Of course Lin Jie knew all this, but Lin Jie was born with a sense of inferiority. Now he is the acting president of Yunshan Group, but he knows very well that he is just a kite in Shin Shuyun's hands. The kite string was always in Shin Shuyun's hand. When Shin Shuyun was happy, he would let go of the kite string and the kite would fly higher and farther. When Shin Shuyun was unhappy, he would reel in the string and the kite would fall from the sky and return to the starting point. Lin Jie took the USB drive, gently hugged Xiao Tianyue and said, thank you, Sister Qiao. Only Lin Jie knows his helplessness. He cannot control his own destiny now, and these resources are very important to him. Background and resources are as indispensable to a person as air and water. He can only endure humiliation. Xiao Tianyue continued, when you encounter difficulties, saying my name can sometimes be very helpful. Lin Jie still doesn't know why Xiao Tianyue brought him here. This place seems isolated from the world, but there are many ventilation devices that constantly replace the air inside, so there is no feeling of oppression. Xiao Tianyue pulled Lin Jie to sit down and said, I often stay here alone for a whole night. It's very quiet here, without the hustle and bustle and pollution of the world. Lin Jie was a little scared. He was afraid that Xiao Tianyue would make him stay here overnight. If he didn't go back, Shin Shuyun would definitely be very angry. Lin Jie tried hard to stay calm, but he was secretly thinking about how to escape from this suffocating place. Sister Qiao, my girlfriend is still waiting for me. Xiao Tianyue couldn't help laughing, and Lin Jie was so scared that he didn't dare to continue talking. Seeing that Lin Jie was a little uneasy, Xiao Tianyue suppressed her laughter and asked, Are you afraid of me? Lin Jie was slightly surprised at first, but then he quickly concealed his emotions and responded with a smile, Sister Qiao is so beautiful, how could I be afraid of you? Xiao Tianyue looked at him seriously and said, Little brother, there are a lot of false rumors about me outside, don't listen. I have no ill will towards you. A mysterious smile flashed across Xiao Tianyue's face, and he continued, I'm not trying to support you. To be honest, I don't have such a hobby. I just saw that you were young and handsome, so I wanted to get in touch with you. To put it bluntly, I want to make friends with you. Chapter 25 The Secret of the Mao Family. Linja didn't know what Xiao Tianyue wanted to say, as it seemed like she was always missing the point. Linja was stunned for a moment, then answered sincerely, Sister Qiao, I understand what you mean. I am very grateful to Sister Qiao for thinking highly of me and making me your friend. But I have to go back. My girlfriend is 6 months pregnant and she can't be alone. Xiao Tianyue just smiled faintly and said, Your girlfriend is Shin Chuyun, right? Linja was shocked. It turned out that Xiao Tianyue already knew about this little thing of his. That's right, for someone who wants to rule the world, wouldn't it be easy to catch him by investigating such a trivial matter? Linja reluctantly told what happened between her and Shin Chuyun in the nightclub half a year ago. Xiao Tianyue smiled faintly and said, I know. Linja was shocked. Xiao Tianyue really knew everything. If Xiao Tianyue told others about what happened between him and Shin Chuyun would definitely think that it was Linja who leaked it. In that case, he would be doomed. He asked nervously, Sister Qiao, you won't tell anyone, right? Xiao Tianyue responded calmly, Do you think I look like a gossipy woman? I want to give it a try and see if it's longer. Linja said as he kissed Xiao Tianyue and sucked her tongue. Linja deliberately said, Sister, it's a little long. But it's soft and smooth, very good. Xiao Tianyue was amused. Little thing, you're so cute. Xiao Tianyue said and started kissing Linju again. The two men rolled to the ground again. Xiao Tianyue was completely conquered by Linja, and Linja's goal was achieved. Xiao Tianyue opened the safe, took out a small box from it, handed it to Linju and said, Don't open this thing, keep it. If one day you need the Mao family, give this to Mr. Mao. Linja held the small box with a confused look on his face. Xiao Tianyue asked, You don't believe me? Linja quickly hugged Xiao Tianyue's waist and said, Sister, no matter what you say, how can I not believe you? Xiao Tianyue emphasized again, Don't open it. If you can't use it within 5 years, just burn it. Linja looked at the box in his hand. It was made of golden Nanmu wood. The box was very delicate and was locked with an exquisite small lock. Xiao Tianyue continued, The key is in the hands of Mr. Mao. You just need to give him the box and he will understand everything. Mao family? Linja had never heard of it. Is this box that important? Did Xiao Tianyue bring him into the secret room just to give him this thing? Linja felt overwhelmed. He didn't dare to ask Xiao Tianyue directly, but he felt that Xiao Tianyue had no ill will towards him. Xiao Tianyue put his hands on Linja's shoulders and said, Little brother, you are kind by nature, but I want to tell you that kind people are often bullied and kind horses are often ridden. Being too kind may not be a good thing. Especially businessmen. You should know the principle of holding Tai upside down and giving Chu the power. Kindness does not command the army, righteousness does not make money, goodness does not serve as an official, emotion does not establish affairs, and benevolence does not engage in politics. This is the conclusion drawn by our predecessors after thousands of years of experience. This is the classic. If you want to do something, you should think about it before you do it. Is he suitable for you? If he is not suitable for you, but you still want to do it, then you have to adapt to him and change yourself. In the business world, people are scheming and fighting to the death. I have fought and killed many people along the way, and I have stepped on many people to climb to where I am today. If you don't have someone to serve as a stepping stone for you, you will never reach the height you want. Xiao Tianyue's words made Linja shudder. He didn't think about these things, he didn't want to step on others to climb up. He would rather stay where he is, or live like he did in college, with pickles under steamed buns. After Xiao Tianyue sent Linja to the door of the apartment, she told him that she was going abroad for a while, and she had to go to several countries to handle work matters. Her daughter would come back to help her manage the company's business. Xiao Tianyue let him go, and Linja felt relieved. He couldn't afford to offend Shin Chuyun, and he couldn't afford to offend Xiao Tianyue even more. He felt that these two women would have a profound influence on his future development. They were both his benefactors. But thinking about it the other way around, Linja felt that he was not just humble, but a little bit lowly. Linja still has lingering fears about Xiao Tianyue. This man has connections everywhere and is very scary. The Qingzhou Mao family should not be simple. Xiao Tianyue actually holds the secret of the Mao family, so why doesn't she use it herself? When Linja returned home, he saw Shin Chuyun lazily leaning on the sofa. He hurried over, sat down beside her and kissed her. Shin Chuyun's belly was getting bigger and bigger. Linja stroked Shin Chuyun's bulging belly and said, "Boss Shin, your stepmother is looking for me." "What does that bitch want from you?" As Shin Chuyun spoke, his eyes were filled with disgust and dissatisfaction. Linja originally wanted to persuade Shin Chuyun and Li Rongjin to reconcile, but he saw that Shin Chuyun's misunderstanding of Li Rongjin was too deep. "Talking about this matter now might backfire. It's about your sister. She said the second young lady is very disobedient. She only thinks about racing and having fun all day long instead of doing her job properly." Shin Chuyun looked at Linja coldly and asked, "Do you think you can help her?" Seeing Shin Chuyun's serious look, Linja was a little scared. "Boss Shin, the madam wants to see me, I dare not refuse. You know the temper of the second miss, I can't hide from her, how can I help her? It's not that I don't know myself, but I am forced to do so." Shin Chuyun saw that Linja was in a difficult situation, so she did not blame Linja. "You can't control Chushua's affairs. This crazy girl won't do anything properly until she is crazy enough. Just don't worry about it." Linja wanted to intervene but couldn't, so he asked, "Boss Shin, if the second miss continues to misbehave in the company, what should I do?" Linja wanted to get the truth out of her and ask whether he had the right to deal with Shin Chushue. However, Shin Chuyun's attitude disappointed Linju. "Linja, don't forget, you are only the acting president. Chu Shui is the second daughter of the Shin family. How do you want to deal with her?" Linja was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he had touched Shin Chuyun's reverse scale. After all, they were sisters and had a good relationship. Linja knew that he had not sorted out the relationship clearly. How could he compare with Shin Chushue? "I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. I was just asking casually because this is what my wife wanted. I wouldn't dare to do this myself." Shin Chuyun thought for a moment and said, "Don't pay attention to her from now on." "Okay." Linja could only nod in response. The two men came to the bedroom, and Linja remembered the small box in his pocket that Xiao Tianyue gave him. He was a little embarrassed. The box was not big, but it was not very small either. It was just slightly smaller than a human palm. This box probably involves a major secret of the Mao family. Even Linju is not qualified to look at it, which shows how important the secret inside is. It must not be known to outsiders. Chapter 26. I can open the safe without a password. But this is Shin Chuyun's home. Where is the best place to hide this box? Linja's eyes swept over the two safes in the bedroom. Why did Shin Chuyun place two safes in the bedroom? "Boss Shin, why are there two safes here?" Shin Chuyun explained, "Originally I only had one, but I forgot the password, so I bought another one." "Is the key still there?" Shin Chuyun was a little surprised. He didn't know why Linja was so curious about the safe. "Do you want to use it?" This put Linja in a difficult position. He wanted to use it, but he couldn't find a reason to use it. What valuables could he possibly put in the safe? "Mr. Shin, I'm just curious. I can open the safe as long as I have the key." Shin Chuyun smiled disdainfully and said, "If you can open this safe without a password, then this safe will be yours from now on." As Shin Chuyun spoke, he took out the safe key from the corner of the closet and handed it to Linja. Linja was overjoyed. Perhaps Shin Chuyun could never imagine that Linja could open the safe without a password. Because this safe has a dial password, if it was an electronic button password, Linja really wouldn't be able to open it. Linja had opened this kind of turntable code without a password. As long as he knew the principle, it was not difficult at all. Linja took the key and inserted it into the keyhole. Press the door handle with your left hand and turn the password keypad with your right hand. After turning it clockwise twice, he began to look for the first password. His right hand slowly turned the password pad, and his left hand felt a slight vibration. The first password was found. Then, after turning counterclockwise once, start looking for the second set of passwords. After finding the second set of passwords, turn clockwise to find the third set of passwords. With a click, the safe door opened. Shin Chuyun was shocked. She couldn't believe that Linja had opened the safe in such a short time without the password. Then, Shin Chuyun squatted down with difficulty and took out the things in the safe. They are all valuable jewelry. At the same time, there is also a mechanical watch. After taking the things, Shin Chuyun said to Linja, "From now on, this safe will be yours to use." "Thank you, Mr. Shin. While Shin Shuyun was putting her jewelry into her safe, Lin Jia took out the box from his pocket, put it into the safe, locked the safe, and casually turned the password keypad a few times. Shin Shuyun finally handed the mechanical watch to Lin Jia. "This is for you." Lin Jia took the watch and looked at it. It was a men's watch with a green dial and looked very ordinary. Lin Jia has never worn a watch. In college, the rich people often say, the poor drive cars, the rich wear watches. But Lin Jia didn't care about these at all. He didn't want to look at watches worth hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars because it was impossible for him. Therefore, he didn't recognize those world-famous watches. However, for a beautiful female CEO like Shin Shuyun, the things placed in the safe should be very valuable. Shin Shuyun was still looking at him, and Lin Jia quickly put the watch on his wrist. Lin Jia was a little confused. Why was there a men's watch in Shin Shuyun's safe? Before she came into contact with Lin Jia, she was still a virgin and she should have never been in a relationship. Her father Shin Jiangyu and she have a very strained relationship, so it can't be her father's. Then who did she buy it for? I took a shower. Just when Lin Jia was puzzled, Shin Shuyun had already urged him to take a bath. Lin Jia nodded slightly and helped Shin Shuyun into the bathroom. Just when Lin Jia was about to take off his watch, Shin Shuyun stopped him. "No, it's waterproof. No need to take it off." Lin Jia helped Shin Shuyun into the bathtub. After Shin Shuyun sat in the water, Lin Jia began to massage and scrub her. Shin Shu closed her eyes slightly and enjoyed Lin Jia's service. She had long been accustomed to this. Lin Jia's techniques were constantly improving, and the quality of his service was getting higher and higher. While helping her to scrub her body, Lin Jia asked, "Boss Shin, is the Qingzhou Mao family very powerful?" Shin Shuyun's body trembled slightly, and he quickly opened his eyes and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Seeing Shin Shuyun's strong reaction, Lin Jia was shocked. He knew that he asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. "Boss Shun, I just heard someone outside mention it, I'm just curious." Remember, don't ask about other people's affairs. Be careful what you say. After saying that, Shin Shuyun closed his eyes again. Lin Jia nodded in agreement and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He continued massaging and felt Shin Shuyun's tense body gradually relax. He knew that every family had its own secrets, especially those of some wealthy nobles. The Mao family should be very famous in Qingzhou. It was just that a humble person like Lin Jia could not get in touch with them. Shin Shuyun's warning made him realize that there are some things that a small person like him cannot easily pry into. The next morning, Lin Jia came to the office, and the first thing he did was to turn on the smart object recognition function on his phone and scan the watch on his wrist. Niaodu Encyclopedia told him that this was a Rolex Green Submariner, one of the top 10 famous watches in the world, and its price was 180,000. Lin Jia shook his head. Wearing 180,000 yuan on his wrist was just a burden and meaningless. He thinks it is more convenient to use a mobile phone to check the time. With a bang, the door of Lin Jia's office was pushed open and Shin Shushue walked straight in. Lin Jia shook his head helplessly and said, "Knock on the door before entering." "Don't you know this rule?" "You stupid country bumpkin, why are you bullying me?" Shin Shushue said, pointing at Lin Jia and continuing, "Country bumpkin, what did you say to my mom? You are just a mean person." Lin Jia was so confused as to how he could have gotten involved with such a person. He believed in Li Rongjin's character, and it was very likely that Li Rongjin was reminding Shin Shushue to learn to respect Lin Jia and learn from him. She should only say this. Now, Shin Shushue misunderstood her mother's kindness. Lin Jia explained, "Second miss, your mother invited me to dinner, and I dared not refuse. I didn't say anything bad about you in front of your mother. It's just that your mother told me that you like to drive fast, which is very dangerous. She was worried about you and asked me to persuade you. I told her that I couldn't persuade you, and you didn't listen to what I said. Do you think there is something wrong with what I said?" After Shin Shushue finished listening, the expression on her face changed constantly. Finally, she snorted coldly and said nothing more. Lin Jia knew that Shin Shushue might not accept what he said, but at least it could calm her down. "Second miss, your mother loves you very much and she doesn't want anything to happen to you. Please understand her concern." Lin Jia tried to speak in a calm tone. Shin Shushue said disdainfully, "Country bumpkin, my mom is just like you, she knows nothing. Traffic jam is an elegant sport. If you want to talk about danger, there is no danger in anything. You can sprain your ankle in the office, you can have an accident while driving, and you can have an accident when flying. You are afraid of this and that, so you might as well just lie in bed every day." Chapter 27, Clear Rewards and Punishments. Lin Jia had no way to deal with Shin Shushua's arrogance and unreasonableness. He repeatedly emphasized, "You are changing the concept, second miss, you are confusing the concepts. Speed racing is indeed different from normal driving. The risks it brings far exceed the accidents in daily life. It is fine to enjoy elegant sports, but it must be done under the premise of safety. You wealthy celebrities should pay more attention to your personal image and safety. Official competitions have safety measures in place. What you are doing is illegal, and safety is not guaranteed at all." Lin Jia spoke passionately, but Shin Shushua looked disdainful. "Country bumpkin, nothing." After Shin Shushua finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Lin Jia and walked out. Lin Jia breathed a sigh of relief. This plague god came to cause trouble for him every day. It was so hateful. Lin Jia sat down helplessly, rubbed his temples, and sighed inwardly. He knew that communicating with Shin Shushua was like playing the lute to a cow, but he had to do his best as it was his duty. Perhaps only time could make her understand that true safety and happiness did not come from meaningless adventures. After a while, Su Yunhua came in. Lin Jia didn't have a very good impression of Su Yunhua. He always felt that this person was not very kind. With a somewhat flattering smile on his face, Su Yunhua approached Lin Jia and whispered, "Boss Lin, you should be free tonight. I would like to treat you to dinner." "Here he goes again." Lin Jia said impatiently, "Assistant Su, focus on your work. I will not accept any invitations from anyone except for work receptions." Su Yunhua's face froze, but he still didn't give up. "Boss Lin, I'm also here for work. Some things are more convenient to discuss at the dinner table." Lin Jia interrupted coldly, "Public and private affairs should be kept separate. This is the principle. If there is a real need for work, it is more efficient to discuss it in the office. Why discuss it at the dinner table?" Su Yunhua smiled awkwardly and nodded, but she was secretly calculating in her heart. Lin Jia's persistence left him no chance to take advantage of, but if she failed to complete the task assigned by Shanhai would definitely not forgive her. Su Yunhua left the door, and Lin Jia looked out the window, his mind full of thoughts. He was always thinking about the Mao family. He wanted to ask Lu Li, but Lu Li was Shin Shuyun's confidant, and she would report his every move to Shin Shuyun. Shin Shuyun had warned him not to ask about the Mao family. He knew that Shin Shuyun's warning was not aimless and there must be a deeper meaning behind it. If Shin Shuyun knew that he was still trying to find out about the Mao family, Shin Shuyun would probably turn hostile. This was a consequence he could not afford. Although Lin Jia is the head of the company, after thinking about it, he felt that none of these people were his. Even his assistant Su Yunhua has bad intentions and cannot be trusted. Lin Jia decided to put aside the doubts about the Mao family for the time being and focus on the work at hand. He knew that the most important thing for him now was to consolidate his position. There was a knock on the door. Lin Jia knew it wasn't Shin Shushua, so he immediately said, "Please come in." The person who came in was Lu Li. Lu Li stood in front of Lin Jia's desk and said, "Boss Lin, you won the 3-year order from Tianyue Group. The group will reward you with 3 million. The money will be credited to your account soon. And your monthly salary is 100,000. Lin Jia nodded slightly, but he was filled with joy. He had never thought of receiving this 3 million bonus and 100,000 monthly salary. This was given to him by Shin Shuyun, which shows that Shin Shuyun recognized him in his heart. But he knows very well that behind this recognition lies more responsibilities and challenges. Lu Li continued, "Tianyue Group has already injected 2 billion yuan in advance. This year's task is very heavy, and the factory is rushing to complete the work. This is all your credit." Mr. Shin's philosophy is to clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. Lin Jia nodded. But despite his happiness, he still felt a little sad. He was the CEO, but his salary had to be told to him by his secretary. He felt like he was a puppet. It seemed as if everything was under Shin Shuyun's control, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Not long after Lu Li left, Lin Jia received payment information, first a commission of 3 million, and then a salary of 100,000. At this moment, Lin Jia felt that he would no longer have to worry about money. Not long after Lu Li left, Lin Jia received a strange phone call. The other party's voice was low and mysterious. "Are you Lin Jia? The president of Yunchang Group?" Lin Jia mistakenly thought he was the boss of a cooperating merchant. He had been there for too short a time and didn't know most of Yunchang Group's partners. He quickly responded, "Yes, sir, please tell me who is." "You talk too much nonsense." The other party interrupted Lin Jia and continued, I'll wait for you at Yunfeng Tower at 6:30 p.m. Linja was shocked. What kind of place is Yunfeng Tower? He had never been there. He felt that this was unusual, but the other party's tone left no room for doubt. Who was this person? Linja quickly checked the address of Yunfeng Tower and decided to go to the appointment on time. After get off work, Linja asked Luli to go back first, and he took a taxi to Yunfenglu, an antique restaurant hidden in a busy street corner, with red lanterns hanging at the door, revealing a bit of mystery. Linja walked into Yunfeng Tower and was greeted by a strong aroma of wine. He could faintly hear low voices of conversation coming from between the ancient wooden tables and chairs. A young man came over and said to Linja, "Boss Lin, please follow me." Linja was very surprised. He had never met this person before, but the other parties seemed to know him. Linja felt very uneasy. The young man led Linja through a winding corridor and came to an elegant box. Sitting in the box was an elderly man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but he was in good spirits and his eyes were bright. The old man pursed his lips and motioned Linja to sit down. Linja sat down opposite the old man. The old man looked at Linja carefully and asked, "How old are you?" "Over 20, but under 21. Linja was a little nervous. The old man had a strong aura, which made him straighten his back involuntarily. It's not easy to become a president at the age of 20. The old man nodded slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Then, the old man looked at Linja with disdain and continued, "I heard that you joined Yunshan Group as the acting president right after you graduated from university. Is that true?" Linja nodded and said, "It's true." The old man continued to ask, "What is your relationship with Shin Shuyun?" Employment relationship. This question must not be ambiguous, so Linja answered it decisively. If he let it slip, the consequences would be disastrous. The old man sneered and said, "You may be able to fool Shinhide with this, but you are too naive to fool me." Linja was completely confused, thinking, what does this old man do? How can he know so much about his affairs? Does he know something? Or maybe he just wanted to deceive himself. Linja felt that what happened between him and Shin Shuyun would never be leaked. If it was leaked, it must have been Luli's doing. He never told anyone, and Shin Shuyun would not tell anyone either. The nanny at home hardly knew anyone outside, so who could she tell? Besides, they didn't dare to tell anyone, otherwise Shin Shuyun would not forgive them. Chapter 28 Weird Old Man Shin Shengan. Linja thought a lot, but based on his observation, Shin Shuyun trusted Luli very much. Apart from working in the company, she lived and ate at Shin Shuyun's home. The possibility of Luli telling others was almost zero. If Luli is a spy, then Shin Shuyun is too dangerous. Linju explained, "Sir, I come from a poor rural area and am now an orphan. I went to college at the age of 16. From the first day I entered college, I started working part-time while studying. Although I have just stepped out of the school gate, I have done a lot of social practice. I can't even remember the industries I am engaged in. I got to this position based on my own strength." The old man nodded slightly, with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Young man, you are ambitious. But the business world is like a battlefield, strength alone is not enough, the mysteries inside are far more complicated than you think. The fact that you can win 3 years of orders from Tianyue Group shows that you are still capable. What I mean is that crooked ways can also be considered as skills." Linja was secretly surprised. What did this old guy mean? Did he know about the shameful things between him and Xiao Tianyue? No way. In addition to Linju and Xiao Tianyue's secretary Qin Shuya should know about this matter. But as Xiao Tianyue's secretary, she should know Xiao Tianyue's methods, unless she is tired of living. Linja tried to remain calm and replied, "Sir, the market is highly competitive. I did use some extraordinary measures, but they were all for the benefit of the company. I have my bottom line when doing things. First, I do not violate laws and regulations. Second, I do not violate public order and good customs. I have a clear conscience about what I have done." The old man smiled and said, "I have made it clear. I only care about the results, not the process. You don't need to explain." Linja thought this old man was very strange. Why did he say all this? Out of curiosity, Linja asked, "May I know your name, sir?" "Shin Chang'an, chairman of Shin Group." Linja was shocked, it turned out to be his immediate superior. He quickly stood up and said, "Meet the chairman." Shin Shengan waved his hand to signal him to sit down, and said with some displeasure, "I hate these empty talk the most. I only like to deal with smart people." Linja felt that he did not leave a good impression on Shin Shengan. What Shin Shengan meant by his words was that Linja was not smart. Shin Chang'an then introduced the basic situation of Shin Group. Shin's group was founded by Shin Chang'an. After decades of development, it has become a well-known enterprise in Qingzhou. The group's business covers multiple fields including real estate, finance, technology, clothing, etc., with tens of thousands of employees. It is divided into 5 major groups, namely Yunxiang Group, Hailan Group, Tianhai Group, Xinghui Group, and Ruwais Group. The eldest brother Shin Zhenghuan's son Shin Haiqing is a playboy and a hopeless case. The eldest brother Shin Zhenghuan is in charge of Tianhai Group. The second son Shin Jingjing's son Shin Hai is in charge of Hailan Group. The third brother Shin Jiang Yu's daughter Shin Shuyun is in charge of Yunxiang Group. Xinghui Group and Ruwais Group are personally headed by Shin Shengan. Linja admired Shin Chang'an very much. He was already 75 years old, but he still controlled the 2 major groups, Xinghui and Ruwais, and his energy was amazing. Linja thought to himself that with such a family structure, the power struggle would definitely be fierce. Shin Shengan continued, if you want to make a difference in Shin's company, you must know how to handle complex situations with ease. Linju explained, I am just taking over temporarily. Miss Shin is not feeling well and needs to rest. I will hand over Yunshan Group to her when she comes back. Shin Chang'an's eyes were sharp, and he said in a cold voice, temporary care? I don't think it's that simple. Linja's heart tightened, but he still responded calmly, the chairman is very clear, I have no unreasonable thoughts, I just try my best to do my job well. You still say you're investigating? I ate too much. What am I investigating? Shin Chang'an continued, it's really hard to talk to you. I've already told you that I only care about winning and losing. I only judge heroes by success and failure. I don't care what you do. If you have the guts, I can kill people and set fire to things, and I won't care. Linja's 3 views were overturned. How could this old man be like this? Chairman, I understand what you mean, but I will stick to my principles and ensure that I create value for the company under the premise of legality and compliance. Shin Shengan pointed at Linja and said, you will never achieve anything great. Linja was a little confused. Are all businessmen so cruel? Linja could see that Shin Shengan and Xiao Tianyue had surprisingly similar views. Although they said different things, their meanings were the same. Businessmen should not follow the rules, be soft-hearted, or be soft-handed. Otherwise, they would be holding the sword upside down. After Shin Shengan took a few sips of wine, he talked more and more. Linja didn't drive, he took a taxi, so he could drink as much as he wanted. Shin Shengan spoke his true feelings. Now he is 75 years old, and he should have enjoyed a peaceful life. But he was unwilling to hand over the kingdom he had worked so hard to build to an incompetent person. The eldest brother, Shin Zhenghuan, has some ability, but his son is too prodigal, so he is not at ease handing over the group to the eldest brother. The second son, Shin Zhengjing, is indecisive and unlikely to achieve anything great. The third brother, Shin Jiangyu, is a playboy and only has eyes for women. Shin Shengan was not at ease with his 3 sons. Among his grandchildren, Shin Hai and Shin Shuyun were outstanding. The 2 of them became the hot candidates for the successor of the Shin family. Shin Shengan sighed and continued, but excellence does not mean competence. The business world is like a battlefield. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Linja nodded silently, thinking to himself that the old man still hasn't made up his mind. He is so bold. He is so old, if he were to die suddenly, wouldn't the Shin family be in chaos? Chairman, Shin Hai does things in a very dishonest way. He often causes internal conflicts. Shut up. Shin Shengan interrupted Lin Zhou again. He said unhappily, how many times do you want me to say it? I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Either go to heaven or go to hell. Why should I care what others do? If they break the law, there are laws to punish them. It all depends on their ability. I don't care what you do. Linja couldn't accept the old man's ideas, but he was the chairman and he made the rules. Others had to follow his baton. The old man drank a little too much, and Linja didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of making the old man unhappy again. Seeing that the old man was a little drunk, his assistant took him away first. Linja returned home and sat down next to Shin Shuyun. Shin Shuyun smelled alcohol on Linja's breath, and she hurriedly asked, "Did you drink?" "I think you drank quite a lot." Linja was still conscious, but the smell of alcohol was too strong, so he did not kiss Shin Shuyun. Shin Shuyun asked, "Who did you have dinner with and why did you drink so much?" "Chairman Shin." "My grandpa." Shin Shuyun suddenly became alert. "What did he say to you?" Chapter 29. He vowed to be on an equal footing with Shin Shuyun. Linja didn't expect Shin Shuyun to be so sensitive. He could only tell Shin Shuyun the truth about the meeting with Shin Shingan. After hearing this, Shin Shuyun frowned and sighed softly. "Grandpa is too worried." Soon Shin Shuyun's expression suddenly changed. She stared at Linja's eyes and asked coldly, "You didn't let it slip, did you?" Linja knew what Shin Shuyun meant by letting something slip. She certainly knew the interests involved. How could he dare to speak without thinking? "Boss Shin, I told the chairman that you and I are just employees. We are not very familiar with each other." Shin Shuyun's eyes relaxed slightly, but he was still a little wary. "Are you sure he believes it?" "Grandpa is very smart and can detect the slightest flaw." Linja nodded firmly. "I was careful with my words, and he didn't get suspicious. In fact, Shin Shingan has made it very clear that he has no interest in these things. The only thing he cares about is who is the truly strong one." I'm afraid even Shin Shuyun doesn't know this. To be on the safe side, Linja firmly denied the rumors in front of Shin Chang'an. Shin Shuyun believed in Linja's caution, but she still had doubts in her heart. She gently reminded him, "Be more careful about your words and actions in front of him in the future." Linja nodded, knowing the pros and cons of this. The nanny quickly brought Linja some sobering soup. Linja took the bowl of soup, took a sip, and thought to himself, "In this vortex of power, every step must be treading on thin ice." Shin Shuyun's worries were not unreasonable. Shin Chang'an's shrewdness and coldness made people fear him. Shin Shuyun asked tentatively, "My grandfather must have drunk a lot?" Linja nodded slightly. It's true that he drank a lot. He's 75 years old, but his alcohol tolerance is still amazing and his thinking is still clear. He seemed very excited. In the end, he couldn't drink as much as me and was helped away by his assistant. Shin Shuyun seemed to be thinking about something, and said softly, "Grandpa has a good physical foundation, but he is already in his 70s after all, and his health is not as good as before. No matter how good his alcohol tolerance is, he needs to be moderate." Having said that, Shin Shuyun looked at Linja. From Linja's narration, Shin Shuyun knew that her grandfather was very satisfied with Linja. A complex emotion flashed across Shin Shuyun's eyes, and he sighed softly. Grandpa's obsession with power is really hard to understand. Soon, Shin Shuyun abandoned this heavy topic, stretched out his hands and gently placed them on Linja's shoulders, and said softly, "Let's go, I want to take a shower." This was a daily compulsory course, and Linja had long been accustomed to it. He simply carried Shin Shuyun upstairs. Shin Shuyun hugged Linja's neck and whispered in his ear, "Linja, I like you more and more. You always understand what I am thinking and you are always so considerate. In this complicated environment, I feel at ease with you by my side. I hope we can continue to support each other like this." Only he himself knew the pain in his stomach. Linja, a man, had no choice but to grovel and fawn in front of a woman. Because he knew that people like him were insignificant in front of Shin Shuyun and others. Han Xan endured the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. Sun Jing hung himself from a beam and pierced his thigh with a needle. Go Jian, the king of you, slept on firewood and tasted gall, and Quang Hung chiseled a hole in the wall to steal light. Throughout the ages, those who have accomplished great things have all been able to endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Linja muttered to himself, knowing full well that he was also walking a path of enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. Arriving at the bathroom, Linja put Shin Shuyun down and gently undressed her. Shin Shuyun stroked her bulging belly and asked, "Linja, am I looking very embarrassed now?" Linja kissed Shin Shuyun and said, "You look very beautiful and great now. You will soon become a great mother." However, Shin Shuyun's face did not show the joy of becoming a mother, but instead a hint of sadness. Linja was very puzzled. He didn't know why Shin Shuyun had changed like this. But he didn't dare to ask. Shin Shuyun walked into the bathtub, sat down slowly, sighed, and said slowly, "Linja, my life is ruined in your hands." Linja was startled. He quickly squatted down and asked softly, "Boss Shin, is there something I did wrong?" Shin Shuyun shook her head and said slowly, "When I see myself now, I can't believe that I am still the Shin Shuyun who was known as the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou. My image as a pure girl is gone. I am no longer a pure girl, but a woman." Linja didn't know what Shin Shuyun was going to say. "Boss Shin, you're fine, why would you say that?" Shin Shuyun didn't blame Linja, she just blamed herself. "I had this child on impulse. Later, I hesitated and kept the child. I regret it now. After giving birth to a child, my body will be deformed and my muscles will age faster. I feel scared when I think about it. The child is going to be born in less than 2 months. Does Shin Shu-yoon still want to keep this child? It wouldn't be so cruel, would it? Lin Ja gritted his teeth and comforted him. Boss Shin, you misunderstood. A woman who has never given birth cannot be considered a complete woman. Only women who have given birth will have more complete physiological functions and stronger vitality. They are less likely to age. Look at those stars, they are still radiant after giving birth. You will be the same, or even more beautiful. Don't worry, I will always be with you. Modern medicine has proven that the reproductive process may have an impact on women's immune system, making them produce a stronger immune response to certain pathogens, which may help reduce the risk of certain diseases, such as breast cancer and uterine fibroids. Although Lin Ja gave Shin Shu-yoon a lot of knowledge, Shin Shu-yoon remained unmoved. Shin Shu-yoon didn't say anything else, and Lin Ja didn't know if she had listened. He didn't dare to ask more, so he could only give Shin Shu-yoon a good massage. Mr. Shin, how do you feel? Is the weight appropriate? Shin Shu-yoon raised his right hand, stroked Lin Ja's face and said, very comfortable. Lin Ja, you are very considerate, I am very satisfied with you. Just don't be proud and complacent, and never forget your identity. Lin Ja nodded slightly, but a bitter feeling rose in his heart. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, the gap in status would always be difficult to cross. Shin Shu-yoon's words were both an affirmation and a reminder. He could only bear it silently and continue to move forward on this very difficult road. He believed that one day Shin Shu-yoon would completely accept him and give birth to several more children for him. He wanted to be on equal terms with Shin Shu-yoon and become a very loving couple. He wanted to be Shin Shu-yoon's true support. Lin Ja's eyes were firm and the strength in his hands was gentler, as if he wanted to inject all his care into Shin Shu-yoon's body. Shin Shu-yoon felt this warmth, and the sadness in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a barely perceptible sense of dependence. She closed her eyes, enjoying the moment of tranquility, and prayed silently in her heart, hoping that the future days would be beautiful and full of hope, as Lin Ja said. Chapter 30 Shin Shu-yoon's Charity. Back in the bedroom, Shin Shu-yoon didn't lie down in a hurry. Instead, he took out a bank card from the drawer of the bedside table and handed it to Lin Ja, saying softly, "This is for you. There is 5 million in it. As my man, Shin Shu-yoon, don't be too shabby when you go out." Lin Ja did not take the bank card. He explained, "Boss Shin, you have already given me a commission of 3 million. I also have an annual salary of 1 million. I don't need this bank card anymore." Shin Shu-yoon frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "This is not a matter of money, but the status you deserve. Take it, I don't want to repeat it. The password is my birthday." After saying that, Shin Shu-yoon stuffed the bank card into Lin Ja's hand. Lin Ja is no longer short of money now. He thinks this is Shin Shu-yoon's charity to him. If he takes this money, he will really become a gigolo. But he thought carefully, could what he was doing now still be considered as what a gentleman would do? Moreover, would he dare to refuse Shin Shu-yoon's charity? He really didn't dare, otherwise he would make Shin Shu-yoon unhappy. He couldn't bear Shin Shu-yoon's wrath. Lin Ja hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the bank card. Shin Shu-yoon smiled and said, "I told you that as long as you listen to me, I can satisfy you with whatever you want." Shin Shu-yoon's words made Lin Ja feel very uncomfortable, but what could he do? Shin Shu-shua once ridiculed Lin Ja in his office, but now Lin Ja felt that Shin Shu-shua's words sounded unpleasant, but now he thought about it carefully, maybe Shin Shu-shua was right. He was just a country bumpkin with no background. It would be extremely difficult for him to find a job with a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. Lin Ja knows the hardships of people at the bottom of society. After leaving Shin Shu-yoon and Yunchang Group, he has no choice but to live in the basement and eat steamed buns with pickles. Although Shin Shu-yoon's gift made him feel humiliated, it could make him a superior person and save him 20 years of hard work, or even longer. "Lin Ja, I'm going to sleep." "Okay, Mr. Shin." Lin Ja helped Shin Shu-yoon to sleep and covered her with a blanket. Huang Xinran and her husband Wang Junbo hurried to Yunchang Group. The front desk stopped Huang Xinran and his wife and asked, "What do you want to do?" Wang Junbo quickly said, "We want to meet the boss of your company to discuss cooperation." Huang Xinran handed over her business card and said anxiously, "We have an important project that we would like to discuss with Mr. Shin. Please be sure to inform him." The receptionist took the business card, glanced at it quickly, and said, "I'm sorry, our president's last name is Lin, not Shin." Huang Xinran was stunned for a moment, then changed her tone. Then please inform Mr. Lin that we have urgent cooperation to discuss. The receptionist nodded, picked up the phone and dialed the internal line. Lin Jia was processing documents in the office when he received a call from the front desk. He frowned and asked Su Yunhua, "Hasn't the clothing fabric supplier for the processing plant been negotiated?" Su Yunhua nodded and said, "We have indeed negotiated with several suppliers, but nothing has been finalized yet." Lin Jia hesitated for a moment, picked up the phone and replied to the front desk, "Let them come up." Soon, Huang Xinran and his wife came to Lin Jia's office. When Huang Xinran saw Lin Jia sitting in the president's seat, she was shocked. "Lin Jia, why is it you?" Su Yunhua on the side shouted, "How dare you? Do you think you can call our CEO Lin by his name? If you don't want to talk properly, get out." Wang Junbo hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying with a smile, "Sorry, I am being rude." "Sorry, Mr. Lin, my wife has never seen the world, please don't bother with her." Huang Xinran finally came to her senses. The Lin Jia in front of her was no longer the boyfriend she had casually abandoned. He was now the president of Yunxiang Group. But she was very surprised. In just over 2 months, Lin Jia suddenly became the president of Yunxiang Group with a market value of over 10 billion yuan. She thought the world was too crazy and too unbelievable. Huang Xinran quickly apologized to Lin Jia. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I was rude." "No problem." Lin Jia looked at Wang Junbo, smiled faintly, and asked, "Are you the old Wang who drove a BMW and snatched Huang Xinran from me?" When Lin Jia said this, Wang Junbo was shocked. He knew that Huang Xinran had a boyfriend, so he used money to knock Huang Xinran unconscious and then snatched the money from her boyfriend. What he never expected was that Huang Xinran's boyfriend was actually the president of Yunxiang Group. Su Yunhua was also very surprised. She didn't expect that this woman was actually her boss's ex-girlfriend. She now understood Huang Xinran's gaffe just now. Wang Junbo stammered, "Yes, yes, General Lin." Lin Jia sneered, "Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything else. Huang Xinran chose you for a better life, which is understandable. I don't blame her." Wang Junbo breathed a sigh of relief, but was still a little frightened. "Boss Lin, if you still like Xinran, I'll give her to you." Lin Jia was speechless. He smiled contemptuously, like, "Are you here to make fun of me? You give it to me, do you think I need your courtesy?" From the moment Huang Xinran proposed to break up with me, we are already in the past. We are only talking about cooperation today, nothing to do with personal matters. Please tell me about your intention for cooperation. Huang Xinran lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Junbo quickly handed over the cooperation proposal. "We hope to provide clothing fabrics for your company's clothing factory." Lin Jia asked, "Many suppliers are already negotiating with us, we can only choose the best." After thinking for a while, Lin Jia continued, "As far as business is concerned, we will treat everyone equally and will not favor any party. If your plan is the best, then we will choose yours." Wang Junbo nodded, secretly rejoicing in his heart, and hurriedly added, "Our fabrics are of high quality, reasonably priced, and have stable supply channels. They will never affect your company's production progress." Lin Jia nodded slightly, signaling his assistant to take the plan, and said calmly, "We will evaluate it carefully and give you a reply within a week." Wang Junbo nodded gratefully. Huang Xinran breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt mixed emotions. The Lin Jia in front of him is much more mature than when he was in school. He is always so handsome, always so calm and wise, making it impossible to ignore his existence. He is always the man who makes people fall in love with him at first sight. She couldn't help but think back to the young boy she was back then, but now she is at the pinnacle of business and in control of the overall situation. Huang Xinran was filled with mixed emotions, including nostalgia for the past and helplessness about the reality. She knew very well that Lin Jia was no longer someone she could easily reach. Wang Junbo took the initiative to invite Lin Jia to dinner, but was rejected by Lin Jia. Su Yunhua politely escorted them out of the office and closed the door gently, leaving Lin Jia alone in his thoughts. Lin Jia looked out the window, his thoughts drifting away. He thought of the little things he had experienced with Huang Xinran, all the laughter and quarrels, which have now vanished into thin air. Chapter 31: Li Rongjin's request for help. At that time, he only had eyes for Huang Xinran. He fought in the underworld, worked as a driver for those rich young men, and ran a designated driver. Apart from attending classes, he was like a fully wound clock, always running. He worked hard to make money just to meet Huang Xinran's various needs. He would rather eat steamed buns with pickles and go hungry one day and buy Huang Xinran a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. In the end, Huang Xinran told him that she was just having fun with Lin Zhu, but she got into someone else's BMW without hesitation. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Zhu's lips. All the enthusiasm and dedication of youth now seemed like just a dream. He once thought that love was everything in life, but he did not expect that reality was so cruel and human hearts were so fickle. When he woke up from the dream, he realized that career was the foundation of his life. Things in the world are so magical. In school, Lin Zhu, a poor loser who was looked down upon by those rich kids, suddenly became the president of Yunxiang Group, and Shen Shuyun, the most beautiful president in Qingzhou, became his bedside companion. No one would dare to believe this if you told them, but it is an indisputable fact. Su Yunhua came in and placed the plans of each company in front of Lin Zhu. Mr. Lin, these are the supply plans provided by all suppliers. Please make your decision. Lin Zhu did not look at the plans immediately, but just sat in a chair and closed his eyes to rest. Su Yunhua asked tentatively, Boss Lin, your ex-girlfriend was pretty, but she was not worthy of you. I find it hard to imagine that he would abandon you and choose a greasy middle-aged uncle. Did she lack fatherly love since childhood, or is she not smart enough? Lin Zhu opened his eyes and replied calmly, those are things of the past, not worth mentioning. Now, I am more concerned about the development of the company and the well-being of my employees. Su Yunhua nodded to show her understanding. She deliberately crawled on Lin Zhu's desk in front of Lin Zhu, with the collar of her shirt wide open, revealing her beauty. Lin Zhu just glanced at him, his eyes did not linger on Su Yunhua. He understood that Su Yunhua was trying to get close to him deliberately. Su Yunhua asked, Boss Lin, how do I compare to your ex-girlfriend? Lin Zhu became more and more disgusted with Su Yunhua. He felt that this woman had ulterior motives and always liked to take shortcuts and do some crooked things. He remained calm and responded with a helpless attitude, Assistant Su, I don't want to judge others, let alone compare. Huang Xinran is already someone else's wife and has nothing to do with me. You and I are colleagues, nothing more. If you focus on your work, I will appreciate you even more. After saying that, Lin Zhu focused his attention on the documents in his hand again. His face was expressionless, but his inner determination seemed to be conveyed to everyone through his deep eyes. Su Yunhua was helpless. Lin Zhu was unmoved and she had no idea where to start. After reading all the proposals, Lin Zhu felt that Wang Junbo's proposal was indeed good, so he told Su Yunhua to choose Wang Junbo's proposal and notified the factory to organize production as soon as possible and not to delay delivery. After get off work, Lin Zhu went home. He didn't have much entertainment. Apart from work, he went home to accompany Shen Shuyun. Shen Shuyun's body was getting heavier and heavier. She was very lazy, so Lin Zhu had to urge her to exercise more. Shen Shuyun said that she could only give birth naturally, and she didn't want any traces of surgery on her body. Lin Zhu understood her persistence and always stayed by her side carefully, protecting this upcoming new life in his own way. Lin Zhu had just returned from a walk with Shen Shuyun when his cell phone rang. It was Li Rongjin calling. Li Rongjin must have something to talk to him about, so Lin Zhu answered the phone. Li Rongjin on the phone said, Xiao Lin, please help me. Li Rongjin seemed to be begging, and she seemed very anxious. Lin Zhu hurriedly said, Auntie, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. Is there something wrong? The first snow is going to go racing again. Lin Zhu was a little surprised. It was not new for Shen Shushu to speed, so what was the big deal? Auntie, isn't it common for her to race cars? Why is it different this time? Li Rongjin's voice was choked with sobs, Xiao Lin, you are the person Auntie trusts the most. I am really worried about Chu Shui. She has been too crazy recently and has completely disregarded her own safety. She just said that she was going to participate in an illegal underground car race. The stakes are high, but it is also very dangerous. We couldn't persuade her, and she's gone. It was racing, not drag racing, they were two different things. Li Rongjin had mixed them up. Lin Zhu asked, do you know where they are going to compete? Black Wind Mouth. Black Wind Passage? Lin Zhu frowned, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Haifengku is more than 40 kilometers away from the outskirts of the city. The mountains there are very complex. There are several wealthy bosses who privately built a track specifically for motorcycle racing. When Lin Zhu was 17 years old, he was the famous Black Whirlwind in Haifengku. Lin Zhu knew that track. He had won many honors there, but it was also a place where accidents frequently occurred. Many drivers were left with lifelong disabilities there. Li Rongjin continued, Xiao Lin, Auntie begs you, you must bring Chu Shui back safely. From now on, Auntie can do anything for you. Auntie, I can only give it a try. She may not listen to my advice. Auntie knows, you must have a way. Linja felt that Li Rongjin was desperate and was trying every possible means to find a cure. How could Shin Shushua listen to his advice? If Shin Shushua didn't humiliate Linja once a day, she couldn't get through life. If she could listen to Linja's advice, it would take until the sun rises from the west. But he still decided to give it a try. After all, Shin Shushua's safety was of paramount importance. After Linja hung up the phone, he was about to speak when Shin Shuyun asked first, "Who's calling?" Linja told the truth, "It's your stepmother Li Rongjin's call." Shin Shuyun's expression changed all of a sudden, and it seemed as if ice was about to fall off her face. She changed her face too quickly. "I've already told you to ignore her." "What? Doesn't what I said work anymore?" Linja was terrified when he saw Shin Shuyun's reaction. His heart sank, but he still maintained a calm tone. "Boss Shin, the second young lady is going to participate in a very dangerous car race. Her mother is afraid that something might happen to her, so she asked me for help." When she heard that Shin Shushua was in danger, Shin Shuyun's expression instantly changed from cold to stiff. After thinking for a while, she asked, "What can you do?" Linja shook his head and said, "No, I have already told Li Rongjin that Shin Shushua may not listen to my advice. Even if I go, I can't solve the problem." Shin Shuyun hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where are they competing?" "Haifengku, about 40 kilometers outside the eastern suburbs." "Do you know that place?" Linja nodded and said, "I've been there." Linja did not say that he often participated in competitions there. Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, as if she had made a difficult decision. She raised her head and said to Linja with a firm gaze, "Go ahead, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Just do your best, as for whether she listens or not, that's her business." Chapter 32 Betting. Linja drove his Maybach immediately to Haifengku. Along the way, he recalled those thrilling competition scenes and couldn't help but worry about Shin Shushua. Black Wind Mouth is the favorite place of players and it is very challenging. Especially at night, the lights on the track are dim, the turns are many and sharp, and you will lose control if you are not careful. Many times, we can only rely on the reflective sheets on the roadside to determine the direction. They chose to hold the competition at night, which means there are masters among them. Rookies like Shin Shushua are just there to serve as a foil, to give away money, and maybe even to die. Shin Shushua had been walking for more than an hour. Linja could only speed up the car, secretly praying that Shin Shushua would be safe. When Linja arrived at Haifengku, it was already dusk and the sky was getting dark. There were already several large displacement motorcycles warming up on the track. The roar of the motorcycle engine was deafening. When they saw a Maybach speeding towards them, they couldn't help but look back. Shin Shushua could tell at a glance that this was her sister's car. When Linja got out of the car, Shin Shushua took off her helmet, walked up to Linja and started yelling, "Country bumpkin, what are you doing here?" Linja frowned and said in a deep voice, "Second miss, I was entrusted by Ms. Li Rongjin to take you home." Shin Shushua sneered disdainfully, "Go home? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" Linja smiled helplessly and explained patiently, "Second miss, this is not a joke. The track is dangerous and your mother is worried that something might happen to you." Shin Shushua still didn't take it seriously. "Dangerous? Only cowards think it's dangerous. I tell you, I must get into the rankings." Linja looked at the motorcycles. There were at least 30 people on them. With so many people on the track, collisions were inevitable, and there was very limited space for safe overtaking. Linja's heart tightened, and his tone became more determined. "Second miss, your courage is commendable, but the reality is cruel. There are so many experts on the track, and the slightest mistake can mean life and death. Can't you understand your mother's love for her daughter? Come back with me." These rich young men came over and surrounded Linja and Shin Shushua. A racer asked, "Miss Shin, who is he?" Shin Shushua said impatiently, "A poor country bumpkin. This country bumpkin advised me to give up the competition. Don't you think it's funny?" The racers laughed. At this time, a very beautiful woman walked up to Linju and was very surprised. "Oh my god, so handsome." "Shushua, he can't be your canary. Can you give him to me if you don't like him?" Shin Shushua pushed Linju and said, "If you like this country bumpkin, take it." "I don't like him." Linja hurriedly explained, "Hello everyone, my name is Linja, I am 20 years old, I am the president of Yunchang Group, and Miss Shin Shushua's leader." "Fuck. Is this true?" Another young man took a good look at Lin Jun and continued, "Boy, you're only 20 years old, have you grown all your hair yet? You're the CEO of Yunshan Group and Miss Shin's leader. You're really good at bragging." The man turned to everyone and asked, "Do you believe it?" "No." Almost everyone said in unison. Lin Jun knew that these people must look down on him. He was used to this kind of contempt. In the village, at school, and even at Yunshan Group, he was the acting president, but in Shin Chushue's eyes he was just a poor loser and a country bumpkin. "Everyone, listen to me. This track is very difficult. If you don't have comprehensive skills, don't try it. There are many drivers who have failed here. Health and life are the most important." A racer asked Lin Jie, "Country bumpkin, do you mean you know this track?" Lin Jie said calmly, "When I was 17, I was invincible on this track." Ha ha ha. Lin Jie's words caused everyone to laugh. The pretty girl couldn't stand it any longer. "Handsome boy, are you deliberately trying to prevent us from having steak? What does this have to do with them eating steak?" Lin Jie asked in confusion, "Beauty, what do you mean by this?" The beauty smiled and said, "You blew up the cow to death, so of course we can't have steak." Lin Jie finally understood that the beauty was making fun of him for bragging. The others were all laughing at and mocking Lin Jie. Shin Shushue thought for a moment and said, "Country bumpkin, since you are so good, then you can prove it to everyone. Let's see for ourselves on the track. Let's take it out for a walk to see if it's a mule or a horse." Lin Jie still didn't understand, so he asked, "How do I prove it? Should I find someone to compete with me?" Shin Shushue seemed to have thought it through long ago. She said somewhat proudly, "You are invincible, aren't you? You take me to the race. If you come out on top, I will go back with you and promise not to play racing again. The 10 million prize money is yours. If you don't come in first, you can get out of here as far as you can and never ask about my affairs again. What do you think? Do you dare to bet?" Lin Jie never thought that Shin Shushue would give him such a difficult problem. He hadn't competed for a long time and was a little rusty. But these little karamis in front of him might not be enough. In order to make Shin Shushue shut up, he decided to take this gamble. Seeing that Lin Jie didn't say anything, Shin Shushue thought he was scared, so she continued to speak sweetly, "What's the matter, country bumpkin, are you scared? Country bumpkins are country bumpkins, and low-class people will never become high-class people." Lin Jie took out his phone, turned on the recording button, and said, "Say it again. I want to leave evidence. I'm afraid you'll go back on your word later." Shin Shushue was very straightforward and repeated what she had just said. After Shin Shushue finished speaking, Lin Jie continued, "Ms. Shin, you took the initiative to bring this up. I didn't force you. You can't regret it later." Shin Shushue stretched out her right hand and made a turtle gesture, saying, "Whoever regrets is a turtle." These rich young men who came to watch the fun didn't think it was fun enough, and they began to mock Lin Jie one by one. "Country bumpkin, this is racing, not driving a horse-drawn carriage, you have to understand it clearly." "Yes. I think it would be better for you to go back to your country and drive a tractor. You can't do this kind of work." The pretty girl also came over and said to Lin Jie, "Little brother, stop making trouble. Come back with me and I will support you." "How is it?" One of the rich young men said with a smile, "Country bumpkin, do you know that Miss Du is an expert in raising canaries? You will definitely be able to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks if you follow her." Ha ha ha. These dandies were laughing very happily. Lin Jie didn't want to waste time talking to them, so he said to Shin Shushue, "Lend me your equipment." Shin Shushue looked at Lin Jie, who was a head taller than her, and said, "You may not be able to wear the cycling clothes." Lin Jie shook his head and said, "I don't need cycling clothes, I just need protective gear." Shin Shushue began to take off her protective gear, helmet, gloves, knee pads, elbow pads, neck guard, back guard, etc. Chapter 33, The Final Battle at Black Wind Mouth. Lin Jie began to put on protective gear, and his skillful movements really shocked these playboys. Shin Shushue also had to look at Lin Jie with admiration. With so many motorcycles involved, even though the track was not narrow, it was still very dangerous. Lin Jie didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be. The roar of motorcycle engines pierced the silent night sky, and all the lights on the track were turned on. Within the range of the motorcycle lights, the reflectors guide the route. Rescue teams have arrived at various sections of the road and are ready for rescue. The track first goes down the mountain range, then after reaching the valley, it goes forward for 10 kilometers, then reaches the mountainside from another ridge, and then returns to the starting point along the mountainside. It makes a full circle, with a total length of 54 kilometers. The section from the starting point to the valley is the most dangerous and is where accidents often happen. Linja took a deep breath and prepared to start the motorcycle. The crowd present began to stir. They were curious whether this country bumpkin Linja could really control this speed machine. Shinshushu stood in the crowd with a complicated look in her eyes. She hoped that Linja would make a fool of himself, but she also vaguely expected him to create a miracle and win first place for her. The roar of the engine gradually increased. The referee waved the colorful flag, and with a shrill whistle, the referee's flag fell. Almost all the motorcycles sped away like lightning. Linja's motorcycle rushed out like an arrow from a bow, and instantly surpassed several other slow cars. He flexibly controlled the car and quickly adapted to every bend on the track. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the motorcycle to speed away, and everyone cheered. Linja skillfully tilted the car body at the bend and passed every obstacle steadily. His speed not only did not decrease, but became even faster. However, when the race started, Linja's position was relatively late, and the starting position was decided by drawing lots. His luck was bad, and he drew the 29th position. Although he tried very hard, there were many motorcycles ahead of him, and their speed was not slow. Linja gripped the accelerator and accelerated to catch up. His eyes were firm and focused, and his body leaned naturally with the ups and downs of the motorcycle. His body pressed against the motorcycle, following the predetermined route and moving flexibly on the winding track. Amid the echoes of the valley, the roar of motorcycles seems to be telling a story about courage and challenge. With a bang, a rider in front of Linja lost control of his motorcycle due to a mistake and crashed directly into the guardrail on the side of the road. The rider and the motorcycle flew over the guardrail. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Linja has been surpassing the opponents in front of him. He kept reminding himself that safety comes first. Once he lost control, not only would he not win a prize, but he would also be killed or injured. Fortunately, he remained calm and focused. We are approaching the valley and the bend ahead is known as the death zone. The riders in front were scrambling to get ahead, which was very dangerous. Linja slowed down the car and didn't dare to get close to them. He could see that these people were too impatient and wanted to win too much, but they didn't know that haste makes waste. As Linja expected, the motorcycles of these people lost control after the scratch, collided with each other, and fell down one after another. The motorcycle slid on the ground, making a harsh sound. The friction between the motorcycle and the ground produced a series of sparks. Then came the screams of the riders, and about 5 or 6 of them fell to the ground, some seriously injured or disabled. Linja carefully avoided this chaotic scene. He knew he could not be disturbed. The wind in the valley was stronger and the stability of the motorcycle was greatly reduced. He controlled the motorcycle steadily, leaning his body's center of gravity forward, sticking close to the fuel tank, resisting the wind resistance. Linja kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, sensing every slight ups and downs and making adjustments in advance. He knew that even with the challenge of the wind, he could deal with any sudden situation that might occur as long as he remained calm. There are 4 more riders ahead. Linja stepped on the accelerator and caught up. This route is the safest, but also the most prone to accidents. Everyone thinks they can relax, but who knows, it is this negligence that can easily lead to accidents. Suddenly, a motorcycle in front drove off the effective road and the body of the vehicle swayed violently. The rider tried his best to control it, but eventually lost his balance and the body of the vehicle slammed into the guardrail on the side of the road, making a harsh metal collision sound. Linja, who was following closely behind, quickly assessed the situation, lowered his head to avoid the flying metal fragments, slowed down and adjusted the direction, successfully avoided the accident scene, and continued to chase the rider in front. There are 3 more riders ahead. When they were almost at the end of the valley, Linja overtook 2 more people. After the motorcycle finished driving through the valley section, it started to go up the mountain. The mountain road was winding, and Linja felt the vibration of the engine echoing in his body. He silently calculated the distance in his mind and adjusted his breathing. The uphill section was an extraordinary test of physical strength and will. When he was about to overtake the last contestant, the opponent had already seen Linja Chao coming up. He suddenly swung his tail, trying to force Linja to slow down. However, Linja, with his rich experience, cleverly predicted his opponent's intentions. He calmly adjusted the inclination of the motorcycle and used the remaining space to steadily and quickly overtake the opponent. He saw from the rearview mirror that the other party lost control of the motorcycle due to excessive movement and fell heavily to the ground. Linja didn't look back, he knew the game was not over yet and he had to stay focused. The mountain wind became more violent, but Linja was like a mountain eagle, flying through the wind. There were no more obstacles in front of him, and he could gallop freely. The people watching at the finish line almost held their breath as they saw the first car speeding towards them at lightning speed. The motorcycle crossed the finish line and spun 360 degrees in front of everyone, its tires rubbing against the ground, leaving a perfect mark and a puff of smoke. "Hatsuyuki, this is your car," the redneck wins. "Oh my god, are all country bumpkins so powerful these days?" "Yes. That's what we call being far ahead." The onlookers began to talk. Linja took off his helmet and threw it to Shinshushui. Then he took off his protective gear and gave it back to Shinshushui. The motorcycles behind came one after another, and the distance between them and Linja was quite large. After everyone came back, the referee counted the number of people, shook his head and said, 11 people didn't come back. They all had accidents. Linja's face turned heavy. He knew that although he won the game with glory, there was a cruel price hidden behind this victory. He said to the crowd, "I have been running on this track for 2 years and have seen many deaths and lives. It is especially dangerous at night. Don't do this in the future. Don't joke with your life. The price is too high." Linja then said to Shinshushui, "Nishin, I hope you will keep your word and work hard in the company in the future." Shinshushui rolled her eyes at Linja and said, "You country bumpkin, mind your own business." After saying that, Shinshushui left on her motorcycle. Chapter 34: The Legend of Black Wind Mouth. After Shinshushui left, Linja felt that there was no need for him to stay, and he also wanted to leave. The referee suddenly grabbed Linja and asked, "Are you the Black Whirlwind from Black Wind Mouth?" Linja stopped, turned around, and nodded to the referee. "Yes, I am. But I have retired and don't play anymore." A trace of admiration emerged on the referee's face. The legend of Black Wind Mouth is widely known in the industry. "I have heard of your story. But what you showed today is not only speed, but also responsibility and courage. I hope you can reconsider. The name of Black Whirlwind should not be buried like this." Linja was silent for a moment, then replied calmly, "Legends are only in the past. I care more about the future. I was forced to do so at that time. Now, I have more important things to do. People cannot always live in the glory of the past." The referee told everyone the legendary story of the Black Whirlwind of Haifenku. He said to these rich kids, "It's not unfair that you lost to the Black Whirlwind. He won first place countless times on this track, and he has never had any accidents." Linja stood quietly in the crowd, listening to the referee's words, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He looked at the passionate and dangerous track and seemed to see the shadow of his youth. Due to his humble status, he was just a driver for those rich kids who played to win money. If Linja lost, he would only get a few hundred or 1,000 yuan as hard work fee. If he won, he could get tens of thousands of yuan, but all of it was spent lavishly by Huang Xinran. He smiled and shook his head, knowing that the page had been turned. Now, he is more willing to use his wisdom and experience to help those young people who are still addicted to speed and passion, and guide them to a safer and more meaningful path. Although Linja has decided to quit, he still has a passion for racing in his heart. He silently wishes those young people who are still racing on the track to be able to pursue their dreams safely. And he will continue to gallop on the road of life with his past glory and become a landscape in the eyes of others. Linja drove the Maybach out of Haifenku and headed back. He immediately called Li Rongjin and told her that Shinshushui had returned safely and asked her not to worry. Then, Linja called Shin Shuyun again. "Mr. Shin, I'm on my way back. Wait, I'll come back and give you a bath." After hearing this, Shin Shuyun couldn't help laughing. "It's already so late, how can I wait? I don't want to take a shower tonight, I've already lain down." Linja quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I was delayed and delayed your work." Shin Shuyun didn't mean to blame Linja. "It's okay, you went to do business. I ask you, is Chushui okay?" "Yes, she's fine. She's back safely." "That's good. Have a good rest when you come back. You've been working hard recently." Shin Shuyun's voice sounded much gentler. Linja felt a little comforted, knowing that Shin Shuyun did not really blame him. "Okay, Mr. Shin, I'll go back as soon as possible." After Linja hung up the phone, he continued to drive the Maybach steadily. After returning home, Linja took a shower and lay down next to Shin Shuyun. Linja mistakenly thought that Shin Shuyun had fallen asleep. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Shin Shuyun reached out and held his hand, saying, Linja, you haven't done any work yet, and you want to sleep? Linja was speechless. Didn't he say that he was tired and could come back to have a good rest? Why did he still have to work? Linja smiled helplessly and replied softly, Boss Shin, I'm not asleep. I'm getting ready to work. Shin Shuyun asked, Linja, do you think I'm going a little too far? Linja was frightened by these words. How could she dare to think like that? Boss Shin, this is also what I need. You are so beautiful and gentle. I can't stop wanting you every day. Is this what you really think? Of course I will. I have never told a lie since I was a child. Shin Shuyun smiled lightly, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, then don't even think about being lazy, get to work. When Shin Shushue returned home and saw her mother looking forward to her coming back, she suddenly felt guilty. Mom, why don't you rest? Li Rongjin hugged Shin Shushue and said, My child, how can I sleep without you coming back safely? Shin Shushue saw that only her mother was at home, and she didn't see her father Shin Jiangyu. She asked, Mom, where is my dad? Li Rongjin shook her head and said nothing. Shin Shushue knew what was going on. She said angrily, Mom, divorce my dad. This scumbag is not worth your nostalgia. Li Rongjin sighed softly, Shushue, marriage is not easy. Every relationship has its complications. If I get divorced at my age, what do you think I should do? If I find another one, can you guarantee that he is not a scumbag? He might even be worse than your father. Although Shin Shushue felt aggrieved, she also understood that relationships should not be forced. She gently patted her mother's hand to show her understanding and support. The two sat on the sofa, and Li Rongjin gradually relaxed. Shushue, I asked Linja to find you. He is a good man and is willing to help others. You stupid country bumpkin will only ruin my good deeds. Seeing her daughter hate Linja so much, Li Rongjin felt very upset. She was still hoping that Shin Shushue would marry Linja, but now it seems that their fates are incompatible. Shushue, Mom is hoping that one day you will be able to truly understand things. Look how pitiful Mom is. My daughter is disobedient and my husband is a scoundrel. My life is so miserable. When Shin Shushue saw her mother crying while speaking, she felt a dull pain in her heart. Mom, I made a bet with the redneck, and he won. I promised him that I would never participate in such dangerous sports again. I will keep my promise. Shin Shushue held her mother's hand and continued to say gently, Mom, I won't let you worry about me anymore. Li Rongjin didn't know what was going on. She asked curiously, What are you betting on? Shin Shushue briefly explained the content of the bet. Li Rongjin's heart was in her throat after hearing it. Fortunately, Linja was fine, otherwise Li Rongjin would blame herself for the rest of her life. Shin Shushue continued, The first prize is 10 million. I promise that if the country bumpkin wins, the 10 million will be his. Li Rongjin shook her head and said, Shushue, Xiaolin is very good. He is 1 year younger than you. Look how he can run Yunchang Group. He is now the president of the company. Don't call him a country bumpkin. You are a person with higher education. You can't use such insulting language. If you do this, others will only look down on you, not him. Shin Shushue was silent for a moment. Although she felt dissatisfied, she knew that what her mother said was very true. She responded softly, Mom, I understand. I will be more careful with my words in the future. Linja's ability is indeed admirable. I will re-evaluate this relationship. Chapter 35, Xiaoya, the new president of Tianyue Group. Li Rongjin nodded and continued, Integrity is very important. You must fulfill your promises. The 10 million bonus should be given to Xiaolin. Shin Shushue hugged Li Rongjin and said firmly, Mom, don't worry, I will fulfill my promise and give him the prize money in full. More than a dozen people didn't come back from tonight's game, and we don't know whether they are alive or dead. If Linja hadn't gone to fight for me, I might not have been able to come back safely. I don't want to sit in a wheelchair at such a young age. Li Rongjin patted her hands in relief, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Shushue, I'm glad you understand these principles. You are my only hope in this life. If something happens to you, what's the point of me living? Shin Shushue's eyes were slightly red. She held her mother's hand tightly and promised softly, Mom, I will cherish myself and the people around me. Please don't let your imagination run wild. I will prove to you with my actions that I, Shin Shushue, am not a waste. Li Rongjin's eyes sparkled with tears. She stroked Shin Shushue's hair and said softly, "Shushue, Mom believes in you. You can do it." The next morning, just as Linja sat down in the office, Shin Shushue rushed in. Linja was about to collapse. He thought Shin Shushue was going to cause trouble for him again. Whenever Shin Shushue was free, she would come to cause trouble for him every day. Country. Shin Shushue was about to call Linju a country bumpkin again, but she suddenly remembered what her mother told her last night, that she was a highly educated person and shouldn't speak so unculturedly. Shin Shushue could only change her words abruptly. "Linju, what kind of job do you want me to do?" Shin Shushue's performance surprised Linju. The sun rose from the west? He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Second miss, you make your own choice. I will arrange for you to do whatever you like." Shin Shushue said disdainfully, "I want to sit in your seat, please arrange it for me immediately." Isn't this just being a hooligan? A flash of surprise flashed across Linja's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and responded calmly, "Second miss, I didn't arrange this position for myself. I was arranged by Mr. Shin. You can only ask your sister about this problem. It's useless to ask me." Shin Shushue frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and decided not to pester him. She pointed at Linja and said, "I'm not done with you. Just wait." After saying that, Shin Shushue slammed the door and left. Linja looked at her back and shook his head helplessly. This Shin Shushue was his nightmare. Every time she appeared, he felt uneasy and even terrified. He took a few deep breaths, forced himself to focus, and began to deal with the task at hand. He knew that only by constantly improving himself could he gain a firm foothold in this complex workplace. Shin Shushue's challenge may be the opportunity for his growth. Linja's cell phone rang. He saw that it was Xiao Tianyue's secretary Qin Shiya calling. He frowned and picked up the phone. "Secretary Qin, what's the matter?" Qin Shiya's voice came, "Boss Lin, Boss Xiao has something urgent to talk to you about. She wants you to go to her office immediately." Linja quickly packed up the documents, secretly wondering what the mystery was behind Xiao Tianyue's emergency summons. He didn't dare to think too much. In the eyes of others, Xiao Tianyue was a devil, but she was very good to Linju and always brought him unexpected opportunities. Linja thought that Xiao Tianyue only wanted him to satisfy her. It had already happened the first time, and the second and third times would not be exceptions, so why bother about these things? He felt that the relationship between him and Shin Shuyan was the same, just an exchange of interests, with each side getting what they needed. Huang Xinran used living facts to tell him that in this world, true emotions have long been covered by interests. Everyone is running for their own purposes, and the so-called trust and care are just another form of interest. Linja hurried to Tianyue Group and broke into Xiao Tianyue's office without knocking. When Linju entered, he looked up and saw that the person sitting in Xiao Tianyue's seat was not Xiao Tianyue himself, but a very beautiful young woman. "Who are you? Why did you barge in without knocking? Do you have any manners at all?" The young woman looked at Linja carefully while speaking. She suddenly sneered, "I know who you are, Linja, the brat CEO. Oh my god, this woman really speaks shockingly. How can she talk like this when we meet for the first time?" But Linja quickly remembered that Xiao Tianyue had told him that she would be going abroad for a while to handle important company matters in several countries. Her daughter would come back from abroad to take over her job. This strangely beautiful woman must be Xiao Tianyue's daughter. "Boss Xiao, I'm Linja, the acting president of Yunchang Group." "Xiaoya, Xiao Tianyue's daughter," Xiaoya said as she walked closer to Linja and looked at his face carefully. Linja felt a little embarrassed. He does look like a decent person, and is very attractive, but I don't know if he is just good looking but useless. Xiaoya said this with a mysterious smile on her face. She lowered her voice and asked, "Let me ask you, are you the gigolo that my mother keeps?" Linja was shocked by Xiaoya's words. Would Xiao Tianyue tell her daughter about this? Moreover, Xiao Tianyue and Linja made it very clear that she just had physical needs at a certain time and asked Linja to satisfy her. "I can't admit this even if I'm beaten to death." Thinking of this, Linja hurriedly said, "Boss Xiao, you're joking. Don't you know what kind of person your mother is?" Xiaoya smiled and said, "It is precisely because I know my mother so well that I asked this question." Damn! How could this happen? Linja felt a little helpless. Could it be that Xiao Tianyue's private life was really a mess? In Linja's mind, Xiao Tianyue is ruthless and a strong woman in the business world. How could she be the kind of woman who is unfaithful to her husband? Xiaoya continued, "My mother changes boyfriends frequently. I know of 4 of them. Among them, you are the most handsome, youngest, and most attractive. My mother has good taste. Fortunately, Xiao Tianyue was not as bad as Lin Zhu imagined. She was already in her 50s and had 4 boyfriends, which shouldn't be a big deal. When Lin Zhu was in college, he saw his classmates frequently changing boyfriends and girlfriends. Some of them had more than 10 boyfriends and girlfriends in 4 years of college. Huang Xinran, who came from the countryside, had 2 boyfriends before she started dating Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu explained, Boss Xiao, in my mind, your mother is a domineering CEO. She is a senior whom I respect very much. She and I are just doing business. Seeing Lin Zhu's serious look, Xiaoya scratched her head and said in confusion, this shouldn't be the case. It doesn't make sense for my mom to let you go after meeting a handsome guy like you who is full of praise. Lin Zhu was speechless. Xiao Tianyue's daughter was really weird. That was her mother, how could she think of her like that? By the way, didn't he know what Xiaoya wanted to talk to him about, so Lin Zhu asked, Boss Xiao, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiaoya asked back, you mean, I can't come to you if I'm fine? Chapter 36, Would you be willing to be my lover? Hearing Xiaoya's question, Lin Zhu quickly explained, that's not what I meant, Mr. Xiao. I just think that you must be very busy managing such a large group. You definitely won't come to me for a chat if you have nothing to do. Hey! You're right. I just wanted to chat with you today. Lin Zhu didn't believe that Xiaoya would be so boring, but seeing that Xiaoya was very serious, what else could he say? Xiaoya asked Lin Zhu to sit down first, and she sat down next to Lin Zhu. Xiaoya continued, my mother told me to cooperate with you. Seeing Lin Zhu's bewildered face, Xiaoya continued, I don't know what my mother means. How can I cooperate with you? Do you want me to cooperate with you in bed? No, Lin Zhu was so scared that he quickly explained, Boss Xiao, it's like this, Yunshan Group and Tianyue Group are partners, and your mother was talking about cooperation in work. Xiaoya chuckled, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, you mean you don't like me to cooperate with you in bed? Lin Zhu blushed and hurriedly clarified, Boss Xiao, you misunderstood. I meant a purely work relationship. I have a girlfriend. And she has already ruined my child. Xiaoya couldn't help laughing, Boss Xiaolin, just because you have a girlfriend, you can't date other girls? You're not that great, are you? Lin Zhu didn't expect Xiaoya to be so open and casual. He further explained, Mr. Qiao, although I dare not say that I am not a very loyal man, I have my bottom line as a man, and mutual loyalty is very important. Xiaoya blinked and said teasingly, it seems that you are really a loyal man. But I want to tell you that loyalty is useless. This world emphasizes strength and interests. You are loyal, but others may not appreciate it. My mother always says that business is like a battlefield, and feelings are just embellishments. Xiaoya paused and spoke in a slower tone, however, since you are so honest, I can consider cooperating more with you in the future. These words really hit the nail on the head for Lin Zhu. Xiao Tianyue had gone abroad, and all the domestic business was handed over to Xiaoya. Xiaoya would have the final say in the future, and he couldn't afford to offend this living ancestor. Mr. Qiao is really kind and nice. It's my honor to work with you. Lin Zhu secretly felt lucky in his heart, but he didn't dare to neglect it. Mr. Qiao, you have unique insights. I will go all out and will never let you down. Happy, eh? Lin Zhu nodded and said, I am very happy indeed. Don't be happy too soon. Xiaoya changed the subject and continued, if I'm unhappy one day, you won't be happy either. What does that mean? It sounds so creepy. Lin Zhu was a little confused. This Xiaoya was not as easy to talk to as her mother. She was very ambiguous and said half of what she said and kept the other half. Xiaoya said seriously, let's get back to the point. I asked you to come here first so we can get to know each other, and secondly, we need to increase our orders. The products you provide have a good reputation abroad, and the order volume has increased. You must organize production immediately and not delay delivery. Don't worry, Mr. Qiao, there is no problem with our production capacity and we guarantee delivery on time. Lin Zhu was very excited. Increasing orders was a good thing. As long as the money was in place, the workers could work overtime to speed up the work. Xiaoya made a phone call and Qin Shuya came in with a contract. Lin Zhu and Xiaoya signed a contract to increase orders. Xiaoya extended his hand and said, it's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Zhu hurriedly shook hands with Xiaoya and said, it's a pleasure to work with you. I hope you can take care of me in the future. Xiaoya smiled slightly, his eyes sharp, caring is mutual. As long as you perform well, you will get benefits. Remember, quality and efficiency are the key. Lin's heart trembled, he nodded in agreement, and secretly vowed to never let this opportunity go to waste. After Qin Shuya left, Xiaoya said, "Dinner with me tonight." Lin Zhou agreed without any hesitation. Xiaoya didn't expect Lin Zhou to be so straightforward. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Do you want to tell your girlfriend?" Lin Zhou was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'll tell her. This is a kind of respect between us. She can understand the socializing during work." Xiaoya wanted to test Lin Zhou to see how he would react. Lin Zhou's answer satisfied her. It seemed that he was indeed a man who knew his limits. Xiaoya nodded, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. "That's good, let's talk about future cooperation plans tonight." Lin Zhou's respect was not that of a person, but of fear. If he didn't tell Shen Shuyun in advance, he was afraid that Shen Shuyun would get angry and he wouldn't be able to bear it. He knew Shen Shuyun's character very well. Although she seemed gentle and considerate, she was actually arrogant and looked down on everyone. Once her bottom line was touched, her hot temper was no joke. Lin Zhou quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shen Shuyun, briefly describing tonight's social events and adding a sentence, "Kiss you." Lin Zhou and Xiaoya came to a luxurious restaurant. The lights in the restaurant were soft and the music was melodious. After the two sat down, Xiaoya got straight to the point. "I'm tired of eating Western food abroad, so let's eat seafood instead. The lobsters and king crabs here are very fresh. Let's enjoy it tonight." Of course Lin Zhou had no objection, seafood was also his favorite. Xiaoya ordered several signature seafood dishes, and the waiter served them one by one. The two ate and chatted. Xiaoya introduced the changes in demand in foreign markets in detail, and emphasized the importance of innovation. Lin Zhou listened carefully and put forward his own opinions from time to time, and the atmosphere gradually became warm. Xiaoya was quite impressed with Lin Zhou's professionalism and adaptability, and nodded secretly in her heart. Xiaoya suddenly asked, "Mr. Shaolin, do you think I'm beautiful?" Lin Zhou was slightly stunned, then said sincerely, "Miss Zhao is not only beautiful, but also very wise and courageous. She is admirable." A trace of satisfaction flashed in Xiaoya's eyes, and he chuckled and said, "Who is prettier, me or your girlfriend?" This stumped Lin Zhou. Women are just so boring and they love to compare. Xiaoya is indeed very beautiful, but Shen Shuyun is the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou, so Xiaoya is certainly inferior to her. But he couldn't tell the truth. Every girl doesn't want others to praise her for her beauty and say that she is the prettiest. Even Feng Jie likes people to praise her for being the most beautiful woman in the world, let alone a beauty like Xiaoya. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. My girlfriend is very important to me. I don't care about her appearance. She can't compare to Mr. Zhou. Lin Zhou's words were vague. At first glance, one might have thought that his girlfriend wasn't that good-looking and not as pretty as Xiaoya. Xiaoya was also stunned by what she heard, but she didn't want to pursue the matter relentlessly, as it would make her seem petty and lack confidence. Xiaoya thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Boss Xiaolin, I want you to be my lover, are you willing?" Chapter 37 Eating Sichuan Cuisine with Xiaoya. Xiaoya's words scared Lin Zhou. This person is always so weird. When she is serious, she is very serious and looks like a real beautiful CEO. But once she gets confused, she's scary. She is both good and evil, making her hard to understand. "Mr. Qiao, don't joke with me. I can't bear it." Xiaoya smiled and said, "Boss Xiaolin, please don't let me down. I tell you, there is nothing I can't get. If you really don't want to, I won't force you." Lin Zhou's heart tightened. Xiaoya's eyes showed an unquestionable firmness. He knew that Xiaoya was Qiao Tianyue's daughter, so her methods must not be so simple. "Boss Qiao, I'm timid, please don't scare me." "Are you scared by this?" Xiaoya said and started laughing. Xiaoya continued, "I like making friends. But I spend less time in China, and my friends are all abroad. So, you are my first good friend in China. Do you think there is a problem with this?" "No problem. I don't have many friends in Qingzhou. After graduating from university, we all went our separate ways. So I don't have many friends. It's my honor to be good friends with Mr. Qiao." A hint of satisfaction flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. She winked at Lin Zhou and said, "It's settled then. If you have any difficulties in Qingzhou in the future, just come to me. You must come whenever I need you." Lin Zhou nodded, but secretly wondered in his heart what kind of future this good friend identity would bring him. Xiaoya's promise made him feel relieved but also uneasy. He knew that his friendship with Xiaoya was not ordinary, and it was a bit unreasonable to become good friends with him when they met for the first time. However, Lin Zhe also understood that Xiaoya's identity and background meant that every decision she made was of great importance. She was studying at a university abroad while managing the company for Qiao Tianyue, which shows that she is definitely not an ordinary person. After dinner, Lin Zhe wanted to go back. Xiaoya did not make things difficult for Lin Zhe and she readily agreed. After Lin Zhe returned home and handed the information bag to Luli, he sat down next to Shen Shuyun. Luli opened the contract in the information bag and exclaimed, "Tianyue Group wants to increase the order?" Shen Shuyun turned around and frowned. "What's going on? You're making a fuss. Can you be more reserved?" Luli hurriedly explained, "Boss Shen, Tianyue Group has increased its orders, and this year's task is very heavy. A large number of men's and children's clothing have been added. We have to produce at full capacity." Shen Shuyun nodded slightly, looked at Lin Zhe and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Zhe kissed Shen Shuyun and said, "This is my job." Then, Lin Zhe said to Luli, "Pay attention to the quality, especially the fabrics of the clothes. There must be no ambiguity." Luli quickly said, "No problem. The fabrics your ex-girlfriend provided are indeed good. We have sufficient liquidity now, so there will be no problem with production." Lin Zhe didn't expect that Luli was so brainless. She mentioned his ex-girlfriend in front of Shen Shuyun. Isn't that disgusting? Shen Shuyun looked at Lin Zhe and asked, "Is your ex-girlfriend who abandoned you coming back to bother you?" Lin Zhe was frightened. Was Shen Shuyun jealous? He hurriedly explained, "No, Huang Xinran is married. She came with her husband. They are engaged in clothing fabrics and stood out from our candidate partners. I have never been partial to anyone." Shen Shushui couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you, I didn't say anything. You are not guilty of something, right?" "No, what I said is true." Shen Shuyun patted Lin Zhe's shoulder and said softly, "I was just joking with you. I believe you." Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. After all, he had something to hide. Although he had nothing to do with Huang Xinran anymore, he had an affair with the old woman Qiao Tianyue mentioned by Shen Shushui. Lin Zhe's heart tightened, Qiao Tianyue's figure emerged like a ghost, and the complicated past came flooding back like a tide. Although Qiao Tianyue is much older than Lin Zhe, she is still as energetic as a girl. She and Lin Zhe have many fun together, making Lin Zhe feel that she is not an old woman, but a vibrant woman. "Lin Zhe, I need to rest." Lin Zhe hurriedly supported Shen Shushui and walked towards the bedroom. During this period, Shen Shushui did not make things difficult for Lin Zhe anymore, but went to the public relations department to work hard under Wang Yuzhen. Lin Zhe felt much more at ease. Today is the delivery time with Tianyue Group. Luli accompanied Lin Zhe to the processing plant. Xiaoya and her people conducted random inspections on exported clothing. Xiaoya is really meticulous in his work. Lin Zhe didn't know much about clothing. Xiaoya seemed to be very good at it, and all the technicians under her had to listen to him. Xiaoya carefully checked each garment with a frown on his face, and occasionally communicated in a low voice with the technicians. Lin Zhe stood aside, feeling nervous and afraid that something might go wrong. Finally, Xiaoya showed a satisfied smile. "It is completely qualified and can be shipped." Lin Zhe felt relieved and expressed his gratitude to Xiaoya. Xiaoya nodded and responded, "I won't accept just verbal thanks." Lin Zhe quickly said, "I'll treat Mr. Qiao to a meal." "That's more like it." Xiaoya's eyes flashed with a cunning look, and he said to the others, "What are you doing?" "I want to have dinner with Mr. Shaolin." Luli looked at Lin Zhe doubtfully, as if asking for his opinion on whether he needed her to accompany him. Lin Zhe shook his head slightly, indicating that Luli didn't need to follow him. He thought to himself that being alone with Xiaoya might help him find more opportunities for cooperation. He tried to guess Xiaoya's thoughts. She only wanted to have dinner with him alone. Inviting others would make her feel uncomfortable. Lin Zhe responded with a smile, "Mr. Qiao, please." The two walked out of the processing plant side by side. Luli looked at their backs. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she knew Lin Zhe's ability to handle things very well. Besides, she did not dare to overstep her authority towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe and Xiaoya came to the hotel. Inside the hotel box, the lighting is soft and the atmosphere is warm. After Xiaoya sat down, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Lin Zhe ordered Sichuan cuisine, which was slightly spicy. Xiaoya said nothing, just watched Lin Zhe order food. The dishes came. Xiaoya picked up a piece of spicy beef, tasted it carefully, and a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. But she quickly put down her chopsticks, picked up the water cup in front of her and took a sip of water. Lin Zhi could see that Xiaoya couldn't eat spicy food, but she still insisted on eating, drinking water while eating, trying to hide her discomfort. Lin Zhi's heart moved, and he asked softly, "Boss Xiao, do you want to change to some lighter dishes?" Xiaoya smiled and waved his hand. "No, I like challenges. Especially people." Lin Zhi didn't understand what Xiaoya meant. "Just eat, why are you involving people again?" Lin Zhi could only smile awkwardly and said, "Boss Xiao, Sichuan cuisine ranks first among the 4 major cuisines, and some Sichuan dishes are not spicy." "Really? But I still like the spicy taste." Chapter 38 Shen Shuyun gave birth. Lin Zhi originally wanted to order a few non-spicy dishes for Xiaoya, but seeing that she didn't appreciate it, he had to give up. After dinner, Luli accompanied Shen Shuyun for a walk. Shen Shuyun saw that Luli was worried, so she asked, "What do you want to say? Are you hiding it from me?" Luli hesitated for a moment and then said, "Boss Shen, Lin Zhi is having dinner with Boss Xiao from Tianyue Group." Shen Shuyun said impatiently, "Luli, you have already said it, and Lin Zhi has also called to tell me. Are you okay?" Luli said slowly, "Boss Shen, the president of Tianyue Group has been replaced." Shen Shuyun then became serious. "The person has changed. Who is she?" "Xiao Tianyue's daughter Xiaoya." Shen Shuyun just smiled and said, "So what? Xiaoya is Xiao Tianyue's daughter. When Xiao Tianyue is not around, her daughter is in charge of Tianyue Group. Is there a problem?" Luli didn't dare to say anything more. She was increasingly confused about what Shen Shuyun was thinking. Normally she is so cold that ice seems to be falling off her face, but when she is with Lin Zhi, the two of them are very affectionate to each other. The ice beauty Shen Shuyun also has such a gentle side, which really opens Luli's eyes. It seems that the iceberg beauty Shen Shuyun is also a love-brained person. Seeing Luli's confused expression, Shen Shuyun patiently explained, "Since Xiaoya was able to take over Tianyue Group, it means she has something extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Zhi naturally has his reasons for cooperating with her." "Didn't Lin Zhi just get an additional order from Tianyue Group?" Luli felt that Shen Shuyun did not understand what he meant. She was worried that Xiaoya had eaten Lin Zhi. A handsome man like Lin Zhi, who is only 20 years old, is a veritable young hunk. Who wouldn't want to have a bite of him if they saw him? It seems that Shen Shuyun has no suspicion of Lin Zhi and trusts him too much. Luli knew that between Shen Shuyun and Lin Zhi, Luli was just an outsider and she had no right to interfere in their private affairs. However, Luli still couldn't help but worry. After all, Lin Zhi meant a lot to Shen Shuyun. She could only carefully remind Shen Shuyun, "Mr. Shen, I'm just worried that Lin Zhi will be deceived by others. He's such a grown man, who can deceive him? You think too much." Luli was helpless. Shen Shuyun would not listen to anything she said. Luli sighed inwardly and said softly, "Maybe I'm worrying too much." Shen Shuyun looked at Luli and said with a smile, "Look, you've been working hard on Tianyue Group, but you've hit a wall over and over again." Once Lin Zhi made his move, the order was increased from 1 year to 3 years. Now he's placing additional orders for us. Lin Zhi's ability is far beyond my expectations. Shen Shuyun's attitude made Luli more certain that Shen Shuyun's trust in Lin Zhi was beyond her imagination. There was no point in saying more. If she continued, Shen Shuyun might be unhappy. Luli was getting more and more uneasy as Lin Zhi didn't come back for a long time. She was worried that Lin Zhi and Xiaoya would cause some trouble. After dinner, Xiaoya asked Lin Zhi to take her home. Lin Zhi drove a Maybach and took Xiaoya to Xiao's house. After getting off the car, Xiaoya invited Lin Zhi in for tea. Lin Zhi wanted to refuse Xiaoya, but when he saw Xiaoya's serious look, he couldn't open his mouth. This little ancestor is someone he can't afford to offend. Although Xiao Tianyue would protect him, Xiao Tianyue was now abroad, and distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Xiaoya still had the final say on Qingzhou's affairs. Lin Zhi finally agreed to Xiaoya's invitation and carefully followed her into the Qiao family's luxurious apartment. After entering the living room, the nanny made them a pot of tea. Lin Zhi was a little curious. "Boss Xiao, you have been abroad all the time, why do you only drink tea and not coffee?" Xiaoya explained, "Drinking too much coffee is not good. I feel that drinking tea is more comfortable and makes people feel refreshed. But the tea should be light at night, otherwise it will affect sleep." After hearing this, Lin Zhi smiled slightly and said, "Indeed, tea has its own unique charm, and more people are drinking tea. Xiaoya handed Lin Zhu a cup of tea, with a barely perceptible cunning in her eyes. Boss Xiaolin, do you have any research on antiques? Xiaoya's words reminded Lin Zhu of the antiques in her basement. There were rich collections there, and Xiao Tianyue told Lin Zhu that every antique in there was priceless. Lin Zhu shook his head and said, I know nothing about antiques. I was born in the countryside and studied finance in college. I didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with antiques, so I lack knowledge in this area. The reason why Lin Zhu said this was that he didn't want to enter the secret room in her house again. Xiaoya smiled, and didn't seem to mind Lin Zhu's answer. Instead, there was a hint of appreciation in her eyes. It's okay, I'll take you to see it. Lin Zhu was in great pain. It seemed that Xiaoya was really going to take him into the basement. At this time, Lin Zhu's phone rang. He looked and saw that it was the nanny calling. Sir, my wife has a stomachache and may be about to give birth. We are rushing to the First People's Hospital of the city. Please come quickly. Okay, I'll be right there. Seeing Lin Zhu's panic, Xiaoya hurriedly asked, Boss Xiaolin, what's wrong? What happened? Lin Zhu said anxiously, my girlfriend is about to give birth and has been sent to the hospital. Seeing Lin Zhu's restless look, Xiaoya said, go to the hospital quickly. We'll get together again when we have time. Thank you, Mr. Qiao. I will accompany you after I have dealt with my affairs. You keep your word. Xiaoya waved his hand and said, go quickly. Lin Zhu drove his Maybach and rushed to the hospital. He was a little puzzled. Shen Shuyun had to have prenatal checkups every month, and her due date was probably still more than 10 days away. How come she was giving birth suddenly? When Lin Zhu rushed to the hospital, Shen Shuyun had already entered the delivery room. When Luli saw Lin Zhu coming, she said to him, Miss Shen insisted on a natural birth, so the doctor had no choice but to follow her advice. Lin Zhu knew that Shen Shuyun had told him long ago that her body was perfect and she didn't want to leave any scars on her body. When she gave birth, she wanted a natural birth. Lin Zhu sat outside the delivery room, feeling anxious. After a while, a doctor finally came out to announce the good news. Who are the family members? Lin Zhu stood up and said, I am. The doctor said, it's a baby girl. Both mother and daughter are safe. You will be able to see them in a while. Lin Zhu couldn't wait to ask, Doctor, how could it be premature? The doctor was confused. Who told you it was premature? Lin Zhu said, isn't the due date still more than 10 days away? The doctor smiled and said, premature birth is when the baby is less than 37 weeks pregnant. Your wife is already 38 weeks pregnant. A birth between 37 and 42 weeks is considered a normal birth. The child was healthy and the doctor soon sent him back to the ward. The doctor said to Shen Shuyun, induce lactation as soon as possible. The baby will need milk in half an hour. Lin Zhu asked, how to stimulate lactation? The doctor told Lin Zhu to use hot compresses and massage. Lin Zhu asked, what if this still doesn't make sense? The doctor said, you are her husband, you help her suck it with your mouth, and make sure it is unobstructed. Chapter 39 I don't want to breastfeed. The doctor's words made Lin Zhu a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether Shen Shuyun was willing or not. But for the sake of the child, he couldn't care less. Shen Shuyun suddenly said, no, I don't want to breastfeed. Shen Shuyun's words puzzled Lin Zhu. He quickly asked, is this possible? What about the child? Shen Shuyun disagreed, artificial feeding. The doctor was also stunned. In fact, breastfeeding is the best for the baby's health and development. Breastfeeding is now advocated. Seeing Shen Shuyun's cold expression, the doctor quickly changed his tone and said, however, if there are special reasons, artificial feeding is also possible. The doctor explained in detail the steps and precautions of artificial feeding, emphasized the importance of choosing the right milk powder, and recommended taking the child for regular nutritional feeding assessments. Lin Zhu listened carefully to the doctor's instructions, but in his heart he was thinking about how to explain the benefits of breastfeeding to Shen Shuyun. Luli took the nanny to buy milk powder. When only Lin Zhu and Shen Shuyun were in the ward, Shen Shuyun said to Lin Zhu, I just want to be a complete woman. Do you know that after breastfeeding, a woman's breasts will become loose, droopy, and darker in color? Do you want to see me become like this? Lin Zhu felt very uncomfortable. In order to maintain her own beauty, Shen Shuyun was willing to give up the health of her child. He looked at the child in Shen Shuyun's arms. She was very cute. She was his own flesh and blood, his daughter. Lin Zhu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He said softly to Shen Shuyun, Mr. Shen, why don't you think about it again? the child is the most important. He went on to say, breastfeeding is not only good for your child's growth, but doctors also say there are scientific methods to help you maintain your figure. If you are really worried about affecting your appearance, we can explore other solutions together. Shin Shuyun was obviously unhappy, and her expression suddenly became cold and ruthless. Stop talking so much nonsense, I have already made up my mind, stop talking. Linja dared not say anything more. He could only nod helplessly and accept Shin Shuyun's decision silently. Luli acted quickly and immediately found a gold medal nanny who was very experienced in feeding babies. Linja guessed that Shin Shuyun had already made arrangements in advance, but she didn't tell Linja. As soon as the gold medal nanny arrived, she began to prepare for artificial feeding. She expertly mixes the formula, tests the temperature, and makes sure everything meets the baby's needs. Linja watched from the side with mixed feelings. Shin Shuyun closed his eyes, looking tired and distant. A subtle atmosphere permeates the room as we await the newborn's first artificial feeding. Shin Shuyun said to Linja, the babysitter stays here. You and Luli go back and have some rest. You still have to go to work tomorrow. Linja originally wanted to stay and accompany the mother and daughter, but Shin Shuyun's words were imperative and there was no room for negotiation. Linja and Luli had no choice but to leave the hospital. When they reached the hospital entrance, Luli turned around and looked at Linja worriedly. You have to understand President Shun. The pressure she is under is far greater than we imagined. She is the most beautiful CEO in Qingzhou and is known as the Iceberg Jade Girl. Every choice she makes may be accompanied by sacrifice. No matter what, we should support her. Linja nodded silently. He understood that what Luli said made sense. Even if it didn't make sense, what could Linja do? He looked up at the night sky, the stars twinkling like a star, as if telling a story of silent helplessness. However, Linja still had doubts in his heart. He knew that Shin Shuyun's decision was not only related to her image, but also to the future health of her child. Between the health of her child and her own body, she chose the latter. This shows that the child does not hold a very high position in her mind. If it were Linja, he would only consider the child's health and would never prioritize his own safety. Linja was driving and Luli was sitting in the passenger seat. Luli suddenly asked, Linja, is the relationship between you and Xiaoya a normal working relationship? Linja was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Luli to ask this question at this time. He adjusted his breathing and tried to keep his tone calm. This is the second time Xiaoya and I have met. We are just working people. Because I signed the order, and because it is an export product, it is related to the international reputation and corporate interests of Tianyue Group. Xiaoya has to be cautious. Luli continued, I know you have a normal working relationship. Mission only has you in her heart. I'm just afraid that she might have some misunderstandings. I'm just reminding you not to think too much about it. Linja could tell that Luli's family was warning him not to betray Shin Shuyun, otherwise Shin Shuyun would not forgive him. Linja's heart tightened. He didn't expect Luli to be so direct. He tried to explain, Mr. Shin handed over Yunshan Group to me. I feel a lot of pressure. Sometimes I feel a little breathless. Especially when I was having dinner with Chairman Shin, some of his opinions made me shudder. Luli didn't know what Shin Chang'an and Linja were talking about, but she knew that Shin Chang'an was a very powerful person. He was ruthless and impartial at work and did not recognize any relatives. Linja was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I hope Mr. Shin can come back to work as soon as possible, otherwise I can't bear it. Luli knew that Shin Shuyun had entrusted Linja with the heavy responsibility of Yunshan Group as soon as he graduated from university. Linja was just a person with no experience, no background, and no resources. Such a large Yunshan Group would definitely overwhelm him. But Linja was not crushed. He achieved great success again and again, and Yunshan Group continued to grow and develop under his leadership. Shin Shuyun, who was so picky, was impressed by Linja's performance. Luli sighed softly, with a look of approval in her eyes. In fact, you have done very well. Mr. Shin is very satisfied with your performance. Linja smiled bitterly, but there was a hint of warmth in his heart. Everything he did was to satisfy Shin Shuyun. For Shin Shuyun, he would do anything, even at the cost of his life. His biggest wish is that when he is 22 years old, Shin Shuyun will register their marriage and he will become Shin Shuyun's husband. The next wish is that Shin Shuyun will give birth to 2 more children for him, and they will be a happy family of 5. He fantasized about having Qingzhou's most beautiful woman, Shin Shuyun, and 3 children by his side, and that wherever he went, he would be the focus of everyone's attention. That kind of happiness was enough to make him forget all the hardships. He knew that only by unremitting efforts could this beautiful vision be realized. However, Linja also understands that the shadow of NPD is always present in interpersonal relationships and is hard to shake off. He knows that if he is too narcissistic, he will fall into the vortex of self-centeredness, ignore the feelings of others, and eventually lose real care and support. Therefore, he always reminds himself to remain humble and empathetic so as to maintain the symbiosis and integration of various relationships in this complex world. After returning home, Linja took a quick shower and went to bed. It was the first time that Linja slept alone since moving into Shinchu-yun's villa, and he slept very soundly. Chapter 40. In fact, Shinchu-yue is not that bad. The next morning, Linja was going to visit Shinchu-yun in the hospital first and then go to the company. Luli reminded him that Shinchu-yun asked them to focus on work and deal with the matters at hand first. If they went to the hospital early in the morning instead of the company, Shinchu-yun would mistakenly think that they were acting on their own and putting the cart before the horse. Perhaps Luli knew Shinchu-yun better than he did, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. So, Linja went to the company first. There was a lot of information waiting for Linja to review. The financial investment department proposed several equity investment projects involving huge amounts of money. Linja carefully reviewed them one by one, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. At this time, Shinchu-yue pushed the door open. Linja quickly stood up and said, "The second young lady is here, please sit down." Shinchu-yue hasn't come to disturb Linja for several days, and she doesn't seem to hate Linja as much anymore. Shinchu-yue placed a bank card on the table in front of Linja and said, "This is the prize money you got for helping me win first place. It's 16.8 million. Linja was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Second miss, you are too polite. This is yours." "I don't want it." Shinchu-yue snorted and said, "You look down on me, don't you? Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't keep my word?" Seeing that Shinchu-yue was about to get angry, Linja was frightened. The relationship between the two people just showed some signs of easing, but if things go wrong, they will go back to the old ways. "What should I do?" Linja hurriedly explained, "Second miss, you misunderstood. I just took you to the battle. The bonus should be yours. I will only take a small commission at most." Linja has gotten used to it. In the past, when he was a driver and led people to fight, the commission he earned was just a drop in the bucket. Those rich young men took the high bonuses and only gave him a small commission, and even laughed at him for being a poor loser. But even that pitiful little commission is already a huge fortune for a small person like Linja at the bottom of society. He supported Huang Xinran with that little bit of pitiful commission, which made him happy. Although his status is different now, he still sticks to his original intention and does not dare to seek credit or profit. Shinchu-yue was slightly stunned and asked, "When you were a driver in the past, how much commission did they give you?" Linja smiled bitterly, "When it's more, it's 30 or 40,000, and when it's less, it's a few thousand." After Shinchu-yue heard this, her eyes were complicated. She was silent for a moment and said softly, "I said that as long as you can compete for me and win first place, all the prize money will be yours. I will never break my promise. Besides, I am not short of money." Linja had never thought that the first prize would be so high. Seeing Shinchu-yue's determined eyes, Linja picked up the bank card and said, "Then I would like to thank the second lady." Shinchu-yue disagreed, "Why thank me? This is what you deserve." Linja asked tentatively, "Second miss, how can the bonus be so high? Where does the money come from?" Shinchu-yue said lightly, "Members have to pay high membership fees every year, so the prize money for the competition is naturally generous. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The situation is very complicated. There is a gambling element among major companies, and contestants also have to pay entry fees. The rules of the game and the competition circle have always been like this." What she meant was that Linja would not understand these things even if she told him. She told him not to be surprised and just accept them with peace of mind. Then, Shinchu-yue introduced the competition situation. Haifengku is the most challenging track, especially for night races, so the prize money that night was very high. The race that night cost more than 60 million yuan. The venue rental fee was as high as 10 million yuan. The more than 30 drivers who participated in the race that night were all top drivers in the industry, and the competition was fierce. 11 people had accidents, 2 of whom were permanently disabled, 5 were seriously injured, and the rest were also seriously injured. Shinchu-yue went to the hospital to see the injured drivers. Seeing their broken hands and feet and their horrible appearance, Shinchu-yue felt a fear she had never felt before. Only then did she realize the cruelty of it. Linja simply said, "I'm used to this a long time ago. I've seen more than you can imagine. This sport is exciting, but also dangerous. It's a paradise for adventurers, not for you." Shinshushiwa was very frank. "In fact, I also like adventure, but I have never considered the price of adventure. Since I have made a bet with you, I will fulfill the bet and will no longer participate in this kind of sports in the future. I will quit the club tomorrow." Linja nodded, but a trace of respect rose in his heart. He didn't expect that this arrogant and domineering second lady would be so decisive and responsible. He thought to himself, maybe she is not as bad as she seems. Shinshushiwa sat down on the chair in front of Linja's desk and asked in a low voice, "Linja, what is your relationship with my sister?" Linja felt miserable. He hoped that the second young lady of the Shin family would leave as soon as possible, but he never expected that she would just sit down and ask such a sensitive question. Did she discover something? Shinshushiwa's eyes were sharp, as if she could see through his heart. Linja hurriedly explained, "Second miss, you think too much. Miss Shin and I are just employers and employees. She is my boss." Shinshushiwa frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. She continued to ask, "Then tell me, where is my sister now?" Every question from Shinshushiwa made Linja feel a little nervous, and every question from her made Linja feel very difficult. "Second miss, President Shin just said that she was going to recuperate in another place. I don't know anything else. Regarding important matters at work that require President Shin's decision, I just consulted her over the phone." Shinshushiwa thought for a moment and said, "I will trust you this time. If I find out that you have told me a lie, you know what the consequences will be." After saying that, Shinshushiwa got up and went out. Linja finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he immediately became alert again. He was afraid of Shinshushiwa's warning. "Don't tell a lie." None of the words he and Shinshushiwa said about Shinshuyun were true. After all, truth will come out. Shinshushiwa will know about this sooner or later. Shinshushiwa and Shinshuyun have a close relationship. She will know the truth sooner or later, and then Shinshushiwa will definitely not forgive him. The more Linja thought about it, the more scared he became. There are so many young masters, I can't care about so many things, I just take it one step at a time. Work is important. Linja could only concentrate on his work. After get off work, Linja's first thing was not to go home for dinner, but to rush to the hospital to visit Shinshuyun and her daughter. Linja walked into the ward and saw Shinshuyun lying on the bed with her eyes closed. The nanny was feeding the child. Linja hurried over and kissed Shinshuyun and said, "Boss Shin, how are you? Are you okay?" Shinshuyun raised her hand and stroked Linja's cheek, and replied softly, "Fortunately, the doctor said that my physical fitness is very good and I will recover quickly. Don't worry about me." Linja turned around and went to look at the child. He wanted to hug his daughter, but the nanny wouldn't let him. The nanny said that the child had just finished feeding and she was afraid that she would vomit milk. But Linja couldn't help but pick up his daughter carefully, his eyes full of tenderness and love. He coaxed her softly, but secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that his daughter could grow up healthy and happy and become a superior person. Chapter 41, the mother actually disliked her child's ugliness. "Linja!" Shinshuyun called out coldly, and Linja was so frightened that he quickly handed the child to the nanny and sat down next to Shinshuyun. Linja was very puzzled. He looked at his daughter and wondered why she made Shinshuyun unhappy. Linja held Shinshuyun's hand and whispered, "Boss Shin, our baby is very beautiful. When she grows up, she will be as radiant and shining as you. She will be a beautiful CEO like you." Shinshuyun's expression eased a little. "I don't think she looks like me at all. How can she be beautiful? Her face is full of wrinkles. It's not pretty." Linja was very surprised. What mother would think her child is ugly? He explained, "Boss Shin, all newborn babies are like this. Our child is the prettiest. Girls change a lot when they grow up. She will become more and more beautiful." Linja said this while kissing Shinshuyun. He knew that Shinshuyun liked Linja kissing her. At this time, Luli came in with a lunchbox. Seeing the intimacy between the two, she said softly, "Boss Shin, Vice Boss Lin is worried about you and the child, so he came to the hospital directly after get off work without eating. I brought him food." Linja took the lunchbox, opened it, and fed Shinshuyun first. Shinshuyun nodded slightly, opened her red lips, and Linja carefully put the food into her mouth. Luli was speechless. Shinshuyun should have had her meal by now, so why was she eating Linja's food? Shin Shuyun ate with gusto. Linja looked at Shin Shuyun with eyes full of doting. Linja said softly, "Boss Shin, can I stay with you tonight?" Shin Shuyun's expression suddenly became serious again. She said coldly, "I said that work is the most important thing. Go back and have a good rest. Didn't you say that you have an important meeting tomorrow? There is a nanny here to take care of you." Linja could only nod helplessly. Although he was reluctant, he did not dare to go against Shin Shuyun's decision. Linja wanted to spend more time with Shin Shuyun and his daughter, but Shin Shuyun urged him to go back and rest as soon as possible. Before leaving, he wanted to hug his daughter, but when he saw that Shin Shuyun's face was not very good, he did not insist. He just took a look at his daughter in the nanny's arms and left with Luli. Linja was driving and Luli was sitting in the passenger seat. Luli didn't say a word along the way. Linja couldn't help it. He turned around and glanced at Luli and said, "Secretary Lu, I think Mr. Shin doesn't like this child?" Luli's body trembled slightly, and then she quickly explained, "Vice President Lin, you worry too much. This is your and President Shin's own flesh and blood. She likes you so much, how could she not like your daughter?" Linja frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Do you think Mr. Shin really likes me?" Luli turned to look at Linja and asked in confusion, "Linja, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you suspect that Mr. Shin is not sincere to you?" Linja shook his head helplessly and continued, "Why am I worthy of President Shin's love? What does she like about me? I have never been able to figure it out. The gap between us is as big as the sky. I always feel like I am just a gigolo kept by her." Luli hurriedly stopped Linja. "Linja, don't say that. Don't you know how Mr. Shin treats you? Do you need a reason to love someone? Love is love, there's no need for so many explanations." Linja was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Maybe you are right, love does not need a reason. But there is always a knot in my heart that I can't untie. I really want to know if she really loves me." Luli asked back, "Then let me ask you again, do you really love Mr. Shin?" Linja nodded without hesitation, "Of course, my love for her is beyond doubt. She is so beautiful, and you are excellent. I am willing to give everything for her. However, her mind is too hard to guess. I am afraid that all this is not true. I am afraid that one day when I wake up, everything will be empty, as illusory as a dream. I am afraid of losing this hard-earned happiness, and I am even more afraid that my existence is just a passerby in her life." Luli smiled and said, "Don't worry, Miss Shin is very loyal in her relationship. In her words, she would rather be alone than be with someone who was not her best. I know that you are the first man she likes, and everything she has done for you is already her limit. Maybe she didn't do as well as your ex-girlfriend, but you have to know that she has tried hard enough." Linju explained, "I don't mean to say that she is not good enough in any aspect, but that she is moody and unpredictable." Luli explained, "You don't know about Miss Shin's past. When she was 8 years old, her mother committed suicide, which had a great impact on her. Miss Shin grew up in a privileged family environment. She is withdrawn and cold-blooded. You changed her, and she changed a lot for you. I have never seen her like a man so much. Don't think too much, Miss Shin will be responsible for you." Why does this sound so awkward? Linja always feels that he is still being kept by Shin Shuyun. Indeed, only Shin Shuyun is responsible for him. Conversely, what can he do to be responsible to Shin Shuyun? In front of Shin Shuyun, he was so small and insignificant. But when he thought about it, Shin Shuyun was the wings that allowed him to fly high. With Shin Shuyun, he was like a rock that spread its wings and soared into the sky. If he left Shin Shuyun, he might become a lonely wanderer. Linja understood that his achievements and status were largely due to the help and support of Shin Shuyun. Shin Shuyun is not only his lover, but also his benefactor in his career. He knows very well that without Shin Shuyun, he might still be struggling for a living and trying his best for a small opportunity. Despite this, Linja still felt uneasy and confused in his heart. He didn't know whether Shin Shuyun's love was sincere or for some purpose. In fact, what Linja longs for is a mutually supportive and equal partnership, rather than one party's absolute dependence on the other. This kind of relationship is not unbreakable. Once the balance of trust is unbalanced, the consequences can be imagined. The lack of trust always casts a shadow over his heart. Linja knew that unless he could truly understand Shin Shuyun's thoughts, this uneasiness would always accompany him. He decided to work harder, not only in his career but also in his relationships. Linja believes that through continuous communication and understanding, a bridge of trust between them will eventually be built. He hoped that one day he could truly feel the warmth of Shin Chuyun's love, rather than just speculation and uneasiness. After the meeting and arranging the tasks for the next quarter, Lin Jie returned to the office and began to review the investment projects. After a busy day, Lin Jie was a little tired. Just when he wanted to take a break, his cell phone rang. Lin Jie picked up the phone on the table and saw that it was a call from Li Rongjin. He hesitated for a while and finally pressed the answer button. Li Rongjin's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiaolin, Auntie will treat you to dinner tonight. I know you are very busy, please give Auntie some face." Chapter 42 Poor Woman. Lin Jie was confused, and Li Rongjin's sudden invitation surprised him a little. But he knew that Li Rongjin was a poor woman, living in a wealthy mansion like the Shin family, and having such a scumbag husband. Life was not easy. "Auntie, I will definitely keep the appointment on time." "Okay, thank you, Xiaolin. I'll send you the location later." After Lin Jie hung up the phone, he couldn't help but feel a little upset. He recalled the last time he had dinner with Li Rongjin. That night, there was an unknown sadness in her eyes. Lin Jie knew that Li Rongjin didn't just want to have a simple dinner with him. Perhaps she just needed someone to listen to her, a shoulder that could bring her some comfort. Maybe he helped Shin Shushue, and Li Rongjin invited him to dinner to thank him. He didn't know why, but when he thought of Li Rongjin's forced smile, Lin Jie felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility. She was deceived by Shin Jiangyu and dropped out of school to give birth to a child for him. Now she has become a woman who silently contributes to the Shin family mansion, often staying alone in an empty room and crying secretly. She is always gentle and virtuous, and treats people sincerely. Lin Jie knew that although Li Rongjin was from a wealthy family, her life was not going as she wished. Her husband Shin Jiangyu was a well-known playboy who had no sense of responsibility towards the family. However, Li Rongjin had been secretly enduring all this for the sake of her family's reputation. Lin Jie sighed and secretly decided that he must accompany Li Rongjin tonight and listen to her thoughts. Perhaps, from his perspective as an outsider, he could give Li Rongjin some comfort and advice. After a while, Li Rongjin sent the location of the hotel. Lin Jie first told Luli that he had to accompany a client tonight and asked Luli to go to the hospital by herself. Looking at the time, it was already late, so he got up, straightened his clothes, and drove to the agreed place. When they arrived at the hotel, Li Rongjin had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Lin Jie, she smiled warmly and asked him to sit down. Lin Jie noticed that Li Rongjin seemed to have dressed up deliberately tonight. Her makeup was more refined than usual and her clothes were also particularly exquisite. She was wearing something revealing, with a low neckline that made the cleavage particularly visible. Lin Jie involuntarily looked away, nodded and smiled politely. Li Rongjin still maintains her usual elegance. "Xiaolin, thank you for coming." Lin Jie smiled and said, "I should thank you for treating me to a meal." "We're not polite." Li Rongjin continued, "Thank you for helping Shushue. She told me that you risked your life to fight for her and won first place. Shushue made a bet with you and she lost. She has fulfilled the bet and will no longer participate in such dangerous sports. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Auntie, don't be so polite with me. Tonight, I just want to find someone to talk to." Li Rongjin said softly, with a barely perceptible sadness in his eyes. Li Rongjin continued, "Sometimes, I feel like a bird imprisoned in a golden cage. Although I have enough food and clothing, my heart has lost its freedom. I want to find someone to talk to, but after thinking about it, I can only think of you, someone who can understand me." Her voice was low and full of emotion. As she spoke, she observed the changes in Lin Jie's facial expression from time to time. Lin Jie's heart was deeply touched. He felt the loneliness and helplessness in Li Rongjin's heart. Lin Jie listened quietly, and an impulse to protect her surged in his heart. But he could do nothing. He couldn't protect himself, so who could he protect? He replied softly, "Auntie, I know you have endured a lot, but life is like this. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. If you need an audience, I am always here." When Li Rongjin heard this, a trace of gratitude flashed in her eyes. She whispered, "Xiaolin, thank you. At least tonight, I can feel that someone is really listening." Li Rongjin ordered a few exquisite dishes and chatted with Lin Jie while eating. She talked about her past when she was young. Like Lin Jie, Li Rongjin comes from the countryside. When she was 18 years old, the young and beautiful Li Rongjin was deeply attracted to the suave Shin Jiangyu, and they both fell in love. For Shin Jiangyu, Li Rongjin gave up her studies and gave birth to Shin Shushue for her. But as time passed, Shen Zhengyu's love gradually faded, and he began to look for a new target. Li Rongjin's face showed a hint of sadness. She sighed and said, "He no longer cares about me. Our marriage has become dead in name only." I tried to save it, but finally chose to accept the reality. For Chu Xue, I must be strong. Shen Zhengyu is such a heartless man, he eats from the bowl and always looks at the pot. Li Rongjin's strength and forbearance made Lin Jie feel both admiration and distress. He understood what she had endured, but he also knew his own limitations. He responded softly, "Auntie, your courage is admirable. I will support your decision at any time. It's just that I can't help you." When Li Rongjin heard these words, a hint of warmth flashed in her eyes. She knew that in this complicated world, at least there were friends like Lin Jie who were willing to share some of the burden with her. "Thank you, Xiaolin. As long as you don't mind my nagging, I'll be satisfied. I know no one can help me." "You are so kind, Auntie." Li Rongjin looked at Lin Jie carefully and asked, "Xiaolin, do all of you men like other people's wives? Or are you always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl?" Lin Jie was embarrassed by the question. He didn't know what Li Rongjin meant. But one thing was certain, Shen Zhengyu was not only a playboy, but also a thief who liked other people's wives. It was really shameless. "Auntie, I'm not married yet, but I don't think all men are like this. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest." "It's not surprising." "Yes. Maybe what you said is right." Li Rongjin smiled slightly, as if she found a trace of comfort in her memories. She continued, "When Shen Zhengyu made me give up my studies and bear a child for him, he swore me a solemn oath and said all kinds of nice things, which moved me to my core. Unfortunately, his devotion to me didn't last more than 3 years. I followed him when I was 18, and it's been 22 years now. He's been drifting further and further away, and I don't have any hope for him anymore. For Chu Xue, I can only choose to face it with strength." Li Rongjin took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. "I can't let Chu Xue see me weak. She needs a strong mother." Lin Jie ate while listening to Li Rongjin's story. Li Rongjin finally said, "Xiaolin, I look like a grudge woman to you." "I am making fun of you." "Auntie, please don't say that. Life is full of different situations and each has its own difficulties. Your perseverance is what we should learn from." Chapter 43. Xiaoye suddenly called. The two of them talked and ate, and before they knew it, it was dark. Li Rongjin took out a bank card and placed it in front of Lin Jie, saying, "There's 5 million in it. Don't think it's too little. This is a special thank you from your aunt." Lin Jie pushed the bank card in front of Li Rongjin and said, "Auntie, you are too polite. I helped the second young lady, and the second young lady has given me all the bonus. There should be no money between you and me. Your trust and support are the greatest reward for me. How can the friendship between us be measured by money?" Li Rongjin explained, "You misunderstood. I also came from the countryside. I know it is not easy for rural people to develop in big cities. We have hundreds of millions of dividends every year. This amount of money is nothing. It's just a small thing." Lin Jie still shook his head firmly, "Auntie, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept the money. The friendship between us is far more precious than money. I will remember your kindness in my heart." Seeing this, Li Rongjin's eyes flashed with approval. Seeing that Lin Jie's attitude was very firm, she could only slowly take back the bank card. The two finished their meal and walked out of the restaurant. Li Rongjin looked at Lin Jie and smiled awkwardly. "Xiaolin, I came here by taxi, can I get a ride? Hitchhiking? Did they have a good time?" But Lin Jie didn't dare to question it. He quickly said, "Auntie, no problem, I'll take you back." Li Rongjin sat in the passenger seat of the Maybach, fastened her seatbelt, and said softly, "Thank you for your help, Xiaolin." Lin Jie responded with a smile, "Auntie, please don't be polite. This is what I should do." The car started slowly. In the night, the light and shadow of the street lamps danced on the car windows, as if witnessing this warm friendship. There was a faint warmth in the car, and the two of them chatted about family matters tacitly, as if they were old friends. Li Rongjin asked, "Xiaolin, do you have a girlfriend? If not, I think you and Chu Xue are a good match." Lin Jie secretly complained in his heart, "Auntie, please stop teasing me. I don't dare to have your daughter. I can't hide from her in time." But he still said politely, "Auntie, Chu Xue is a good girl, but I already have a girlfriend." Li Rongjin smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes. You told me last time, I forgot." But you still have to be more cautious when choosing a girlfriend and make more comparisons. No comparison, no harm. Character is very important. Although Chu Shui is a little tricky and weird, she is kind-hearted and has no problem with her character. Lin Jia nodded in agreement. Auntie is right, character is indeed the key. I will seriously consider it. But I am very satisfied with my current girlfriend. She is worth cherishing. Lin Jia only has Shin Shuyun in his heart. They even have a child. Shin Shuyun is so beautiful and has such good conditions. Lin Jia feels that there is no one more suitable than Shin Shuyun. The key is that Shin Shuyun has a firm control over him and he has no choice. After hearing this, Li Rongjin's eyes flashed with understanding, and she said softly, Shaolin, I was just talking casually, don't take it too seriously, you still need to make the decision on your own affairs. The Maybach stopped in front of a villa surrounded by green trees. Lin Jia got out of the car and opened the door for Li Rongjin. Li Rongjin got out of the car. She and Lin Jia were very close, and the carbon dioxide she exhaled had already sprayed onto Lin Jia's face. Just as Lin Jia was about to step back, Li Rongjin suddenly opened her arms and hugged Lin Jia. Lin Jia was caught off guard. Just as he was about to break free from Li Rongjin whispered in his ear, let me hug you. I just want to find someone to rely on. I don't mean anything else. Lin Jia stopped resisting. But Li Rongjin hugged him too tightly, and Lin Jia had already fully felt Li Rongjin's softness. Lin Jia's heart was shocked, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only let this unfamiliar warmth surround him. He didn't know what to do with his hands. He raised his hands, but he didn't dare to put them around Li Rongjin's waist, so he could only stop them awkwardly in mid-air. Li Rongjin buried her face in Lin Jia's shoulder and burst into tears. Lin Jia felt Li Rongjin's body shaking slightly, followed by soft sobbing sounds. Lin Jia felt a warm feeling on his shoulders, and he knew that they were Li Rongjin's tears. Soon, Lin Jia's shoulders were wet with Li Rongjin's tears. After a long while, Li Rongjin slowly let go of Lin Jia. Shaolin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Li Rongjin wiped the tears from her face and smiled awkwardly at Lin Jia. Lin Jia nodded slightly and said, it's okay. Auntie, you should have a good rest. Li Rongjin looked at the villa in front of her and said, Chu Shui must not be at home, why don't you go in and have a seat? Lin Jia didn't dare to go in. He felt it was inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone. Auntie, my girlfriend is in the hospital. I still need to go to the hospital. Let's talk about it next time. I'm sorry, Xiaolin, I didn't know your girlfriend was in the hospital. Go there if you need anything. Li Rongjin looked embarrassed. It's okay, Auntie, my girlfriend is fine. After saying that, Lin Jia went directly to the hospital. Shin Shuyun didn't expect that Lin Jia would come to the hospital at this time. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Jia sat down and gave her a kiss. Shin Shuyun didn't ask anything. She put her hands on Lin Jia's shoulders and was about to speak when she suddenly found that Lin Jia's shoulders were wet. She asked curiously, is it raining outside? Lin Jia shook his head and said, the weather is good, it's not raining. Then why are your shoulders wet? Lin Jia suddenly remembered that these were Li Rongjin's tears. He knew that Shin Shuyun had a deep prejudice against her as his stepmother, so he dared not tell the truth. Maybe it's sweat. The right side is wet and the left side is dry, so you only sweat half of your body? Lin Jia was stumped by the question and he didn't know how to explain it. A hint of doubt flashed across Shin Shuyun's eyes, but she did not continue to ask, because she knew that Lin Jia would not hide anything for no reason. She said softly, don't work too hard. It's okay, I'm in good health. Lin Jia said and gave Shin Shuyun a hug. Shin Shuyun was very satisfied with Lin Jia's performance. She felt that Lin Jia's heart was all about her. After Lin Jia had fully pleased Shin Shuyun, he took his daughter, who was already sleeping, from the nanny's arms, sat down next to Shin Shuyun, and said, Boss Shin, look how much our daughter looks like you. Just like what you said. Shin Shuyun seemed a little impatient. Lin Jia was very puzzled as to why Shin Shuyun treated her daughter like this. He had seen many mothers who treated their children like treasures and wanted to hold them in their hands all the time. Although Lin Jia had some doubts in his heart, he did not say anything more. He patted his daughter gently with a gentle look in his eyes. Shin Shuyun glanced at him, his lips slightly raised, but he still couldn't hide the fatigue in his eyes. Lin Jia, you should go back and rest early. You don't have to come when you are busy with work or have a reception. There are so many nannies here, and everything is fine. After Linja handed the child to the nanny, he gently hugged Shin Shuyun and said, "But I miss you so much and I feel uneasy when I don't see you for a day." Shin Shuyun was slightly stunned, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and he sighed softly, "Okay, I'm fine, you have to take good care of yourself." Linja left the hospital and just got into the car when his phone rang. He looked at the number and saw that it was Xiaoya. It was already past 9 o'clock. Why was Xiaoya calling at this time? Linja's heart tightened and he quickly answered the phone. Chapter 44 Xiaoya drank too much. Linja was very surprised. Why did Xiaoya call at this time? He answered the phone first. Before Linja could speak, Xiaoya on the phone said, "Linja, I'm drunk, come pick me up." Linja secretly complained, "Oh my god, why would she come to me when she was drunk? Where is her secretary Qin Shuya?" Xiaoya's tongue was a little big when she heard it on the phone. Linja sighed helplessly and could only bite the bullet and ask, "Boss Xiao, where are you? Is there no one around you? You talk too much nonsense. I asked you to pick me up, but why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm at Jincheng nightclub. Room 208. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Xiaoya hung up the phone first. Linja didn't dare to delay. He didn't know where Jincheng nightclub was, so he could only turn on the navigation and drive hurriedly to Jincheng nightclub. Jincheng nightclub is located in the northern suburbs, in a remote location. It took Linja half an hour to drive there. The nightclub was brightly lit. He went up to the second floor and walked straight to room 208. Linja pushed open the door, and a strong smell of alcohol hit him. Inside, a group of young men and women were drinking and singing. Xiaoya was still drinking. When she saw Linja come in, she smiled drunkenly, and the wine glass in her hand tilted slightly, spilling the wine on the table. Linja frowned, stepped forward quickly, and said softly, "Boss Xiao, let's go back." After Xiaoya pulled Linja to sit next to her, she said loudly, "Everyone, this is my boyfriend, his name is Linja." A beautiful woman exclaimed, "Oh my god, he's so handsome, and still a young hunk. Mr. Xiao, I think you are an old cow eating young grass, right?" Linja smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand to explain, "Don't get me wrong, we are colleagues." Xiaoya hugged his neck and laughed so hard that her body shook. "It's not like you're a thief, what are you afraid of?" Everyone laughed. "Look, he's still shy. Xiaoya, you should teach him a lesson. You have such a handsome boyfriend. What are you doing with all your free time? Why don't you make good use of him?" "Yes, Xiaoya, you have been abroad for a long time and are used to eating foreign food. Now it's time to change your taste. I think this young man is very good." Seeing these people's teasing, Linja's face became more and more embarrassed. He gently broke free from Xiaoya's arm and said firmly, "Boss Xiao, it's really time to go. You are drunk." Xiaoya, however, shook her body coquettishly and muttered, "No, I haven't had enough fun yet." After saying that, Xiaoya simply hugged Linja and kissed him. The men and women in the box exclaimed, "Are you broadcasting this live? Can you be less ostentatious when showing off your love? Do you want us to back off and let you guys have a real fight?" Linja was helpless. He pushed Xiaoya away and could only look at other people for help. Seeing this, a man patted Linja on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I understand you. Women are like this when they are drunk. But it's okay this way. After you get her to bed, she will be at your mercy. You can play with her however you want." The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Linja couldn't stand it any longer. He said to Xiaoya's friends, "I'm sorry to spoil your fun. Xiaoya is drunk. I have to take her home." Xiaoya's friends could only nod to show their understanding. "You guys keep playing." After Linja finished speaking, he helped Xiaoya out of the box. Arriving at the parking lot, Linja carefully helped Xiaoya into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Xiaoya pointed to the Mercedes-Benz next to him and said, "I can't leave my car here. I need it tomorrow." Linja was helpless. "Boss Xiao, you came here to drink, why did you drive the car? You talk too much. Get my car back." Linja remembered that he had made a group of friends when he was a designated driver. He took out his cell phone, found the phone number of a friend who used to be a designated driver, and called him immediately. The other party told Linja that he was still working as a designated driver and would be here soon. Linja told him the address and asked him to come over quickly. About half an hour later, the designated driver, Master Chen, arrived. Master Chen was surprised to see that Linja was driving a Maybach. "Little Lin, I'm still a designated driver, but you've become rich. Congratulations. Linja took the car keys out of Xiaoya's bag, handed them to Master Chen, and said, "It's that Mercedes-Benz. Follow me." Xiaoya has fallen asleep. Linja drove the Maybach back to Xiaoya's apartment and stopped. Master Chen followed him all the time. He looked at Xiaoya, who was sleeping in the car, and asked Linja, "Xiaolinzi, is she your wife?" Linja shook his head and said, "No, he is my friend. He was drunk and asked me to pick her up." Master Chen smiled and said, "I remember you were still young, not yet of legal marriage age." Linja smiled bitterly. "Yeah, there's a difference of 2 years. After saying that, Linja paid the money and asked Master Chen to go first. He then carried Xiaoya into the apartment. After Linja put Xiaoya on the sofa, he said to the 2 nannies, "I'll leave her to you." One of the nurses said, "Sir, please carry Ms. Xiao to her bed." "What will we do if you leave?" "We can't carry her. Xiaoya is not only tall, but also a little fat and heavy, so they definitely can't hold her. She could only carry Xiaoya to her bedroom and gently put him on the bed." Xiaoya woke up and said to the nanny, "You all go down, Linja stays with me." The nanny quickly retreated. Linja looked at Xiaoya, who was very sober. He asked, "Are you pretending to be asleep?" Xiaoya couldn't help laughing. "Yes, but I did fall asleep on the way, and I woke up when I got home. I just wanted to see if you would take advantage of me." Linja shook his head helplessly. "Boss Xiao, you are such a joke. I am not that kind of person. We are partners and good friends. Do you think I will take advantage of you? You really don't know me well enough." Xiaoya put away her smile and said seriously, "Linja, I believe you. But in this world, we must be on guard against others." Xiaoya then sarcastically said, "But I think you are a bit rigid and unromantic. If a man doesn't cheat, is he still a man? If a man is not lustful, it's his own fault." Linja remembered what Xiaoya's friends had said, and asked, "Boss Xiao, do you really have a lot of foreign boyfriends?" Xiaoya was so angry that she sat up all of a sudden, pointing at Linja and scolding, "Don't you have any judgment at all? Am I that kind of person?" Linja said jokingly, "I heard that many women like that kind of big foreign horse." "Bah!" Xiaoya continued, "I don't like foreigners at all. I still don't have a boyfriend. Don't listen to their nonsense." Linja found it hard to believe that Xiaoya, such an open-minded person, didn't have a boyfriend. It was hard to understand. But Linja was not interested in these. Other people's affairs had nothing to do with him. He changed the subject and asked, "Mr. Xiao, how do you feel now? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Xiaoya waved his hand. "No, this little bit of wine is nothing to me." Chapter 45, Acting as a Temporary Boyfriend. Xiaoya felt that it was a bit embarrassing for Linja to come here so late, so she continued, "I'm sorry, I have to trouble you to pick me up at this late hour." Linja hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiao, we are friends, please don't say that. If there is anything, just let me know and I will be there whenever you call." "Linja, you are such a loyal person. I'm determined to make you my friend." Xiaoya continued, "In fact, I only know one person among those people. You see, they are all in pairs, but I am the only one alone. Do you think I am embarrassed?" Linja smiled and said, "It's indeed a bit embarrassing." Xiaoya said with some pride, "In the midst of embarrassment, I suddenly remembered that I have a very handsome friend, so I called you and asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend. I want them to slap their faces." Xiaoya continued, "Look, you stand out among them. They are nothing but crooked melons and jujubes in front of you, not worth mentioning." Linja deliberately asked, "Boss Xiao, am I really as handsome as you say? Take away that ma and I'll tell you this, you're absolutely gorgeous." Linja couldn't help but smile. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Xiao. If you didn't have a girlfriend, I really want to take you down." Xiaoya then asked, "Let me ask you, those people say that I am an old cow eating young grass, and I just can't understand it. I am only 5 years older than you, so do I become an old cow?" Linja laughed when he heard this. It turned out that Xiaoya had been pretending to be drunk, and she heard everything those people said. "Mr. Xiao, you are only 25 years old, which is your golden age. How come you have become an old cow? Don't you think it's funny?" Xiaoya laughed out loud. "You made me feel happy. But tonight's play was really enjoyable." Looking at their expressions, it was really satisfying. Linja wanted to go back, so he said to Xiaoya, "Boss Xiao, I'm glad you're okay. I'm going back now because I have to go to work tomorrow. I have to be careful when working for someone else, otherwise I'll lose my job." Xiaoya smiled and said, "Why don't you stay with me?" Linja thought Xiaoya was joking. "Mr. Xiao, you must be joking. My girlfriend is still waiting for me to come back. Xiaoya sighed softly. That's right, you have a girlfriend, so I can't force you. Thank you tonight, I'll treat you to dinner another day. If you're not satisfied with your work at Yunxiang Group and want to change your environment, the door of Tianyue Group is always open to you. Lin Jia felt Xiaoya's sincerity. Although he was a little arrogant, he was moved by her sincerity. He smiled and nodded. I appreciate Mr. Chow's kindness. I will consider the opportunity of Tianyue Group. I am also very happy to help you tonight. Lin Jia returned to the living room and said to the nanny, send some water to Miss Chow and let her drink more water. After saying that, Lin Jia went back. When he got home, it was already midnight. Luli hasn't gone to bed yet. She is still sitting in the living room, as if waiting for Lin Jia. Lin Jia was a little confused. What was she going to do? Seeing Lin Jia coming in, Luli asked, you left the hospital a long time ago. Where did you go? Why did you come back now? Lin Jia thought about it and thought he should make up an excuse to get away with it. He absolutely couldn't tell anyone about Xiaoya's affairs. Luli must have seen that he was not coming back for a long time, so she called Shin Shuyun to check and found out that Lin Jia had left the hospital a long time ago and he must have gone somewhere else. Lin Jia thought for a moment and said, a friend of mine who used to be a designated driver is in trouble. I'm going to help him deal with it. Luli frowned slightly, obviously confused by this explanation, but finally nodded and did not ask any further questions. Lin Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Luli actually supervised him instead of Shin Shuyun, which made Lin Jia very uncomfortable. However, Luli was really loyal to Shin Shuyun and spared no effort. She lived and ate at Shin Shuyun's house and took care of Shin Shuyun's work in life. I'm afraid she doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. Lin Jia saw Luli's efforts and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such loyalty and dedication are rare. Perhaps everyone has his or her own mission and persistence. Although Luli's choice is puzzling, it is worthy of respect. I just don't know how much Luli's salary is. She works so hard, so her salary must be quite high. Lin Jia is very satisfied with his situation now, with an annual salary of 1 million. With the commission of 3 million and the 5 million given to him by Shin Shuyun, plus the bonus of 16.8 million for fighting for Shin Shushue, he now has more than 20 million. When he was in college, Lin Jia never dreamed that he would have so much money one day. More than 20 million is already an astronomical figure for Lin Jia, but compared to the wealthy families in Qingzhou, this amount of money is nothing. Lin Jia knows very well that although wealth is important, inner satisfaction and sense of accomplishment are more precious. Luli went to bed. Lin Jia also returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. He had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Today is the day Shin Shuyun is discharged from the hospital. Lin Jia went to the hospital in advance to pick up Shin Shuyun and her daughter. Just when he was about to leave, he received a call from Huang Xinran. Huang Xinran said on the phone that they had purchased a batch of high-quality clothing fabrics and wanted Lin Jia to go and take a look. If Yunxiang Group likes it, it will be left to Yunxiang Group. Many companies are optimistic about this batch of fabrics. This put Lin Jia in a difficult position. It is important to take Shin Shuyun and her daughter home, but what Huang Xinran said is not a trivial matter. If you don't go to see it, Huang Xinran and the others will give it to other merchants. After careful consideration, Lin Jia decided to go to the fabric factory first. He told Luli that he was going to order a batch of high-quality clothing fabrics and asked Luli to pick up Shin Shuyun and her daughter and take them home. Luli was a little unhappy. She thought that bringing Shin Shuyun and her daughter home was the top priority. But she also knew that Lin Jia's decision was crucial to Yunxiang Group. This is also Shin Shuyun's philosophy, work always comes first. Although Luli was reluctant, she finally agreed to Lin Jia's request. Lin Jia brought Su Yunhua to the warehouse of Huang Xinran's company. This batch of fabrics is indeed very good, and Lin Jia ordered all of them. Lin Jia carefully checked the quality and color of the fabric, and after confirming that they were correct, he signed the contract. Wang Junbo and Huang Xinran were very satisfied. They wanted to find a way to connect with Yunxiang Group. This would not only increase the popularity of their own brands, but also lay a solid foundation for future cooperation. After all, Yunxiang Group is the leader in Qingzhou's clothing industry. A small order from Yunxiang Group can double the performance of Huang Xinran's company. After signing the order, Huang Xinran and his wife wanted to treat Lin Jia to a meal. They have said it several times, and Lin Jia couldn't refuse again. At this time, Shin Shuyun and her daughter were probably already home. Although Lin Jia missed Shen Shuyun and her daughter, he knew the significance of this trip to Yunxiang Group. He gladly accepted the invitation of Huang Xinran and his wife. Lin Ju and Huang Xinran sat down in the restaurant, where they enjoyed a sumptuous meal and a harmonious atmosphere. During the meal, they discussed more possibilities for future cooperation. Chapter 46. Lin Jia was drugged. At the beginning, Lin Jia had to drive, so he didn't drink. Later, Huang Xinran said that after drinking, you can call a designated driver. Everyone will be happy and should drink something. Lin Jia gladly accepted it and they chatted over drinks while discussing cooperation. Huang Xinran mentioned that if long-term cooperation is possible, she is willing to provide the best price and priority supply rights. Lin Jia nodded in agreement. Seeing that Huang Xinran and his wife were reliable, he decided to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with them. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Jia's phone rang. It was a message from Luli, who told Lin Jia that Shen Shuyun and her daughter had returned home safely. She told him not to worry, as work was more important. Lin Jia knew that this was what Shen Shuyun meant. Shen Shuyun's goal is to let Lin Jia train well and become a capable leader. In this case, Lin Jia had no worries. He and Wang Junbo continued to drink. Huang Xinran and Su Yunhua also toasted Lin Jia respectively. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Lin Jia drank a little too much. He felt a little dizzy, but his thoughts were still clear. Huang Xinran suggested finding a place to rest, and Lin Jia nodded in agreement. Lin Jia followed Huang Xinran to the hotel room in a daze. Lin Jia, take a rest first. Having said that, Huang Xinran asked Lin Jia to lie down and close his eyes. Lin Jia felt his face getting hot and his heartbeat quickened. He realized something was wrong and struggled to get up, when he suddenly found Huang Xinran throwing herself on him naked. Huang Xinran kissed Lin Jia and started to tear off his clothes. Lin Jia pushed Huang Xinran away, sat up, pointed at Huang Xinran and angrily cursed, "What do you want to do? You are so shameless." Huang Xinran sat up and said, "Lin Jia, do you know that you have always been in my heart?" Lin Jia threw her clothes to her and said, "Put on your clothes quickly." Huang Xinran hugged Lin Jia and said, "Lin Jia, please don't be like this. You have forgotten how happy and joyful we were when we were together." Lin Jia felt very uncomfortable. He knew that he would not be able to hold on if this continued. "Did you drug me?" Huang Xinran shook her head and said, "Lin Jia, am I that despicable? If I want you, I will come openly and will not do such despicable things." Lin Jia believed Huang Xinran on this point. Although he had not spent a long time with her, Huang Xinran never hid what she wanted to do. Even if she did something bad, she would be honest with Lin Jia. Lin Jia knew something was wrong. Someone must have drugged him. His face was burning badly, and his body reacted strongly when he saw the naked Huang Xinran in front of him. He said to Huang Xinran, "Someone drugged me. Bring me some water. Quick." Huang Xinran took 2 bottles of mineral water from the cabinet and handed them to Lin Jia. Lin Jia unscrewed the bottle caps and drank 2 bottles of mineral water in one breath. Huang Xinran looked at Lin Jia, whose face was flushed, and said, "Lin Jia, have you ever seen those skits? When someone drug you, you have to have sex to eliminate the toxins in your body." Huang Xinran said, straightening her chest in front of Lin Jia and continued, "Are you not moved at all when you see me like this? I've asked around, and you still don't have a girlfriend. You must be feeling pent up, right? I'll stay with you tonight. If you want 8 or 10 times, I'm happy to serve you." Lin Jia was so angry that he wanted to give her 2 big fights. "Are you sick? You are married, why are you still so unruly?" Huang Xinran showed off her perfect figure in front of Lin Jia and said, "You are the president of a large group, but you are so reserved about matters between men and women. You are too special. Let me tell you, although we come from the countryside and have a humble status, we are not humble, and we don't despise ourselves. We are no worse than others." Huang Xinran paused and continued, "Have you not seen those bosses? Male bosses play with female celebrities, and female bosses play with young handsome guys. Anyone like you will only waste their precious resources." Lin Jia was amused by Huang Xinran. Huang Xinran thought Lin Jia had fallen for her trick, and she wanted to make another move, but Lin Jia suddenly turned hostile and said, "Huang Xinran, put on your clothes and get out of here right away, otherwise, I will cancel all cooperation with you." Huang Xinran didn't expect Lin Jia to turn hostile so quickly, so she quickly explained, "Lin Jia, you don't have to be like this, okay? After all, we loved each other. Wang Junbo is not good at that, but he often messes around outside behind my back. Why should I indulge him? I just want to be satisfied, please don't reject me, okay?" Wang Junbo is having an affair outside. Is this what you call tit for tat? You are also having an affair outside like him. Are you still a couple? Huang Xinran, if you want to live a good life with Wang Junbo, you should persuade him to change his ways. Otherwise, you will break up sooner or later. Seeing Huang Xinran still hesitating, Linja scolded her harshly, "Get out now." Huang Xinran hesitated and wanted to stay. Linja was so angry that he raised his hand to hit her. Huang Xinran was so scared that she quickly got up, put on her clothes, and walked out in shame. Linja felt that there was still no improvement in his health, so he wanted to lie down and have a good rest before going home. Soon, Linja felt that someone else came in. Could it be Huang Xinran who came back? Linja was very angry. He opened his eyes and was about to scold Huang Xinran, but he saw that the naked person standing in front of him was not Huang Xinran, but Su Yunhua. Linja suddenly woke up. Just as he was about to speak, Su Yunhua crawled into his bed, hugged Linju and said, "Boss Lin, I know Huang Xinran drugged you. I'm here to help you detoxify." Linja was very puzzled. How did Su Yunhua know that it was Huang Xinran who gave him the drug? Could it be that Su Yunhua was the one who gave him the drug? Linja pushed Su Yunhua away and asked, "How do you know it was Huang Xinran who drugged me?" Su Yunhua chuckled, "Boss Lin, don't forget that I have been monitoring Huang Xinran's every move." She thought she could hide it from the world, but she didn't know that I had already seen through everything. I came here not only to detoxify, but also to expose her conspiracy. Linja was shocked. He didn't expect that Su Yunhua was really not a simple person. It seems that Su Yunhua is really not simple. Linja thought about it seriously and felt that this problem must not be as simple as it seemed. Are you sure it was Huang Xinran who drugged me? Of course I am sure. I have evidence. Su Yunhua took out a mobile phone from her bag, and the picture inside showed a delicate hand putting medicine into a wine glass. Linja watched the video carefully, but could not confirm that this was Huang Xinran's hand. Seeing Linja's doubts, Su Yunhua continued, "I recorded this video carefully, and it can't be wrong. I have already figured out Huang Xinran's thoughts. Mr. Lin, you can't be deceived by her anymore." Linja was silent for a moment, thinking to himself. Although Su Yunhua's words made him waver, his years of business experience told him that he should not blindly believe one side of the story, but should deeply analyze the root cause of the problem in order to truly find a solution. We can only accept it now and investigate it slowly later. Linja decided to hold off for the time being. On the surface, he agreed with Su Yunhua's words, but he was secretly alert in his heart. Chapter 47, Xin Chuyun's Temptation. He felt that Su Yunhua was not as simple as she seemed. Since she wanted to take Huang Xinran's evidence, why didn't she take a picture of her face as well? Wouldn't that be more convincing? This showed that Su Yunhua's motives were not pure. He was fully aware of the turbulent undercurrents in this contest, and if he was not careful he would end up in an irretrievable situation. Linja decided to remain silent for the time being and continue to observe Su Yunhua's next move. "Assistant Su, please go, I'm fine." "Boss Lin, you are so noble. If anything bad happens to you, I can't take the responsibility." As Su Yunhua spoke, he pounced on Linja. This was carefully planned by Su Yunhua. How could he give up such a good opportunity easily? If you don't take down Linja, Shanghai might be very dissatisfied with her job. "Boss Lin, I will satisfy you." Su Yunhua started to get started as he spoke. Linja suddenly grabbed her wrist, his eyes cold and cold. "Assistant Su, enough is enough. Su Yunhua is so sexy. Her figure and breasts are so tempting. Linja's drug effects are reaching their peak. If he continues, he might not be able to bear it anymore and his defense will break." Su Yunhua's eyes flashed with resentment, but he quickly restrained himself and responded softly, "Boss Lin, I am just worried. Don't get me wrong." Linja let go of Su Yunhua's hand and said, "Go away, I'm fine." Su Yunhua's eyes flashed with a cunning look, but he stepped back respectfully and asked, "Boss Lin, are you sure everything is fine?" Did I not make myself clear? Or did you not understand what I meant?" Linja's face was filled with anger. He looked at Su Yunhua coldly and continued, "Put on your clothes. Leave quickly." Su Yunhua was slightly stunned, and hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and began to put them on, with a barely perceptible sneer on the corner of his mouth. She knew very well that this game had just begun. Linja's tough attitude did not make her back off, but instead aroused her even greater fighting spirit. Now Linja still has a strong sense of resistance. If she uses force, she won't get any advantage, and it will only make her more passive. She needs to wait for a better opportunity. Su Yunhua put on his clothes, adjusted his expression, and returned to his usual calmness and professionalism. Mr. Lin, I understand. If you need anything, please feel free to let me know. After saying that, she turned and left the room. As she left the room, she secretly thought about how to make the next clever plan to achieve her ultimate goal. She knew that she had to hold on to Shenhai's thigh. Shenhai's expectations were like a sword hanging over his head. Su Yunhua knew that he had to proceed step by step and must take down Lin Jie. After Su Yunhua left, Lin Jie hurriedly got up and left the hotel. He came to the car and sat in the driver's seat. Instead of starting the car immediately, he carefully recalled all the details of the night. The four of them were having dinner together, and he didn't know when Wang Junbo would leave. He didn't seem to care. Who gave the drug? This mystery left Lin Jie puzzled. Is it Wang Junbo? But in Su Yunhua's video, it was obviously a woman's hand that put the medicine into the wine glass. Wang Junbo was a rough man who started out as a small contractor. It was impossible for him to have such delicate movements. Or the video was forged by Su Yunhua, which is very likely. Why did Huang Xinran and Su Yunhua take turns entering the room? Did they team up to set a trap? Lin Jie frowned, feeling the situation was complicated. He knew he had to be careful and consider every step carefully, not letting his emotions influence his judgment. He decided not to act rashly, but to investigate secretly until he found out the truth. Lin Jie started the car and left the hotel parking lot. When she returned home, Shin Shuyun was still sitting in the living room, and the child had fallen asleep. Shin Shuyun raised his eyes to look at Lin Jie, his eyes full of concern. You are finally back, is everything going well? Lin Jie nodded, trying to sound calm. Nothing serious, just had a few drinks. As he said that, Lin Jie sat down next to Shin Shuyun. Lin Jie's breath was full of alcohol, and he did not kiss Shin Shuyun. He wanted to keep a certain distance from Shin Shuyun until the smell of alcohol in his mouth dissipated. The nanny came to Lin Jie with the child in her arms and asked him to see her daughter. Lin Jie was drunk, so he didn't hold the child. He just looked at his daughter sleeping in the nanny's arms, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. He didn't expect that he would have achieved success and had a daughter before he was even 21 years old. He was definitely a winner in life. Soon, the nanny brought the sobering soup to Lin Jie. Most of the alcohol had dissipated, but the drugs were still playing tricks in his body. When Shin Shuyun held his hands, his physiological reaction was very strong. He didn't dare to think too much, otherwise Shin Shuyun would find out, and that would be difficult. Shin Shuyun didn't pay attention to Lin Jie's unusual behavior, but turned to the nanny and said, "Take turns to rest at night and take good care of the child." The gold medal nanny swore, "Madam, rest assured. Leave the young lady to us. You can put your mind at ease." Shin Shuyun turned around and said to Lin Jie, "I'm a little sleepy and want to rest." Lin Jie nodded, picked up Shin Shuyun, and walked lightly towards the bedroom. Shin Shuyun wants to take a shower first. Lin Jie asked Shin Shuyun to rest in the bedroom first while he went to run the water and adjust the water temperature. After doing all this, Lin Jie returned to the bedroom, carried her to the bathroom, and helped her undress. After completing these prescribed actions, Shin Shuyun should enter the bathtub to take a bath. For some reason, she did not follow the routine, but stood in front of Lin Jie and asked, "Lin Jie, can you see if my body shape has changed significantly?" Lin Jie admired Shin Shuyun's body, it was simply perfect. After giving birth, her graceful body became even more plump and attractive, with smooth lines, showing the tenderness and charm of motherhood. Her skin is so delicate and tender that it can be broken with a flick of the finger. Lin Jie exclaimed, "It is so beautiful, I feel like it is even more perfect. Look at my breasts again. Are they sagging? Have they lost their elasticity? Has the color changed?" Shin Shuyun said as she took Lin Jie's hand and placed it on her chest, and continued, "Try to touch it." How could Lin Jie dare to do that? The medicine in his body was still taking effect. Although he had drunk a lot of water and had diluted some of it, the medicine was still too strong. Although it's not as exaggerated as in those skits, the drug's effects take effect immediately after being stimulated by the opposite sex. "Very good, Miss Shin, you are more beautiful and perfect now." Lin Jie thought that after he said that, Shin Shuyun would take a bath, but she continued to turn her body in front of Lin Jie, showing off her perfect figure. Lin Jie urged, "Boss Shin, take a bath first." Shin Shuyun hugged Lin Jie and asked, "Did you miss me?" Shin Shuyun's gentle eyes and intimate actions made Lin Zhi's heart surge. He swallowed, suppressed the impulse in his heart, and answered calmly, I think about you every moment. Chapter 48 Shin Group High Level Meeting. After Lin Zhi finished speaking, he picked up Shin Shuyun and gently put her into the bathtub, making sure she lay comfortably in the warm water. Lin Zhi continued to massage Shin Shuyun. Shin Shuyun leaned her head on Lin Zhi's chest and said with emotion, Lin Zhi, do you know that giving birth is like a life and death experience for a woman? Fortunately, my image as a virgin has not been damaged. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Lin Zhi felt aggrieved. Boss Shin, how can you blame me for this? If not you, who else can I blame? Wasn't this your fault? Lin Zhi smiled helplessly. How could I dare to do such a thing? It was all an accident. Shin Shuyun snorted, but his tone softened. Forget it, since you were so considerate, I will forgive you this time. But we must be careful in the future, and we must not let any accidents happen again. Lin Zhi didn't understand what Shin Shuyun meant. What should he be careful about? Don't let similar accidents happen again? Although he had some doubts in his heart, seeing that Shin Shuyun looked gentle, he did not ask any more questions. He just nodded silently and continued to massage her carefully. Shin Shuyun closed her eyes, enjoying Lin Zhi's technique, and said softly, You know, I'm really tired during this period. Giving birth is really not a job for humans. Fortunately, with you by my side, I feel much better. Lin Zhi found it a little hard to believe. Most women have to give birth to children, so how could giving birth become a job that is not for human beings to do? After taking a shower, Lin Zhi wiped the water off Shin Shuyun's body, helped her blow dry her hair, then carried Shin Shuyun to the bed, and then went to take a shower himself. Lin Zhi secretly groaned in his heart as he had to sleep with Shin Shuyun tonight but couldn't do that kind of thing. It is not known how long the effect of this medicine will last. Lin Zhi didn't dare to think further, he didn't know what to do. No, I must find a way to solve the crisis. After thinking about it, Lin Zhi decided that he could only solve the problem by himself. He could only practice Qilin arm while taking a shower. Lin Zhi finished his shower and returned to bed. Shin Shuyun asked in confusion, Why did it take so long to wash? It's been more than an hour. Aren't you usually very fast? Lin Zhi smiled awkwardly and explained, I was a little tired today and wanted to relax more. I took a bath and fell asleep. Shin Shuyun did not continue to ask, but turned around, hugged Lin Zhi and said, Lin Zhi, I really want to. But the doctor said that you can have sex 6 weeks after giving birth. More than 40 days, isn't it too long? Lin Zhi stroked her hair and comforted her softly, For your health, you must listen to the doctor. Shin Shuyun sighed, snuggled into Lin Zhi's arms, and whispered, I know, it's just a little hard. Lin Zhi hugged her tightly and whispered, Let's hold on together, it will be over soon. Lin Zhi was lucky that he had been fully released, otherwise he would not know what to do that night if he hugged Shin Shuyun like this. The Shin family convened a meeting of heads of the group's companies. Shin Shuyun had just been discharged from the hospital and could only rest at home. Yunshan Group was represented by Lin Zhi, and Shin Shushue accompanied Lin Zhi to the meeting as the president's assistant. Accompanied by Shin Shushue, Lin Zhi walked into the conference room of Shin Group headquarters with great trepidation. Most of the people sitting in the conference room were members of the Shin family. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was a family meeting held by the Shin family. Everyone in the Shin family looked at each other, and the air was filled with the smell of power struggle. Shin Shushue whispered in Lin Zhi's ear to introduce the participants to him. They were the 3 sons of the Shin family, the eldest, Shin Zhenghuan, the second, Shin Zhengjing, and the third, Shin Zhengyu. Shin Zhenghuan had sharp eyes, Shin Zhengjing looked indifferent, and Shin Zhengyu had a hint of playfulness. Sitting next to them were their wives, and only Li Rongjin did not sit with Shin Zhengyu. Sitting on the other side were Shin Hai and Shin Haiqing. Shin Hai looked serious, while Shin Haiqing looked cynical. Chairman and President Shin Shengan sat in the main seat. Lin Zhi looked at this family. They were really diverse and had all kinds of people. Lin Zhi paid special attention to Shin Zhengyu. He was the most handsome of the 3 gentlemen and looked really suave, handsome and dashing. It's a pity that Shin Zhengyu spends all his time on women. He is a complete playboy. The Shin Group is a typical family business with complex internal relationships and secretive and fierce power struggles. Perhaps Shin Shengan is too conservative. He only trusts his own people and keeps the rights of the company firmly in the hands of the Shin family. Li Rongjin saw her daughter sitting next to Lin Zhi, the 2 of them were whispering to each other. She was looking forward to it, she really hoped that her daughter and Lin Zhi could create a spark of love. First, Chairman Shin Shengan gave a speech. Shin Shengon glanced at everyone and said in a steady tone, "Today we have gathered everyone to discuss the future development direction of the group. We must unite and face the challenges of the market." He paused, looked at Linja, and continued, "Linja, you are the only outsider here. But you are here on behalf of Shin Shu-yun. Besides, you have only taken over Yunshan Group for a few months, and the group's performance is obvious to all. I am optimistic about you." Next, Shin Shingon talked about the next development direction of the group. He still followed the consistent principle that the capable people were promoted, the mediocre people were demoted, and the average people were given way. He appointed people based on their merits. The head office only cares about the results, not the process. The 5 major groups under the head office compete for market share based on their own capabilities. Linja was the first to ask, "Chairman, I would like to ask, Yunshan Group is mainly engaged in the textile and garment industry, supplemented by financial investment. In the future, can the group shift its focus, expand its channels, and get involved in other fields? Take the path of diversified development?" Shin Shingon nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Young people think differently. Your idea is good, but you need to be cautious. Textiles and clothing are the foundation of Yunshan Group and cannot be shaken." Shin Shingon thought for a moment and continued, "It's okay to expand into new areas, but we must ensure that it does not affect the main business. We can consider gradually exploring diversified development while maintaining the stability of the main business, such as technology, environmental protection, real estate, and other fields, but this must be done after sufficient market research and risk assessment." Linja could tell that he was an outsider and had no right to make decisions. Shin Shengon's eyes swept over all the participants, and he said firmly, "I hope everyone can brainstorm and come up with feasible plans. The development of the group is inseparable from the efforts of everyone, and we must work together to create a brilliant future. There is one thing I want to repeat: you have to walk your own path, but every step must be taken steadily. The head office only wants performance, you can think of solutions and do things yourself." Shin Zhengyu coughed lightly and broke the silence. "Dad, I think diversified development is important, but internal management also needs to be optimized. I have been idle for so many years, I want to go back to the group to do something." Shin Shingon frowned slightly and looked at Shin Zhengyu sharply. "You want to do something? Tell me, what do you want to do?" Shin Zhengyu's eyes were firm. "I want to take over Yunshan Group. Shu-yun is in poor health, and Yunshan Group cannot fall into the hands of outsiders." Chapter 49: Shin Zhengyu's Little Thoughts. Linja was shocked. Shin Shu-yun was such a scumbag. He had never asked about Shin Shu-yun's poor health, but now he wanted to seize Yunshan Group. How could he say that? Before anyone could react, Li Rongjin was the first to jump out and object. "Shin Zhengyu, I believe everyone here knows what your purpose is, so don't come out and make a fool of yourself." Shin Zhengyu was so angry that he pointed at Li Rongjin and cursed, "Woman, what do you know? Shut up." Li Rongjin laughed and continued, "Is your little lover out of money? She spends tens of millions of your money every year, and now her appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Half of our family's dividends are spent on her. Don't you feel guilty at all? You're talking nonsense, you're talking bullshit." Shin Zhengyu tried his best to defend himself. Li Rongjin continued, "You want to take over Yunshan Group. You can't take a piss and look at yourself without a mirror. Have you ever managed a business? In fact, your purpose is just for money. I dare say that if you manage it for 3 years, Yunshan Group will be emptied by you." Shin Zhengyu continued to curse, "You stinky woman, you are a traitor. I think you have no good intentions. Shut up." Shin Chang'an roared, scaring Shin Zhengyu and Li Rongjin into shutting up. The conference room suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere was tense. Shin Shengon took a deep breath and said coldly, "Family infighting, how shameless. Zhengyu, if you were capable, I would not have handed over Yunshan Group to Chu-yun. You are the most shameless bastard in the Shin family, you have no moral integrity, you have no skin and no face, you have brought shame to the Shin family. Is Rongjin wrong? Your goal is money, can't I see your thoughts?" Shin Zhengyu's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to refute. Shin Shengon continued, "Rongjin, don't indulge him too much. Just give him a little living allowance. Half of the dividends were given to him. What are you going to eat?" "Father, I did make mistakes, but I will change." Shin Zhengyu whispered, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes, "Give me a chance, I will prove myself." Shin Shengon snorted coldly, his eyes like knives, "Opportunities are not given, they are earned by yourself. If you want to prove yourself, start from the grassroots and see if you have the ability. Over the past 20 years, you have become a parasite. I have been disappointed in you for a long time. Shinhai immediately stood up to speak for Shin Jiangyu. Grandpa, I think what third uncle said makes a lot of sense. The Shin group is controlled by the Shin family themselves, so why did the Yunshan group fall into the hands of outsiders? Will this make outsiders laugh at it? Shin Shungan looked at everyone with sharp eyes. What a joke. The foundation of the Shin family is strength, not false reputation. Although Chu Yun is ill, she is young and capable. The Yunshan group will surely prosper in her hands. Lin Jia knew that Shinhai had no good intentions. If his third uncle Shin Jiangyu came back to take charge of Yunshan group, he would definitely bring Yunshan group down. At that time, he would be the only one in charge of the Shin group. It's a pity that everyone can see Shin Jiangyu's little thoughts. We can only blame him for being so disappointing. Then Shin Shengan turned to Lin Jia and asked, Boss Xiaolin, do you have anything to say? Lin Jia smiled slightly and said calmly, Chairman, I am only entrusted by President Shin Chuyun to manage Yunshan Group on your behalf. President Shin has recovered well and will soon return to her post and continue to lead Yunshan Group to glory. Lin Jia was silent for a moment and then continued, after Mr. Shin comes back, it is still unknown whether I can stay in Yunshan Group. I am an outsider and will not pose a threat to anyone present. There is absolutely no need for you to target me or be afraid of me. Shin Shungan nodded, his tone softened, Boss Xiaolin, you are an outsider. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. What are the shortcomings of the Shin group in terms of management? Lin Jia couldn't stand the Shin family being so xenophobic. He said bluntly, the Shin group relies too much on internal family management and lacks fresh blood from outside, which can easily lead to rigid decision-making and insufficient innovation. Nonsense. That's nonsense. Shinhai even cursed, what the hell, how dare you comment on the decision of Shin group? You really don't know how to live or die. Boss Shin, I'm just expressing my own opinion. I won't make you die. Lin Ju ignored Shinhai and continued, there are many disadvantages to family-managed businesses. For example, it is difficult to attract and retain high-end external talent, which limits the long-term development of the business. Since most of the management are family members, the implementation of the system is often not strict enough, and it is easy to have the phenomenon of setting positions for people. Decision-making in family businesses is often concentrated in the hands of a few family members, lacking scientificity and democracy, and easily leading to wrong decisions. Conflicts may arise between family members due to issues such as interest distribution and power struggles, affecting the stability and development of the business. Lin Jia continued, of course, family-owned businesses also have their advantages, such as keeping the wealth within the family. Good things don't get to be enjoyed by outsiders. The advantages that Lin Jia mentioned are actually meant to illustrate the short-sightedness of family-owned businesses, which are like being blinded by a single leaf and failing to see the big picture. Of course the Shin family was unhappy after hearing what Lin Jia said, and they jumped out one by one to argue with Lin Jia. Lin Jia didn't have the time to argue with them. Shin Shengan was also very unhappy after hearing this. Every word Lin Jia said hit him hard. He is already over 70 years old. Because he cannot find a suitable family member, he still holds the Xinghui group and Rui's group tightly in his own hands. He would rather work hard himself than hire outsiders to manage the businesses. He is a typical example of someone who is afraid that the benefits will be lost to outsiders. Seeing this, Lin Jia knew that his blunt words might be too sharp, so he tried to ease the atmosphere. Chairman, family businesses do have their own unique features in terms of inheritance, but we should also see that modern management is equally important. While maintaining the core values of family businesses, introducing external professional talents and modern management concepts may help Shin's group go further. Shin Shungan snorted coldly, his face gloomy as water. Boss Xiaolin, are you teaching me how to manage a business? Or are you trying to show that you are better than anyone in the Shin family? Lin Jia quickly shook his head and explained, Chairman, you misunderstood. I was just discussing the matter and putting forward my own views. I have no other intentions. Shin Shungan obviously didn't believe Lin Jia's explanation. He glared at Lin Jia, then turned to the Shin family and said, listen, an outsider can see the shortcomings of our Shin group, but you turn a blind eye to it. It's really ridiculous. The Shin family members were all silent, not daring to say anything. Shin Shengan scolded Lin Jia for being arrogant, and then praised him for his unique insights. They didn't know what the head of the Shin family wanted to express. Shin Shengan continued, Boss Xiaolin, you are right. Shin's group does have many problems, but these problems cannot be solved in a day or two. Shin's group is a family business. This is our root and our soul. We cannot lose it. Chapter 50. The Shin family members have their own thoughts. Linja nodded to show his understanding. Chairman, I understand what you mean. Family businesses have their advantages and disadvantages. The key is to find a management model that is suitable for the development of Shin's group. Upon hearing this, Shin Chang'an's eyes flashed with admiration. Boss Xiaolin, you are indeed a smart person. Shin's group needs talents like you. However, you must remember that Shin's group belongs to the Shin family, and you can only be an outsider. Linja smiled slightly, and had already made up his mind. Chairman, I understand my position. I will do my best to serve Shin's group, and I will never have second thoughts. I said that I will soon hand over Yunshan Group to President Shin Shuyun. I am at best an employee in Shin's. Shin Chang'an listened and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, very good. You go down, I want to discuss family matters with the Shin family. Linja responded and turned to leave the meeting room. Shin Chang'an looked at Linja's back and thought to himself, this Linja is a talent, but also a threat. He must find a way to control Linja in his hands and guard against him turning against his master. When the Shin family saw Linja leaving, they gathered around and started talking about him. Shin Chang'an waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Okay, stop arguing. I have made a decision about Yunshan Group. Upon hearing this, the Shin family members quieted down and waited for Shin Chang'an's decision. Shin Chang'an looked at everyone and said slowly, the Yunshan Group will still be managed by Chu Yun. Zhengyu, if you want to do something, start from the grassroots level. When you have the ability, I will consider letting you take over other groups. Shin Zhengyu's face changed slightly when he heard this, but he didn't dare to refute. Shin Chang'an continued, you don't know, this Linja is really a talent. He is only 20 years old and took over the Yunshan Group right after he graduated from school. In just a few months, the performance of the Yunshan Group has grown by leaps and bounds, which is impressive. I really admire Chu Yun's vision. The Shin family members all talked at once, revealing their dissatisfaction and rejection of Linja, especially Shin Hai. He wanted to find a way to squeeze Linja out so that he could cut off Shin Shuyun's right-hand man. Li Rongjin couldn't stand it any longer. She sneered, the Shin family is so hostile to outsiders. They are digging their own graves. You have been talking for a long time just to say that Shaolin is too good and has made too much money for the Shin group. People like him should be fired. Li Rongjin's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The Shin family members looked at each other, and although they felt unwilling, they were speechless. Shin Zhengyu pointed at Li Rongjin and scolded, you are a housewife, what do you know? Do you have the right to speak here? Shut up right there. Li Rongjin yelled, and then she continued, if all the members of the Shin family were like you, Shin Zhengyu, who only know how to indulge in pleasure and party every night, will the Shin family still have a future? Li Rongjin continued, you said I have no right to speak here, so what you mean is that I am no longer a member of the Shin family. You want to divorce me? Okay, I'll satisfy you. We'll divorce immediately and I'll leave the Shin family. Shin Zhengyu was furious, but dared not say anything. Shin Chang'an frowned and said in a deep voice, enough? Don't make a fuss about family affairs. Rongjin, you are a member of the Shin family. You have your say here. You don't have to care about other people's nonsense. Li Rongjin snorted coldly and said no more. Shin Chang'an rubbed his temples and shook his head helplessly. He knew very well that there were many conflicts within the family. If not handled properly, chaos might break out. He said in a deep voice, family interests are the most important, and personal grudges can be put aside for the time being. Although Linja is an outsider, his abilities are obvious to all. We should make good use of him instead of blindly rejecting him. Shin Hai was unwilling, but he could only temporarily suppress his ambition and wait for the opportunity. Linja left the meeting room and drove directly home. The meeting was very frustrating and Linja felt like a clown. There were so many people attending the meeting, but he was the only outsider. Except for Li Rongjin, the Shin family looked at him completely differently. Perhaps in their eyes, Linja is just an outsider, a clown. The beautician came to Shin Shuyun's home to do beauty treatments. After Linja got home, he went to see the children. Just a few days after she was born, Linja had to hold her carefully. Looking into her little eyes, Linja's heart was filled with tenderness and hope. He understood that no matter how turbulent the outside world was, this little life was the purest sustenance in his life. He hopes that his daughter will grow up quickly and call him dad as soon as possible. He knows that his family is his strongest support, and no matter how turbulent the workplace is, this family love will never change. Linja coaxed the child softly, thinking that he must create a better future for her no matter what. After Shin Shuyun finished her plastic surgery, she asked about the content of the meeting. Lin Jie reported the content of the meeting to Shin Shuyun verbatim. After Shin Shuyun finished listening, a complex emotion appeared in his eyes. You shouldn't express your opinions at the meeting. My grandfather has always been arbitrary and never listens to other people's opinions. Maybe I'm really wrong. This is a Shin family meeting. It's awkward for me as an outsider here. Lin Jie continued, the Shin family members are very hostile to me, especially Shin Hai. He fully supports your father in taking charge of Yunshan Group. Shin Shuyun said coldly, Shin Hai has bad intentions, and my father is even worse. They both have their own agenda, and this is called collusion. Shin Shuyun looked at the time and said, go for a walk outside with me. After saying that, Shin Shuyun slowly stood up, and the nanny brought a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. After getting dressed, Lin Jie gently held her arm and they walked out of the house together. As they walked along the quiet garden path, Shin Shuyun said softly, Lin Jie, I will be going to work next week, and you will continue to serve as the company's vice president. You have done a great job in the past few months, keep up the hard work. The confinement period lasts for a month, why is Shin Shuyun in such a hurry to go to work? Lin Jie was a little confused, Boss Shin, you are in confinement now. The company doesn't have any major projects right now. Do you want to take a rest for a while? Shin Shuyun shook his head and said, I'm going to go crazy. I've been resting for more than half a year. If I continue to rest, I'll get moldy. Besides, Shin Shuyun looked at Lin Jie firmly and continued, foreigners don't have the concept of confinement after childbirth. I'm not breastfeeding now, so it doesn't affect anything. My body is recovering well. After hearing this, Lin Jie felt a surge of respect in his heart. He knew Shin Shuyun's passion and dedication to her work, and he also understood that she didn't want to miss any opportunity. Shin Shuyun continued, the Shin family seems calm, but there are undercurrents behind the scenes. My grandfather just wants everyone to fight each other to the death. Lin Jie sensed this. This was what Shin Shengan meant by only caring about the result, not the process. The Shin family is really cold-blooded and heartless. Chapter 51 The Unknown Side of Shin Hai. Shin Chang'an has personality defects and suffers from paranoid personality disorder. On the one hand, he kept the Shin group firmly under the control of the Shin family to prevent infiltration by outsiders. On the other hand, he constantly provoked conflicts within the family to ensure his absolute authority. This abnormal management method has filled the Shin family with suspicion and strife, and everyone lives cautiously. Lin Jie knew very well that as an outsider, he had to act with caution to avoid getting involved in unnecessary disputes. Walking on the path in the garden, the breeze blows on your face, bringing a hint of coolness. Shin Shuyun took a deep breath of the fresh air, as if he wanted to exhale all the troubles in his heart with this breath. Lin Jie stayed by Shin Shuyun's side silently. He could feel Shin Shuyun's inner struggle and helplessness. As a bystander, he could not fully understand the pressure Shin Shuyun was under, but he was willing to be her support. After they walked for a while, Shin Shuyun suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lin Jie. Lin Jie, who do you think is most likely to become my grandfather's successor among the Shin family? Lin Jie was shocked when he heard this. This question involved the internal struggle of the Shin family, and he might get involved if he was not careful. But he also knew that Shin Shuyun was testing him to see if he knew anything about the internal situation of the Shin family and whether he knew her ambitions. Lin Jie pondered for a moment and said slowly, Mr. Shin, I think this question is difficult to answer. Everyone in the Shin family has his own thoughts and plans, and your grandfather seems to be deliberately provoking conflicts within the family. His goal is to be like the Gu refining master, through thousands of trials and tribulations, to obtain the real Poison King, and finally get the Gu worm he wants. After saying this, Lin Jie paused for a moment and continued, so, anyone can become the successor, but anyone can also be eliminated. After hearing Lin Jie's answer, Shin Shuyun nodded slightly, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. She knew that Lin Jie was a smart man and would have his own unique insights. Moreover, she also felt that what Lin Jie said made sense, and the internal situation of the Shin family was indeed complicated and unpredictable. My biggest enemy is my cousin Shin Hai. He is a sinister and cunning man who will use any dirty tricks. On the surface, he smiles at me, but secretly sets traps everywhere. I must be on my guard at all times, or I will fall into his trap if I am not careful. Lin Jie thought for a moment and said, Boss Shin, we must also prevent the mantis from stalking the cicada while the oriole is behind. Shin Shuyun was slightly surprised. What do you mean? Lin Jie explained, the Shin family is prosperous and has many outstanding descendants. For example, your uncle Shin Zhenghuan is only 51 years old, in his prime, with strong skills, and is highly regarded by your grandfather. Although he does not show off, he has made plans in secret, and his strength should not be underestimated. You need to pay more attention to prevent him from becoming the final winner. Shen Shuyun fell into deep thought. The two continued to move forward, and Shen Shuyun seemed to be in a much better mood. She started chatting with Lin Zhu about some light topics, such as the growth of children and family matters. Lin Zhu also had a lot of fun chatting with Shen Shuyun. He felt that Shen Shuyun was a real and lovely woman. Tired of walking, the two sat down on a bench in the garden. Shen Shuyun leaned on Lin Zhu's shoulder, closed her eyes, and enjoyed this rare quiet time. Lin Zhu gently hugged Shen Shuyun, his heart filled with warmth and happiness. He knew that being able to accompany Shen Shuyun was a rare fate. He would cherish this fate and protect Shen Shuyun and this family with all his heart. Lin Zhu, I'm hungry. Lin Zhu accompanied Shen Shuyun home for dinner. Su Yunhua came to Shen Hai's study. Shen Hai looked at Su Yunhua, who was somewhat panicked, and knew that she had failed again. Tell me, what's going on? Seeing Shen Hai's indifferent expression, Su Yunhua became scared, and she told Shen Hai the whole story. Boss Shen, you don't know that Lin Zhu is a man who doesn't care about worldly things. I suspect he is not good at that. I drugged him, stripped naked and got on top of him, but he was unmoved. I really have no other choice. Shen Hai pinched Su Yua's jaw, looked at her face, then looked at her chest, and sneered, I think you have grown this body in vain. You can't even handle a man. You are so useless. After saying that, Shen Hai tore off Su Yua's clothes and whipped Su Yunhua with a whip. Su Yunhua lay on the ground, tossing over and over to avoid Shen Hai's beating, humming with pleasure. Su Yunhua was beaten all over. Looking at the scars on Su Yunhua's body, Shen Hai suddenly became interested. He grabbed Su Yunhua's arms, lifted her onto the desk, held her hands, and pounced on her. Li Yun walked into Shen Hai's study with the contract. When she saw the bruised Su Yunhua moaning under Shen Hai, she hurriedly retreated. Li Yun stood outside the door, listening to the noise inside, and felt a dull pain in her back and chest. When Shen Hai gets angry, he becomes very perverted and often uses such perverted means to seek excitement. Finally, the noise in the study calmed down and Li Yun walked into the study again. Seeing Shen Hai and Su Yunhua sitting naked on the chairs panting, she put the information on the table and said, Mr. Shen, this is the detailed information of the increase in orders from Yunshan Group and Tianyue Group, including copies of the contracts. Shen Hai waved his hand and asked Li Yun to leave first. After Li Yun left, Shen Hai picked up the information on the table and read it through, then said to Su Yunhua, your information is still inaccurate. These data are very different from what you said. Su Yunhua explained, a lot, I just heard it from Lin Zhu. The contract is locked in Lu Li's safe. I tried many ways but couldn't get it. Shen Hai was very puzzled. For several months, I have been waiting for you to do something, but you can't do anything. Shen Shuyun will be back to work soon. What's the point of you staying with Lin Zhu? Su Yunhua knew that Shen Hai was going to abandon her, so she hurriedly said, Boss Shen, the Tianyue Group changed its owner. After Qiao Tianyue went abroad, her daughter Qiaoya took over the domestic business. I know that Lin Zhu has hooked up with Qiaoya, and the two have a good relationship. Shen Hai was so angry that he picked up the cup in front of him and threw it heavily to the ground, cursing, who the hell is this bastard? Isn't he just a country bumpkin? Why is he like this? Su Yunhua said mysteriously, I guess he obtained these resources by selling his body. Bullshit. Shen Hai cursed loudly, didn't you say he was incompetent? He can't even do this, so why is he selling his body? Aren't you being inconsistent? You are such a loser. Su Yunhua was so scared that she dared not speak. Shen Hai was moody and cruel, but he was generous, so Su Yunhua could only swallow her anger. For the sake of money, she could only endure it all silently. Shen Hai thought for a moment and said, you can continue to stay in Yunshan Group, but you have to show your loyalty, otherwise you will get out of Shin's. Chapter 52 Shen Shuyun resumes her identity as an iceberg beauty CEO. Su Yunhua nodded tremblingly, Boss Shen, I will definitely work hard for you. Please give me the opportunity to serve you. Shen Yu smiled slyly and said, we will give you 1 million working funds, and you should do a good job for me. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Mr. Shen. When Su Yunhua heard that Shen Hai was going to give her 1 million, she burst into tears of gratitude. Go away. Su Yunhua hurried out of Shen Hai's study with clothes in her hand. Shen Shuyun went to work. Lin Zhu drove, and she and Luli took a Maybach to the company building. The three of them got out of the car and walked towards the company building together. The employees on the side pointed at them and whispered. Shin Shuyun felt that something was wrong, so she signaled Lin Jia not to follow them. Lin Jia understood and stopped. Shin Shuyun and Lu Li walked straight into the building. The employees made way for them and no one dared to take the same elevator with them. Lin Jia waited until Shin Shuyun and Lu Li went in before slowly following them in, but he did not take the same elevator with them. Although Lin Jia is the acting president, he is very easygoing, so the employees are not shy about being around him. He chatted and laughed with the employees and went to the 6th floor together. Lin Jia came to his office and just sat down when Lu Li came to his office. Lin Jia, you see, you and Mr. Shin riding in the same car will arouse suspicion among the employees. Mr. Shin means to give you a separate car. From now on, you have to stagger your get-off work time with Mr. Shin, and you will drive home separately. Lin Jia really didn't understand. Shin Shuyun was too sensitive. But he didn't dare to question Shin Shuyun's decision. He could only nod his head to show his agreement. Lu Li continued, Mr. Shin is also trying to stabilize the company and avoid unnecessary rumors. The office will send the car keys here later. Lin Jia smiled bitterly and nodded. He thought that this had nothing to do with the stability of the company, but Shin Shuyun wanted to maintain her image as a pure girl and didn't want to be involved in any gossip. Soon, the office director brought the car keys over. Boss Lin, your car is downstairs at the company. It's the Baochi SUV. Lin Jia took the key and said thank you. It was almost 9 o'clock and Su Yunhua hadn't come yet. Lin Jia was a little angry. There is a contract to be sent to the partner. Yesterday we agreed to have Su Yunhua deliver it early this morning, why hasn't she arrived yet? Lin Jia picked up his phone and was about to call to urge the matter when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Su Yunhua walked in hurriedly. She wore a mask and sunglasses. Lin Jia was confused by Su Yunhua's attire. He looked carefully and saw scars on Su Yunhua's face. Assistant Su, what's wrong with you? Su Yunhua hurriedly explained, Boss Lin, I accidentally fell and got scratched on the face by a branch. Lin Jia frowned, but he had doubts in his heart. He whispered, be careful and send the contract as soon as possible. Su Yunhua nodded in agreement, then hurriedly left the office with the contract. Lin Jia looked at her from behind, feeling slightly uneasy. Her face didn't look like it was scratched by a branch. Seeing her flustered look, Lin Jia couldn't help but think of Su Yunhua and Huang Xinran's behavior in the hotel. He was just curious about what was wrong with these women. Lu Li called Lin Jia and asked him to go to Shin Shuyun's office. He guessed that Shin Shuyun wanted to know about work matters, so he put down his work and went to Shin Shuyun's office. Lin Jia saw that the letter of intent for cooperation with Yayue Group was placed on Shin Shuyun's desk. He quickly reminded, Boss Shin, this agreement is very important. You must keep it well and don't reveal our bottom price. Shin Shuyun smiled slightly and said casually, Lu Li just showed it to me. This cooperation is very important. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Lin Jia felt relieved, but still made a cautious suggestion, Mr. Shin, we need to work through the details of the cooperation again and again to ensure that everything is foolproof. In particular, confidentiality cannot be taken lightly. Shin Shuyun was a little impatient. Are you teaching me how to do things? Seeing the cold look on Shin Shuyun's face, Lin Jia quickly explained, I dare not, I'm just worried that once our bottom price is leaked, all our work will be wasted. Shin Shuyun looked up at Lin Jia and asked, do you not believe me or Lu Li? Or do you not believe the company's employees? Lin Jia was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, Boss Shin, of course I trust you all, but this is a serious matter, so it's always right to be more cautious. Don't have the intention to harm others, but be on guard against others. Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment, then said in a gentle tone, I know your intentions, we will be careful. Lin Jia didn't expect that Shin Shuyun was like two different people at work and at home. At home, she is gentle and considerate, especially in bed, she is even more tender and affectionate. And Shin Shuyun in the company is a strong woman who is vigorous and decisive. She is serious, has sharp eyes and a cold expression that makes people dare not look directly at her. Lin Jia sighed inwardly, but he quickly adjusted his mood and prepared to continue reporting on his work. Shin Shuyun waved his hand to signal Lin Jia to sit down, and said in a serious tone, let's not talk about this for now. What I want to tell you is that in the company, we are colleagues, and we have a superior-subordinate relationship. You have to pay attention to your every move. Don't let the employees misunderstand you. Lin Jia nodded, but a bitter feeling rose in his heart. He understood what Shin Shuyun wanted to express. That is, to let the employees not see the relationship between the two of them. The workplace is like a battlefield, and he must clearly distinguish the boundaries between emotion and reason. Shin Shuyun's coldness and the tenderness of his family were like ice and fire, which made him feel deeply moved. How he wished that these two faces could coexist harmoniously. He really hoped that Shin Shuyun could call him husband, and he could also call Shin Shuyun wife. But the reality is always cruel. When Shin Shuyun called him by his name, he could only call Shin Shuyun Mr. Shin. He could only endure this complex emotion silently, draw a clear line between work and life, try his best to remain professional in the workplace, and find that rare warmth at home. Shin Shuyun didn't want to listen to Linja's work report. Perhaps she had already learned it clearly from Lu Li. Linja could only return to the office first. Back in the office, Linja took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began to deal with the work at hand. Cooperation with Yayue Group is very important. If the cooperation is successful, the company will occupy a more advantageous position in the market and Yunxiang Group's performance will reach a new level. At the same time, Yunxiang Group will leave Hailan Group far behind, laying a good foundation for Shin Shuyun to compete for the position of president of Shin Corporation. Linju is fully aware that the responsibility is heavy and he must go all out. But now Shin Shuyun is back, she is the president, and Linja can only be her assistant. After thinking about it, Linja was still a little worried, so he sent a message to Lu Li, asking her to remind Shin Shuyun to keep the letter of intent for cooperation. Lu Li responded quickly, saying that she had reminded Shin Shuyun. Linja felt a little relieved. At this time, Huang Xinran walked into Linja's office. Linja was very surprised. He got angry as soon as he saw Huang Xinran. Chapter 53 Huang Xinran's True Purpose. Huang Xinran sat down on the chair in front of Linja's desk with a smile on her face. I'm sorry, Linja, I have no ill intentions, I just missed you, so I did something indecent in the hotel. You won't hate me, right? Linja smiled bitterly and said, Huang Xinran, we broke up a long time ago. You already have a family, so you should be more careful. Huang Xinran looked back at the door and saw that it was closed. She asked with a smile, Linja, are you not feeling well? Linja almost spit out the water he had drunk. He put down the cup and said angrily, you really don't have a single serious word to say. What do you want to say? Although Huang Xinran betrayed him, Linja did not mean to blame her. On the morning when Huang Xinran left him, she had made it very clear. Linja would never forget these words in his life, perhaps they were a warning to the world. Holding hands weakly will only make you weaker. What Huang Xinran said makes a lot of sense. Huang Xinran married Wang Junbo and got what she wanted. Huang Xinran left Linja, and Linja hooked up with Shin Shuyun. He got what he wanted, and as long as both of them were doing well, there's nothing wrong with that. If he and Huang Xinran had started out together, perhaps they would have loved each other, but they could only live in a cold basement and lead a precarious life. Linja knows very well that the realistic choice is far more cruel than the romantic ideal. After all, he and Huang Xinran are two parallel lines, with no possibility of intersection. Now, he must focus on the current cooperation and do his best for the future of Yunxiang Group. Huang Xinran looked at Linju affectionately, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Linja, I know we can't be together anymore, and I also hope you can be happy. It's just that you still don't have a girlfriend. What do you want to say? Hesitate. Linja was getting a little impatient. Huang Xinran seemed to reorganize her words, and then slowly said, I know you are very strong in that aspect, and I also know that you are not a casual person. You don't have to hold it in all the time. If you need it, I will satisfy you at any time. Linja's face turned green with anger. He pointed at Huang Xinran and cursed, you still despise yourself so much. You are married, why are you still like this? Since you know that I am not the kind of person who is casual, why are you still saying these things? I don't want to sleep with a married woman, right? Huang Xinran's face changed slightly, but she still forced a smile and said, Linja, I just care about you, don't get me wrong. Linja interrupted her coldly, care? Thank you for your concern, but I don't need such concern. Huang Xinran obviously found it boring. Linja asked, tell me honestly, was it you who drugged me that night? Huang Xinran was stunned for a moment, looking very aggrieved. Linja, am I so dirty in your heart? I don't have any evil thoughts about you. I just think you need to release, and I want to help you. Besides, I need it myself. It's just that I want to do everything openly and honestly, and I will never do such sneaky things. This drug was definitely not given by me. Lin Jia looked at her with a complicated look in his eyes. In that case, let's end what happened that night here. Let's take care of each other and don't mention it again. Huang Xinran nodded silently, feeling a little sad. She suddenly said, "Your assistant is very suspicious." She poured all the wine. "Also, when I came out of your room, I found her at the door. She slapped me and called me shameless." A lot of evidence points to Su Yunhua, but Lin Jia still doesn't believe it. There is no need for Su Yunhua to do this. Lin Jia frowned and thought Su Yunhua's motives were still unclear. He could only investigate secretly to find out the truth. He believed that Huang Xinran was telling the truth and there was no need for her to lie to Lin Jia. Lin Jia said to Huang Xinran, "Remember, we are just partners. Don't come to me again except for work matters." Huang Xinran's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she still nodded firmly. "I understand, I'm not the kind of person who will give in to you, you can rest assured." After reading the recent financial statements, Shen Shuyan showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Lin Jia's performance is far beyond my expectations. Yunxiang Group should surpass Hailan Group." Lu Li took the report and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Jia's ability is obvious to all. Mainly because he works very hard, and he can always grasp the pulse of the market and lead the team to break through bottlenecks. Such a leader is indeed rare. Lu Li continued, "As for performance, I've seen that Hailan Group's performance is indeed not as good as Yunxiang Group's. Now we have to prevent Shanhai from doing something desperate." Shen Shuyun showed a disdainful expression on his face. "I have seen through Shanhai's tricks a long time ago. As long as we proceed step by step, he won't be able to make any big waves. As for Lin Jia, you have to pay more attention to him and don't let him be distracted by trivial matters." Lu Li nodded. "I understand. I will pay close attention to it." Shen Shuyun picked up the cooperation agreement with Yayue Group again, carefully examined the terms, and secretly calculated in his heart. Yayue Group's resource integration ability should not be underestimated. If the cooperation is successful, Yunxiang Group's strength will be taken to a new level. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. "You will be responsible for the later stage of the cooperation project with Yayue Group. If we want to gain a firm foothold in the cosmetics industry, cooperation with Yayue Group is crucial." Lu Li was a little apprehensive. "Boss Shen, this project has always been in charge of Lin Jia. Will the sudden change of people affect the progress?" Shen Shuyun said impatiently, "What do you mean by sudden replacement? The basic work has been done very well, you just need to improve it. Yayue Group will be bidding next week, you should hurry up and handle it, Lin Jia has other things to do." Lu Li could only take the document. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she knew that Shen Shuyun's decision could not be questioned. She could only hurry up and complete the last task. Lu Li returned, calmed herself down, and began to carefully study every detail of the cooperation agreement. She knows very well that details determine success or failure, and any omission may lead to the failure of cooperation. Lin Jia was waiting for Shen Shuyun to finish his review so that he could make the final text. However, when he got off work, Shen Shuyun still hadn't returned the revised text to him. Lin Jia was anxious, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only call Lu Li to inquire about the situation. Lu Li told him that Mr. Shen asked her to take charge of the final work and stressed that time was tight. Lin Jia had no choice but to tell Lu Li to be careful and make sure everything was done correctly. He didn't know why Shen Shuyun did this. He was secretly worried that this sudden change would affect the smooth progress of the entire project. This was a project proposal that he had worked hard on for more than a month and had obtained a lot of top-secret information from within the Yayue Group. After get-off work, Lin Jia was the last one to come out after Shen Shuyun and Lu Li left. He came to the parking lot and didn't know which car his was, so he could only press the key to unlock it, and the twinkling lights of a Mercedes-Benz G63 came on. Lin Jia walked towards the luxury car with its lights flashing, opened the door and got in. There was a faint scent of leather in the car. He started the car and drove out of the company parking lot. Chapter 54, Bidding at Yayue Group. When Lin Jia returned home, he saw Shen Shuyun still lazily leaning on the sofa. The nurse stood beside her holding the child. Shen Shuyun ignored the nanny. Lin Jia hurried over and took the child from the nanny's hands. Seeing his daughter's watery little eyes looking at him intently, Lin Jia felt very happy. He sat down next to Shen Shuyun holding the child and asked softly, "Boss Shen, can you give the child a name?" Shen Shuyun seemed very impatient. "It's just a name, you choose it, it should follow your last name." Lin Jia smiled slightly, lowered his head to look at his daughter in his arms, and said gently, "Baby, you will be called Lin Wanqing. It is my wish that we meet by chance." There are creeping grasses in the wild, dripping with dew. There is a beautiful person, as gentle as Qing Yang. It is my wish that we meet by chance, and we will be together forever. After Shen Shuyun heard this, a hint of subtle tenderness flashed across his eyes, and he sighed softly, Wan Qing, it's a good name. Seeing Shen Shuyun finally nod, Lin Jie was delighted. He stroked his daughter's cheek and said softly, Wan Qing, I hope you are as beautiful as your name. Although Shen Shuyun did not say anything else, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes, as if he also liked this name. Lin Jie said to Shen Shuyun, why don't you hug your daughter? Shen Shuyun hesitated for a moment and said, I'm tired. Lin Jie was very disappointed. He could see that Shen Shuyun did not like this child. There was no maternal love in her eyes, but only indifference and alienation. Lin Jie's heart sank, but he still tried to keep smiling and said softly to his daughter, Mom is tired, Dad will play with you. He turned and walked towards the baby's room, deciding secretly in his heart that no matter what, he would give his daughter a loving home. Lin Jie gently closed the door of the baby's room and hummed a lullaby softly. Wan Qing gradually calmed down in his arms, looking at Lin Jie with her little eyes. A warm feeling surged in Lin Jie's heart. This was his own flesh and blood, and he was willing to spend his entire life protecting him. He said to his daughter in his heart, Baby, Mom doesn't like you, but Dad likes you, and Dad will love you all his life. You have everything that other children have, and as long as you want something that other children don't have, Dad will do whatever it takes to satisfy your wish. Luli was also surprised to see Shen Shuyun so cold towards her daughter. She went to the baby room and saw Lin Jie talking to himself. She felt very uncomfortable. Lin Jie, Miss Shen just gave birth to a child, her body has not recovered yet, and she has worked today, she is really tired. Lin Jie knew that Luli was making excuses for Shen Shuyun. He looked up at Luli, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, It's okay, I understand. As long as I am here, my child will not lack love. I will do my best to give her the best life. Luli sighed, a trace of sympathy flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, Lin Jie, you are such a good father. Let me hold the child. Lin Jie handed the child to Luli. Luli gently took Wan Qing and coaxed her softly. Lin Jie looked at this scene and felt a little comforted. He knew that although Shen Shuyun's indifference was chilling, at least there was Luli who was like a mother, giving Wan Qing warm care. Shen Shuyun saw Lin Jie carrying the child in and not coming out, so she said to the nanny, You go in and take care of the child, and let the husband come out. The nanny agreed softly, walked into the baby room, saw Lin Jie holding her daughter, saw the love in his eyes, and couldn't help but feel touched. She said softly to Lin Jie, Sir, Madam asked you to go out. Lin Jie nodded slightly, handed his daughter to the nanny, and walked out of the baby room with Luli. Shen Shuyun sat in the living room with a blank look in his eyes, as if he had a lot on his mind. Lin Jie came over, sat down next to Shen Shuyun, patted her shoulder, and said softly, Boss Shen, what's wrong? Shen Shuyun sighed and whispered, I always have a feeling of uneasiness. I will not be at ease until the cooperation project with Yaoyue Group is finalized. After all, this is the company's highlight this year. If there is any mistake, the consequences will be disastrous. I understand your concerns, Mr. Shen. Lin Jie said gently, Please rest assured, my first-hand information is correct, and I am confident that I can win this cooperation. Shen Shuyun nodded slightly, with a glimmer of trust in her eyes. She then said softly, Yaoyue Group is a leading company in the cosmetics industry. The formulas they hold are very valuable. If we can successfully cooperate with Yaoyue Group, it will greatly enhance the company's brand influence. We are about to officially enter the cosmetics field. Luli also interrupted and said, Boss Shen, don't worry. I will complete the final report in the near future and ensure the accuracy of the data. It will definitely not delay the bidding meeting of Yaoyue Group next week. The bidding meeting of Yaoyue Group has finally arrived. Many companies in Qingzhou are interested in cooperating with Yaoyue Group and want to get a piece of the pie. Everyone gathered together and the competition was fierce. Shenhai came with his assistant Li Yun and his work team. Shenhai looked around the room with sharp eyes. When he saw Lin Jie and Shen Shuyun, he walked up to them and said with a smile, Lin Jie, do you know that my team worked overtime all night last night and didn't come up with a good one until this morning? I'm going to sign this project, so just watch the show. After saying that, Shenhai showed a confident sneer on his face and turned to walk towards his seat. Lin Jie suddenly had a bad feeling. Where did Shenhai get his confidence from? Shen Shuyun saw that Lin Jie was a little panicked, so she immediately asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Jie frowned and thought for a moment, then responded in a low voice, Shanhai's attitude is a little unusual, he seems to be confident. I don't think there is anything wrong? Shin Chuyun's eyes fixed, he pondered for a moment, and said softly, maybe he has some information that we don't know. Lin Jie shook his head and said, impossible, I am sure that no one has more information than me. Shin Chuyun smiled slightly and said, then what are you afraid of? Don't scare yourself. Lin Jie shook his head and said, no, I'm not scaring myself. I feel something is wrong, but I don't know what it is. It's just a hunch. Shanhai's confidence scares me. Are you too nervous? Lin Jie shook his head and said nothing. The staff of Yayue Group began to receive proposals from various competing companies. Yayue Group has a strong working team that will evaluate and select the best solution in a short period of time and determine it as the partner of Yayue Group. Lin Jie watched intently as the staff took away the plans one by one. Now everyone has nothing to do and is just waiting for the final announcement from the Yayue Group. Shanhai came to sit next to Lin Jie and said, little country bumpkin, you can't do this kind of work. The final result will disappoint you. Lin Jie was very angry when he saw Shanhai's complacent look. He asked, Boss Shin, did you know the bottom price of Yayue Group in advance? Chapter 55, The Plan Was Stolen. Shanhai smiled and said, are you kidding? The reserve price of Yayue Group is absolutely confidential. I heard that they have formulated 3 plans and will draw lots to decide the bidding plan to be submitted to the meeting. They will draw lots on the spot later. Lin Jie was shocked and thought to himself, if there are really 3 plans, Shanhai's confidence may come from his accurate grasp of one of them. This seems a bit like gambling. All 3 plans were top secret, so how could Shanhai get the bottom price for one of them? Unless someone inside the Yayue Group leaked the information. After attacking Lin Jie, Shanhai attacked Shin Chuyun. Chuyun, don't overestimate your abilities. I am well prepared and I can accurately grasp the needs of Yayue Group. Shin Chuyun sneered and said, Shanhai, don't be too proud too soon. It's still unknown who will win in the end. Shanhai smiled contemptuously, said no more, and cast his gaze towards the review area of Yayue Group. The bottom prices of various competing merchants kept popping up on the big screen. About 2 hours later, the bottom prices of all 16 competing companies came out. The reserve prices of Hailan Group and Yunxiang Group are very close, with the total price differing by only more than 10,000 yuan. Hailan Group is 11,000 higher than Yunxiang Group. This may seem like a slight advantage, but it may determine the outcome. Lin Jie stared at the screen, full of suspicion. The smallest difference between other competing companies was several million. Lin Jie felt more and more uneasy, thinking, this gap is too subtle, as if someone is deliberately controlling it. He saw Shanhai's mouth slightly raised, and his heart tightened. Could it be that he really has an inside story? The judging results are about to be announced. A tense atmosphere fills the entire venue, and everyone's eyes are focused on the big screen, waiting for the verdict of fate. Yayue Group has put forward their 3 plans, which will be randomly drawn under the supervision of a notary. Choose a set from 3 alternatives. The person in charge of Yayue Group explained, hello, many people may not be used to Yayue Group's approach. In the past, when encountering such a situation, the highest bidder usually wins. But Yayue Group does not think so. We are looking for companies with development potential. We come up with a reasonable plan and the most scientific bottom price. We will choose the one whose plan is closest to ours. This is the fairest way. As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, the whole audience burst into discussion. Lin Jie took a deep breath and prayed silently in his heart. The notary came forward and put the 3 plans into a box. The person in charge of Yayue Group picked out a plan from it. The notary slowly opened the sealed envelope, pulled out a piece of paper, unfolded it, and read, finally, option 3 was selected. The reserve price of plan 3 was then displayed on the big screen, which was only 5,000 yuan less than that of Hailan Group. The reserve price of Hailan Group was closest to that of Yayue Group. The final successful bidder was Hailan Group. Lin Jie felt mixed emotions, surprised and helpless. A smug smile appeared on Shanhai's lips, as if everything was under his control. The whole audience was in an uproar, with discussions breaking out one after another. The head of Yayue Group announced with a smile, congratulations to Hailan Group, and we look forward to our cooperation. Shin Chuyun clenched his fists, a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he still remained calm. Shanhai said proudly, little country bumpkin, I was right, wasn't I? I am the one who laughs last. Let's go. Shin Chuyun said, stood up angrily and left. Linja said to Luli, you go with Mr. Shin first. Luli nodded and followed Shin Shuyun away silently. Linja's worries came true. He had always thought there was something wrong. He simply didn't believe that Hailan Group could be so accurate in approaching Yayue Group's bottom price. There must be something fishy behind this. Perhaps Shinhai really has some unknown inside information. Linja decided to conduct an in-depth investigation to unravel this mystery. He found Shinshi, the secretary of the president of Yayue Group, and asked in a low voice, Secretary Chan, I don't believe that Hailan Group has such a great ability. Has your bottom price been leaked? Shenshi whispered to Linja, handsome boy, you should look for the problem in yourselves. I tell you, the reserve price of Yayue Group will never be disclosed. I am just very surprised that your text is exactly the same as that of Hailan Group. Who copied whose plan? Linja suddenly realized that the Yunxiang Group's plan had been leaked. No wonder Shinhai said that the Hailan Group's work team worked overnight last night. Linja said helplessly, Sister Xiaoxi, our plan was stolen by Hailan Group, and they only started to work on it last night. Shenshi shook his head and said, Xiaolin, you can only blame yourself for being careless. You can't blame anyone else. The business world is like a battlefield, so you must be on guard against others. It's too late to say anything now. Yayue Group and Hailan Group have already signed a cooperation agreement. Linja was very frustrated, but Shenshi was right. It was too late to say anything now. He could only learn from the lesson and strengthen his precautions. Sister Xiaoxi, I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Shenshi nodded with a smile, okay, Xiaolin, let's skip the dinner. I hope you can learn from this lesson. No, I must treat you sometime. Shenshi smiled and said, boy, I've told you so many times, but you're just talking and not practicing. Linja said firmly, I will definitely keep my promise this time. If I am free in 2 days, I will definitely treat you. Shenshi chuckled, with a hint of approval in his eyes, okay, then I'll wait for your invitation. Remember, failure is the mother of success. Learn from it, and there will be opportunities in the future. Linja left Yayue Group and returned home. Shin Shuyun was seen scolding Luli, and she put all the blame on Luli. Linja has already made it this far, and asked you to perfect it, but you messed it up. Tell me, what else can you do? Luli lowered her head and said nothing, but her eyes were full of grievance. Linja hurriedly said, Boss Shin, it has nothing to do with Secretary Lu. Shin Shuyun turned to Linju and asked sternly, do you mean it has something to do with you? Boss Shin, please sit down and listen to me. Shin Shuyun said angrily, if Hailan Group wins this project, our Yunxiang Group will be far behind. I get angry when I see Shinhai's smug look. Linja saw that Shin Shuyun had finished his rage, so he slowly said, Boss Shin, our plan was stolen yesterday. What did you say? Our plan was stolen? And it happened yesterday? Shin Shuyun's face suddenly changed, and his anger subsided a little. After thinking for a moment, he said coldly, how did you know? What's the basis? Linju explained, I know the secretary of the president of Yayue Group. She told me that our proposal is exactly the same as that of Hailan Group. The only difference is the reserve price. I wrote our proposal word by word. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Shin Shuyun turned his gaze to Luli. Luli was so frightened that she trembled all over and stammered, Boss Shin, I really don't know. I absolutely would not betray Yunxiang Group. Shin Shuyun turned his gaze to Linju again. Chapter 56 Accountability. Linju was calm and composed, Boss Shin, it wasn't me or Secretary Lu who leaked the information. Shin Shuyun asked, then tell me, who leaked the information? It's you. Shin Shuyun was stunned. She stared at Linja in disbelief, me? How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Linju explained, Secretary Lu gave you the plan the day before yesterday. Hailan Group only got our plan yesterday. From whom do you think they stole our plan? Shin Shuyun asked back, why do you say that they only got our plan yesterday? Linja said, Shinhai told us. He said that the working group of Hailan Group worked overnight to come up with a plan. Would they do something so important at the last minute? Unless they stole our plan yesterday, worked overnight, and changed our base price, Yunxiang Group's plan became Hailan Group's plan. Linja continued, I got a lot of internal information about Yayue Group through the secretary of the president of Yayue Group. Otherwise, how could my bottom price be so accurate? Look at the bottom prices of other companies, the difference is huge. Hailan Group doesn't have such ability. They just stole our plan.
Shin Shuyun thought for a moment and said, "Someone broke into my office and stole our plan?"
Lin Jie said helplessly, "Boss Shin, I have already told you to keep it confidential. You were careless." Lu Li also said, "I only saved the documents on my laptop. My computer never leaves my sight and I always carry it with me when I go home. Outsiders have no chance to do anything." Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said coldly, "I was careless. I saved the text in my office desktop computer." Lin Jie was in great pain. Shin Shuyun's vigilance was too low. Shin Shuyun was filled with regret, knowing that this mistake could lead to huge losses for the company. But she was still a little unconvinced. Could it be that there really is a spy of Shanghai in our company? Lin Jie said confidently, "Of course there is. I think it's more than one person. Secretary Chen from Yayue Group is right. This lesson is very profound. We must learn from it seriously." Shin Shuyun was furious when he heard Lin Jie's words. "Who do you say this person is?" Lin Jie shook his head, "I don't know. If I knew, I would have fired him a long time ago. Shanghai is too despicable and shameless. He only knows how to do these despicable and rotten things." Lin Jie thought, "I have already warned you, but you didn't listen and were self-righteous. Now, Yunxiang Group's secrets have been leaked, and the losses are heavy. This battle with Hailan Group is completely lost. Lin Jie, do you think there is any room for redemption?" Lin Jie thought Shin Shuyun was too naive. "Boss Shin, Hailan Group and Yayue Group have officially signed a cooperation agreement. This matter is over." Shin Shuyun looked pale and sat down weakly. She knew that regretting now was of no use and she could only learn from the lesson, strengthen internal management and prevent similar incidents from happening again. We need to be more cautious in the future and take every step carefully so that we can regroup and recover our losses. Shin Shuyun was very unhappy. This cold and aloof female CEO was tricked like that, which made her feel an indescribable anger in her heart. This was a humiliation to her. "I want to tell Grandpa that Shanghai stole our plan and got the cooperation project from Yayue Group." Lin Jie was speechless. Shin Shuyun was always so childish. "Boss Shin, no matter which bowl this project is in, it will eventually be in Shin's pot. Do you think the chairman will make the decision for you? Don't you know what kind of personality he has? He will only laugh at us for being careless at work." Shin Shuyun was speechless. She felt that what Lin Jie said made sense. When he arrived at the company the next day, Shin Shuyun immediately mobilized people to conduct a thorough investigation. After checking Shin Shuyun's computer, the technicians found that someone had indeed touched her computer and copied the files inside. Shin Shuyun immediately asked someone to check the surveillance footage. However, feedback soon came back that the surveillance had been tampered with and nothing was found. Shin Shuyun realized that this matter was not that simple. It was carefully planned. Just as Lin Jie said, there might be more than one spy. She wanted to immediately investigate the spies in the company. Lin Jie advised, "Boss Shin, don't alert the enemy. Doing so will not produce any results. You won't be able to find out the truth at all. Instead, it will make the spy more cautious. He will only hide deeper." Shin Shuyun clenched his fists, his eyes determined, "Then investigate secretly, check one by one, and never let go of any suspicious points. I will make that spy pay the price." "Okay, we'll investigate secretly, so you don't have to worry." Shin Shuyun was a little out of control, and Lin Jie could only try his best to comfort her. After that, Lin Jie returned to his office. Lin Jie was just about to start working when Shin Shushua rushed in. "Country." Shin Shushua wanted to call him Country Bumpkin again, but she quickly remembered what her mother said, and she immediately changed her words. "Lin Jie, were you fooled by my brother? Aren't you very powerful? Did you mess it up this time?" At this time, Shin Shushua still has the leisure to make fun of me. She is so heartless. However, Lin Jie suddenly had an idea. Could this spy be Shin Shushua? She was very likely brainwashed and used by Shanghai, becoming an insider. "Second miss, are you a spy sent by Shanghai? What nonsense are you talking about?" When Shin Shushua heard this, she immediately got furious and continued to scold, "Lin Jie, don't talk nonsense. I have a good relationship with my sister." Lin Jie sneered, "Good relationship? How did your sister's plan end up in Shanghai's hands? Yunxiang Group lost its cooperation with Yayue Group. Do you know how big a blow this is to your sister? But I see you seem to be very happy. Do you wish your sister would suffer and Yunxiang Group would collapse?" When Shin Shushue heard this, she felt that things were not that simple. She was stunned, her eyes flickered, and she stammered,
I don't know about this. It's really none of my business.
Linja, I swear to God, I have never done anything to let my sister down. Linja looked at Shin Shushua's reaction with sharp eyes, and his doubts were still there. He said in a deep voice, swearing is useless.
Tell me honestly, did you copy the plan in your sister's computer and give it to Shinhai?
Shin Shushua was so angry that she pointed at Linja's nose and cursed, Linja, you bastard, if I did that, I would die miserably. Linja thought about it carefully and realized that Shin Shushua was a heartless person. If she dared to do it, she would definitely dare to admit it.
Could it be that I was wrong? Did I misunderstand her? Maybe it really wasn't Shin Shushue.
Second miss, you know your sister trusts you very much. This is a huge blow to her. Shinhai will take this opportunity to suppress Yunshang Group and frame your sister.
You're talking nonsense, my brother is not that kind of person.
A trace of confusion flashed across Shin Shushua's eyes, but her tone remained firm. My brother won't harm my sister, so stop trying to sow discord.
Chapter 57 Shin Shuyun is about to lose his temper. Shin Shushue glared at Linja viciously and walked out of Linja's office cursing.
You stupid country bumpkin, you only talk nonsense. Shin Shushua's voice gradually faded away, and slowly, her voice could no longer be heard. Linja then breathed a sigh of relief.
Shin Shushue broke into Shin Shuyun's office.
Before Shin Shuyun could speak, Shin Shushue couldn't wait to say, Sister, Linja, that country bumpkin, said that I stole your plan and gave it to my brother. This bastard dared to slander me, you should fire him.
Shin Shuyun was a little stunned.
In her mind, Linja shouldn't be so reckless.
She quickly calmed down and looked at her sister. Shushue, did Linja really say that? Sister, don't you still believe what I said?
Shin Shushue continued, I'm telling you, Linja has bad intentions. Grandpa said that those who are not of my clan must have different hearts.
Linja is an outsider, you must not believe what outsiders say.
Shin Shuyun was immediately filled with anger. How could Linja doubt her sister? She turned around and said to Luli, call Linja and ask him to come over immediately. Luli didn't expect Shin Shuyun to trust her sister so much. She probably wanted to get mad at Linja, so she quickly explained, Boss Shin, Vice Boss Lin is very busy right now.
I don't think it's urgent. Why don't we wait until he's done with his work?
Luli's goal was to let Shin Shuyun calm down first. Once her anger subsided, the matter would be resolved.
Unexpectedly, Shin Shuyun refused to give in.
She interrupted Luli coldly and said, tell him to come over immediately.
I want to hear his explanation.
Luli had no choice but to call Linja. When Linja heard that it was Shin Shuyun looking for him, he put down the work in his hands and immediately went to Shin Shuyun's office. When he went in, he saw Shin Shushue's smug expression and then looked at Shin Shuyun's stern face, full of anger, and he had guessed about 70% of the situation.
Shin Shuyun said coldly, Linja, why do you suspect Shushue?
I asked you to investigate the spies, but you started with my relatives.
What do you mean by this? In your eyes, are the people in our Shin family untrustworthy? Don't forget, Shushue is my sister.
If I don't even trust her, who else can I trust?
Linja didn't know what to say.
In Shin Shuyun's eyes, Shin Shushue was her relative and he was just an outsider.
It is redundant to say anything now. There is no trust between people. No matter how much you explain, it will be in vain.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I'm sorry, second miss, this was unintentional, if I offended you, I beg for your forgiveness. Linja apologized in a low voice, but he felt extremely helpless in his heart.
He knew his identity.
In this family business, he was always an outsider. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to cross the invisible gap. Linja did not make any excuses, but admitted his mistake and apologized, which surprised Shin Shuyun. She felt that she had gone too far. Shin Shuyun was about to speak when Linja said he had something to do and left first.
Shin Shuyun looked at Linja's departing back, a complex emotion welling up in his heart.
Shin Shushue was so angry that she shouted, Sister, look at this country bumpkin. He can't figure himself out and dares to turn his face against you.
Fire him, immediately, right now. Shin Shuyun remained silent. She knew Linja's ability and loyalty very well.
Even though he was an outsider, she had never had any second thoughts about him. The most important thing is that Linja is her man. She can't live without Linja now. Linja brings her endless joy and a sense of security. Looking at Shin Shushue's angry expression, Shin Shuyun sighed inwardly and said softly, "Shushue, stop making trouble."
Linja didn't mean it. Shin Shushue pouted in dissatisfaction. "Sister, what is your relationship with this country bumpkin? Is it really like what my brother said, that he is your kept gigolo?"
Shin Shushue got angry when she heard this. "You believe what Shinhai said, don't you have a brain?"
"Sister, are you mean to me?"
Shin Shushue started to act like a spoiled child.
She took Shin Shuyun's arm and continued, "Sister, you are my biological sister. I know you treat me the best. Don't let Linja, a country bumpkin, brainwash you." Shin Shuyun was speechless.
She said seriously, "Shushue, Linja is very capable. Yunshan Group cannot do without him. He is the vice president of the group. Don't call yourself a country bumpkin all the time.
If outsiders hear this, they will think you are uneducated."
Shin Shushue was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Shin Shuyun's words coincided with her mother's. Shin Shuyun and Li Rongjin were the people Shin Shushue trusted the most and were also her closest people. They had the same views, which made her have to be cautious. Linja returned to the office, feeling very upset. The facts once again sounded the alarm for him that he and Shin Shuyun were really not the same kind of people. But he didn't want to give up, because he didn't want to go back to the days before liberation. He didn't want his daughter to be like him, doing the hardest work at the bottom of society, earning the lowest salary, and living the hardest life. No matter how hard he worked or how successful he was, in the eyes of others he was just a phoenix man. However, he knew very well that the road to changing his destiny was fraught with thorns and he had to be careful at every step. He wanted his daughter to be a superior person from an early age, enjoy the best education, and have a worry-free and bright future. No matter how much suffering or humiliation he endured, he was willing to do it for his daughter. Linja took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and got back to work. He knew that only by constantly improving himself could he gain a foothold in this invisible competition.
Shin Shuyun's trust and support are his driving force to move forward, and he cannot let her down.
His daughter's smiling face is the warmest comfort in his heart. For her, he must be strong. As soon as Shin Shushue got home from get off work, she complained to her mother Li Rongjin, "Mom, my sister is really bewitched by Linja. She even dares to be mean to me." Li Rongjin was a little confused. It had been a long time since she heard Shin Shushue complain about Linju in front of her.
"What happened today? Shushue, what's going on?"
Shin Shushue recounted how Linja had falsely accused her of stealing Yunshan Group's plan. She ended by cursing, "Linja, that bastard, even suspected me. He is courting death." Li Rongjin frowned and said in a deep voice, "Shushue, don't talk nonsense before you figure out the matter."
"I want to ask you, did you do it?" Shin Shushue stamped her feet in grievance. "Mom, why do you doubt me too? Am I that kind of person? How could I do such a thing?"
"It's fine if Linja slanders me, but you also doubt me.
Have you also been brainwashed by Linja?" Li Rongjin was very dissatisfied with Shin Shushue's performance.
She didn't even know it herself, but in her heart she had a special liking for Linja.
He looked handsome and very cute. Whenever she was lying in bed alone, she would think of Linja.
She felt that she was mean and shouldn't think about that, but her thoughts seemed out of her control.
Chapter 58 Li Rongjin has an appointment.
Thinking of this, Li Rongjin was startled, and quickly calmed down her emotions, and comforted her softly, "Shushue, don't be like this, Linju is a good kid, and it's not easy for him. You have such good conditions, you don't know how much hardship people like Linja have to put in to get to where they are today.
You should understand him and stop being willful.
Yunshan Group needs someone as down-to-earth and hard-working as him."
Shin Shushue was dissatisfied in her heart, but she said no more.
Li Rongjin continued, "Your father is not a human being, and your sister is suppressed by Shinhai everywhere.
Yunshan Group is the foundation of our family's survival.
If Yunshan Group has problems, our good days will be over."
"Mom, I understand, but I still feel uncomfortable. No matter how good Linja is, he can't treat me like this. I will work hard to prove that I am no worse than anyone else."
Li Rongjin knew that Shin Shushue had been deceived by Shinhai, and Shin Shushue simply couldn't tell the seriousness of the matter, but she couldn't point it out directly, so she could only guide her patiently. "Shushue, you have to take a long-term view. Linja's accusation may be out of public interest. Everything we do must be based on the interests of Yunshan Group.
Don't listen to other people's instigation." Shin Shushue lowered her head in thought. Although she felt unwilling, she also understood her mother's painstaking efforts.
She could only remain silent. Seeing her silence, Li Rongjin felt relieved and patted her shoulder gently. Remember, a harmonious family is the foundation of everything. Your sister and Linja are working hard for this family, and so are you. Don't let your little emotions affect the overall situation.
Shin Chushue went out to play after dinner.
Li Rongjin looked at her back and sighed in her heart. She knew that Shin Chushue needed time to digest these truths, so she could only pray silently that she would mature soon. She unconsciously took out her cell phone and called Linja. Linja was very unhappy and made an excuse that he had something to do and did not go home for dinner. At this time, Linja was eating a hamburger and sitting on a bench in the park, looking at the lights in the distance, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Suddenly he received a call from Li Rongjin. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Li Rongjin's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Shaolin, I have something to talk to you about.
Can you come to my house?
Linja didn't know why Li Rongjin wanted to see him, and he was afraid of seeing Shin Chushue. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't say it.
Auntie, is there something wrong?
Li Rongjin was silent for a moment and then said, I want to talk to you about Chushue's matter.
Okay, I'll come right over.
To talk about Shin Chushue, it means Shin Chushue is not at home.
He wants to hear Li Rongjin's attitude.
Linja hung up the phone, went to the parking lot, and drove his Mercedes-Benz G to Li Rongjin's house.
Linja had been there once.
He knew the address of Li Rongjin's house, but he felt a little nervous. Linja parked the car in the parking space opposite Li Rongjin's villa, walked to the door of Li Rongjin's villa, and just as he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door opened from the inside. Li Rongjin stood at the door and greeted him with a smile. Shaolin, you are here. Linja looked up and saw Li Rongjin in front of him dressed very beautifully, as if she had been dressed up carefully. At home, people usually dress casually, but Li Rongjin in front of him was dressed very elegantly. Especially the low neckline on her chest allowed a glimpse of her beauty, making her look particularly charming.
Linja's heart tightened, and he quickly looked away, trying to remain calm. Auntie, what do you want to talk to me about?
Li Rongjin smiled slightly, stepped aside to make way for the door, and motioned for him to come in. Let's talk inside, there are some things that cannot be said outside.
Linja nodded and walked into the door.
It seemed that Li Rongjin was the only one in her home.
Linja was a little confused, so he asked tentatively, Auntie, are you home alone?
Li Rongjin nodded gently, saying calmly, Chushue is out and won't be back until midnight.
Shin Jiangyu, that scumbag, hasn't come back for many years.
Our marriage has long been in name only. Linja found it hard to understand. With such a beautiful wife at home, Shin Jiangyu was actually looking for other women outside, and he had been doing so for several years.
Isn't he tired?
Li Rongjin continued, if Shin Jiangyu wanted to play, I would let him play to his heart's content, so I wouldn't let him go home. I was the one who kicked him out of the house. After hearing this, Linja felt mixed emotions and didn't know how to respond. Li Rongjin's eyes showed a hint of helplessness and determination, as if she was telling of years of forbearance and struggle. She suddenly realized that two people had been standing at the door talking.
She smiled awkwardly and said, let's sit down and talk.
Li Rongjin closed the door, turned and walked towards the sofa, and Linja followed closely behind. The lighting in the living room is soft, but the atmosphere is somewhat subtle. After Linja sat down, Li Rongjin sat down opposite Linja. Li Rongjin's skirt was very short. When she spread her legs, Linja saw her black stockings underneath. He was so scared that he quickly looked away. Linja regretted sitting in this seat. But he couldn't get up and change seats, so he could only pretend to be calm. Li Rongjin didn't seem to notice, but kept fiddling with her snow-white, slender legs. Linja was put in a passive position. He didn't know where to look. If his movements were too obvious, Li Rongjin would notice something, and that would be even more embarrassing. But he didn't dare look forward, because if he was not careful he would see something he shouldn't see. Li Rongjin sighed softly, the first snow is really a headache. Linja calmed himself down and tried to focus on her words, trying to ignore the embarrassing look.
Auntie, what happened to Chushue?
Li Rongjin stood up and bent down to pour tea for Linja. Linja just raised his head and saw that Li Rongjin's collar was drooping, revealing a large area of space on her chest, and her spring beauty was completely exposed. Linja was so scared that he quickly looked away. Linja thought, how could a dignified, elegant, virtuous woman like Li Rongjin be so careless? After Li Rongjin sat down again, she smiled and said slowly, Shaolin, I know Chushue has made things difficult for you again. Don't bother with her. If she has done anything wrong, Auntie apologizes to you on her behalf. Lin Jia guessed that Shin Shushui told Li Rongjin what happened in the company today after she came back, so he was called home. Lin Jia smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart, these mother and daughter are really unpredictable. One is willful and capricious, the other is gentle and virtuous, but both have minds that are difficult to understand. Lin Jia smiled slightly and responded as calmly as possible, Auntie, Shushui is still young, it is inevitable that she is a little willful. I know she doesn't mean what she says, she is not a bad person by nature, I don't take it to heart. I just hope she can understand other people's feelings more, after all, the workplace is not home. I can understand her, but others may not be like me. Li Rongjin nodded, a trace of relief flashed in her eyes, Auntie is very pleased that you think so. It is a blessing for Shushui to have a colleague like you. As she was talking, Li Rongjin talked about her family affairs again, Shaolin, I am a miserable person. Like you, I come from a poor rural area and my family is very poor.
I thought I would be very happy if I followed Shin Jiangyu and married into a wealthy family.
Who knew that the happiness I hoped for did not come, and all that was left for me was an unexpected disaster.
Chapter 59 What are you doing? Li Rongjin sighed and said, Alas. Outsiders still think that I am the rich wife of the Shin family, glamorous and beautiful, but who knows the bitterness behind it? Shin Jiangyu, he is not a good person at all. He was not sincere to me from the beginning. Now I know that he is not sincere to anyone. He often changes his female companions outside. I thought that as long as I was sincere to him, he would always see the good in me. But I was wrong. He is not a human being at all, but a beast. He has another woman outside and often comes back to harass me, which makes me sick. I have been enduring it for Chu Shui. But, I am really miserable. Li Rongjin gritted her teeth and continued, 6 years ago, I couldn't stand it anymore and broke up with him completely. I didn't let him come back to this house. So, in the past 6 years, our relationship has been dead in name only. Chu Shui has lacked fatherly love since she was a child, which is why she has become so rebellious. Auntie just hopes that you can be more tolerant of her and let her feel a little warmth. Tears welled up in Li Rongjin's eyes and her voice was slightly choked. Lin Jia nodded silently, and felt more understanding and sympathy for the mother and daughter. Auntie, don't worry, I won't embarrass the second Mississippi. Li Rongjin seemed to have mustered up the courage to ask, Shaolin, what is your relationship with Chu Yun? Why did he ask this question again? Lin Jia felt that he could not avoid this question no matter where he went. Auntie, Mission is my boss. I just work for her. Li Rongjin thought for a moment and continued, Chu Yun is a good kid, but the difference in your status is too great. Chu Yun has been arrogant, ambitious, and calculating since he was a child, and he is completely different from Chu Shui. Lin Jia didn't know why Li Rongjin asked this question, and why she compared Shin Shushui and Shin Chuyun. What kind of inevitable connection is there between them? Lin Jia was confused. Li Rongjin paused and continued, you and Chuyun are not suitable, and you will not be happy. Chu Shui is different. She is just like you said, she doesn't mean what she says, and she has a kind heart. Lin Jia finally understood that Li Rongjin went around in circles and finally wanted to promote her daughter Shin Shushui. It didn't matter whether he and Shin Chuyun were suitable for each other or not, their child was born. They were already on the train, and all that was left was to buy a ticket. Lin Jia could only decline politely, Aunt, the second miss and I have different personalities and temperaments. I am worried that our relationship will hurt each other. I would rather be a friend and give you support and help when you need it. Lin Jia spoke in a firm tone, trying his best not to let Li Rongjin feel the coldness of rejection. Of course Li Rongjin could hear that Lin Jia was rejecting her kindness. She knew that her daughter was arrogant and unreasonable. But she thought that none of this mattered. What mattered was that Shin Shushui was not a bad person by nature. There wouldn't be too many conflicts of interest between them, and it would be easier for them to get along. More importantly, Shin Shushui needs someone as steady and reliable as Lin Jia to balance her. Li Rongjin was struggling internally. Her husband was unreliable and Shin Shushui was her only support. Li Rongjin suppressed her inner disappointment and tried to force a smile, I know you are a good kid. If Shushui really gets into trouble one day, I hope you can help her. Of course, if you think Shushui is not bad, you can try everything. Maybe you two are destined to be together. Lin Jia was silent for a moment and then replied, Auntie, I will remember your words. If Shushui needs help, I will definitely do my best. As for other things, let nature take its course. Li Rongjin sighed softly and stopped pressing, but there was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. The two of them talked about everything from ideals to family to work,
and had a very pleasant chat. Perhaps they were originally small people in a certain class. Although Li Rongjin is now the lady of the Shin family and is glamorous, her past is the same as Linja's. Both of them came from the bottom of society. They all had frost on their shoulders and sorghum flowers on their heads, and they walked step by step to the bustling metropolis. They were all once full of struggle. Linja felt that he had stayed a little too long, so he stood up and said goodbye. Li Rongjin was a little reluctant to leave, but she had no reason to force Linja to stay. "I'll take you there." Having said that, Li Rongjin accompanied Linja out of the villa. When Linja walked towards the car on the opposite side, Li Rongjin continued to follow him. Linja hurriedly said, "Auntie, please go back. I'll walk with you again." As she spoke, Li Rongjin continued to follow Linja to the car. Linja turned around to say goodbye to Li Rongjin, but Li Rongjin suddenly hugged Linja. Linja was a little caught off guard, but he quickly reacted. This was the second time Li Rongjin had done this. Perhaps this was just a kind of love from an elder for a younger generation. So, Linja accepted it with pleasure. But things were far from that simple. Linja felt that Li Rongjin was hugging him too tightly, and their bodies were completely touching. He immediately realized that this went beyond normal comfort. Li Rongjin's body was twisting slightly, as if on purpose. Linja became alert, but he did not push Li Rongjin away. For some reason, he did not actively refuse or reject it even though he was extremely reluctant. Perhaps he had subconsciously accepted this kind of contact. He felt a complex emotion spreading deep in his heart, a feeling that was difficult to describe. Linja didn't know what this feeling was. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten Li Rongjin's identity. He only regarded Li Rongjin as a woman. "What are you doing?" Shin Shushue's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Linja back to reality from this embarrassing situation. Li Rongjin hurriedly let go of her hand and turned to face her daughter with an unnatural smile on her face. "Nothing, just seeing Xiaolin off." Shin Shushue was very confused. "Do I need to hold Linja so tightly to see him off?" Linja was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain this situation. Li Rongjin said calmly, "I only treat him as my own child." "Is there anything wrong with me hugging my own child?" Li Rongjin said, hugging Shin Shushue tightly, and continued, "Mom wants to hug my baby daughter every day." Shin Shushue's eyes flashed with suspicion, but she soon smiled. "Mom, you can hug me more in the future, but remember to close the door next time. Prevent people with bad intentions from taking advantage of the situation." After Shin Shushue finished speaking, she glanced at Linja slyly, as if warning him not to act recklessly. "Auntie, I'm leaving." Linja said this and drove away in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Shin Shushue accompanied her mother Li Rongjin back home. Under the light, she saw her mother's face flushed and suddenly became alert. She suspected that her mother was in love. Did she have intentions towards Linju? Shin Shushue recalled Linja's appearance. Although Shin Shushue looked down on Linja from the bottom of her heart, Linja was indeed very handsome. Among all the men she had met, no one could compare with Linja. She also knew that her mother, Li Rongjin, had been a widow for many years and must be extremely lonely. "Mom, is there really nothing going on between you and Linja? I saw you two hugging each other so tightly, it's not normal." Chapter 60, What the Doctor Says May Not Always Be Right. Li Rongjin was shocked when she heard her daughter's words. She did have some bad thoughts just now, but she did not do anything extreme. Li Rongjin thought to herself that she must not admit this. She scolded, "Look at what you said. Shaolin is younger than you. What can I have with him?" Seeing her mother's firm attitude, Shin Shushue did not dare to ask any further questions. "Mom, my dad is such a jerk. You should be more open-minded. Don't make yourself suffer like this." A complex emotion flashed in Li Rongjin's eyes. She didn't understand what Shin Shushue wanted to express. "Shushue, what do you want to say?" Shin Shushue explained, "I mean, your relationship with my dad is dead in name only. You can find someone else, but it can't be Linja." Li Rongjin had already sensed it, but Shin Shushue still suspected that she had intentions towards Linja. In fact, even if Li Rongjin had some improper thoughts about Linja, she didn't dare to put them into practice. After all, Linja was 1 year younger than her daughter, and she was a person who knew shame and was a person who knew how to save face. She stroked Shin Shushue's hair and said, "Don't worry, Mom knows what's going on. I'm not the kind of person who does things casually." Shin Shushue nodded slightly, but still felt a little uneasy.
Shin Shuyun was a little upset because she didn't see Linja come back. The child was crying all the time and the nanny was walking around the living room holding the child. Shin Shuyun watched the child crying and became more and more anxious. She scolded loudly, "What do you do? Why is the child crying all the time? Can't you comfort him? It's so annoying." The nanny was so scared that she carried the child into the nursery, closed the door, and coaxed the child. Luli on the side was shocked. In her imagination, the child was crying all the time and as a mother, Shin Shuyun should have taken the initiative to coax the child, but she said words like, "I'm so annoyed." Shin Shuyun looked at Luli and asked, "Where's Linja? Why hasn't he come back yet? Where did he go?" Luli hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "Linja is having dinner with a client and should be back soon." Linja came back. As soon as he entered the room, he heard a baby crying. He rushed into the room regardless of everything, took the child from the nanny, and coaxed the child softly. The child gradually calmed down. The nannies were all amazed. They didn't expect Linja could soothe the child so skillfully. Shin Shuyun began to get angry. Linja only cared about the child and ignored her when he came back. But when she heard that the child was not crying, she felt a little sad. She realized how responsible Linja was as a father and how important the child was to him. Linja came out with the child in his arms, sat next to Shin Shuyun, and said softly to the child, "Baby, look at this beautiful girl, she is your mother. Let me tell you, your mother is amazing, she is beautiful and kind, and she is the most beautiful CEO in Qingzhou. When you grow up, you must be as amazing as your mother." Linja's goal is to enhance the relationship between mother and daughter and let Shin Shuyun feel the warmth of family. The child looked at Shin Shuyun innocently, with curiosity and dependence flashing in his eyes. Shin Shuyun just smiled at the child. She had no intention of hugging the child. Seeing this, Linja sighed inwardly, but still said to the child gently, "Mom is tired, let's let her have a good rest. Dad will love Mom and want Qing well in this life." He patted the child gently, his eyes full of love. Shin Shuyun looked at this scene with mixed feelings, both moved and guilty. Finally, he slowly reached out his hand and gently touched the child's cheek. But she never showed any intention of holding the child. Seeing this, Linja felt disappointed, but he continued to coax the child with a smile. He really couldn't understand why Shin Shuyun was so hard-hearted. This was her own flesh and blood, but she always kept her distance, as if she disliked her. The child fell asleep and the nanny went to sleep with the child in her arms. After the nanny took the child away, Linja always felt empty inside. He loves his daughter very much, but he hopes that Shin Shuyun can give the child more maternal love. After all, the warmth of the family needs to be created by both of them. However, no matter how many times Linja tried to communicate, Shin Shuyun always avoided the question. It seemed that her heart was trapped by some unspeakable emotions and she was unable to truly integrate into the role of a mother. His hopes turned into disappointment time and time again. The higher his expectations, the greater his disappointment. "Linja, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." Having said that, Shin Shuyun stood up and left. Linja hurried to keep up with her pace. It's still the same old routine. Linja gives Shin Shuyun a bath and massage every day. After Shin Shuyun lay down, he went to take a shower. Linja walked into the bathroom quietly, his mind racing as the hot water steamed. He just wanted to be alone in the bathroom for a while and sort out the confusion in his heart. The hot water poured on his body seemed to wash away the fatigue of the day, but it could not wash away the boredom and uneasiness in his heart. He had been washing for nearly an hour, and Shin Shuyun must have fallen asleep by now. When he returned to the bedroom, Shin Shuyun was not asleep. She took out a small umbrella from the bedside table and handed it to Linja, saying softly, "Put it on. You must take safety precautions in the future. There must be no more accidents." Linja finally realized that Shin Shuyun was going to do that kind of thing, and he quickly explained, "The doctor said that we can have sex only after 7 weeks, and it's not even a month yet." Shin Shuyun said disapprovingly, "It's okay, what the doctor said may not be right. I think I'm normal now, there's nothing wrong with me." "Mr. Shin, your health is very important. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up." Shin Shuyun's face darkened, and he was obviously unhappy. Linja had no choice but to put on the umbrella as he was told, but he was still worried. He approached Shin Shuyun gently and tried his best to cooperate, but it was difficult for him to fully devote himself. Because Linja had no interest in this at the moment, what Shin Shuyun did today hurt him deeply. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two of them, making emotional communication extremely difficult.
Linja had mixed feelings in his heart as he moved mechanically, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. A feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart, as if all his efforts had been in vain in this silent night. Shin Shuyun's indifference and persistence made him feel unprecedentedly frustrated, as if all the warmth had been frozen. He tried to find a breakthrough, but found that their hearts were getting further and further apart, and the gap between them was like an abyss that was difficult to cross. In the dead of night, Linja could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that one day he could melt the ice in Shin Shuyun's heart and let her accept him and the child from the bottom of her heart.
Shin Shuyun seemed to sense something was wrong with Linja. She looked at Linja, who was still panting beside her, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Something seems wrong. Are you trying to deal with me?" Linja forced a smile and said softly, "No, I'm just a little tired." He then asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?"
Shin Shuyun smiled and said, "No, I feel great. Your performance is still so good, not bad." Shin Shuyun said, and took out a few small umbrellas from the bedside table, put them aside and said, "This is the task for tonight, you must use it up."
Chapter 61 Full Moon Banquet.
Linja took a look and saw that there were still 4.
"You have to use up all 4 of them, are you kidding me?"
Linja felt increasingly heavy in his heart. Shin Shuyun's desire in this regard was too strong.
The baby is finally 1 month old. Linja returned home and saw Shin Shuyun lazily leaning on the sofa. He went over and sat down beside Shin Shuyun, kissed Shin Shuyun and said, "Boss Shin, our little baby will be 1 month old tomorrow. How about we hold a 1-month banquet for her?" Shin Shuyun looked at Linja with a squinting eye and asked in confusion, "Full moon banquet? Do you think it's necessary?"
Shin Shuyun responded coldly, his voice full of displeasure. Linja was very surprised. He originally thought that Shin Shuyun had forgotten about the baby's full-month celebration, and he just wanted to remind her. However, he never expected that not only did Shin Shuyun not forget, but she seemed indifferent.
Linja's heart sank to the bottom again. He cautiously probed, "After all, this is our child.
In our rural area, even the poorest families will do their best to hold a full-moon banquet for the new life in the family."
Linja couldn't continue speaking. He was very depressed.
Shin Shuyun explained impatiently, "I have already told you very clearly that this child is an accident.
Our relationship cannot be exposed. Holding a full moon banquet for the child, isn't this making our relationship public?"
Shin Shuyun's words pierced Linja's heart like a knife, causing him to feel a sharp pain. He tried to hide his disappointment, but he could not hide the contradiction and struggle in his heart. But Shin Shuyun was right about one thing. He and Shin Shuyun were underground lovers, and there was indeed an invisible barrier between them. When they held a full-month banquet for their child, their relationship could no longer be concealed. Linja also knew that their relationship was complicated and subtle. Even though the child was already a month old, Linja still couldn't break through the wall of his heart that Shin Shuyun had built. Perhaps, in Shin Shuyun's heart, this child should not have come into this world. Shin Shuyun continued, "There's no need to be so fussy about those formalities."
As he spoke, Shin Shuyun waved to Luli.
Luli handed a property certificate to Shin Shuyun. Shin Shuyun took the property certificate, opened it, and handed it to Linja, saying in a cold voice, "This is my full-month gift for my child, it's worth 100 million. Linja took the property certificate and saw that it was a luxurious villa in the best location in Qingzhou.
Linja held the property certificate, not knowing what to say. But he felt a little complicated. Although money can solve many problems, it cannot fill the emotional gap.
Linja knew in his heart that Shin Shuyun's material support could not replace the child's desire for family warmth. He looked at the property certificate with mixed feelings. He was grateful for Shin Shuyun's generosity, but also felt sad and bitter about such a cold way of giving.
Linja did not dare to object to Shin Shuyun's decision.
He knew Shin Shuyun's style and her indifferent attitude towards this relationship. However, deep down in his heart, he always longed for a little change and the warmth of a family.
After a moment of silence, Linja whispered, "Thank you on behalf of Wanqing."
When Linja said this, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. How ironic and sad it was for him, as a father, to thank his daughter's mother for her charity. But no matter what, he was determined to give his children a loving environment to grow up in, even if this love came a little late.
Shin Shuyun said calmly, "Don't say that, she is also my daughter."
Shin Shuyun's words finally brought a hint of warmth to Linja's heart. He understood that Shin Shuyun's words contained her difficulties and helplessness. Shin Shuyun finally admitted that the child was her daughter. Linja seemed to see hope. He imagined that Shin Shuyun would not always be so cold and heartless. Even if she was a piece of stone, he would warm her up. But Lin Jia also knew that it would take more time and patience to melt Shin Chuyun's heart. He secretly made up his mind to influence Shin Chuyun bit by bit in his own way, so that she would slowly feel the importance of family.
Shin Chuyun has never enjoyed the joy of family since childhood.
He lost his mother when he was young and his father was a complete scumbag.
Therefore, Shin Chuyun has an extremely vague concept of family.
Lin Jia thought, maybe this was the reason why Shin Chuyun built a wall in her heart, or maybe deep down she also longed to be loved but just didn't know how to express it. On the other hand, Shin Chuyun thinks highly of herself and is afraid that her weakness will be discovered by others and that she will be hurt again. She uses indifference to protect herself and uses material things to fill the emptiness in her heart. She wants to be a strong woman that people always look up to and always maintain her pure image in front of the public. Shin Chuyun continued, from now on, I will give my daughter a gift every year.
I will give her the best life.
I want her starting point to be a height that countless people will never be able to reach in their lifetime. Lin Jia listened to Shin Chuyun's words with emotion. Although he knew that this was not her way of expressing her love, he could still see a trace of her caring for the child.
Perhaps this is what Lin Jia wanted.
He wanted his precious daughter to become a superior person and not be like her father, who had lived like a little beggar since childhood. Although Lin Jia had some reservations about Shin Chuyun's way of expression, he understood that as a father, he should try his best to create a growth environment full of love and care for his daughter. Lin Jia had been afraid of poverty since he was a child, so in his eyes, without a strong economic foundation, there would be no real security. He knew very well that the most reliable guarantee in the world was material abundance and spiritual independence. With a strong financial foundation from her mother and the love of a father like him, his daughter would be happier than any other child. Therefore, he is willing to work tirelessly for his daughter's safety and happiness, even if he has to work 10 or 100 times harder than others. He is even willing to accept any grievances and humiliations, as long as he can create a world for his daughter. He is willing to carry the burden for his daughter all his life. Deep in Lin Jia's heart, there was always an inextinguishable fighting spirit burning, and the real source of this was his own suffering experience.
The babysitter says it's time for dinner.
This meal was very sumptuous. Only Shin Chuyun and Lin Jia sat at the table, and even Luli could only stand aside. Lin Jia held his daughter in his arms while eating. He said to her in his heart, "Baby, this is your full-month banquet.
Daddy can't do anything now. I'm sorry, my baby. Daddy can only bless you from the bottom of his heart. I wish you a healthy and happy life. Daddy loves you and will love you forever." After dinner, Shin Chuyun asked Lin Jia to accompany her for a walk. Lin Jia had no choice but to leave the child to the nanny and accompany Shin Chuyun out. Two people were walking leisurely in the community garden. Shin Chuyun suddenly stopped and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. "Lin Jia, are you dissatisfied with my approach? I want to hear your honest truth."
Lin Jia was silent for a moment, still not daring to tell the truth. He knew very well in his heart that if he told the truth, Shin Chuyun would definitely get furious. She was fickle and would change her mind faster than turning the pages of a book.
"Boss Shin, what am I to you?"
Lin Jia boldly asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time, a question he had always wanted to ask but had not dared to ask.
Chapter 62, Conflict Between Tradition and Reality.
Shin Chuyun pulled Lin Jia to sit on the bench in the garden. After the two sat down, Shin Chuyun replied calmly, "You are my daughter's father, my right-hand man in my career, and the man in my life."
Lin Jia didn't dare to ask any more questions.
He knew that asking further questions would only make their relationship more tense.
In fact, Shin Chuyun's answer already made him very satisfied.
Shin Chuyun continued, "Lin Jia, I'm almost 24 years old.
You are my first man and the only man in my life.
I gave you my first kiss and my body, and I even gave birth to a daughter for you.
Aren't you satisfied?"
Speaking of this, Lin Jia was really grateful to Shin Chuyun. She was telling the truth. A warm feeling surged in his heart, but at the same time he felt a little helpless. Lin Jia knew that in Shin Chuyun's world, he was just a man who could satisfy her physically. He realized that in Shin Chuyun's heart, love and family affection might be only a small part of her personal emotional world, because Shin Chuyun always puts me at the center and she only has herself in her eyes. Only when Shin Chuyun made endless demands on Lin Jia in bed did her gentle side as a woman show up, and she performed it to the fullest. As soon as she pulled up her pants, her cold and ruthless side immediately emerged. Lin Jia felt as if he was living between ice and fire. However, he did not regret it, because he loved his daughter deeply and he loved Shin Chuyun from the bottom of his heart.
Shin Chuyun showed a complex charm.
Even though he knew Shin Shu-yoon's multifaceted personality, Lin-ju was still willing to tolerate her, because in his heart, Shin Shu-yoon was a woman who needed to be understood and cared for. Her tender side also made Lin-ju unable to stop. In fact, in bed, Lin-ju could experience Shin Shu-yoon's deep inner desire and dependence, which also made him feel very satisfied. Shin Shu-yoon's contradictions and complexities are not only a challenge to him, but also a proof of his deep feelings for her.
Sometimes it makes him very irritated.
He is willing to support her when she needs it, even if it means taking on more pressure and challenges himself.
Lin-ju continued to ask tentatively, "Boss Shin, do you love me?"
Hearing Lin-ju suddenly ask such a question, Shin Shu-yoon's eyes flashed with hesitation, but she quickly sorted out her thoughts and said, "Lin-ju, you are the only man in my heart. I can give you whatever you want, but there is one thing I will never change, that is, our relationship must be kept secret."
Shin Shu-yoon did not directly answer Lin-ju's question. Perhaps even she herself did not know whether she loved Lin-ju or not.
Lin-ju also felt that Shin Shu-yoon just needed him. Just as Shin Shu-yoon said, he was just the father of the child, Shin Shu-yoon's assistant at work, and the man in her life. To put it bluntly, Shin Shu-yoon only treated him as a practical tool rather than an equal partner. Despite this, Lin-ju's love for her did not diminish. He knew that no matter how Shin Shu-yoon felt about him, at least she was devoted to him, and that was enough. He would always stand by her side silently when she needed him, because she would always be the mother of his daughter. Lin-ju knew better that without Shin Shu-yoon, he would be useless. He would never find another woman as beautiful as Shin Shu-yoon who was devoted to him. Shin Shu-yoon held Lin-ju's hand and said, "Lin-ju, life is real.
Don't mind those empty things. There's nothing wrong with living your life behind closed doors."
"Okay, I understand." Lin-ju agreed verbally, but he was very unhappy in his heart. Influenced by traditional concepts, Lin-ju's ideas are completely different from Shin Shu-yoon's. Lin-ju grew up in a village. His family was very poor. His stepmother was disabled and life was difficult, which made him learn patience and strength from an early age. Everyone in the village likes to show off. Whenever Lin-ju's stepmother buys him a new piece of clothing, she always asks him to walk around the village in the new clothing to let the villagers see that he also has new clothes. This inherent concept makes Lin-ju always desire to be recognized and respected by people around him. However, Shin Shu-yoon's frankness and realism obviously make Lin-ju feel uncomfortable.
Lin-ju asked boldly, "Boss Shin, do you still want to give me another son?" He never expected Shin Shu-yoon's reaction to be so strong.
He saw that in Shin Shu-yoon's eyes there was not only astonishment but also anger.
"Lin-ju, what are you thinking? You want me to give birth to another son for you? Do you think I'm just a reproductive tool? An old nanny?"
Lin-ju was terrified. He knew he had crossed Shin Shu-yoon's line, and hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I didn't mean that. I just hope that we can be like a normal family, have more children, and let our love continue."
Shin Shu-yoon took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down.
She knew that Lin-ju's question was not out of malice, but was caused by a misunderstanding due to the differences in their upbringing and values. She explained, "Lin-ju, I hope we can understand each other. I have told you that Wanqing's arrival was an accident. I never thought about having children, nor did I think about getting married. It's just that the accident happened too quickly, and I had to accept it. There was no romantic beginning between us, only realistic considerations. I understand your expectations, but we must plan the future together based on reality. We can be a family, but not a couple in the traditional sense.
This is my position, and I hope you can understand."
Shin Shu-yoon said so much just to express his attitude, and this attitude will never change. Shin Shu-yoon's words were like a cold wind in winter, making Lin-ju feel a little chilly, but he also understood that this was the reality they had to face.
Perhaps this is the reality that Shin Shu-yoon is pursuing.
Lin-ju nodded, with a hint of helplessness and understanding in his eyes. He knew that Shin Shu-yoon's decision was not made rashly, and that what she was pursuing was another form of happiness and freedom.
He slowly learned to respect Shin Shu-yoon's ideas and tried to find a new balance between the two.
As long as Lin-ju thinks about Shin Shu-yoon's single-minded devotion to him and that he is the only man in Shin Shu-yoon's mind, this is enough to make Lin-ju proud. He knew very well that the trust and affection given by Shin Shu-yoon were far more precious than the constraints of a traditional family. Lin-ju began to re-examine his values. He realized that true happiness was not the simple continuation of blood ties, but mutual understanding and support from the depths of the soul. Based on understanding and respect, they jointly built a new life pattern, which, although different, was full of love and warmth.
Lin-ju's phone rang. He looked at the number and saw it was Xiaoya. Why was she calling at this time? Could she have gotten drunk in that nightclub so early? Seeing that Linja didn't answer the phone, Shin Shuyun asked, "Why don't you answer the phone?" Chapter 63, Mao Xinyu, the daughter of the Mao family.
In front of Shin Shuyun, Linja didn't dare to answer Xiaoya's call. This woman has a loose mouth. She might say some nonsense after drinking, which might cause Shin Shuyun to misunderstand her.
That would be bad. Linja hung up the phone.
Xiaoya's call was like a sword hanging over his head. Linja secretly prayed that she would restrain herself and not call him again. But less than half a minute after Linja finished praying, the phone rang again. Linja glanced at the screen helplessly, and Xiaoya's name was still flashing.
He hung up the phone again.
Shin Shuyun frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes.
"Why didn't you answer it?" Linja pretended to be innocent. "I just want to accompany you well."
Shin Shuyun's doubts were not completely dissipated, and a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes.
"Who is looking for you?"
Linja hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "The client wants to have a drink with me, but I don't want to go." Shin Shuyun was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and finally he sighed and said softly, "This is a workplace rule, you can't break this rule.
Go ahead, don't embarrass the client."
Linja was still hesitating, and Shin Shuyun continued, "Call Luli and ask her to come over to accompany me." Linja nodded, kissed Shin Shuyun, took out his cell phone to call Luli, walked back to the door of his house and drove away. Arriving at the gate of the community, Linja called Xiaoya.
"Mr. Shaolin, what's wrong? Are you bothered by your girlfriend and don't dare to answer my call?"
Xiaoya's tone was playful, and he didn't sound drunk.
Linja smiled helplessly. "You still called me when you knew about this? Aren't you trying to embarrass me? Stop it, let's talk about something serious."
Xiaoya chuckled and said, "I'll be waiting for you at home, come over right away." Linja drove directly to the Chow family apartment and stopped the car. Xiaoya was already standing at the door, with a sly smile on her face. Linja followed Xiaoya to the reception room.
The nanny handed Linja a cup of hot tea.
Xiaoya asked all the nannies to leave.
Linja was a little puzzled. "Boss Xiao, why are you being so mysterious? Is there something important?"
Xiaoya smiled slightly and said softly, "Drink some water first, and then come with me to drink later."
"Oh my god!" Linja almost screamed, "Are you sick? Going to a nightclub again? Are the drinks there so good?"
Linja looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. He was going to the nightclub to drink.
Was he crazy? "Mr. Qiao, I have something else to do at home. I won't go."
Xiaoya's eyes were stern, and his tone was firm. "You must accompany me tonight, and attend tonight's event as my boyfriend." Linja was stunned, secretly complaining in his heart that he had to pretend to be her boyfriend again.
Linja said jokingly, "Boss Qiao, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for me to always pretend to be your boyfriend, right?" "What's inappropriate?" Xiaoya really didn't seem to care, as if it was just a show. "Do you think that over time, will the fake thing become real?"
Xiaoya chuckled, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. "You kids still want to take advantage of me? I treat you as a brother, and you still want to treat me as a little lover. You are too unkind, aren't you?" "No, I don't dare to think so." Linja said this while shaking his head helplessly and sighing secretly in his heart.
Xiaoya stared at Linja and asked, "Don't you want to, or don't you dare?"
Linja smiled awkwardly and explained, "Boss Qiao, I was just joking.
We are good friends. I will definitely help you without any additional conditions. But if you want, it's not impossible. After all, you are my best friend of the opposite sex."
Xiaoya looked at the watch on his wrist and then said, "Let's go, it's almost time." Having said that, Xiaoya stood up and walked out of the apartment with Linja.
Xiaoya didn't drive, but took Linja's Mercedes-Benz G.
Linja followed Xiaoya's instructions and came to a club. The entrance of the club was brightly lit, and the security guard came over and respectfully opened the passenger door. Xiaoya got out of the car gracefully, held Linja's arm tightly, and whispered, "You must cooperate tonight, this matter is of great importance." Linja nodded in agreement, but he felt a little uneasy. He thought, "I must not run into anyone I know, otherwise I would be exposed." The two walked into the club. The lights in the club were bright, the music was low, and many young men and women were drinking to their heart's content. Xiaoya was calm and composed, and kept nodding and greeting these young men and women. Linja tried his best to act, but his heart was on edge and he was always alert. Xiaoya cast meaningful glances at him from time to time, as if suggesting that he should not be afraid. Linja is of the same generation as them, and in terms of age, he may be younger than any of them. But he came from a humble background, and he had never even thought about such an occasion, let alone experienced it. He felt that he and these people were from a completely different world. They were all wearing famous brands, chatting and laughing, and their every move showed luxury. Linja became increasingly nervous, but he tried to remain calm, fearing that he would reveal any flaws. Xiaoya's calmness and confidence seemed to give him a little courage, allowing him to barely gain a foothold in this strange world.
Xiaoya has been living abroad for many years and does not have many friends in China.
She does not know many of them and just nods politely to them.
Xiaoya brought Linja to a very pretty girl and introduced her with a smile. "This is my friend, Linja."
The little girl glanced at Linja with disdain, with a hint of contempt in her eyes at first, but she soon perked up and looked at Linja carefully. Linja was completely confused.
The little girl opened her red lips and asked tentatively, "What does Mr. Lin do?" Linja smiled and said, "I'm working."
"Oh?
What kind of work do you do?" Xiaoya took over the topic and said, "Vice President of Yunchang Group." Linja added, "I'm just working for someone else."
Xiaoya hugged the little girl and said, "Little hoof, I missed you so much." The little girl patted Xiaoya on the back and said, "You came back from the dead without telling me.
I have to punish you."
The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Only then did Linja realize that they were good friends. Xiaoya then introduced Mr. Shaolin. "Her name is Mao Xinyu, she is my good sister, we studied abroad together, and we are so close that we can wear the same pants." Sister Xinyu is 23 years old this year and already has an MBA. Xiaoya then introduced Linja, 20 years old, Vice President of Yunchang Group, Acting President. Linja immediately became alert.
Mao Xinyu, whose last name was Mao, was a good friend of Xiaoya. This last name was very rare. Could she be the Mao family member that Xiao Tianyue mentioned?
However, Linja did not dare to ask. If they were really members of the Mao family, they were someone Linja could not afford to offend. Shin Shuyun had already warned him not to pry into the affairs of the Mao family. Linja's heart tightened, but he kept smiling and nodded politely. No wonder Xiaoya insisted on bringing him here. It turned out that he wanted to introduce Mao Xinyu, who had a strong background. Chapter 64 Linja compares Shin Shuyun and Mao Xinyu. A hint of curiosity flashed in Mao Xinyu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was quite interested in Linja's background.
"Is Mr. Lin from Qingzhou?"
Linja knew that Mao Xinyu was trying to find out his background. He didn't want to hide his background. "I'm not from Qingzhou, I just went to college in Qingzhou.
My hometown is in the countryside." Mao Xinyu's eyes were full of disappointment.
Perhaps Linja's value suddenly plummeted in her eyes. Linja could see that Mao Xinyu was a person with a strong sense of hierarchy. She knew that Linja came from the countryside, and contempt appeared in her eyes again, but she quickly concealed it. Linja faced her scrutiny calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Xiaoya, on the other hand, didn't care about Linja's background, and she and Linja hit it off right away.
Linja prefers dealing with people like Xiaoya.
He took a good look at Mao Xinyu, who was 23 years old, the same age as Shin Shuyun.
The two people have completely different temperaments.
Shin Shuyun is gentle and reserved, cold, arrogant, steady in her work, dignified and elegant, and looks like an iceberg beauty president. Mao Xinyu is assertive, confident, and cynical, giving people the feeling that he never grows up. What they have in common is that they are both very beautiful, but Mao Xinyu lacks the mature and sexy charm of Shin Shuyun. Mao Xinyu hugged Xiaoya and whispered in her ear, "Sister, what is your relationship with this Linja? When you were abroad, many people pursued you, but you rejected them one by one.
Don't tell me that you like him."
Xiaoya chuckled and whispered back, "Xinyu, don't make wild guesses.
We are just friends. I asked him to be my boyfriend."
It's purely a mutual help between friends. He already has a girlfriend, and they already have a child. Mao Xinyu heard this and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Oh my god, he has a child at the age of 20. He is really a country bumpkin from the countryside, getting married and having children early." When Linja heard Mao Xinyu's muttering, he felt a little unhappy, but his face remained calm. Seeing this, Xiaoya gently patted the back of Mao Xinyu's hand, signaling her to calm down and stop talking nonsense. Mao Xinyu curled his lips and said no more, but there was still a hint of disdain in his eyes.
Linja didn't dare to offend Mao Xinyu.
If she was really a member of the Mao family as Xiao Tianyue said, then he would have to curry favor with her. Linja still didn't know what these people wanted to do when they got together.
Although the scene was lively, Linja had to drive and he didn't drink.
Xiaoya and Mao Xinyu are the most beautiful among these women, outshining all others.
Two people followed behind Linja, attracting countless curious glances.
Several rich young men came to chat with Xiaoya and Mao Xinyu from time to time, trying to win their attention. Mao Xinyu also looked down upon these rich young men, as if they were nothing more than clowns in her eyes, not worth mentioning.
She didn't even look at them. Xiaoya also seemed very impatient.
Two beauties held Linja's arms on each side, as if he was the protagonist of the party. Although Linja knew in his heart that he was just a shield for the two beauties, with these two beauties by his side, Linja's vanity was inevitably swelled.
This is the winner in life, this is the highlight moment.
He tried his best to stay calm, but the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. He glanced at the envious eyes around him, and secretly sighed in his heart that although he was a supporting role in this game, he also enjoyed a moment of glory. Seeing this, these rich young men showed jealous looks, but did not dare to get close easily.
They were all whispering, trying to find out Linja's background.
But among these people, no one knew Linja, which made Linja's identity even more mysterious. Linja was not from their circle, so of course they didn't know him. At this time, several rich young men came in. Linja felt that these people looked familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen them before. Those people looked around the room with sharp eyes, and finally stopped on Linja.
The leader frowned slightly, walked up to Linja, and said excitedly, "Master, you are here too?"
The others gathered around, talking in a flurry, and greeted Linja.
Linja finally remembered that these people were players from Haifengku.
Linja smiled slightly and nodded in response, "It's you guys, long time no see." He was secretly wondering in his heart why the players from Black Wind Mouth were here. But he soon guessed that tonight was a gathering of the rich young men from Qingzhou, and the players from Black Wind Mouth were all from wealthy families, otherwise you couldn't afford to play. The leader showed a trace of respect in his eyes, and whispered, "Master, we have admired you for a long time.
It is a blessing to meet you here today. I just don't know why you retired so early?"
Linja smiled bitterly and said, "Don't take this kind of thing too seriously.
It's very dangerous.
It's okay to play around with it, but if you take it too seriously, it's not good.
I've seen too many things on that track that I didn't want to see." The racing players fell silent one by one. Xiaoya and Mao Xinyu were confused. They couldn't even understand what Lin Zhu and the others were saying.
There were a few rich young men who knew these drivers. They came over and tried to interrupt, but the leader gave them a cold look and immediately silenced them. Seeing this, Lin Zhu understood that these drivers had a high status in the circle.
A rich young man couldn't help but ask one of the drivers, "Brother Lu, do you know him?"
Brother Lu glanced at him and responded calmly, "He is a legend in our circle, a legend in Black Wind Mouth."
"You are not from the circle, so you won't know even if I tell you."
The rich young man was stunned, a trace of awe flashed in his eyes, and he said no more. Lin Zhu felt the change in the atmosphere. Even the way those people looked at him changed. Perhaps in their minds, Lin Zhu was really an amazing person. He had the two most beautiful and most prestigious beauties in the audience hugged by him.
No wonder he was so awesome.
Lin Zhu knew in his heart that all this was just an illusory bubble that could burst at any time.
The driver named Lu asked, "Master, have you ever played racing?"
Lin Zhu smiled and said, "My forte is still racing, motorcycles are just a hobby."
Brother Lu's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked, "Master, can you give me some pointers?"
Lin Zhu pondered for a moment and said slowly, "The racetrack is like life. The key lies in control and letting go."
Everyone heard this and seemed to be thinking about it.
Lin Zhu continued, "Talent is very important. To truly control your car, you must achieve unity between you and the car. If you can truly forget that you are driving and feel like you are running, you have achieved unity between you and the car." Brother Lu nodded, his eyes shining brighter, "Master, what you said is very true.
I appreciate your teaching. We have been pursuing this state."
Lin Zhu nodded slightly, glanced at everyone, and said earnestly, "But remember, behind speed and passion are responsibility and calmness.
Every time you gallop, you must be in awe of life."
Everyone was silent, and a deeper understanding of the spirit of racing emerged in their hearts.
Chapter 65, Xin Group is about to hold another meeting.
Lin Zhu continued, "You don't know how crazy I was back then. I was scared when I thought about it later.
I was lucky that I didn't die.
I'm not quitting, but I have more important things to do now." Lin Zhu had a lot in common with this group of people.
They talked a lot together. Lin Zhu drank water and they drank wine.
They had a lot of fun together. Xiaoya and Mao Xinyu were both marginalized and could only sit aside and listen to their long talk. But they all realized that Linja was not an ordinary person. These high-ranking rich young men bowed down to Linja, which showed how high Linja's status was in their minds.
Xiaoya brought Linja here for two purposes.
One was to let Linja pretend to be her boyfriend. In the circle of rich people, when these young people get together, they all show off their boyfriends or girlfriends. No matter where Linja goes, he always stands out from the crowd and makes Xiaoya feel very proud. Second, they wanted to take this opportunity to let Linja get to know more people in the industry and pave the way for future cooperation. This was also the task that Xiaoya's mother, Xiao Tianyue, gave to her daughter, asking her to help Linja and help him reach a higher level. Xiaoya once suspected that there was a special relationship between her mother and Linja, but Linja denied it.
Xiaoya chose to believe Linja. Xiaoya also felt Linja's enthusiasm. He was a very good person and trustworthy. Therefore, Xiaoya was happy to help Linja.
But now it seems that Linja actually knows these people, and she can't even get a word in. She was surprised, but also relieved. Linja does have his own unique personal charm, which makes her more convinced that helping him is the right choice. Xiaoya decided to take a step back and observe quietly to see how Linja navigated these circles with ease. Mao Xinyu also began to re-evaluate the potential hidden behind this seemingly ordinary country bumpkin.
Mao Xinyu asked for Linja's contact information.
This was what Linja wanted most. He wanted to find a way to get close to the daughter of the Mao family, so he gave his phone number to Mao Xinyu and added her WeChat. Now, Linja was more curious about the background of the Qingzhou Mao family. Xiaoya and Mao Xinyu were good friends, so Xiaoya must know about the Mao family.
But there were too many people here, so he couldn't ask. He wanted to find an opportunity to ask Xiaoya. Those rich kids were chatting and laughing, mostly showing off.
Linja had no capital to compete with them, so he could only talk about racing with these players. After the event, Xiaoya and Mao Xinyu accompanied Linja to the parking lot. Mao Xinyu has a private driver, so he doesn't need to worry about it.
Linja sends Xiaoya home first. Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat and fell asleep soon.
Linja was speechless. He was about to ask her about the Mao family, but she fell asleep as soon as the car started moving. Back at the Qiao family apartment, Linja carried Xiaoya to the door and kicked it a few times, and the nanny opened it. Seeing that Xiaoya was drunk again, the nanny hurriedly said, "Sir, please take the young lady to her room." Linja carefully put Xiaoya on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Linja closed the door quietly and left the room.
This Xiaoya, why did he drink so much when he couldn't drink?
His plan to ask the Mao family was ruined again. It was almost midnight when Linja returned home. He took a shower and went back to the bedroom, where he saw Shen Shuyun asleep. He lay down quietly, not even daring to turn over, for fear of waking Shen Shuyun. It was so late, but Linja still couldn't sleep.
He was still thinking about the Mao family. What exactly was in the box that Xiao Tianyue gave him? Why didn't Xiao Tianyue return it to the Qiao family?
Xiao Tianyue said that if the box would not be used within 5 years, it should be burned directly and the contents inside should not be peeked. Linja tossed and turned in bed, the mysterious background of the Mao family and Xiao Tianyue's words constantly flashing through his mind. Linja wanted to clear his mind of all the mess and fall asleep as soon as possible. Shen Shuyun beside him turned over and put his hand on his chest. Linja felt a little uncomfortable. He wanted to take Shen Shuyun's hand away, but Shen Shuyun suddenly opened his eyes.
"Linja, you just came back?" "I've been back for a while." Shen Shuyun didn't smell any alcohol on Linja, so she asked, "You didn't drink?"
"No, I was driving and I didn't dare drink." Linja thought for a moment and said, "I was going to attend a cocktail party at some club. All the people there were rich kids from Qingzhou." Shen Shuyun said with some disdain, "I know that club. Most of the members are rich kids who don't work hard.
They invited me, but I didn't have the time. It would be good for you to go and meet more people."
"So that's what happened?"
Linja smiled slightly. "It's indeed a bit boring."
Shen Shuyun hugged Linja and said, "You haven't paid your taxes yet, do you want to be lazy?" Linja regretted it very much.
He accidentally woke up Shen Shuyun.
He had wanted to have a good rest, but now his plan was wasted. He didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. "No, I saw you fell asleep, I didn't dare to wake you up."
"Now that you are awake, let's get started."
Shen Shuyun smiled softly, turned over and hugged Linja tightly. Her voice was low and somewhat teasing. "Put on your raincoat, let's start now." The Shin group held a meeting and asked the heads of major groups to attend. Linja felt something was wrong. This Shin family was really good at making trouble.
One thing led to another. It's only been a short while and they have another meeting. What on earth are they going to do? He went to Shin Shuyun's office first. I saw Shin Shuyun was in a state of panic. Lin Ju asked, "Boss Shin, do you know the content of the meeting?" Shin Shuyun shook her head, but she quickly added, "I heard that it was Shin Hai who suggested holding this meeting. This scumbag definitely has nothing good to say." Lin Ju estimated that it was related to the cooperation project of Yayue Group. Of course, these were all guesses and Lin Ju was not completely sure. Shin Shuyun asked, "What preparations do you think we should make?" How would Lin Ju know? He didn't even know the content of the meeting, so what was he preparing for? "Boss Shin, there's nothing we can do right now. We can only try to cope with it at the last minute and act accordingly." Shin Shuyun thought for a moment and said, "Yes. We are in a passive position now. Shu Shue and the other two will go to the meeting. But, Lin Ju, you have to help me keep an eye on Shin Hai. He is always cunning." Shin Shuyun's eyes showed a trace of worry. "We can't let him take advantage of us in the meeting." Lin Ju could only agree verbally. Shin Hai had completely taken the initiative. The fact that he had obtained the cooperation from the Yayue Group had already shown that his position in the Shin Group was unshakable. Shin Hai's influence within the Shin Group cannot be underestimated. If he makes any suggestions that are unfavorable to Shin Shuyun at the meeting, Lin Ju must detect and respond to it at the first time. The task assigned by Shin Shuyun made Lin Ju feel pressured, but at the same time he realized that this might be a critical moment for him to prove his ability in the Shin Group. Chapter 66 Tit for Tat. Shin Shuyun brought Lin Zhao and Shin Shushue to the conference room of Shin Group headquarters. There are quite a lot of people attending the meeting today. The main leaders of the 5 groups under the Shin Group are all members of the Shin family. There are a few outsiders in the deputy positions, and Lin Zhou is one of them. The atmosphere in the meeting room was a little tense, and all the participants were talking in low voices, waiting for Shin Shengan to arrive. Shin Shengan finally walked into the conference room and glanced at everyone present. As soon as she sat down, she announced the start of the meeting. The development of Shin's group in Qingzhou was obvious to all. Now Shin's group has cooperated with Yayue Group and officially entered the daily chemical industry, which marks that Shin's transformation has achieved great success. Now, please allow Shin Hai, president of Hailan Group, to report on the progress of the work. Shin Hai spoke first with a barely perceptible smile. He talked incessantly and reported on the progress of the cooperation between Shin Group and Yayue Group. Seeing Shin Hai's complacent look, Shin Shuyun was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but what could she do? Shin Shushue, on the other hand, was very excited. She was pleased that her brother had achieved such results. Lin Ju closely observed Shin Hai's every move, trying to capture any information from his words that might be unfavorable to Shin Shuyun. As the discussion deepened, he found that while Shin Hai emphasized the results of the cooperation, he vaguely mentioned the need for further optimization of the management, which seemed to imply a prelude to some personnel changes. Lin Ju's heart tightened. He realized that this might be a trap set by Shin Hai for Shin Shuyun. Then Shin Hai suggested, "Chairman, I think Shin Group needs to make some necessary reforms." Shin Shengan was slightly surprised and asked, "Hai, tell me what you think." Shin Hai answered confidently, "Reform is for the better development of the group. At present, we are facing a new market environment and competitive situation, and we must improve decision-making efficiency and execution. I suggest that the group disrupt the original structure. Redivide the management structure and reallocate the original management scope. Fully reflect the chairman's philosophy, that the capable ones are promoted and the mediocre ones are demoted." As soon as Shin Hai finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into silence. Lin Ju felt Shin Shuyun's eyes on him, but what could he say? It is obvious that Shin Hai wants to take advantage of the situation to acquire Yunxiang Group. Shin Hai did not dare to covet the Xinghue Group and Rui's Group managed by Shin Shengan. Normally, Huang Xinran would ask Lin Ju to reimburse her for the small umbrella she bought when they made love. It turned out that she had found a rich man and no longer needed Lin Ju's care. Although Lin Mian Shin Hai is ambitious, he has to admit that Shin Jingwan's position in the group is unbreakable. Therefore, Shin Hai turned his attention to the Yunxiang Group led by Shin Shuyun, obviously thinking that she was relatively easy to deal with. Everyone in the Shin family could tell that Shin Hai was ambitious. If he controlled Yunxiang Group, then Shin Hai's leverage would be second only to that of Chairman Shin Shengan. His appetite was too big. Shin Shuyun waited for a long time, but Lin Ju didn't speak. She was so angry that she stood up and pointed at Shin Hai and shouted angrily, "Shin Hai, I have truly seen from you what it means to be shameless and invincible. I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Shinhai just smiled faintly and said, Sister, what do you mean? We are a family, how can you say such mean things to hurt others?
Shin Shushue also stood up and grabbed Shin Shuyun's arm, trying to calm her anger, and said in a gentle tone, Sister, why do you say that to brother? Shin Shuyun broke free from Shin Shushue's hand and tried to speak sweet words to Shinhai. Linja felt that Shin Shuyun had lost his composure, so he immediately advised, Boss Shin, don't be like this. If you have something to say, speak slowly. Linja felt that Shin Shengan was a very scheming person. Shin Shuyun made a scene at the venue, which angered Shin Shengan, and the consequences were serious.
Unexpectedly, Shin Shuyun could not listen to anyone at this time, and continued to say to Shinhai, Family? You are worthy? It is a shame for the Shin group to have a member like you. You are boastful on the surface, but in fact you have evil intentions. However, you calculated wrongly.
Yunshan Group is not a chess piece that you can manipulate at will. You want to eat Yunshan Group, but you don't even look at your teeth. You have a dog's mouth, but you insist on eating the food of lions and tigers.
This is called overestimating one's own ability.
Shinhai still had a smile on his face. He responded, I understand your concerns, but the reform is for the long-term interests of the group.
This is the chairman's philosophy. Shin Shuyun continued to curse, don't always use the chairman to scare people.
You, Shinhai, have no other skills, but you are an expert at stealing chickens and dogs and pulling garlic sprouts. The Shin family was confused.
They couldn't understand what Shin Shuyun and Shinhai were talking about.
Linja saw Shin Shengan sitting and drinking tea, looking calm and composed.
What on earth was this old fox thinking? Linja was very worried about Shin Shuyun's safety. If things went wrong, she would definitely not be able to bear the blow.
Shinhai looked a little embarrassed, but he quickly adjusted his expression and said in a deep voice, In this case, there is no need for us to argue over words. Next, I will use practical actions to prove the benefits of my proposal to the group. He looked around the room with a firm gaze, and you, Shin Shuyun, are good for nothing.
Have you achieved anything worth mentioning in the past few years of managing Yunshan Group?
Your resistance is nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and is doomed to fail. Yunshan Group will usher in a new spring under my leadership, and you, Shin Shuyun, will completely lose your position.
Shinhai's evil ambition was finally exposed. He stopped pretending and came clean.
When Shin Shuyun heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he responded without flinching, Shinhai, you are wrong. The prosperity of the group was not achieved through conspiracy and trickery, but through the hard work and wisdom of every employee. You stole the plan of Yunshan Group and won the cooperation of Yayue Group.
Do you think this is a shortcut to victory? You don't understand the true spirit of business at all.
The Shin family members immediately started whispering and pointing fingers at Shinhai. They seemed to trust Shin Shuyun more.
Shinhai's face darkened.
He didn't expect Shin Shuyun to expose his behavior so bluntly. Shin Shuyun, you said I stole your plan.
Show me the evidence. Without evidence, it's a false accusation.
Shin Shuyun was stunned for a moment. She really had no evidence. She knew in her heart that this was a conspiracy carefully planned by Shinhai, but it would take time to prove it. Or she would never get the evidence that Shinhai stole her plan. Seeing Shin Shuyun at a loss, he was about to make a fool of himself.
This was the price of Shin Shuyun's impulsiveness.
Faced with life and death, Linja no longer cared about so many things. At worst, he and Shin Shuyun would just get out of the Shin group together. Linja stood up and said to Shinhai calmly, Boss Shin, you want to swallow up Yunshan Group.
Aren't you overestimating your own capabilities? Have you ever heard of the saying that greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant? Shinhai was slightly startled and asked, Country bumpkin, what do you want to say?